Mic check, 139. Mic check, mic check, 139. She a move, she a move, she a move. Come on, family, you done know the done know. It's the 999 in the building. Today is the 27th day of the first month. You understand? 2024. We are at the hour of 0908. And as ever, we give thanks and praises to the Most High, because nobody knows the minute or the second or the hour. You see what I'm saying to you? So we ever have to give thanks and praises. Yeah, so you don't know the thing already. So big up, I see Divine in the building. I see my boy on Code in the building. Big up yourself and the family. Happy Saturday, happy Saturday, happy Saturday. So yeah, man, it ain't come to tower too long, as you can see by the title. It's the part 2, yeah. Now, a couple of days ago, I was coming to play a video, but the discussion went another direction. No problem with that. Big up to Born Rich, you know what I mean? Big up Mel, big up Kushti, and so I'm saying to you, family, come and get me. Told me a couple words, no problem with that, yeah. And I think the key takeaway that I was told was balance. No problem with that neither. You see what I'm saying to you? So as such, we will be coming back with a more rice and peace settings a little bit later. By the end of the stream, I'll probably give it more of a subject, but it's definitely it's based around, because at the moment there seems to be this, I don't know exactly where it's coming from, but we're gonna deal with it still. I'll talk about it. A little review of a Danny Roscoe video where myself and Divine spoke to him, and he's like a mixed race, sort of far rightish type of young man. And also, what I also want to discuss is this whole mixed race issue. I think we need to sort of touch upon that and clear that up. Hopefully, my brother Kale may be available a little bit. I'm trying to do it later, but I swear my day's a bit mad and tomorrow's not even good. But I definitely want to be doing that. So hopefully Brother Kale will hear, even Rap Raven, but definitely Brother Kale. And kind of discuss this mixed race thing, car. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that. Yeah, I see you, Cold. I see you, man. It might be 73 by the end of this day, or still, you never know. But right now, you know what I mean, it's early Saturday morning, so everyone's obviously busy doing whatever they're supposed to be doing on a Saturday. Yeah. So all I'm gonna do for the next little time is just be you're going Code, you're going. You see you, Vedrin, you see you. So yeah, man, we're just gonna play the video still. I won't be doing no commentary or nothing. We're just gonna let the thing play. And like I said, hopefully, if not, I'm gonna it will be today still. Maybe not on this stream. I'll start a whole new stream. Get me, make it nice and fresh and brand new, because we don't want to mix the rice and peas with the pasta. Got yeah. So obviously, for those that this may not be for, don't get upset. Just come back later. Go already. And yeah, man. But don't know the thing, man. But big up everybody. Hope all families are safe and well. And remember, karma's a bitch. You know what I mean? Karma's a bitch. And also, I mean, if you're religious, also remember that it's not you that takes the karma. It's your children and your children's children, your children's children that takes the karma. So, yeah, man, drive safely, big man. Drive safely, man. Drive safely, man. Yeah. So, yeah, man. So, like I said, we're gonna do that, and then we're definitely gonna come back and get me fling something upon the pot. But yeah, this was what I tried. And then even the worst thing is that the show that we did a couple of days ago, I don't know why it didn't save. You know what I mean? I think it must be because it went over so long, which is quite unfortunate, because after the initial part, there were some really good discussions in that. So that is a bit unfortunate, but I saw it go. But for those that listen to it live and that, I hope you enjoyed the stream. We had a nice set of people, a nice array of people that passed through that day. Do you know what I mean? And again, you know, even the first part whereby you get me, some of the sisters and brothers came and gave certain protestations. I got no problem with that. You know what I mean? That's not a problem. And as a family, it's about how we sort of deal with it, this, that, and the other. Yeah, so that's cool. And even maybe at the time, I don't know, I may have probably sounded frustrated or whatever because it was a bit mad still. I'm not gonna lie, and I did make a comment about how one side is dealing with it compared to the other. You know what I mean? But we won't even go too much far into in depth with that. But what I will say though, you know what I mean, on behalf of myself and Divine, well, also, you get me that, you know what I mean, definitely appreciate the other community, as it were. Do you know what I mean? You know, showing care and concern at the very least. You know what I'm saying to you, and acknowledging that there's certain levels that you're not really supposed to go down, but obviously we know that people will. Yeah, but for those that have, like I said, showed care and concern, then we definitely appreciate it. You know what I mean? Which is the right thing, yeah, because regardless of person's sort of political or racial or this or that alliances, you know what I mean? When you see a piece of shit move, you know it's a piece of shit move. You know them ones, like, you know, it's one of them ones, man. You get me? So, so yeah, man. Big up yourself, Mark Smith. You know what I mean? Terry. I wonder which Terry. This guy keeps changing his name. But yeah, man. So listen, family. Let me just press play. Do you know what I mean? Get your popcorns and your rare, or your little cornmeal porridge, or your rare. Do you know what I mean? Oh yeah, she's saying, look, Divine saying, big up the other community, especially Dave. Yeah, Dave went and delivered some very precise and concise surgery yesterday. You know, so big up Dave still, and I think, you know, they what's his name? James Jones made a comment about Dave, saying that he thinks he's come a long way. And I would definitely concur with that still, you know what I mean? I think as a young person, he's definitely come a long way still in various things. And obviously I believe that, you know what I mean, back in the day he may have been under certain influences more so, and seemingly he may have beat that. So big up for that as well still, you know what I mean? Because there's others, you know what I mean, who shall name, or who we don't need to name, gods, chiller, that, you get me, ain't been able to change their path, man. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? So Dave got killed on Jupiter. Oh, well, that shows you how high your IQ is, Terry. Do you know what I mean? That shows how your IQ is very high. So you're obviously part of the high IQ crew, boy. Yeah. But anyway, let me not even get into too much chatting, Scar. Yeah, let me just make the thing fly. And like I said, for those that it's not for, get me, just come back a little later. Occupational hazard still, you know that already, man. Nah, man, do your thing, man. Because like I said, I'm gonna run something, and then I'll definitely be coming back, man. But I'm gonna run a video still, man. And yeah, man, get busy. But yeah, so I'm just giving you a little bit of a backdrop, family, and just to remind you how messy this little person is, boy. And now she's trying to go over to this American lady and onto their thing and try and whip it up. You know what I mean? Imagine she's gone over there talking about 0161 and the Esau thing and whatever. Now what she's trying to do is interchange me, and you get me, Betty, and she's messy. But obviously she's Betty bun her up on Relly the other day. You know what I mean? I don't know if you don't got to hear or see. Maybe I'll play that one first still, but he just come and told us, yo, you've got an STD, man. I don't know. All right, you lot in the chat, which one do you want to listen to first? What happened to Biggie's Jabba? Nah, you know, let me. Yeah, man, Rice and Pasta today, so don't watch nothing. I don't hear nothing. It's just Rice and Pasta, man. You get me? And it's about clearing mind or keeping my name clean. Right, so let me just hold on. But yeah, man, Gummy's hurting, man. And like I said, hurt people. You know what I mean? Now I won't even play, like I said, when I went on to this Janet women, because like I said, they're striking. They like to strike and all kind of things, boy. Trust me. So I wouldn't even risk it. But you can go over there and hear for yourself, man. You know what I'm saying to you? But like I said, they're trying to go on like like and Gummy trying to call me a troll and all kind of, yeah, I mean, but you know, like I said, Janet said that that's a disabled station, man. So yeah, it might be easier to. Let me go. Speak to Janet about what, man? Speak to Janet about what? Did you hear Janet say how? Yo, where's my phone? About how? Yo, she chatted bare. Anyway, just bare Wassman. And that's what I'm saying, Jupiter, she's definitely a groomer. She must be. The people, they must be talking the truth for real. You get me? Because she was talking, and this is a biracial woman. Remember that? Oh, Lord have mercy. But anyway, what I'm going to do is we're going to take a little trip down memory lane. You know, little trip down memory lane. Because I'm hearing Gummy try to reinvent herself. I don't know what she's up to, trying to call herself. I'm going to call myself by my name, Michaela. Like no one don't know. And I think she's trying to I think she's trying to separate herself from her nasty racist degenerate time on YouTube. You know, I think she's trying to do something like that. You know, remember there was a youth that tried to come on and tell people that he was a clone. You get me? And then when it turns out his old self had bare problems, bare police problems, bare nastiness, and whatever. I think she's trying to. It's some low IQ thing, man. But yeah. So why is I quickly go and do something? Listen, Dirty, if you do what you want to do, but you know what I mean, I don't really care about Janet. I've heard her try to gas it up like she dealt with me away and whatever, and you know what I mean. But like I said, for my know they're disabled, respectfully, and this is a woman that's in love with McVeal. I mean, if you can fall in love with William McGee from over the oceans, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, it tells us everything we need to know. You know what I mean? And up till, she was balling on Wendy's show about real. So, you know, yes, Nashville, big up yourself, man. You get me? Always nice to see the Triller family pass through. You know what I mean? Break the boundaries and that. But yeah, man, happy Sunday, happy Sunday, happy Sunday. So yeah, I'm going to play this. You lot go and cook up and do whatever in the background whilst I do what I'm doing. And then, yeah, man, we'll come back in. Oh, shit, get to it, man. But, yeah, man, rice and pasta today. I just saw it go. You know what I mean? If I defend my yeah, man. Get me? But you're Gummy. You're too low IQ. And you're not wholesome, Gummy. You're nasty. And from I see, you literally try to dox me and my youth. You're disgusting, man. You get me? You're disgusting. You know what I mean? And that's why I know that the things I say about you are 100% true. 100% true. Yeah. All right, what am I doing now? 100% true, man. You're disgusting, man. You know what I mean? You're disgusting. But that's why certain things will happen to you, man. Karma's a bitch, man. Yeah. Yeah, man, they are all a bunch of clowns. That's a fact, KD. That's a fact. That's a fact. You know what I mean? But it's the levels, in it. You know what I mean? That's why they're all good for each other still. You know what I mean? That's the levels. You know what I mean? But boy, that's why I do this still. Come off a cover myself. Oh, you have to defend. Yes, that's right. That's right. I have to defend myself against the junk of them. Big facts. Big facts. Big facts. All right, if I'm gonna let this play, and then I'm gonna quickly do something. So you lot do something in the background too. And like I said, in the meantime, you can even go and check it out, whatever, like I said, about what did or didn't happen on this Janet Chin card. They're trying to make it out like they buoyed me off. And all I did is go and try to support the woman card. She's, like I said, new channel. She's trying to get subscribers. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what them was. And like I said, Raheem was there, Gurdeep was there, Jack of Age or whatever. So all this nonsense about I'm following the old Dotty Junker are foolishness, man. But yeah, let me play this still.
You think he's superior? Situation. I bless you all. I bless you. I hope it clears your hearts because you lot
You're good as with them, girl. You're good as with them. Some march out, walk out with your racist friend.
What me with the racist friend?
See, when Tony Blair came, when Tony Blair was
good as with them, girl. You're good as with them. Boy, walk out with the slave catcher them.
We don't want to hear no that. We don't want to hear that.
Yes, villain. This is yourself. Yeah, hold on. So it works. All right, then, big up to yourself, villain. I definitely sent you over the link, man. Make it no sense. You know what I mean? We're over here, and yeah, man. Let you know we're gonna give you some of our history on Gummy. You understand what I'm saying to you? And the other little Blue Rinse crew, man. You know what I mean? So what we're doing now is just playing some little old. Well, that's good on you, man. Nah, man, she's a lion, man. You see what I'm saying to you? Because even right now, she's a lion villain. You understand? But do your thing still, man. Might take a little listen, you know? But yeah, man, we're just playing some old video, and yeah. All right, 1 second, family.
Okay, you make sure you're ready for the conversation, man. That's not good.
Education.
Yeah, you know what? Say you're older than Tour, and you're running from the conversation. You can't do that, man.
Nigerian, he's going to the reading the rock books in a long.
Good as with them, girl. Good as with them, boy.
You don't cost them. Him and them.
You can march out with your racist friend, way.
Educated background, lack of knowledge because their parents.
They don't want to be MP.
Knowledge on them until they came forward.
So walk out with the slave catcher, boy.
I want to make them pee.
Hector.
Rasta.
Yeah.
Why go on?
Yeah, so Stevie.
No, it's not me.
No. You got Stevie at the dance.
Rasta,
why go on? What do you say?
Yeah, so easy, my brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to hold on to me Hector, but Hector hold the reason properly.
Leave Hector alone, yeah? You've got Kuya. Kuya. Rasta. Him a black guy like you know. But see, in I hear him saying never slave. Him not black like we then, don't it?
Look at you. You want to pretend to speak part, right? You not pretend never but slave. You are a fake Rasta. You go. You see yourself.
Don't it, Rasta?
Yeah. You want to.
Are you black like Hector now? Are you black like Hector? Or are you from the slave descendant?
No, I'm from the slave tribe.
I might, Steve, mate.
Better slave. Slave plantation, hard work.
Me back.
Yeah.
What is it? Post-traumatic slave syndrome. So what descendancy are you, Steve?
Fucking English.
No, this is a mixed race.
Steve is right. He's right. You've got post-traumatic slave syndrome. And most of you have got it from fucking Raspek, which is really
no, Jupiter. We don't get it from Raspek. You understand?
Yeah, you do.
We don't get it from Raspek. You understand that, Jupiter?
Should I tell you?
Raspek just found out the day and like
Terry, I ain't done nothing, man. Just shut up and listen, man. Shut up and listen, man.
Because of their lack of knowledge.
Listen to this one now.
Yeah.
Right, hold on, family. Hold on, family. Hold on. I see. Is that you in the thing there, Moon? Yeah, you're fire. Hold on. So what are you saying? Yes, are you threatening me, Moon? Because obviously this is from Banana Split. So let me see, Moon. What are you saying? Talk to me, man. What are you saying? Would you like me to stop playing this, Real and Miggy? Hold on. Would you like me to stop playing this, Real? Talk to me, real man. Yeah, because you know I was looking to go and do something. So what are you saying? Are you bringing me into this madness, Will? Yeah. Yo, real. Chat to me, man. Yes, please. What? Are you want me to stop playing this because of what, real? Hold on a minute. Let me see really what I've got on. 1 second. Hold on. Yo, hold on a minute. So, yes, please. What? Hold on a second. Let me see what I'll pop off. Yes or no. Really saying you're getting flagged for playing his content allegedly. Okay. All right. No, I'm not bringing you in it. Okay. So can I remain playing this reel? Because this is from Banana Split's channel. Now you're letting me know, obviously it's coming from your team. Cool. So it all leads back to yourself. So can I just get a yes or a no? Can I remain playing this without 90 for getting a strike and all of these vibrations that I know does go on the other side of YouTube? So I'm going to ask a direct question, Real. May I still remain playing this? Yes or no? All right, man's come to talk for himself. Give thanks, bless up. Yoga. Long time no real, boy.
Give me 1 second for my mic to stabilize, yeah?
Oh, stabilizes. Fine now.
Ah, there we go. It's good now. It's good now. Yeah, what you saying, Nine?
Yo, what you say, Moon? Long time, man. I'm getting to hear you back in the building and doing bits, man.
Yeah, of course, innit? But this is what I'm trying to say. Like, how come you don't come around and show me no love and then you're going to play my stream?
Hey, all right, I know you're back. Yeah, the last I knew you was in Bulgaria throwing hammers and all sorts and living that good life. Yeah, man. So yeah, I've definitely heard you're back now. Trust me. And obviously, where Real goes,
drama follows, yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, obviously, I'm playing this thing. So you're saying that that's from yourself, then, yeah?
Yeah, because obviously, like, what you need to do, yeah, you need to come and ask me at the minimum, man. At the minimum.
But I thought that. But listen. Oh, that's on Banana Split thing, innit? So really,
I know, and Banana Split could get a strike for that as well. That's the wickedest thing.
Is that how we're going on out here now, man?
Yeah, like it's mad, like it's mad.
People use my thing all the time, Bridget, and
you need to stop them.
Because obviously I don't want to be getting no strike. I ain't got 1,000 odd, but the 1 and 2 I have, respectfully, I want to keep them still. You see what I'm saying to you? So
yeah.
If you're saying, boom, you don't want me to play it because I don't know why, then obviously I'll stop playing it. You know what I'm saying?
No, but what are you playing it for, though? That's why I jumped on to ask you, because I don't know why you're playing it.
I'm playing it just to remind the people of the chronological orders of people being nasty, racist, degenerates. You know what I'm saying to you?
Which people in general?
I'm talking about Gummy Bridget. I'm talking about Gummy Street. Yeah,
because I don't know all these new names, man.
Gummy, Polygrip, 10 belly, sulfur in your belly.
Sulfur in your belly, yeah, right. I know what you're talking about now.
You understand? So yeah, that's why. And because she's trying to paint a narrative, a lie, an illusion, a perception, because that's what the little gummy bitch does. That I, amongst other things, yeah, said something about her and her youth when she put her youth on the Sarah Garvey show. Yeah, apparently. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And she was in a ball gown and all of these things. I definitely heard of them things, but I never commented it, not once. See? Cool. Betty, she declared war on Betty last week, yeah? She declared war on Betty last week. The week before, they were friends. Anyway, sidebar. So now she's trying to bring me into her war with Betty. The point, anyway, let me just get to the point. The point being, yeah, is that she put me and my youth on her channel. You see me? Now, to me, that's a soft docs, bedroom. Yeah, you don't need to bring in my youth, wherever this, wherever that. So now it is what it is, isn't it? You get me? That's what I'm saying. So I'm just really playing this now. Car in this, her youth came on, innit? Yeah, one of her other fucking bag of blood clean boots. You know what I mean? So yeah, man, I'm just playing it.
Older one. Yeah.
Yeah, man. So I'm just playing it one, just to, you know what I mean? And then whilst I'm doing that, I'm gonna be doing something, and then I'm coming back again. You get me? So that's what it is. That's what it is, man. So while I'm playing it,
I tell you what, yeah, man. I'm gonna allow you to continue to keep playing this video. Yeah, you have my verbal permission that you can keep reviewing that stream for this stream, yeah. But what I would like you to plug my channel where it came from, innit? You know what I mean?
You want me to pass you over the dark side there? But I passed over 2 dark places and they can't stop talking about me. No, Aoife was on Janet. No, Aoife went on to the... No, Aoife.
No, that Janet woman's dangerous, but I'm not even gonna go there.
No, I'm hearing you back. I'm hearing you. You know what I mean? But when I went wherever, I went just to go and talk to Mr. Unknown. You know what I mean? And mirror this, but all they wanted to speak about was, you know what I mean? The drama. But yeah, man. But boy, I'm not gonna lie. Someone said that they're in love with you. I'm like, is she okay?
But you know, all the women love me now, and even you love me as well.
Oh, love it, man. Come on, man. You know my thing already, man. But yeah, man. So I've definitely been. I took a busman's holiday on that day, and definitely went a couple channels. And yeah, man, I'm gonna have to pass over to the original Dark Side of the Moon, I guess.
Yeah, man.
See what I'm going.
Show some love one day, man. You know what I mean?
All right, man. Well, welcome back anyway.
All right, big up yourself, man.
Hope you had a nice journey, man.
Enjoy the rest of your stream, man.
Etc. So let me ask you one question: did you come back as a dual or a single? Like, are you and my girl?
No, just me one.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
all right. Stay nothing.
Back in London, you know how we go.
All right then. Say nothing, man. Well, let the good times roll, man.
All right, Nine. We'll catch up soon.
Yeah, man. All right then. Bless up, man. All right then. So yeah, see the family. We'll come and said yeah, we're coming on the thing. So I'm gonna go back and like. Oh my God! What's going on? What's going on? All right then, family. So I'm gonna get back to that, and like I said, that will give me time just to quickly do something stiller, you know. But it's a beautiful day. I'm not gonna lie, sun's shining. You know what I mean? Food's about to get popping. So yeah, man. Oh my God! I heard AJ lost yesterday. Mad thing. People might have lost some money yesterday, boy. All right, let me get back to playing.
Hector, don't talk like that.
You get it.
Hector, don't say that, brother, man. Because you talk about my ancestors them there, yeah, that go to slavery, yeah, and then what we must do now? The ancestors go to slavery now, yeah.
Oh, for God's sake, Rasta, do you know every country in the world did the same system? Every country in the world.
So every country fight against the slave master. And let every country fight against the slave master. We fight against our own.
We put ours in Australia, and they built a fucking city.
All right, and I don't know if that was yourself, Mr. Unknown. You know what I'm saying to you. Apologies if it wasn't. I didn't thingy bob you at that time. But yeah, man, come back in a bit still. And yeah, man, welcome. Yeah, so family, this is an old tape.
Oh,
so you don't know.
And you actually kill off some indigenous people down there, some black people one more time again down there. That's how you do.
Most of those guys
and I put them in South Africa, bro, and murder people down the South Africa. Put them in Zimbabwe. And murder people in Zimbabwe. Yeah. And I put them in the what other place the name again? In New Zealand, I murder people in New Zealand. So I am murder. Proud of. Yeah, that's why I try to tell me, oh, yeah, I put them in Australia to kill off some indigenous people down there. Yeah?
So what do you love about white people? Rasta, What do you love about whites?
Murderer. Hey, that's fucking Braden, mate. What's going on, Stevie?
Blood
Fucking
upon Uno
Puffin?
and Hector.
It's more like fucking Stevie Puffstar.
Kill with today, you want to kill like tomorrow. Murderers.
Well, here we go. Here we go. You see,
Stevie Puffin, mate.
never be a true
Hello,
rascal.
hello, mate. That's fucking Stevie, mate. What's happening, fella?
Murderers.
Even if you sing
Come
Peter
on.
Tosh, Bob Marley, I Roy, you Roy. I know
Why do black people? Yeah, because why you listen to our music, Hector? Because you don't have music of your own.
it's a true
Where's
rascal.
the Benin Kingdom music?
That is how sad you are.
Hector, man. Hector,
What, J Hus, Benin
Hector,
Kingdom,
you
yeah?
need to get your fucking head out the white man's arse. Yeah.
You have to speak that low.
Help me up.
Oh, God. What? Oh, come on.
Sad you are, very pathetic.
You lot are sad people. Fellas from the Caribbean, you know that, innit?
Sicily. It's been there for
Exactly. Give us back, fella.
You don't know where you stand for. At least Rasta.
You lot don't have nothing.
And you Bob
No
Marley
creative,
don't you? Bob Marley's
no
English.
creation,
English.
Bob Marley fucking
lack of
Jamaican. What are you talking about?
creativity.
And guess what? And guess
Culture
what? Bob Marley-
vultures. That's what you are. Culture vultures, just like the English.
You know what?
No,
I
Bob
think
Marley
Jupiter is
is
jealous. Yeah, I think Jupiter wish like Hector was fucking
In it, Ras.
Caribbean,
They're
yeah.
a culture vulture.
Is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Caribbean
He's jealous
themselves.
because
Culture
Hector
vulture?
from
What are
Nigeria,
you
so we wish
wearing? Are you
Hector
wearing
was from the Caribbean.
You-
You understand, man?
Are you wearing
You and the Africans are both culture vultures, mate.
Do you wear boxer shorts? Do you?
Yeah,
Culture
of
vulture.
course.
What are you wearing Western clothing for? Get back in your rags and go away.
Are you serious? Are we show you people how to make underpants, you know?
Get down.
Underpants.
I
Come
feel
on,
like
mate,
it's that.
boxer shorts.
Yeah.
You lot used to wear brief looking like a thong. Is we show you how to wear boxer shorts, mate.
You are
used
the
to wear them
way.
tight up
You
your
are the
knickers
way.
as big man.
Don't include yourself in the
You
way
used to
because
wear brief.
you
I
don't
bet
know
Hector
what
still wear them like he's going to the beach.
heritage. You don't know your culture.
Like his name is Baywatch.
The way. People after is talking, I understand, not you. And of course, that's what you don't understand. Who are the way? We taught you this, we taught you that. You that don't know what you're people within the Caribbean
Hector.
you're from. You are a lost
Yes,
cause.
we're from the Caribbean, a beautiful place, Hector.
You don't know where you're from. The other day you said you were from.
Very beautiful, Hector.
You said no, Jamaica, St. Lucia,
I'm
Jamaica.
from the whole Caribbean, Hector.
Not sure. That's what
The
I'm saying.
whole Caribbean, that's for me.
Hector, can I ask you a question?
And
Outside,
Jamaica alone, you know.
pathetic. You're even trying to imitate
That's
a
right,
true
man.
Rasta.
Jamaica
fucking
only
tell
alone,
See how
you know.
pathetic you
Yeah,
are.
man.
See how
Yes,
pathetic
you little ras soul. I'll give you the Montserrat as well, you ras soul. You're just a little ras soul. The whole Caribbean is mine, you're a little ras soul.
I pray for your soul. All this is
You
called
don't deal with ras souls.
all this is called
I will speak the whole Caribbean for your class.
enough to impact knowledge on you.
Just a ras soul. You and Jupiter, bunch of ras souls.
Enough cause next generation.
Don't boy, I run. Yo, down out here.
The muted. You're a ras soul.
Don't leave it.
The muted.
Of course. Go and look for your heritage. Then come talk to
Right
me.
up in the English ras soul.
Even within Caribbean life, some of you have to go back to Jamaica to ask, am I African? That is how lost people
Hector's
are.
right up in the English people's ras soul.
Whatever.
Hey, so can I ask you a question?
Don't ask me any questions.
Hector, stop fucking
Ask your educated parents.
using my mic, bro.
I'm not your father. Ask your father.
Why are you
Hector,
going?
the butthole inspector.
Hector, why are you going for white now?
He's been a little
You're not
ras soul, that's
you're not
why.
clear. Leave white gal alone.
Ask your parents for education. Am I your?
Hey, yo, Braden. Braden.
He's been a little ras soul, right?
Braden, why are you using fucking some next guy's fucking
He said he's far right.
Stevie Pulford? Yo, Torok, you do know that's fucking thing, Braden, isn't it?
Oh, big up
Yeah.
Braden, big up Braden.
And let Braden talk and let's see what he's got to say, man.
Yeah, man, big
Let
up
me
Braden.
rise in the white
Good
flag.
morning, Braden.
Morning, how you doing, lad? What? Did
Yeah,
you
man,
know it was
morning,
me? How's my voice?
No, I didn't clock you,
Right.
man.
Christian scripture.
Oh, no, here we go.
Yo,
I
listen, I
can't
think Jupiter's coming back to cook the Bible again.
Jupiter, what I want to know is how did you and Hector meet?
What's that got to do with you?
Basically,
There you
I think
go.
it's Butlins.
Butley.
That actually makes me feel
Jupiter
physically
met Hector, yeah, in
Love
the
at first
Gatorade.
sight at Butlins.
No, seriously. Because she's meant to be a proud.
Jupiter met
She's,
Hector in Brighton in a
he's meant to be a
Gatorade.
proud African, but the contradiction is an irony.
Yeah. It is.
No,
Okay, can I ask this question to Braden? Okay, you know,
Braden, be honest. Do you think he's got low self-esteem?
You would like to be a racist, Braden, and chuck black people out. Doesn't mean that he
No.
can't be.
well, at least Braden's being open though, innit, man? He's not hiding himself. At least that's I'll give him fucking points for that. Know what I mean?
Braden's telling the truth.
Where we
Listen, let's ask this question to Braden, yeah?
Look,
Braden, if Jupiter was to come down to your ends with fucking Hector, yeah, down to your local pub, would he be accepted as a white fella?
Hell no.
not with that accent.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Thank
Hell
you.
no.
See, Jupiter, no.
Innit, leave his village alone. I want to keep Braden's village how it is, mate.
Yeah, you're Irish, aren't you? Braden, are you not Irish?
I'm not Irish, no.
Irish descendant.
No, that's just my beard.
no, you do it.
Exactly. You see how you lie. You told us that you told the whole panel everywhere you're half Irish. You see how you lie.
Hector, have you got a sign on in Croydon this month?
Listen to me. I don't want to get into any slagging match with you tonight. Please just leave me alone, okay? Please.
Hector,
See,
In the
English
car,
people
they
don't
I'm stood in your corner, but don't step over the line, mate. All right?
See, English people don't run from a good banter.
Listen, Braden, if you was to be the Prime Minister, would you kick out what's his name, man, Hector? Or do you think he should go back to his country?
No, I wouldn't kick him out, no.
Yeah.
No, I'd have him working for me.
It'd be the other way around, mate, the way things are going. And the fact of the matter is, Braden.
Jupiter, all right, let me just say one
Right.
thing.
Yeah, go on.
Let me just say one thing from a man's point of view, from
Yeah,
an
but if you
alien
gonna
point of view.
Braden.
He looked at you, saw you as an easy target. Thought, if I have kids
Red
with her,
passport.
it's gonna be hard for them to kick me out. So you
Yeah.
can do.
Yeah,
Innit? See, everybody knows.
Yeah, everybody knows you've been used.
Swag.
No, I think fucking
No.
racist idiots believe that.
No. Go back for Hector. Go back to Hector. The Hector talk to Braden, man. Because Braden has plenty to say to Hector.
Yeah, because he needs to tell the truth.
Yeah, Braden.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not trying to be rude, Jupiter. Do you think when Hector saw you,
Braden, what have you got to say?
listen, Jupiter, do you think when
Yeah,
Hector
why
saw
keep
you,
Braden?
when he said,
Braden,
yeah,
what have you
you
got
got
to
like,
say?
yeah, she's an easy girl.
Am I lying?
Have you got to say to me? Go ahead, let me listen.
Okay, let me just say from my point of view, right? You're from Nigeria, born and bred Nigerian, yeah?
Yes.
So it's quite hard. It's quite hard for you to just rock up in this country and have indefinite right to remain, yeah?
Why?
Yeah, so can you tell me how you're allowed to stay here?
Because I believe in the principles of the United Kingdom. I believe in what the United Kingdom stands for.
You could be
from
fucking
a-
lying, man. You know what I'm saying? You could be singing the
you now.
fucking anthem. You know what I'm saying? You don't fucking believe that, mate. Fucking get out of here, son.
Listen to me, and for the record, I had my documents before I met my wife. And thirdly, I embrace the
Computer
British
says
culture.
no.
Listen to me. I embrace the British culture and way of life.
If
which
you
has
got your fucking bodyguard, your missus fucking chipping your
Computer says no.
You're
cannot
fucking
come
done out
on
here, man. You know what I mean? You get fucking bullied on road, mate.
Start
I
talking
mean-
shit already. You can as well
Hector,
fuck up.
If
now.
you
Listen,
ever want to go
me,
down
the
to
fact-
see the Millwall lads, yeah, they'll fucking have you for a fucking dinner, mate.
you can fuck off to Ireland, Braden. You understand me?
Who got the cucumber? Who got the cucumber?
Oh, God.
What? So if I go back to Ireland, will you go back to Africa?
Braden, as I said, you can as well fuck off back to Ireland where you belong. You
But that's
understand
his
me?
next one.
You're not even English.
That's all right. That's around
Listen,
the corner for him.
proper English. Just because you're white,
Braden is in a mission there to
you're
fucking.
another moron and a fool coming up to join other morons. If you don't know what, I will educate you.
Listen, yeah.
Just because
So
you
English people are morons.
Hector, can I ask you another question?
it does not mean you're English. Fuck off to
Yeah.
Hector,
Ireland.
And depending where your Irish heritage is, will depend on whether you're even British.
Hector, can I ask you another question, please, sir?
No. The only question you need to know, Braden, is right that you think all blacks should go out the country. I don't agree with that. You're a little fucker, right? Shit. You're a little fucker. Talk
Hey,
shit.
listen, Jupiter, shut the fuck up for 1
Right.
sec, man. Give it to your
Yeah, can I
husband,
just
yeah.
ask a question,
Braden,
please?
asking 21 questions about immigration, okay?
Talking shit, Braden, because you're a prejudiced little cunt.
No, because they haven't got their story right.
Hector, how do you feel that Jupiter would drop you like a hat for Tommy Robinson?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
First and foremost, she's not dropped me for Tommy Robinson. Secondly, I support Tommy Robinson. Is that clear?
Oh, he's
Exactly.
elected.
No, but Jupiter, in a heartbeat, would drop you for Tommy.
See, Braden, you have such a very short memory. You
No, that's
forgot.
a good point. That's a good point, Braden.
Listen, you forgot you have such a short memory.
It's
That
funny
is-
Jupiter's not saying nothing.
Braden, that's consumed by alcohol. Forgot I was standing.
You hear that, right? She doesn't say nothing, you know. She's like,
Forgot I was
Braden, just imagine
I
the
heard her, yeah,
immigration officer just ask questions to Hector.
I was standing side by side with you in March when we went to protest for Tommy Robinson's delay. You see how myopic and ignorant you are. So you go drink your Stella and fuck off to Ireland.
Babe, pass that Stella, would you?
Hey, listen, at least fucking Braden's got the balls to say what he wants in it. Jupiter's fucking just hiding just because of
Jupiter doesn't complain about that Tommy Robinson comment.
That's it.
Jupiter's dead out.
I heard Jupiter, she went,
Jupiter sell out to the white people, I'm telling you.
It's not anyway. Jealous, Braden.
Jupiter's
We're not
quiet.
English anymore.
Wait,
We're not English anymore.
One second. Braden come like a journalist. Braden can come like a journalist because Braden know the kind of questions to ask.
True.
Huh?
Mm.
Okay.
Yeah, Jupiter went,
How many white kids you got, Braden? How many white grandkids you got, Braden?
See, she don't even complaining about the Tommy
Where
question.
you
Look,
done bring them, Braden? Where you done bring them,
Guys,
Braden?
can you hear the venom?
You
Can you hear the venom?
Yeah.
You can't even read the juice.
I listen, yeah, I'm telling you, yeah. If Hector was to go out and link up with the fucking mural guys there, he'd get fucking roasted. He needs a
Yeah,
bodyguard like
yeah.
Jupiter to back him up.
You see how stupid you are. My mate, listen, my mate supports me war. My mate goes to the den and is black. How ignorant you are.
Yeah, but you can't join him though, can you, man? Not with that fucking accent, mate.
To the den together. You see how ignorant you are. Idiot. I keep telling you. One, tell your own parents to educate you proper. You, your parents, and lots of you.
Jupiter, come on, let me have a debate with Jupiter, yeah? Or wrong un.
it's obvious. We can see it all. The writings on the wall.
Freaking betrayer. You are a betrayer of your country.
Listen, yeah, us lot, we've been taking a
Betray your country.
yeah, let Braden have a little chat with Jupiter, okay?
There's still a
Once
burning
she got
flame.
married to a black fella.
Come back. He takes an African. You see how stupid you are. It takes an African to remind you you are a scumbag in your own country, betraying your own country, Brady. Fuck off.
Hector, can you tell me how many times a week do you have to sign on at Croydon?
Yeah, how many times a week do you have to? You see, that is how you use stereotypes. Like as I said, you are a betrayer of your country. You
Must
don't
have
even
hit a nerve, mate. You know what I mean?
to Ireland.
You still haven't answered the question.
I would not be surprised because
From
you're
Lagos, how did you come from Lagos?
not English. The fact that your white skin does not make you English. Fucking idiot.
Lagos to
And
London.
being black skin definitely don't make you fucking white.
He didn't say he's white. He's proud to be of African heritage. But he embraces Britain and he embraces the British culture.
Hector's like them coconut. Yeah.
Doesn't mean
He's
you
black
get
on the
a
outside,
different
but he's
Brayden
right
is not
to
British
remain.
culture.
middle.
Brayden is not British culture.
But
Brayden
yeah, no, Jupiter, white man English.
Behind closed doors, Jupiter. Yeah, this is what we all think, right?
That's it. And we respect that. At least he's being up front with it. People just fucking hiding behind the fucking closet. See, the closet racist.
You say you're far right, you're not even anywhere. You're neither left, right, or center. You're not the far right people. You're not one of them. You claim to be one of the far right. Fucking Irish.
When you talk to the English, yeah, when you talk to the English, they agree with me. None of them disagree.
do that. I'm English. You're
My
not
wife is English, you're not English.
I'm
That's what I'm trying to say.
You're not English anymore. You're not English anymore.
English
I'm Irish skit. Let's pull rank. I'm English.
You're a traitor to the English.
I live in an area where everybody's English,
But
Brayden.
you're a sellout.
You know that, Brayden, don't you? But you're not English. You're half Irish.
Jupiter,
Half
no,
Irish.
Jupiter,
Fuck yourself, Brayden.
Jupiter.
You sold out, yeah? You sold out once you started mixing with Africans.
Exactly.
Jupiter, maybe they Braden.
What did your parents? Your parents sold out from being Irish to marrying to English. Idiots. You see, you cannot even understand that you yourself. Remember, have you forgotten? Go and ask your parents. No blacks, no
Brayden, he doesn't
Irish,
understand.
no dogs.
He doesn't understand, Brayden.
Remember those signs. No blacks, no Irish, no dogs. Idiots.
Yeah. Hector, are you going to answer the question or not? You're not going to answer, are you?
You ain't on our level, Brayden. Don't even try.
Lagos to
Don't
London?
fucking step up to my husband, you little cunt. Because I tell you something, if there's a choice between my husband and a jumped up wannabe, you will be done. So fuck off. Can you get me?
But Jupiter, Braden, a bad man. Yeah.
Braden's cool, man. I like Braden, man.
Honestly, no. Braden as a white boy, I have to respect him still.
Yeah.
I like him for interviews. Yeah.
Jupiter, even my bit on the side laughed at you then.
Yeah, Braden.
You would never
Never
be come near me, Brayden. I'd spit in your face and rather than fuck you, you cunt. And I would fucking kick you straight up the balls. You go and sleep with the likes of Isabella, you dirty, trashy bastard.
She's holding that against you, Brayden.
Oh dear. I can hear the venom. When Jupiter talks, I can hear the venom coming out of her.
Rightfully so, you step to my husband. You step to my husband, you step to me.
Yeah,
Braden, I think he's jealous, man, because he's
Don't
fucking
step to my husband. You step to my husband, you step to me. You cunt.
How do you come from Lagos to London?
Caravan.
Yeah? And he saw you, Jupiter. He saw you as an easy target and thought, that's my ticket to stay here. That's all you are, a ticket to stay here.
You see me, Brayden, and said, oh, what a mother I'd like to fuck. You're a cunt.
Listen, I'm not. Hey, listen, all night I wanted to say something.
You stood by me. You give me fucking near enough 50 years. What have you got,
when he saw you 20, 30 years ago, yeah? He felt like, okay, she's an easy target. She looks like a bit of a slag.
He was mixed race. What have you got, Brayden? What have you got?
What's that?
What have you got? You had a girlfriend and your fucking flatmate fucking shagged her. You had another girlfriend that was fucking in a mutual marriage with a fucking Muslim that you apparently hate. What have you got, Brayden? You've had a run up north, and what you got now? A little white slag, have you? Have you got a little northern white slag?
Are you a white slag?
Hey, Braden's half your age, you let him enjoy yourself, innit?
This is why would you say white slag anyway? Is that how you look at yourself? No, this is somebody that I've known for about 12 years.
Yeah, and Jeep is the one that said that she hates the word being called a slag.
I know.
It's your own word. Oh, yes.
Her voice. She knows that she's been used for a ticket to stay in England.
And you know how that guy was thinking for like, yeah, she's a bit of a slag. She's an easy target. Red passport, mate. Happy days, ching ching.
Yeah, Braden, are you talking how your parents used them? How your parents came into England from Ireland? Is that what the history you're giving us tonight?
Hector,
Don't forget your parents are Irish.
There's not much.
I said just because you've got white skin does not make you English. You moron.
Yeah, he's my son.
Yeah.
He's my son. Let my son deal with the cunt.
You understand me?
Look at the venom in her voice. Hector,
Exactly, rightfully so, idiot. Because you've sold your country out. You claim to be from England, but you're selling your country.
Hector, can I please ask this one more time? Yeah, how have you got a visa to stay in this country? Because you're from,
as I said, I've answered you just like your parents did. Yeah, just like your parents did.
I think it's because you've had children here and you're married here.
I think
That's why you're here, isn't it? You see a white woman, you see a vulnerable white woman, and you think, oh, I make babies with her. I get a passport. I make babies with her.
Listen, leave him. Come on, listen.
That's what you were thinking when you saw Jupiter, weren't it? Come on, tell the truth. Yeah, tell the truth.
What do you want? Martin? Samsung.
Yeah, because that's how
No. That's if he's still working, I don't know.
That's where
Hector's gonna quote from the Bible in a sec.
Yeah, a few home truths.
She's vulnerable. She's vulnerable.
I don't know what you press.
It was the gospel.
I have to get on YouTube. Where's the chat?
What's the price?
But the proof was always there.
Oh, look, he's left.
Man,
Jupiter
it's
has left
carpet.
the building.
They opted.
Oh my God, they've had enough on love. She's never fucked off, man.
Yeah, because did you hear what Brady says? Would you dumb Hector for Tommy Robinson? And she went, when I give my cat milk, that's the same sound it makes.
Like this Brady's been honest though, man. He's being himself, and that's what I like Brady. I'm saying. The Jupiter, she likes to hide behind the closet. I'm saying. I guarantee you, man. Listen, even if she takes her husband to the pub, yeah, all the white fellas gonna be like, "Who's this fucking black cunt?" Know what I mean?
Yeah. Who's that? Who's that?
Who's that coconut? Know what I mean? That's normal, mate. It's normal, but in the day, like, she just because her husband's black, it don't mean like every white people's gonna accept him. Know what I mean?
Yeah, because it's like Jupiter happens to do that. Because all them geezers now, they're thinking, what's going on here? And she'd be like, oh no, he's far right. He's very far right. He's okay.
Oh, she's back. She's back. She's back to preach.
Oh yeah. I wonder what they got to say for themselves now.
I'll give them a second, man. They need to. I think they've definitely rehearsed everything.
Yeah.
So, like, yeah.
They're trying to be English and have a tea break.
Yeah, but
It's not working.
I
You're
think the
not English.
African guy keeps on fucking up, innit?
Not pulling the wool over our eyes.
Come on, man. I know what the old generation, they're fucking lost, man. I'm telling you. They think they're fucking all everything.
Even the far right says you're not right enough.
That's it. Don't wish anymore.
There's only far right you can go. And that's not too right.
Look at this. In the pub, they call Hector Bounty. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, bounty.
Yeah.
Come on, man. You know the white people need to stop being more racist, man. Being more open, man. Fuck's sake. Like,
Yeah.
No, we need to make whites great again.
yeah, of course,
Yeah.
Brady, man. I like it because you're being honest, but Jupiter, she keeps on hiding behind the closet. That's why I keep on telling her.
No, a lot of so personally, do you know what I mean? She is a nice girl. Personally,
Yeah.
I'd go.
I
Do you
feel,
know what
I
I
feel
mean?
sorry for her because she can't really say anything because her husband's black. In at the end of the day, you can cuss black people for her, but if you say anything about her husband, and like, I know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think she groomed him.
Yeah, of course. She's brainwashed him, man. I bet she even takes him to the white church, man. Like, not them fucking black ones.
No,
Not the Nigerian ones where they sing the hallelujah all day.
Do you know what? What's happened is she's got to that later stage in life. Yeah,
Yeah.
Biden's a fucking prick.
yeah. And what's happened is she's woke up and smelt the coffee too late.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for her, but what needs to happen is she needs to drop that golly.
Go. That's Brayden.
Brayden,
Yo, what?
are you from Elton?
Am I from Eltham? No.
Listen, you little bitch, you're mugging me mum off. I'm telling you now, mother's cunt. We'll come down there and bang you up. Shut the fuck up.
Who is this now?
Listen, you don't need to know, you prick. Shut your face, or we'll come down
Oh,
there.
is that your Jupiter's gay friend?
You sound a little bit gay to me. Are you gay?
Hey, you know who that guy sounds like? That sounds like Jupiter's next door
Fucking
cracking.
arsehole, you cunt.
It's the gay mate from the
I think
top of the
It's
wall.
a gay cracking, man.
You don't like blacks or gays, your worst fucking nightmare. So go straight up your arsehole, you cunt.
See, exactly. There it
He's
is.
gone to the next door.
Hector's mate,
Fucking,
who is trying to back up.
Yeah.
hey, look.
Hector's.
In the morning, yeah. Jupiter's gone around to the next door neighbor. Can you just come and fucking help us? We've got this racist guy. La la la.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
Hector
I mean,
said,
that's
"Oh, I
not
want
like
to
you.
buy a house at Sodom and Gomorrah, number 22, please.
They've been so rude, like.
Sodom and Gomorrah Road, Eltham."
Elton, oh darling, please.
We all know where fucking Brayden to live. We'll go down there, we'll put the pressure on his fucking flatmates and we'll find him up fucking where he is now. Brayden, you need to shut your mouth, mate. You need to shut
Braden's just fine, mate. Braden's all right, mate.
Braden's all right. Listen, Braden's cool, man. He's all right.
We're trying to help Braden keep England perfect.
Yeah.
Jupiter, behave yourself for you. Stop trying with the little threats. Yeah, we know what happens when you turn up to a fight. You get beat up every time.
Yeah, you can say what you like. I'm not bothered. Do you want me to tell our kids what have happened?
Yeah, you should. So
Yeah,
they can tell you what.
tell your children that their dad was a pussy and he got smacked up by a little girl.
Their dad, you mean? My kids are white, you silly little cunt. My fucking first 5 sons are white.
Who cares?
Both of all of them.
And they all stand together. And let me tell you something. If
Yeah,
you
but,
think
yeah, but show them
Doesn't
Isabella.
matter if you're black or white.
you know, they know all the people where you live in your smelly little bedsit on Westbourne Avenue. You think they don't know you, Brayden? You think they don't know you?
They don't know him.
They fucking with fucking Thatcher.
She's on a rant again. Oh my god. He's gone to a next door neighbor's
Braden
house
doesn't
at
have a
3 o'clock
tractor.
in the morning. All right. I need some fucking help. We've got a racist guy called Braden. Come and get some help. All right.
Jupiter, let me just make one thing very clear. Your son is a pussy for letting you go with a black guy. Yeah. A real white guy would never allow that. I'd allow
I respect that. I respect that.
Yeah, true that.
You fucking mad.
Hallelujah.
So I know your son is an absolute melt pussy. Yeah.
Your son is a sellout as well, yeah.
Yeah. I heard his voice. He's a puff. Your son's gay, right?
My son's got
What the fuck you on about, mate?
He's a
She just
bit
said that's her
bent,
son.
Because any man would tell you to shut the bloody hell up at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Go, I'm not coming on these live chats. But I pushed her. Yeah, it joined the conversation.
Yeah.
Makes absolutely no sense. You're fucking online, right? What's going on about? Don't know what's going on here. What you on about?
Yeah.
Is that a son? Boy, he sounds like a proper
You're
cracker,
online
mate.
exactly the same time, you
You sound like
fucking
a
idiot.
nicky, mate. What's going on?
Are you proud of your mum?
Proud of her what?
Are you
Like your
proud?
mum's getting some black cock.
Well, it doesn't matter. White cock, black cock. I don't know what that fucking means.
How about an Asian cock too then, mate? How about that?
What's that?
How about an Asian cock too then, eh?
Hey, how do you feel that Hector's
How
your...
about Raj from Speaker's Corner, eh? He's got some brown cock.
I don't understand what that means. I don't,
I better keep it in the family.
Is Hector your stepdaddy?
Yeah.
Yeah? Do you call him daddy?
No, obviously not, because I'm like in my 30s. I don't understand what's going on here.
So do you love your dad? Do you love your
Dad, go
stepdad?
sleep.
It definitely your brother's son.
Definitely my brother.
Sorry, Matt. I didn't know you was vulnerable. Sorry. It was only
I don't understand what's going on.
Hey, no, if you're a fucking son, yeah, how the fuck is a grown man still living with his fucking parents, man, when his stepdad's fucking black?
I don't understand.
Oh, well, usual what are you? Because you all sound like black fellas. All of you sound like.
I feel bad. Why are you trying to call me out and put my address on online? Do you know what I mean? What's up with you?
No.
I don't even know who the fuck you are. I've just walked in, you're fucking giving it. I don't understand what's going on. Just walked in.
Has your mum got clothes on? Is she fully dressed?
Well,
What's
after Mum Jupiter,
it, the
where she
clan
went
of
all wrong.
liars?
Hey?
What's it, the clan of liars? Like Liars Anonymous.
I don't understand. I don't know what
I
you're
don't
just having a couple of black people. You're all
They're all the same.
You sound like a fucking alky, and you sound like really low IQ. So can you just pass the phone?
Jupiter, you're not incestuous, are you?
Oh, spice up your life.
I think you might have had a child with your brother.
Well, I don't know what I mean.
Oh,
What do you mean?
your brother is
I
from
don't
your sister,
understand what you're
probably.
saying. You're having a proper like black gaze with a white woman. You all of you sound black. I don't understand. You all obviously got black parents, black kids, whatever. I don't understand.
Who is this? The Spice Girl.
You need to season that shit, brother. You get me?
You see how stupid you are, Braden.
Oh, that's Hector's son.
Braden, yeah, that was my stepson. That's my stepson. Yeah, Braden.
Oh my
Braden
god.
is gone quiet because he knows.
Jokes, man.
Yeah, you see, you other morons, you can continue laughing. But Braden has decided to go quiet because he has realized
man.
himself now.
This is banter, man. I'm telling you, man.
Yeah, Braden, I'm not going to address these two morons, but I'm addressing you.
Hector Spectre, the butthole inspector.
Like as I said, you guys, you two, go
Your
tell
son
your
is a
uneducated parents.
Hector, your son's gonna be guilty.
Tell your uneducated parents, your parents that are morons, your parents that don't have knowledge to educate you. And as for Braden, you've talked out because you know you've overstepped the mark. Nice one, Braden.
No,
nice
I'm still here.
No, I understand.
I'm still here, bro. You're not doing nothing. Go on, carry on with your little hypothesis.
Yeah.
Yeah, just looking at the chat. Hector,
Yeah, pretending to be brave, Braden.
you're still. Are you gonna keep dodging this question? How did you get from Lagos to London?
By plane, you silly cunt. How else do people get in?
Yeah, but you do know it's illegal to come here without £20,000 in the bank account.
Exactly. Hence, I came in by plane. I did not come in by boat, just like you Arabs do. I did not come in through Libya, risking my life, just like you Arabs do. Hence, I flew in with 30 grand in my pocket, just like Braden has attested to. You have any problem with that, morons?
Jupiter rescued you.
So, did you see White Gal? Did you see White Gal? This is my ticket. That's what's happened, isn't it?
What is that? Why you went up north?
No.
Why did you go up north then?
Because this is where I'm from.
Where's this country?
Go up
Why are
north.
you going up north?
Why did you? Okay, you see how hypocritical you are. Did you not shag Isabella and she's black?
No, I enslaved is
You did. Yes, you did. You got so intimate. She was even able to take your
You
your
kept
bank
Isabella
card
as
and
a slave, man. Didn't you hear what he said last time? Okay, move on.
Yeah, lie.
yeah.
She don't
I
use your bank
enslaved
card. How did she get your bank card then, Braden?
Yeah.
Got done over by a black, not me.
Listen,
Like, I see what I'm saying, Braden. She got done over by her. She said, "Not me."
The Braden.
if I could ask a question,
How did you get done over by Isabella?
Both of them got done over.
and then Jupiter, can I ask you a question? Why did you just say my address?
Been asked, Braden.
Why did you
Answer
say
the
my
question.
address?
Don't answer any question. Don't ask any question. You answer the question I'm asking you.
Why did you say
Who
my
is the-
address?
You claim to be a big boy. You talk ja. Yeah, you got done by a black bird. Who is the fool? He done you over. Took your bank card.
By a black bird.
Level,
Who is the
What?
moron? Who got done over?
protect your woman. Why didn't you protect your woman?
Actually, she gave that Braden his money. Actually, he didn't get done over.
Braden, who got done over? I'm asking Braden. Are you Braden?
He didn't get done over. She gave back the money.
Listen, are you Braden? What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you Braden? Can't Braden speak for himself anymore? He's gone quiet now, hasn't he?
No.
He's gonna
I
pretend
just
he's
asked questions. Hector, why didn't you protect your wife
I'm
when
asking
she's
for
getting
a
attacked?
question. Who got done? Braden. You got
Hector,
done
man,
over.
you're a pussy, yeah? You need your husband, Jupiter, to back you up because he's a fucking dancer.
You claim to be all that, yet you got done over by a black bird
And a white bird.
and a white bird.
She slept with his
Nobody. You're a stellar head, remember?
No, don't know.
Think you can have the pretty.
How did you get from Lagos to London?
Listen, I've told you I came by air. I did not come by boat, just like the miserable Arabs and
Air balloon.
terrorists.
But wait. Hector, 1 second. 1 second, Hector. You have to remember, man, Braden is a racist white boy, you know. Yeah?
No, he's not.
And one second.
Why do you think I'm telling him what I'm telling him? Because I know he's a racist who got done
No, he's
over
not.
by a black
He's
man.
not.
But wait. Braden, you see, me always tell Hector, right? Me prefer a racist white boy than one gay white boy and all of that there. I
Yeah, I know. But at the end of the day, it is
No,
easier
he's
to
a patriot.
at the end of the day, you know why? Because Braden, that has got no brains, will allow you to manipulate him, and you are going to kill him, stab him in the back.
No.
Braden,
me not
we actually want to
together,
help
me not
Braden,
together.
actually.
We got
No.
That's the thing, we don't actually want to approach on them. We don't want to approach on Braden and pretend you're doing white flag.
What's going to happen, Braden? That's what's going to happen. Because don't forget, you got done over by a blackbird one, and you think these motherfuckers talking to you now are going to stand shoulder by shoulders with you when it comes to crunch time? Because I will
Yeah,
stab
we're
you.
trying to help.
I'm telling you
We're not
seriously.
trying to make any more trouble like Hector.
Listen, Braden's got the freedom of speech, so he can say what the fuck he likes.
You call yourself a patriot. You slagged up Tommy Robinson. You slagged up Danny Tomo. You slagged up the whole of them, and you say you're a patriot. No, you're a traitor.
The man a patriot then, man. The man a patriot.
Tommy Robinson,
As
fucking
an African, I'm telling you, you're a traitor rather than a patriot. You're not a
See,
patriot.
he's jealous, Braden. He's jealous. He knows.
You're a traitor, very Braden.
Hector.
Bad.
The
Coming from an
only reason you like Robinson,
Braden
Yeah.
from African to the black person who you test and hit much. And
Listen,
that,
Hector, you will never get
Me and
one black
Braden are more friends, man. Me and Braden good, man. Me and Braden blessed, man. Yeah,
You understand?
yeah, Braden good, man. Now you fight against you, man. The man blessed, man.
Wait, Braden's actually a decent bloke, mate.
Now, Braden's cool, man. This is being himself, and he's being honest.
People stood with him even when he got beat up. When he got beat up by the fucking
Yeah,
Patriots.
because it's you lot. Because you lot don't know what's good for England.
When he got fucking abused by a fucking blackbird. When he
He
got
did
abused
not get abused, mate.
He got slapped up by that blackbird.
by
wasn't
his life, a black man.
He had a nice time, and she gave him back his money. It was a misunderstanding.
He can go fuck himself.
Isabella sucks off Braden, yeah, that's about
Nah,
it.
don't say that about Braden. No, Jupiter, don't say about
We can't have
Braden.
that. That's blasphemous.
Yeah, don't say about yo, Jupiter, don't say that about
I think
Braden.
Jupiter's angry because Braden got some
Gosh, you're
good
silly
loving from a lady.
Isabella, and the only pussy that Braden's
Put your
fucking
son back to sleep.
Braden, you're done out here, mate. You stepped up to my husband. You made a big mistake.
Oh,
Nah, Braden is all right.
Listen, I'm only just getting started.
ranting, boy.
Yeah? I'm done out here.
Braden.
Just getting started, baby.
Let's get started.
You've
because he
upset
can't
my,
answer for these
you've upset
questions.
my bit on the side now, Jupiter.
Jupiter, you're not right wing enough, you're not racist enough, so boy, you're done out here.
Yeah, Braden, we hang Jupiter, man.
Yeah.
All right, family. Yes. So, yeah, man, that was a little trip down memory lane still. You know, you can hear me now, yeah? Trust me, I'm just watching the voice here. So, yeah. So, I got another one for you still. Yeah. And hopefully by this one is finished, I should be back in that. But, yeah, man, after the house, because it's when the birthday was in the was and all Alright, so as you can see, there's a little bit of noise in the background. I'm gonna line up the next one still. So this is another reason why I'm saying my girl is, you know what I mean, hurt people, try to hurt people. She's going around these the YouTube streets, just making up stories, exposing people's business, you know what I mean, just generally being messy, you know what I mean. But for those of you that might have missed it, this was 0161's most recent opinion about Gummy. So let's have a little listen to this. All right, let me see what I've gone. Hold on a second. And big up everyone in the building still, you don't know, Sunday vibes. I know everyone's probably doing what they got to do in the background, as am I. So yeah, man. Just go on, tune in. And yeah, definitely run the live in a little piece. Yeah? So yeah, man. 0161 come out with 2 bullets and death.
Benny, don't Mercedes, don't BMWs eat petrol though.
But you know, one of the things I don't like,
Yeah.
I don't like
No,
the saloons. I like hot spots.
It eats petrol, brother. Something different. That's why my brother had to sell his one back, man. Had to sell
No,
it back.
no, it doesn't. It depends on what size the engine is. It's only a 1.5. You know, 1.5.
Okay. How about diesel, yeah?
No, it's petrol.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It depends on what. Oh no, 1.6. Ah, sorry, 1.6. 1.6. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm like. 1.5. That's why when you said 1.5, yeah, that's usually like diesel sort of thing.
Yes. Yeah. No.
That's like an old school.
So that's not really that expensive. Like it's like 1.8.
How many toes would you have to suck in order for you to?
Oh God! You know what? You know when you're just having a sensible conversation, and then you got to turn
come
it
on,
into
Betty,
sexual
come on.
gratuity. I'm not too
Betty,
sure
can you
why
not
you have
stop?
to turn it. I'm
Can you not
I'm only
stop?
talking about cars. I don't want to
Come on,
talk and any sexual
You're
thing
not
with
funny,
you.
man. You're
I'm
not
not
funny.
interested.
Just have a laugh for fucking one time in your life, Betty.
Don't try to have a conversation with a black woman where you
With
don't
me.
try and use sexual, gratuitous,
I do it with
disgusting.
all women, Betty.
Try and talk to a black woman with respect, and you might get it back. If a woman says no, and she finds your sexual sort of harassment type of talk offensive, then allow it and understand that and respect that.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm just talking about cars. I didn't come on here to talk any type of dirtiness with you.
No, I didn't say you in particular. I said, how many toes do you think you'd have to suck in order to? But it was just a joke. It was a bloody joke. Because obviously, you know what? Yeah. Anyway.
No, I don't know nothing. I've never met you. And I don't want to meet you.
All right. All right.
Hi, Oz.
Oh, hi.
Yeah, the only thing I want to do, one thing I want to do is come and talk to Michaela about the things that you said about me and stuff like that. I just want to reply back. At the end of the day, the fact of the matter, my mum says you don't procreate with oppressor, you don't procreate with white folk. You don't procreate with the very people that came to enslave and colonize you. And one thing is because you bring disease. Now, at the end of the day, Michaela, you're disease-ridden because the only thing you've ever brought to the Nigerian community is herpes. Yeah.
Betty, is it true? Like,
Yes. This is one of the things that my mum was talking about. That when you white people come to black people's community, you just spread diseases that they didn't even have. Yeah. So when you want to start talking about Betty's Panani, Michaela, because I know you're obsessed. You know you're jealous of black women. You're always worried about your husband's going to run off with a black woman since your husband has a black daughter in Africa. But what have you actually brought to the Nigerian community but herpes? The dirty diseases. Yeah. So don't come on. Don't ever feel like you can come and talk to me about nothing. Don't ever talk about Betty's Panani. Look at your own Panani, and that's why you got the herpes virus. Yeah. Because we know that your husband comes from a people, the Edo people. The president wife. What did she say of Edo people? That is full of prostitutes. Your husband, Hector's people, prostitute teenage girls and women to the Arabs to be sold to the white people. And they're probably spending herpes too. That's the only thing that you're doing, Michaela. But you got time to talk, yeah? Like you're actually doing something decent. You're not doing anything decent. You're disease-ridden, and then you want to talk like you're a fucking catch with all these Karen moves that you've got, yeah? The only thing I thank God is that you didn't come and bring it to my ethnic group. You're just going to spread it in the Edo land, and God help them. Yeah, because your husband went to the gutter to go and find a wife. You couldn't even find one that wasn't disease-ridden. Yeah, so come back to me when I can see that you got roasted on Jediah's channel. Yeah, I see that they were just like rinsing you like you were a fucking dishcloth in the sink. Yeah, but don't ever feel like you can come and talk because I don't have no herpes, never had herpes. But you got herpes, and then you got time to talk about Betty and what Betty's doing in the bedroom. I beg you go and see go to the sexual health clinic. That's where you need to go, sweetheart. Yeah, because your husband must have been desperate to marry and procreate with a woman with diseases. This is why my mum said you don't procreate with you white people because you're full of disease. You bring nasty little diseases to fucking African people, and then later on you want to come and start telling black people that they brought AIDS. With all look at all what you brought around the world. Go and bring smallpox to go and kill off the Native Americans, and then you massacred the Tasmanians with your disease, but you got time to talk. Yeah. Thank you. That's the thing, though, isn't it? You know when you got that fucking Cinderella complex, because none of you white women, this is you Karens, you fucking Snow White, you look in the mirror and you think you're shit. Even when you're disease-ridden. This is why when you came to the shores of West Africa, you were not allowed, you were just killed. They just dashed you for the sea. If malaria didn't kill you, you were just killed. But it's just that your husband has no self-esteem. He's a black man that comes online and tells his wife to racially abuse his fellow Nigerians. Yeah? He comes online and tells you to call us black bastards. Yeah? But he doesn't look at himself. He's even blacker than me. But then he has the audacity to talk about black.
Did he actually say that?
Yeah? Yeah, he actually said it. He says it all the time. He comes on all the time. Tells her to call us black bastards. And she was calling us black bastards. Then when you called mixed race people mongrel, isn't that what you did with Ralph? When you came online and called Ralph a mongrel for being mixed race. Then you called me a mongrel, Michaela. Then you got the audacity to say that you stand for mixed race people. You are the racist white women that I talk about, that you sleep with black men, and then you're going around calling your children niggers, mongrels, and black men. That you're the stereotype of a white woman with a mixed race picking. You're disgusting. And your husband, who claims to love you, if your husband had the degrees that he had, he would know by inciting his wife to speak hate speech that your wife can be prosecuted for that. But this is the husband that you say that claims to love you.
Well,
that's how unintelligent Michaela and Hector is. And you're stupid that you actually repeat the racist shit that comes out of your husband's mouth. But one day, you'll get a knock on the door. You're a filth, disease-ridden tramp. You do nothing for the black community but spreading sexual transmitted diseases. That's all you're doing for the black community.
Hold on a minute. I thought she actually spreads sexual diseases.
Do you know what the herpes virus is?
Yeah.
That's what she's got.
How can she have
What's she doing for the black community? So if you're talking like, she comes on here, calls me a prostitute, calls everybody else a nappy head, she's called me a mongrel, she abuses mixed race people like Ralph calls him a fucking mongrel, and then claims she's not a racist. But the word mongrel is an insult. It's like calling someone a half-breed.
He's not mixed race.
He's mixed race. His mum is white.
No, he's not. He's lied. He lied.
No, he didn't.
Yeah.
Can you if you don't believe he's mixed race, but at the end of the day, you can't prove that. Because that's what he says, he's mixed race.
Is he?
He is mixed race.
No, he's
what
not.
proof do you have,
He's Indian.
Oz? What
He's
proof?
Indian.
Stop diverting the conversation. What proof do you have that he's not mixed race?
Yeah,
Exactly. You can't prove it.
On many occasions, I doubt he is mixed race.
You can't prove it. You can
I
doubt
doubt-
all you like, but you
I
have
doubt-
no proof. You've not got no proof. And I'm going to go for what he says. Yeah? And even to call a person of color, she called me a mongrel too. It's a fucking racial slur. Yeah? And then you want to talk about how non-racist you are. You're a filth. That's all you are. You fetishize black men because your white Irish man didn't want you no more. There's no, you can't find a white man that wants to come and procreate with you and your herpes. So you run to black men that are desperate for passports. Yeah, like Hector, desperate to leave Nigeria. Yeah,
Betty, can you,
so we
Betty,
can't
Betty,
find any
please,
white woman so we can get to
Betty.
stay. Yeah. Nah, I don't know. I don't
Can
wanna
we
talk
ask? Can we find out what Ozzy wants to say?
Chatting
please,
shit,
Betty? Can we
fam.
just ask
Yeah. You're not going
Betty
to come on
wants to
here
say?
and start trying to tell me who what Ralph is. You don't know what Ralph is. Ralph says he's mixed race, and I'm going to stay with that.
How?
Yeah. Don't try and divert.
When people call into question authenticity to that thing.
You brought no proof. Who are you to tell Ralph who the fuck he is? What were you doing when he's more than that?
And the in regards to how, you know, the identity and all that. Yeah, I don't believe that he's a mixed race person. I think he's full Indian.
So, but that's not what he's saying.
Well, that's
Just
down
because
to him, isn't it?
this is what I mean, Oz. Just because you believe he's not mixed race, that doesn't mean that I have to. I go from what Ralph says about himself.
Well, he changes a lot of stuff about. He changes a lot of stuff about him, doesn't he?
He's never changed it. He's never changed it. He's never switched. So he's never told me that he was full Indian. Every single
No,
time
he's very economical.
I
He's
said
very
he's
economical in truth, though, and he likes to twist things.
So
To be
does
fair.
lots of people on here.
He likes to exaggerate things. I doubt.
So you've got a problem with. So you've got a problem.
I
Look,
doubt he's full Indian. I doubt.
us,
he's,
if you've got a problem with Ralph, take it to Ralph. Nothing to do with me.
Fair enough. Okay. If you ask that question, I'll happy to answer that question anyway. But anyways, can I say something? Do you know in regards to what Mickey said? Is it true?
Is what true?
What Mickey said.
Who's Michaela?
Yeah.
Yes, she came on here, called me a mongrel and Ralph a mongrel, and called people black bastard. She does it all the time.
I doubt it. Though. I never heard of Jupiter actually saying that.
I don't care whether you doubt it. That's what happened. But you're not important in this equation.
Give me a
I don't know
video
why you
or
seem to feel
live
like you're so
stream
important in the equation. Why are you getting involved?
Me?
This is between me and that fucking herpes gal.
To be fair, I don't think if she's with Hector all the
If
time.
you want to talk to her, I am not stopping you from conversing with Jupiter, going on her channel. But I don't like her because she's a filthy racist, and I have a right to express my opinion, and I don't have to prove anything to you.
But how's she a racist though?
I just told you how she's a racist. Because she's calling people mongrel, she's calling people black bastard, she's calling black women prostitutes. Can I go on?
It's hard to believe, isn't it? That like if you take into consideration that she's her offsprings are mixed race people. Like.
So what? The slave master had mixed race kids all the time. They were still fucking enslaving mixed race and black people.
But what I'm saying is, a
black man and procreating with a black man doesn't prove that you're not a racist. That you're not anti-black. It doesn't prove nothing.
Well, the thing is, Betty, when you view her and Hector's relationship, it seems like as if they're both equal shareholders. How can you even compare that to the master and the slave relationship in the 1700s?
This is how I can compare it. And you don't have to go to the 1700s, yeah? We can go to the 21st century where white British soldiers go into Kenya and rape the women and leave them with the children. So one doesn't have to go to the 17th century to see the perversions and the fuckery that many white people commit on people of African descent in Africa. And that is why those Kenyan women are now taking these British soldiers to court for rape and for abandonment. Because they left them with the children. So I don't have to go to the slavery.
Yes, family. Still there. Big up to all the people that are locked in. You don't know this is the line on Sunday. Original rice and peas, but today rice and pasta for real. Sometimes it's sort of thing set. You know what I mean? Because you got this little gummy, 10-belly, hermaphrodite looking, trying to get real nasty in the streets, innit? So, kind and kind. You get me? But yeah, man. So we're gonna just finish watching this, and then by then I should finish what I'm doing, and then we'll come back again. You know what I'm saying to you, family? But yeah, man, like, my thing for morning, truth and rights. You know what I'm saying to you? And it seems like the more people get killed with truth and rights, is the more they invent lies and illusions and perceptions. You know what I mean? But they won't even keep it to like one corner. They're now willing to go to any corner of the tube and spread their lies. You know what I'm saying to you? So yes, for myself, it's important to document certain things. Now I understand the game like that. Document certain things so that people who actually deal with truth, you know what I mean, will have a place to go to have the records be set straight, as it were. So yeah, right now what I'm playing now is obviously 0161 going in on Gummy and that, you know what I mean. And again, I feel obviously it's touched her soul, you know what I mean, whereby yeah, like I said, she's done a video and she's trying to include me in her nonsense. And so I'm saying to you, now, you don't know there's no love lost between me and 0161, so it is what it is. I don't really give a shit. But yeah, man, But this messy gummy, man, you get me? Just a messy gummy. And now she's going over to sides where, like I'm saying, people admit to being disabled and not mentally stable and just trying to do a number. You know what I'm saying to you? And it's not the first, second, or third time we've seen such moves. You know what I mean? So we know that this is in their MO, as it were, you know? And now she's obviously inveigled the kangaroo court, who between the two of them can't tell the truth from a lie and just spread lies, don't understand chronological order of things, you know, just keep telling lies. It's a mad thing to listen to, I'm not gonna lie. So at this point in the game, we know that anyone that kind of follows them people there, knowing that they're out and out liars and racist, blink the blue rinse women, they're just not good in it. It just is what it is. But you know what I'm saying? Someone scored in the Wolves Southampton game. Someone scored. So anyway, let me go and play it, and then yeah, man, we'll finish blow dry my boys' air. We'll come back to this, man. But yeah, man, happy Sunday. Like I said, just go and do what I do, cook up, clean up, vibes up, and just take in the passer, man.
We can go to the 21st century where Britain has a training ground in Kenya, and those soldiers have gone there and raped the women and impregnated them and then took off running and left their little mixed race picking and their black woman.
Hey, listen, I got to jump up here. Yeah, come on, have fun here. Have fun on the panel. It's Friday, bitches. Come on. Yeah, we do. Yeah, see you in a bit, yeah. Peace.
In a bit. So are you going to tell me that those British soldiers that are raping Kenyan women and leaving with the children, you're going to tell them that that was love too? That they're not racist because they raped a black woman and impregnated her and took off running? You're going to tell me that that's love?
rape, isn't it? And that means, okay, in that interaction, there was no equal shareholders and all that. All I could see is a victim and perpetrator.
Exactly.
But that's different, though, isn't it?
No, your
So you're
thesis.
saying Hector's
Your
a victim.
thesis is if a white person goes with a black person and has a child, then how can they be a racist? But I've just shown you that.
Mixed race person, a mongrel.
Yeah, because I've got it recorded when she called Ralph a mongrel. No, don't say I'm saying. You
understand. There's many people that you know, people actually essentially gave their personal accounts when it comes to, for instance, like interracial dating and all that. People come up, those events do occur and all that. I do understand that, but you have to take into consideration that relationship and sex are two different things.
Exactly.
So you're saying, okay.
No, don't say I'm saying. You say you're saying us. You're not speaking for me.
Fair
you put your thesis first. Don't put me into it. You talk for yourself. I'm talking for myself because I'm a grown-ass woman.
I'm trying to, I'm trying to, understand the situation here.
There's nothing to understand us. You believe that Jupiter is not a racist, and I believe she is. End of story. I don't need to prove to you that that Jupiter's a racist. That's your own fucking prerogative. If you don't want to believe that this woman is not a riot or fucking racist and has never called black people or mixed race person mongrel, never called anyone black bastard, never done any of these things, then that's on you, isn't it?
Or do you think Jupiter's actually capable of calling a mixed race person a mongrel?
Yeah, because I've got it recorded. When she called Ralph a mongrel, I've got it recorded.
to be fair, yeah, I don't think Ralph's a mixed race person. I just don't think that he is. I
So
just don't.
you said that before, so
I think he's full Indian.
that's diverting the point. So
But anyways, yeah.
whether,
So
whether he's
if
Indian
somebody
or
says,
not,
to be fair, yeah, the
us,
term
can I
Mongol
actually speak?
has
Because we've been talking
ambiguity
for
to
quite
it,
a
right?
while. Whether he's Indian or half Indian, if you're a white woman that's been online calling black people, black bastards, black women, prostitutes, calling me a mongrel, it is a racial slur. That's what it is. You as a white person don't honestly think you can run around calling black people and people of color mongrels and then try and come and tell me, because a mongrel is a dog. And it's a mixed breed. It's a racial slur. So if you, in your little world, you want to believe that she's not a racist and that if a white person calls you a mongrel, if you want to believe that it's a compliment, that's on you. But I know that that's not a compliment. I know
That's
it's
not
a
a compliment
fucking
at all. I do
racist.
understand that. That's no compliment at all.
Thank you.
But
So
it can be
whether
because,
Ralph
yeah,
is
I
mixed race or
understand
not,
it, but I
it's
think that,
irrelevant.
if somebody says it,
Well, it's irrelevant because she's called me a mongrel too. It's irrelevant. It's a racial slur.
but what
It's
context
not
you
a
said it in?
compliment.
It's an Australian insult, right? Because I remember hearing it when I first heard it. It was, an Australian person speaking to another Australian person, and they both happen to be white. I didn't know it can be seen as a racial, it can be seen as in a racial frame.
Well, you know now. You know now. So let me play you the video. Let's play it.
Do you remember the campaign? Tell everyone to look at everyone why we fell out, Ralph. Tell them the real reason, Ralph. Tell them now. You deceive, Ralph. Tell them the truth, Ralph. Tell them the truth, Ralph. You thought you could right. You got hurt, didn't you, Ralph? You got hurt. When I saw it, tell them, Ralph. Tell the truth, Ralph. Tell the truth and say the devil. Demon comes out of the man that he is. Demon, I can't keep demon out. Demon speak loud and clear. Demon, deceiver. You're not a man of God. You are 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 deceiving people. You are a liar. You are a liar and a deceiver. What is Christian Patty about? Remind me again, Ralph. What is Christian Patty about? Remind us again, Ralph, what it's like to talk about room sales with your friends. Remind us how you went. Remind us how you felt. How can using that voice coming on about That's right. That's right. This is why it's used to. Look at what God has refused. You little man. You devil. You devil. You are not a man of God. You can never be a man of God. You can never be a man of God. You are unholy. You walk around world with your filthy mouth and your filthy ideals. You are corrupted. You are corrupted. You are not one of us, Ralph. You're not one of us, Ralph. How does it feel like, Ralph? How does it feel, Ralph? How does it feel? How does it feel, Ralph? How does it feel, you fool deceiver? Seven incarnate. How does it feel, you filthy mongrel? How does it feel? How does it feel? How?
So I hope everybody's heard that. She said, "You filthy mongrel." That is what Jupiter said to Ralph. So, us cry me a river, yeah? You heard what she said. Yes, I don't need to have this conversation on whether or not she's a racist. I've known for a long time she's a racist, and I've forgiven her a lot of times, but I'm done. I'm fed up of it. I'm fed up of seeing these type of white women in the black community with their fucking racism and their fetishizing for black men and the disrespect that they show black women, and they dump their little mixed race children in the community, yeah? And then they come and bring disease the way she's bringing disease, yeah? Talking about how superior she is. Nah, fuck it, fam, yeah? Next time you see, since you think she's not a racist, when she calls you a mongrel, let's see whether or not you got the same energy as.
To be fair, yeah, I shouldn't be. I should not have. You know, at the end of the day, you know, I'm not gonna argue with I'm not gonna argue anything like that. I'm gonna say it's between you and you and you know.
But one moment, let's hear her call Ralph a mongrel again, a filthy mongrel. Let's see. Let's hear it.
Does it feel, you filthy mongrel? How does it feel?
Yeah, you filthy mongrel. Sorry, it's a bit quiet, but nobody gonna come and tell me. I don't care whether Ralph is mixed race or whether he's full Indian. The day you as a white woman feel that you can call a person of color a mongrel, it's a racist fucking slur. End of.
Deceiver. Seven incarnate. How does it feel, you filthy mongrel? How does it feel? How does it feel? How does it feel?
End of. And unfortunately, this is why you have many of these mixed race people in the mental health wards, because they have racist white mothers, yeah, that they will go and procreate with low self-esteem black men that have no respect for themselves.
With all due respect, like, yeah, I'm not trying to
for the whiteness.
but like, you know, it's news to
Can
me.
you let me
like,
finish before you do your essay? Thank you. There are so many black people that this is what they call, you know, what the post-traumatic slave syndrome, yeah, or
I don't think that
post-colonial. Can you let me finish?
Okay.
Yeah. When the white people came to Africa, they brainwashed black people and believed that you're less than. Yeah. So now you have black people, yeah, who have been traumatized by the brutality of colonization. Yeah. That they're desperate for a bit of whiteness in the family. When they get a white woman, they believe that they're somebody, and they will let that white woman degrade them and racially abuse them. Yeah. They let the white woman come and bring herpes and disease into the community and tell that black person that, this is a good thing. It's not a good thing. And no white woman should ever racially abuse black people, especially when you're married and procreated with them. You're a hateful, disgusting person, and you're no different from the colonizer and the slave owner. You come to the black community to destroy it, and destroy it with, what do you call it? Chemical warfare. Because you bring diseases that you know can't be cured with that herpes virus. And then you've got the audacity to come and insult me. Who are you? You're a gutter, filth, you're disease-ridden, filthy racist. Now you can have your little talk, us. I've proven my point at the racial abuse. And you, Michaela, you see all this mongrel shit that you're calling black people and brown people, yeah? This is hate speech, yeah? And when you call black people black bastards, that low self-esteem husband of yours, he encouraged you to say that racial shit. But you could be prosecuted under hate speech for that. So keep on talking wicked, fam. But one day, the police are going to catch up with you.
Can I ask you a question, Betty?
Not in relation to Michaela.
No, no.
or
I need to
Hector,
ask you one
I'm
more
not
question.
interested.
Do you think Wendy's racist?
Do I think Wendy's racist? Yeah.
Okay.
I think quite often she said a lot of racist things. Yeah. But she's also apologized for the racist things that she said. But saying that Wendy thinks I'm a racist.
Well, she did say something racist just on the chat right now, I think. Could be interpreted as racist.
I don't care. When me and Wendy are not friends, yeah? Wendy can say what the fuck she likes. We ain't friends, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
But whether she's a racist or not, it doesn't matter. Because I've told Wendy all the time, allow the racism. But she believes I'm a racist, so what difference does it make? Wendy's a grown-ass woman. If Wendy's doesn't have enough intelligence to stop being racist, that's on her. It's going to catch up with her, isn't it? But right now, I've come on here. Wendy's not troubling me, yeah? I'm not troubling her. I've come on to deal with that fucking filth. Michaela, she's got bare shit to say about me. I'm not coming on here to deal with fucking Wendy. I don't give a fuck about what Wendy's doing. We ain't friends, not my fucking problem. But if you've got a problem with Wendy, take it up with Wendy. Nothing to do with me.
Deceiver. Seven incarnate. How does it feel, you filthy mongrel? How does it feel? How does it feel? How does it feel, Ralph? How does it feel, you full deceiver? Seven incarnate. How does it feel, you filthy mongrel? How does it feel? How does it?
So to the questions, to the people, the brown people, the Asian people, and the black people in the chat, as I would ask you, if you were to marry a white woman and procreate with a white woman, are you looking for a white woman that will racially abuse you and have the herpes virus, have disease? Yeah? I want all the people that claim to be proud black men and proud brown men. If you wanted to procreate, would you look for someone like Jupiter with the racism and the disease that she's bringing? I don't know anybody, any black person or any brown person who had any self-respect for where they came from and who their ancestors were and the crimes perpetrated by these white Europeans on people of color who would, if they were even wanted to forgive what the Europeans have done to brown and black people, yeah? If they would even go with a white person like Michaela. Because anybody who has any self-respect would never go for a racist person like her. All she sees, when Michaela starts shit with any black woman, when she can't handle it, she's going to call Hector. Because she's not woman enough, she's a coward. You'll never see me come and call my man online to have an argument with Michaela or Naifa or Lady Devil or any of those fucking women. Because it's between women. Why have I got to call a man to come and deal with an argument that I'm having with women? But because Michaela starts a racist little fucking shit, the gal thinks she's gangster. But when she gets over her head, she's going to call her little slave Hector. And that's why they call Hector, yeah, a slave. Because she wheels him out like he's a slave. He runs out to come and rescue her. Doesn't correct her. Then this filthy Michaela come and try and tell me you can't talk about mixed race people. But you talk about fucking black people all the time. According to Michaela, I can't talk about mixed race people because I don't have mixed race kids. But you don't have black kids, and you're not black, Michaela, but you still do the talking. And you're not mixed race, and you still do the talking. You're an idiot. You're nothing but a disease. You're a chemical agent to the black community. You only come in here to cause destruction. And I've forgiven you many times and people have allowed you many times and you still continue. But as God as my witness, yeah, you will destroy yourself. And when Naifa was doing her little show, she wanted to know why I didn't really roast Michaela. And the reason, even when Michaela came online to mock child abuse, this is Michaela who claims to represent and fight for grooming victims of grooming gangs. Then she comes online to mock Betty, saying to me, I bet you enjoyed being sexually abused as a child. This is what the dirty stuff that Michaela was saying. But the reason why I didn't rinse Michaela, big up Johnny, the reason why I didn't rinse her too much, because I said, well, if you can say that type of filth, it is only God that will deal with you. I let you self-destruct yourself, because it's a disgusting thing to mock someone for being abused. She had no anger for the paedophile. It was only better. This is the type of filth that is in her head. Then she's coming online calling me mongrel, calling other people mongrel, calling back people black, all the type of stuff. But she's the one that has the sexually transmitted disease. Yeah? It's a joke, isn't it? You come on like you just come and marry this Nigerian man that's desperate for passport. Yeah? You use, like Naifa said, even though me and Naifa don't get on, I'll get big up to her for her show. Because there are some things I didn't like on the show, but I'll leave it at that. If Naifa doesn't go at me, I won't go at her. But one of the things that Naifa said on the show that was very true about Michaela is that she uses her husband as a trophy. She wheels him out. Say, oh, look, I'm married, or I'm married. Yeah, I got a ring on my finger. I got a ring on my finger. That's what she does. She acts like a child. These two are supposed to be grown adults. This one is a grandma, for fuck's sake. She got to do her laundry. This girl's coming on. This fucking Michaela's coming on to insult Betty's laundry videos. But next minute, I see you doing a fucking laundry video, and then you pull it down because you're embarrassed, because you're in your 50s, and I'm like, it's just a joke, isn't it? Because you want to compete with women like me, because you know you're never going to be black. Yeah? That's why you're always coming to conflict with other black women. Is there any black women online that this fucking Michaela hasn't fought with and argued with? Because she can't get on with black women. Then next minute she will accuse you of chasing her midget husband, like this man is some Denzel. Because in little Michaela's head, Michaela was really happy that she managed to find a black man that would marry her after 6 kids. Then she's online talking about Betty's pussy, isn't she? You know? Says my pussy's used, my arsehole is used, and all this bullshit. But this is the woman that's had 8 kids. Anybody who knows anything about childbirth knows that Michaela, you're going to be having prolapse of the vagina, the uterus, as well as the arsehole. Yeah? But because people who don't know about having children, yeah, they're that stupid, they don't understand. You're used up. You want to talk about used fannies and stuff. You've had 8 kids, fam. Your body ain't in top shape, for fuck's sake. And your fucking fanny sure as hell isn't. You're the type of woman, when you have 8 kids, you're the type of woman that will be having surgery to deal with the uterus prolapse. This is what I mean, that you're so unintelligent and you don't understand half the shit that you say, Michaela. Because you think people like me and other people are uneducated, but I'm not uneducated. I know about fucking childbirth, and I know for a fact that you've got a fucking prolapse, sweetheart. So don't come over here up Betty's arse. I beg you go and worry about your own arsehole and your uterus, yeah? And also that herpes that you got in it. Go and find a cure for the herpes you got, yeah? Because that's the only thing that you've ever brought to the black community, fucking disease. Oh yeah, big up Messenger. Don't forget that Hector said he was white the other day. Oh yeah, this is another thing. When he said he was white, that guy, oh yeah, remember Jupiter, she claimed that she was black too, isn't it? That she's transracial. And her husband's claiming that he's white. This is the mental disease. that's in her fucking head. Because that man actually Hector actually believes that he's white. He believes that before he had a white woman, he believes he's a nobody. That is why you hear him disparaging various different black people, whether it is Nigerians, whether it's Caribbeans, it doesn't matter. He has not one good word to say about other black people like he's not black. This fool, Hector, gonna come online and call Betty a black bastard. Paul, look at yourself, Hector. You black as night. You're far darker than me, but then you want to talk about being black. And the very fact that you can come online and call me a black bastard. I was not born out of wedlock. My mum and dad were married. So don't be calling me no black bastard. But I'm proud to be a black woman. I don't need to run to a racist and procreate with a racist to get some self-esteem like you, fam. You're a disgrace. And another thing, Michaela, this is another thing that you like to talk with blonde wigs. I don't have a Mickey Mouse. I don't have a fucking blonde wig. I never had a blonde wig, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Yeah. Well, this is another thing, Michaela, where you want to come in and sort black women's looks. Let's get a few things straight with your bleached blonde hair. You want to come and call me wiggy, yeah? Talk about weave. I don't have a fucking weave, yeah? That's my fucking natural hair. But let's talk about your hair, Phil. You got alopecia. Everybody knows that if you bleach your hair for 20 years, as you have, you get thinning hair. What happens is your hair follicles start hardening up and hair can't grow through. That is why your hair looks like straw and your hair is very fine. That is why Isabella could come into Speaker's Corner and drag your hair out because you spent 20 years bleaching your hair and then you got the bare-faced cheek to talk about natural hair and being a natural beauty. Bitch, you ain't a natural beauty with that bleached blonde hair and your alopecia. And you ain't a natural beauty when you got false teeth. You got veneers, for fuck's sake. You got to buy teeth off the shelf and then you're talking about you a natural beauty. Phil, you ain't there's nothing natural about you. That is why when you do see a natural beauty like me, then you're going to get bitter. But sweetheart, I don't want your dusty husband. Because you're just so grateful that you got a black man to marry you after 6 kids. Because the way you move, you talk like Hector's the only fucking black man in the whole of the fucking UK. And then you feel like you can tell black women what type of black man that we should have. Because I remember dusty, crusty Hector coming on telling me, Betty, you don't like dark-skinned black men. But Hector, you don't like fucking black women anyway. You don't get to tell me what type of black man I should be attracted when you've come on here several times, Hector, and told people you don't like black women. Your wife has screamed at you on here and told you to tell everybody that you don't like black women, and then you got the bare-faced cheek to come and tell me what type of black man I should like. I said, listen to me, nigga. Stay the fuck in your lane, Hector. Stay with your little fucking Karen, yeah? There's no black woman that wants you, Hector. You think too much of yourself. The reason why you have a white woman is because there's no fucking black woman that would tolerate your dusty shit. That's why you have a white woman. Because black women don't want you. And you see that Karen, Michaela, she's doing us a favor, taking you from the black community. Because for all we know, Hector, you disease-ridden and got herpes like your wife. We don't need uncurable diseases in the Nigerian community. Let your wife take you. And God help you. Because last time I checked, herpes, there ain't no cure for that shit. Oh, big up Carter. Johnny. And if Wendy wants to come on and talk a shit, she can come on and talk a shit. I don't give a shit. Yeah? And Michaela, anybody who wants to come on and challenge, they can do it. Whether I will stay around to be challenged, that's another thing, because I got things to do. Yeah?
Betty, in regards to what I said earlier on, I wasn't trying to, defend anybody. I'm just trying. It's essentially what I'm trying to put across is in regards to my observation, all that,
Well, you've heard her call Ralph a mongrel, so
I'm
have
not
you
trying to
reconsidered your
defend
position
anybody.
on that? Have you reconsidered your position on that?
No, it's not trying to consider my position and all that, but it's just like I'm not, I'm not trying to defend anybody here. I don't have all the facts.
Okay.
But I just can't. But all I'm saying is, yeah, it's like based on my observation, whilst on panels and stuff like that, I was based on that. But if there's stuff that racially offensive statements were made and all that, as she said, mongrel in a racially derogatory term, then I'm an open-minded person. If a person is good, if I see a person as a good person, or that, but I always have a mind. My mind is very flexible. I am not. I can be flexible in terms of, reconsidering my position with that. But yeah.
Yeah. And big up Carter. Yeah, I'm going hard because she needs to be dealt with. I don't like white women like this in the Nigerian community, especially when they got fucking herpes and they're racist as fuck. Yeah, I'm not going to welcome a racist white woman who's fucking disease-ridden in the Nigerian community. I'm not going to welcome her. When she's insulting me, I'm mocking sexual child abuse. Fuck off, fam. I owe this fucking Michaela nothing. She'd drop dead tomorrow. I wouldn't give a shit. I owe her nothing. Anybody that would welcome a racist, disease-ridden white woman in their community, unless you're fucking stupid or something, oh, you're a coconut. No, anybody that would welcome that type of person. And like Wendy, this is the shit. You've got Ebola and what's it, berry to deal with Africa. Yeah, this is what I mean. I don't care, Wendy. Don't worry about what a fucking Ebola and shit. It's nothing to do with you.
Not in the
fucking Britain. Do you know what I mean?
You said that she, apologized for every racist statement that she said and all that. It seems to me, okay, that even though she apologizes, she still has a habit of saying it.
Yes. Both of them do. But there's only so much times you can forgive someone. But it's not just about her racism. It's about her mocking of sexual abuse as well.
That's
the slandering. The very fact that this white woman feels like she's going to call me a prostitute when you fucking got herpes, you must be fucking joking. That's just slanderous. Instead of her to worry about my fanny and my panani and arsehole, worry about whether she can find a cure for herpes, isn't it? Don't worry about me, fam. What she needs to do is go to the fucking chemist, isn't it? Oh, Rambo's back. Rambo, just if that's Wendy, just ignore Wendy. Let Wendy expose herself. Because when one of the things you'll notice is Wendy will never say anything to Jupiter. When Jupiter's calling Ralph and me mongrel, she'll never say anything. She'll never say shit. When she's calling people black bastard, Wendy will never say anything. When Jupiter is racist, Wendy never says shit. So that tells you what Wendy thinks. But we all know the racist shit that Wendy says anyway. Yeah? The two sides of the same coin. They're no better than each other. The only difference is that she doesn't procreate with black men. But this Wendy's never going to call Betty up and fuck all. Yeah? Wendy's come on here and called me a racist all the fucking time. But when a fucking friend, Michaela's racist, she never says shit. So Wendy can get 20 fingers in the chat and spend all day talking about fucking Ebola and all these other fucking diseases, whatever. Yeah? But for all I know, your people could have fucking bring that to Africa anyway. Yeah? Wasn't your daughter in the Congo, Wendy? Wasn't India in the fucking Congo? For all I know, you could have bought some genetic engineered fucking disease for the Congo anyway. So just stay in your lane, Wendy, innit? Yeah, don't ever feel like you can come and chat to Betty on nothing. Yeah? The day, if you want to talk about racism, go and talk to your fucking friend Michaela about racism. You never say shit. When she's mocking me for being abused as a child, when she's fucking being as racist as fuck, Wendy, you never say fuck all, because you're just as racist as Jupiter. So stay the fuck in your lane, Wendy. You don't pay my bills, sweetheart. I'm a grown-ass black woman. Yeah? You're a fucking hypocrite. You're another fucking filthy racist as well. All you do is apologize all the fucking time. The next minute it's Kunta Kinte, fucking chicken jaws. The next minute it's, oh, I'm sorry. Forget about all your sorry. You're sorry. You, Michaela and Wendy, your sorry means nothing. You're not actually sorry. You're just sorry that you get caught. That's all it is with you two. Yeah? That's all it is with you two. Look at this one. Listen to my dirty mouth. When you come online and you talk about, aren't you? You come online, you say all these racial slurs. You call a mixed race person chicken jaws. But if you look at who Chicken Jaws was he not a mixed race slave? This is what you've got to remember. Wendy uses very racist slurs to black people. Kunta Kinte was a person from the region of Gambia that was enslaved and captured in America. But then you go and you say all this shit to black people, but you're not a racist. Yeah? Stay the fuck in your lane, Wendy. You are a racist. I know that, and you fucking know that. But we're not friends, sweetheart. Stay the fuck in your lane. Don't worry about what I'm fucking saying. Worry about what the fuck you're saying and the reaction it's going to get. Because you all the time when filthy, racist, yeah, nasty piece of work, sitting there spending all your time. Go and do your little fucking article. Weren't you meant to be doing an article on Betty? I thought you didn't. You do go and do an article on Respect. You're just an agent. That's all you are. You're a fucking police informant. You run to the police all the time. Then you sell articles. You come on black people's panel to disturb and to do as many racial slang and slurs as you can possibly get away with. You document everything and then you sell it on to the papers and get money. You have no morals. You're a gutter, just like your friend Michaela. So fuck off, yeah? Big up Good Deep. I'm sorry, Good Deep. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. Fed up with that bullshit, man. Anyway, I'm going to go because I said what I needed to say. Let them come on because they're not going to come on for a roast. Because you know that Betty's firing. I've got a life anyway. Big yourself up, us. And laters.
Bye.
Yes, family. Gosh, that's what they call just in time, man. So, yeah, I just finished one of my duties. So, yeah, man. So, I'll come back to chop it up a bit. So, yeah, man. So, obviously, I just left 0161. Yeah, that was on Belly Vision on Friday, I believe it is. You know what I'm saying to you? So, again, I'm playing that again to documentation. One, because Gummy is a woman that likes to accuse other people of saying what other people says in it. So she'll try to. Most of the things that she accuses me of is not me, innit? You know what I mean? But the low IQ in her. Hold on a sec, family. I'm close this window. Yeah, sorry about that. But the low IQ in a I don't care, Papa Cop. I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, I'm in a business mode that. Yeah, I told you they're all whatever in it, but they're trying to mix and blend me in their nonsense. You see what I'm saying to you? So like I said, I'm playing that so that when Gummy comes talking certain things, people them can be here and know, so a boy, it's not like Ethan that's saying them things. You see what I'm saying to you? It's definitely Gummy in that, you know? But yeah, man, she's messy. She's just very, very messy. And like I'm saying right now, they're going to other streams, creating new lies. Yeah, they're not even narratives, they're just straight out lies. And yeah, I think I've come to the conclusion that she's definitely grooming this woman called Janet. You know what I'm saying to you? And yeah, they're on. And like I said, there's more with Real McGee, this, that, and the other. And like one of the commenters said, man, people will hug up and pally up with whomever, you know what I'm saying to you, when it comes to war and that. It's a mad thing. J4, big up yourself. Come on. You know the thing, man. So nobody say nothing, man. Nobody say nothing. So yeah, man, just wanted to play those. I've still got some things to do. I'm not even gonna tell no lie. You know what I mean? Got some nice chops. Nice chops. You know what I mean? So Wolverhampton just beat Southampton. Yeah, I'm too low for that crowd. Yeah, the thing is, Janet's already said that they're mental with it. They got disabilities. So, and you know, like I said, like this. In fact, hold on. Let me see if I can find something. Let me see if I can find something. I wish you. Ooh. Yeah. Big up, family. Alright, this is me actually live today, Saturday. So yeah, man, like I said, trip down memory lane. But most importantly, yeah, and like I think you just heard me say there, I'm gonna reiterate it because the same sort of tactics are being used. You know what I'm saying to you, whereby people try to accuse me of certain things. You see what I'm saying to you, where you just heard 0161 there, you get me? And if you heard what my girl tries to accuse me of, most of the things it comes from Betty. Yeah, and that's just a snippet of it. Yeah, because all now, none of them on the other side, you can call it, including Wendy, when she used to save all her terabytes of information, can have me saying nothing wrong. You see what I'm saying to you? Yes, they may have a view and opinion of me, but nothing wrong. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah, you need to use racial epithets and this and that. Never. Yeah, gummy. You know what I mean? Midget, you know what I mean? You may say that I've think about the midget coon, but he's a coon. It is what it is. Do you know what I mean? But all them things there, like I said in it, it's about 0161. So I can't even remember how the rest of that goes, to be honest. But yeah, like I said, you know what I mean? It's the hypocrisy and the foolishness and using people, blah, 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 blah. But you need to come with something that comes out of 9 Ether's mouth. Yeah. So this little slick thing of this, because you know what I mean, we know what you do. You do a scatter shot thing, innit? You start off and then everyone's gonna get it under the one banner, but you can't do that. You get me? You can't do that. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah. Get me on what 9 Ether 99 says, but you have never done it. Even I see Taffy in the chat there. One time Taffy, he was given a task to come bring something. Do you know what I mean? 20, because he came and started to, because you know what I mean, all that hive mentality vibration. Cool. Come and bring the evidence. All now, no evidence can come. Even with the mixed race thing, all you've ever heard 9 Ether say is, yo, I learned from a long time that it's best not to call them black, they're mixed race. Because my own mixed race boyfriend at the time told me, anyway, I've told that story already. What else have you heard me say? But you've heard what 0161 has said, and like I said, that's just a little snippet. You get me? But yeah, my God, that's what I'm trying to say. Undefeated, man, because every time it's just lies. Like no one's never spoken about your child. Yeah, we defended that you. The only thing I spoke about your you is when the midget said about his daughter that he left in Nigeria, which I believe to be true because there is nothing wrong with your husband's speech. That after that, everything's an excuse to harm. Oh, you know how they talk. No, the man spoke very clearly. You get me? Now, again, and so no one didn't lie. Yeah, he said it. We just reiterated it. You see what I'm saying to you? So, yeah, man. So, you know, once again, just have to clean up the place and that. But yeah, big up everyone locked in still. Like I said, it's definitely a background thing whilst you're cleaning and doing your bits and bobs and very this and very that. But hopefully, you know what I mean, the words themselves, you get me, you know where it all comes from. The first clip, that was a guy called Braden, a white guy, you know what I mean? And that was Turok and a guy called Rasta. You heard the conversation, do you know what I mean? You know? I'm telling you, man, you know what I mean? But the thing is, I suppose that is the good thing about digital footprints still. Because you can't, you know, you can't change digital footprints, man. But hold on a second, let me, because I really actually don't remember. And like I said, it just come. But I am going to come back because, like I said, we are going to do a Rice and Peas settings. And yeah, it's going to be based around. Well, yeah, because we spoke to someone called Donny Roscoe, who's a mixed race person with very, very, very far right leaning views. Some would even say anti-black views, if such a thing could. Well, not even if, because such a thing does exist, like black people that are anti-black. Like, you know what I mean? We know the midget looks in the mirror and sees a white man. These are his words himself. The midget said he looks in the mirror and he sees Sylvester Stallone. That's what he said. Now, how can you, big and serious, how can you make a mistake like that, family? Could you ever look in the mirror, say as a white person then, and see fucking Muhammad Ali looking back at you? I don't know. But that's another thing I want to actually speak about, though, because I'm going to check if there's like an actual, like a condition, as it were. Do you know what I mean? Because I know that there are people like that, and probably and the opposite as well. Do you know what I mean? You know. But yeah, man. So that's what we're gonna get on to. Oh, you deleted them, but no. You should have privated them off, man. Those you could have sold them in future years, my girl. Trust me. Yo, when the when the people of tomorrow are looking back on what the people of today were doing, things like that would have been good evidence. No, trust me. But I hear you still, man. Sometimes you have to clean out the classes, man. Sometimes you have to clean out the classes. So I get that still. I get that. So, now, listen, let me take this opportunity, man, because, you know, yesterday was a very, very sad... Today's a sad day as well, still. I'm not going to lie. I don't even think it's sunk in, which I know to some people is just going to sound mad and stupid. But, yo, the Klopp's leaving the great pool, man. I don't think you understand, man. Oh, swear down, man. The man... To be honest, I don't even know why he's come with that now, innit? Like, why would you do that in the middle of the season, man? Why would you make that announcement in the middle of the season, man? What is the gain of making that in the middle of the season, man? You know what I mean? When we're in 4 cups and all of these things. I just don't understand it. But yeah, Klopp said he's off, mate. I don't know. I was hoping that he's doing it to try to, like, twist the owner's arms to spend some money. That was my hope. That it was a bit of propaganda, man. Well, I don't know, man. Man said he's tired, boy. But yeah, I think it's to do with the owners and not getting resources. But he said he's tired and he feels like he can't do it again. But I don't know, man. I'm hoping it's some kidology, as it were. Do you know what I mean? And I really do. And that the owners get their finger out, get some money, spend some money, and let Klopp remain. Because listen, we're top of the league, yeah, with very little resources as compared to Newcastle, Man City, even Arsenal to a lesser degree, man. So I don't know, man. Unless he's trying to retire on top, I don't know. But yesterday, it was a sad day, man. No, I tell no lie. I didn't even listen to his thing till today. And obviously, I saw the chattings in it because you know how it goes, but I didn't even listen to him talk till today, man, because I was like, nah, I can't believe this, man. 3D, you're funny about Klopp, stick of the clothing, stole off his clothes. You're funny. Of course I want the link. No, man. What you talk about? Send the link, yes. Cause I look like everybody else send link. Send link, boy. Jeez. But yeah, man. Yeah, so Klopp, I don't know, man. I really am hoping it's some kidology. Do you know what I mean? I really am. I'm hoping he's doing a Mourinho or something. Do you know what I mean? Because, you know, Alonso, I don't think he's ready for that job yet. You know what I mean? Big up Stevie in that, but I don't want to see Stevie managing Liverpool. You know what I mean? So forget that. And I don't know, man. But yeah, so yesterday was a bit, you know what I mean, in terms of those, you know, about their football was a bit, you know what I mean? But I still don't understand why they made the decision to tell it now. It just doesn't make any sense, man. It just doesn't make any sense, man. But yeah, but we're still in 4 competitions, still top of the league. We're still top of the league. I mean, FA Cup, Carabao Cup, and UEFA Cup. We're all in that, man. We're in that, man. So at the very least, hopefully we can go out on a bang. But like I said, secretly, I am holding my breath, hoping that it's a bit of kidology. Because he's been there like nearly 9 years, you know. It's gone so quick, man, which just reminds you of how time goes so quick. Because I remember when he came, man, it's just like, fucking hell, you blink your eyes, Star. You blink your eyes, boy, and yeah, here we are, man. And I'm sure we could all agree that a lot of stuff's happened in that 9 years, boy. You know what I mean? So, yeah. But yeah, man, at the same time, they ain't paying my bills, you know what I mean? But yeah, man, it'll be a sad day when Klopp leaves still. For sure, for sure. Right, all right. Right, I'm gonna just let this thing play a minute, yeah? Whilst I just quickly do something, I'm gonna just decide what I'm doing. Ooh. All right, this takes a while. So let me just see something. Carl, I'm saying these people, they're messy, man. And they don't mind lying, you know. I mean, that's what I get to notice. Like, I notice that people just lie just like that, man. Like ain't nothing. So let me see. All right, let me see. What's this? Right. So, like I was saying before, yeah. A couple of days ago, yeah, Urban sent me a link. Boom. Click the link, and the link, I went a few different places, and I got some different sides of YouTube that I want to know about. You know what I mean? And with all them clicking, I got to this Janet thing. See what I'm saying to you? And like I explained before, I went in the chats, you know what I mean? Eyes and whatever, you know? And popped on the channel, showed her some, I don't want to say, yes, family. So, all right, I'm gonna leave that there because I'm not even sure what goes on. But what I'm trying to find now is, like I said, and it sort of all does actually tie in, especially when we do sort of come back with a little rice and peas. But I'm gonna play a video now. We met a young gentleman called Danny Rusco, like I said, and obviously, you know, it's the same guy that debated Bigage, yeah. Debated Bigage, and I don't know who you are, Terry. You got a lot of energy, but drop No, you can't even drop the link. But I'll see if I can find it. No problem. Yeah, so we met this Danny Roscoe guy. Like I said, mixed race, far leaning, and far leaning right. Sorry, he's got. I don't think he said it's a group, but he's got something called Black and White Unite, where I think his thing is to sort of galvanize black and white people in particular. Do you know what I mean? Under a brand of, I suppose, nationalism. Do you know what I mean? But it doesn't include all black and white people, because it doesn't include Muslims, because he sees Muslim as a what was it? Superior, something or the other, whatever. Oh, it's on his community panel. All right, let me have a look. Yeah. So yeah, so I'm just trying to describe him. Hopefully I've described him in a fair way, although you can probably hear more from himself too. So it's quite interesting, you know what I mean? As one of my people would say, case study settings, you get me? But also as a nod to, not even a nod, but in terms of the other discussion with my brother Kale, you know, regarding the whole mixed race argument, etc. Yeah, so hopefully it will all tie in. But all right, let me see. Right, so I just need to find. I can't remember which day it was now. Hold on a second. Hold on, because I can't remember which freaking day. And another reason why I think it's important, yeah, because I think probably a lot of us may not be into politics, do you know what I mean? Or definitely not extreme left and right politics, like some of the things we hear with somebody like Tommy Robinson and Hope Not Hate and all these different sort of, you know, political affiliations, for want of a better word. But by speaking to this guy, like I said, I think like people of color or black people are being used by proxy on either side. Do you know what I mean? Because a lot of the things that we're hearing, we ain't involved. You know what I mean? We ain't involved in these things. I can't remember what. Oh shit, man. Sorry, you know, because I can't remember. Is it this one? Let me see if it's this one. Hold on. Right, sorry about that, people. So, where am I at? So I'm two different things. All right, sorry about that. Yeah. So, like I said, we got introduced to Danny Roscoe. There's a debate that was had with him and Big Age. Obviously, you can check that out on the G Block. Yeah. So, what I'm about to play you now is like a conversation that was sort of had. I think it was the day after he had been on, after him and Danny had their debate or discussion, insert as you will. So yeah, man, I'm just gonna play it just to give some of us that may not have heard, at the very least, a perspective, innit? It may not be a perspective that we agree upon, but it's definitely a perspective. And I guess when it comes to this sort of umbrella of politics, I guess at the very least we've got to listen, man, because yeah, there's a few things that I definitely heard from the young man that I found quite interesting. But Terry is talking about another video, so which I'm presuming maybe what's it called? See, I don't even want to cut leaf from here now. Let me see. But he said it's on his community page. Let's have a look. I suppose in the video, the young man's calling us what now? All right, let's have a look. Actually, might be able to just. Although why I'm listening to Terry, I don't know. To be fair, defend Britain. Okay. What's this on Dave's? 1.2 million arrived to live in the UK last year. Is it? 508,000 people left the UK. Okay. 212,000 new homes were built. One conservative government can't do the basic maths required to understand that this is social and economic suicide. What's all this? Some Jupiter is making money for talking about someone's dead child. Wow. This should go without saying, but questioning whether someone lost a child or not is very fucked up. Couldn't agree more, but not the first second. And you just heard even got 0161 say how she mocked her child abuse. Do you know what I mean? So my girl's got form for this sort of you get me, vile shit, basically. But anyway, you see, they're birds of a feather locked together. Right, all right, so let's quickly play this just for fucking... Maybe Terry will leave after this, but let's have a look. He sees himself as a bit of a... Oh. We got some editing going on, family. All right, buckle up. Oh, shame. Sorry, I'm not sharing the screen. Hold on. Sorry. Sorry, hold on. Well, this is very emotive imagery. Hey! So let's have a look. Sorry, I need to share the screen still. So this is from, I believe it's, yeah, Black and White Unite. So this is from Danny Roscoe's page that Terry has kindly sent us to. So let's have a look. Okay. Oh, it's called the Coconut Coon remix featuring G Block. Yeah, the title's sweet. The title's sweet still. All right, hold on. Right. Okay, let's try.
Why should anyone listen to you or Tommy?
Why do they? That's the question.
No, why should they?
Because they don't understand.
The question is why
still
do
think his
they?
name's Tommy Robinson.
The question is why do not why should they? The question should be why do they? Because you're saying that I am not British. Because I am not British. I'm a because I'm a token. I'm not British. I just pander to the man coming from somebody who supports Marxist ideologies. Okay, that is very that's kind of laughable. But anyway, why do they listen to a token? Why do they listen to the King Coon? Why?
So Muslim is not an ethnic identity; it's a mindset.
Yeah, that you describe yourself.
You're clouded the issue.
No, that's how you are doing. If I'm a token, that's normally the general. That's normally
no one ever called you a token or a coon on the platform.
They did.
No,
one of these people on there. They did.
I'm saying he's a coon. I'm saying he's a token. The same
Whoever
way
is
how
speaking.
Rishi Sunak's a token. The same way how Barack
Oh, Khan, you called him a token, yeah? You didn't call me.
Whoa. You can't use the COO income.
I never said he was that.
I would say Danny is very unsynchronized. but we can't use C-double-O-N and that. No
Yeah, I
way.
never called him that. He called himself.
No, I said that. Usually, that's the next one that comes out of mouths when they say tokens and stuff like that. Normally, it's
What,
the
random
next
people
way.
you know?
No. Random people against me. Random people, randomly more connected to you, your side of the argument than mine.
24 hours later.
Here's my argument with Danny, because I really wanted to focus on this whole black and white divide. That's the main reason why we're having, even speaking to you. Because before Friday, Saturday, I didn't even know who the hell you was. And I'm not going to lie, I'm going to be very honest and transparent. The bit that I did hear about you in this immigration thing, I was just like, boy, you off, bun you, you're a sellout, you're a coon.
Usually, that's the next one that comes out of mouths when they say tokens and stuff like that. Normally, it's the next way.
You know, random people.
No. Random people against me. Random people, randomly more connected to you, your side of the argument than mine.
I'm going to keep it real. I'm going to keep it 100 with you. I don't know who this guy is. And then I heard you last night again, and you kept referring to the blacks. I'm just like, yo, this guy's a coconut. Yo, this guy's a coconut. What am I dealing with? Oh, this guy's a coconut. Coon.
All right. Well, big up Danny still. You get me. In fact, let's take a little rewind again. Let's have another little listen, man. Give him a good hold on a sec. Where is it? Oh, flipping now. Where is it gone? Oh yeah. All right, we're gonna play it again, man, so we don't miss anything out. It's only 2 minutes and that, so
why should anyone listen to you?
Hold on.
Or Tommy?
Why do they? That's the question.
No, why should they?
So it says the Coconut Coon remix featuring G Block Rap. Yeah, so at least he gave G Block a shout out. No comments allowed. No. Okay, let's have a look how much damage it's doing. What we got? It's not showing how many views it's had. What's down here? Danny. Now, okay. This is see. Danny versus you know what, Terry? Thank you for sending this, actually, because it actually gives even better context. Yeah. So thank you, Terry. Shout out to you. So it says Danny versus the Marxist blacks. Yeah, the Marxist blacks. Okay. Here we are discussing white supremacy and how I facilitate it with a bunch of people I would identify as black supremacists. They probably see themselves as reformists or something. All right. So let me read that again. So this is his there's more. Anyways, I ask you, would you hear Tommy or anyone on this side speak like this so openly and honest? Oh my gosh, man. I have edited some bits. Okay, so you do admit, this is stupid. Danny Roscoe, this is foolishness, man. Like, who? So you admit that your thing's been edited. All right, good. Because obviously, we're getting onto you. Going to get onto you about that. I have edited some bits clearly for my own amusement. Okay, for his own amusement. What do you find amusing? You see, Danny. Buffs, and as I know they will be continuing to be seething, as not only did I win multiple attacks, I showed a glimpse of their real thoughts. Danny, I'm not even going to bother to correct your grammar, Bab, to be honest. Yeah, I think that's the least of your problems, man. Okay, so who's the real racist? You decide. Please sub to the YouTube Danny Roscoe Show. Get more content. Hashtag Coconut Coon. Oh, bless him. All right, so we'll play it again still. You know what I mean? We'll play it again still. Right. That's quite... That's very... That's a very... I swear to God, man. Listen to me, man. Oh, Danny. I don't know. Danny, I'll tell you one thing, Danny. Just by quickly reading that, one thing it tells me is that, and to be honest, that's why I know you're in good company over there, yeah? Because I'm telling you something about you, like you and Gummy, and you lot are very this is such a low IQ statement. Like, even if you're trying to make a point, you get me? Even if you're trying to be accusatory of us, this, that, and the other, this is such a, and that lets me know the people them that are following you, man, they can't be very sensible. I've got to be real. They can't be very sensible, man. If that's the sort of propaganda, yeah, that your people them are following, Danny, then do you know what I mean? You're all good together because, yeah, you get me. So in fact, so we've been called black mark. So I need to. We need to remember about Marxism and all them sitting in their bedroom. You get me? Because he's obviously got some buzzwords in there that he uses in his campaign. So listen, and obviously we've heard Gummy say the same thing. You know what I mean? Oh, this is so low IQ, fam. Oh my God. All right, so let's just quickly have a look what constitutes that then. Let's have a quick look. Oh, in fact, let me play the video whilst I'm even looking what I'm looking at still. But yeah, man. Nice imagery though, Danny. Yeah, to be fair, very nice imagery, man. Very nice imagery still. Very nice imagery. You know, I'm all about the Windrush, man. So I'll play this all day.
Why should anyone listen to you or Tommy?
Why do they? That's the question.
No, why should they?
Because they don't understand.
The question is why do
His
they?
name's Tommy Robinson.
The question is why do not why should they? The question should be why do they? Because you're saying that I am not British. Because I am not British. Because I'm a token. I'm not British. I just pander to the man coming from somebody who supports Marxist ideologies. Okay, that is very that's kind of laughable. But anyway, why did they listen to a token? Why did they listen to the King Coon? Why?
So Muslim is not an ethnic identity; it's a mindset.
Right, now you describe yourself.
You're clouding the issue.
No, that's how you used to do it. If I'm a token, that's normally the general. That's normally
the token or coon on the panel.
They did.
No,
one of
I'm
these
saying
people on
he's
it.
a token.
They
I'm
did.
not saying he's a coon. I'm saying he's a token. The same
Whoever
way
is
how
speaking.
Rishi Sunak's a token. The same way how Barack
Oh, Khan, you called him a token, yeah? You didn't call me.
Whoa. I can't use the COON card.
I never said he was that.
I said that. I would say Danny is very unsynchronized, but we can't use COON and that. No
Yeah, I
way.
never called him
he said that himself.
He said that
No,
himself.
I said that. Usually, that's the next one that comes out of mouths when they say tokens.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, so let's just quickly break it down, Danny. Yeah, so when you was on that stream, like it was said to you, no one called you that. Yeah, the person that called you a token and then whatever, no, he said token is a fucking whole Turkish man. You understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah, so you didn't get your bite there. Yeah, and that's where you had to come in and start editing now. You get me? But we'll play it again. Yeah, so you did not get, and you see, and that's what I'm trying to say. This is why you and that woman over there, you're man. You're just racial betas, man. You're just a racial beta, man. But anyway, and I don't mean beta, B-E-T-A. You get me? I mean B-A-I-T-E-R. Just a racial beta, man. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah. And Terry, you're retarded as well, yeah, because you've obviously listened to this version or this tape already. And you done heard the man say you can't use that round here. You can't use the COO. And you heard fucking Kel say that. Yeah. And this is what I'm trying to say. You lot are so disingenuous. And that's what I'm saying. Your politics is disgusting. Yeah. Because your politics can't even be based on any sort of truth. Even now where this is all digitally there and you lot have got to come and remix and respin. This is why you can't touch us, man. We're listening to the thing right there to Bomber Clark. Yeah? And you got this dickhead saying, you let attackers, man. Yo, how the fuck did we let him? You lot are sour, man. You're stupid, man. Yeah? You're stupid. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah. What? You know what, Terry? I bet you're such a big pussy that you won't even jump on in it. Yeah, you're just one of them fucking. You're probably, you know what I mean, some dickhead in the chat. Jump on, man. If not, just shut up, man. Seriously, because you're making. If you're here to represent them, yeah, you're making them look bad, bab. To be honest, If you're here trying to represent them, you're making them look bad. Yeah. You just heard them all say you can't use that word around here. Yeah. Now to remix it, he's had to go, because we're going to go into the tape again, whereby my girl said, when I first heard you, yeah, I had this thought. Yeah. Like many people would have had listening to that fucking guy. You get me? But you want to come and, you know, this is what I'm trying to say. You cannot, you see, if you can't do your thing clean, don't do it at all. Yeah. To be honest, Roscoe, this is a loss for you. This is a big L, man, because what it's showing, yeah, without me even fucking going into this whole accusing of the black Marxist thing, is that you can't base your thing on truth and rights, bro. You get me? And if you can't base your thing on truth and rights, then your black and white unite can't work. You get me? Because you're not even telling your fans or whatever the truth. Do you know what I mean? You're giving them a Jack and Nori story. That's why you had to say what you said down the bottom. Let's go back to it. Yeah, let's hold on. Let me get the right screen. Yeah, this is actually disappointing, Danny, man. But it shows that yeah, you lot are two peas in a pod. You get me? It shows that you're two peas in a pod, man. Yeah, big up yourself, Divine. Hold on a sec. Yeah, big up, Divine. Hope I can hear you, because sometimes am I hearing her? D?
Rising, sis,
Oh, yeah.
rising. Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you just got to laugh, sis, because he actually incriminates himself with it. He puts in the title, the first keyword is remix. Yeah. That's the first.
The IQ thing. It's embarrassing,
It's just,
man.
when I tell you these people are such degenerates that they don't. The thing is, we're always 5 steps ahead. We're never going to be failures. We're never going to be undefeated. I don't know why people keep trying us like this, but it's just retarded low IQ. It's fucking laughable. But anyway, yeah, man, you let him do what he does, man. We know it's a grift. We know it's a soundbite grift, you know. We know he needs to please his people. Then let him do what he does. I actually find it funny. Like, and then the typing in the it's actually, yo, Terry, big up yourself in the chats, man. We undefeated, baby. Terry's mad. Terry, we stand undefeated. Stop it, like. Terry's mad. Big up yourself, Terry. I know you're my number one fan. But go on, do your thing, sis. Yeah, Terry. He made me a superstar for real with his 283 views. Of course, I'm the biggest superstar. 238. My bad. I even gave him more than he's supposed to get. Yeah, man, he's a superstar, man. Let him use the sound bites, Terry. But the actual full context of this actual debate, well, it wasn't even a debate, to be fair. It was an actual conversation. Terry, he actually agreed with 99.9% of the things I said. So yeah, let him do what he's got to do, man. Pick up yourself. It was very polite. There was no disrespect. And trust me, if there was disrespect, the chat would have let it known, and they probably would have kicked us off. That's a fact. They would have
Oh, Terry, are you hurt?
Terry's upset. I told you he's
not
upset.
go the way you thought, man. Oh, it looked like Terry's looked and thought, fuck, innit, Terry? Well, I'm gonna drop the link again, Tessa. You know what I mean? Because you've been putting in a lot of work this morning, man. So you know what I mean? Come and have your say, man. Do you know what I mean? You're putting a lot of work in the chat. Come and have your say, bab. You know what I mean? All right, so the Coconut Coon remix featuring G Block Rap has got 238 views, and it went out on the 25th.
Terry says we're superstars because of it. Big up, Terry, man. Big up yourself.
Today's the 27th. So that's 2 days ago. So Black and White Unite. To be honest, Roscoe, in a week where you get me, you lot are going on holiday today to Telford. I'd have thought you'd have got a few more views than that, bab. I thought there would be more people wanting to listen to the Coconut Coon remix, to be fair, bab, and learn about black Marxism or some shit like that. But anyway, let's get back to
Whatever
we're gonna
that is.
have a look into it still. We're gonna have a look into it. Yes, because I'm all right. Let's get back to it. So let me just quickly play it anyway, because he has put a bit of work into it. So at least let's pay him that respect still.
Stuff like normally it's the next way.
You know.
No. Random people against me. Random people, randomly more connected to you. Your side of the argument than mine.
24 hours later.
Here's my argument with Danny, because I really wanted to focus on this whole black and white divide. That's the main reason why we're having, even speaking to you. Because before Friday, Saturday, I didn't even know who the hell you was. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna be very honest and transparent. The bit that I did hear about you in this immigration thing, I was just like, boy, you off, bun you, you're a sellout, you're a coon.
Usually that's the next one that comes out of mouths when they say tokens and stuff like that. Normally it's the next one.
You know,
No. Random people against me. Random people, randomly more connected to you. Your side of the argument than mine.
I'm gonna keep it real. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. I don't know who this guy is. And then I heard you last night again, and you kept referring to the blacks. I'm just like, yo, this guy's a coconut. Yo, this guy's a coconut. What am I dealing with? Oh, this guy's a coconut. Coon.
Right. So that's that, Danny. Thank you for that, because, like I said, that actually just adds to our pot. To be fair, right. So, because one of the things that Biggage definitely highlighted is that part of their politics, and obviously Biggage is the one that actually debated with him as well. So, part of their politics is to try to get you to say something
those
outlandish.
words. Yeah.
So then you can then jump upon that, and you say, and then what he does, and then what we're gonna do now is just play the other video anyway. You get me? And then we'll probably see it in action. You see what I'm saying to you? And the reason why I'm saying it is actually a Rice and Peace set, and it's because again, I think that we are being played by proxy. You get me? Now he may not have a lot of subscribers, this, that, and the other, but you may have another one like him that may have a bigger, far and more of a reach, this, that, and the other, where it could be argued could be very dangerous. You know what I mean?
Very, very, yeah. But this guy's just a grifter. But again, as you said, if it was somebody else that had a bigger, farther reach and a bigger political stance and a group or organization behind them, this could be very damaging. But with Danny, I just have to laugh at him because this is the farthest reach he could have reached with the real interview and the real conversations out here. Like, oh, mate, behave yourself.
Yeah, but
while I'm saying that, sis, big up to Gem Catcher, that clip that's got the real conversation on I don't know, I think it's a her. Gem Catcher, Gem. They got the real conversation there too. So if you can't find it over on Dave's, you can also find it over on the Gem Catcher. Yeah, so that doesn't make no sense you doing that. Plus, I got it downloaded, the real one. So yeah.
But yeah, man. But I was also gonna say that I think this situation here can have quite a few different case studies for quite a few different reasons. Is what I'm saying to you, yeah. So I just definitely would say that. But yeah. So big up Terry for bringing that still. So now what we're gonna do is, so we've seen the sort of propaganda that my man's dealing with. We know, like I said, what Biggie said about the sort of tactics that they use, and I'm using they, you know what I mean, because we can see where else it's used. You see what I'm saying to you? And even if you were to listen to the video before, yeah, and then you listen to what's been said in these last days, you get me as to why situations are the way they are. You know what I mean? It's all, that's why we call it politics, Do you know what I mean? Because it's very, very dirty and slimy, you know what I mean? And it's not based on truth. You get me? And remember, he was given the opportunity to talk his truth. You understand what I'm saying to you? But they have to remix it because what he was talking don't make no fucking sense. Yeah. All right. So before we go any further, let me just, I was going to try and pull it up on screen in it, but it's long in it. So let me just try and read a synopsis of black Marxism, right? And this is just from Wikipedia, right? So, you know what I mean? Don't blame me, but I'm just going to quickly read it, okay? So it says Black Marxism is separated into three parts. The first being the emergence and limitations of European radicalism. The second, the roots of Black radicalism. And the third, Black radicalism and the Marxist theory. Through these sections, Robinson, so obviously this is proposed by a particular person, yeah? I'll give you his full name in a minute, well, again. So Robertson critiques Marxism and its reliance on determinism. The primary theories which result from Black Marxism are racial capitalism and the Black radical tradition. The book begins by introducing the theory of racial capitalism, the process of deriving social and economic value from the racial identity of another person. Robertson develops this term to correct what he thinks led Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels to mistakenly believe that European bourgeois society would rationalize social relations. Robertson says that as a material force, racialism would inevitably permeate the social structures emergent from capitalism. I have used the term racial capitalism to refer to the subsequent structure as a historical agency. He argues that all capitalism is structured by quote-unquote racialism and produces inequalities amongst groups. Thus, all capitalism should be recognized as racial capitalism. In addition to theorizing on racial capitalism, Black Marxism aims to elucidate the Black radical tradition of the past, present, and future. Robertson recounts several acts of resistance from 17th century Maroon communities in the Americas to 20th century national liberation struggles, looking to scholars W.E. Du Bois and C.L.R. James to exemplify the tradition. Right, so that was a bit of a mouthful, but Black Marxism, are we Marxist? Oh, hold on, I need something else. The primary theories which result from Black Marx are racial capitalism and the Black radical I don't know what the Black radical tradition is, you know what I mean? I don't know, Black radical tradition, I don't know what that is. Racial capitalism, well, yeah, I guess so, because we're definitely, if you want to relate that to something like Black Pound Day and, encouraging Black economics, this, that, and the other, considering our more recent past, then, then yeah, probably, the book begins by, but this thing is, this Black Marxism seems to be based on a book by a particular one person, yeah, so yeah, it's just yeah, and you know what it is as well, it's hold on, again, I'm just having a look, right, because I'm learning on the job just like you, all right, hold on a sec. Let me see, what's this, what's this? And what's this? All right, so yeah, this someone called Cedric Robertson wrote the book. Okay. Right, yeah, so it's just coming from one person, yeah, so that's the first thing that I'm understanding. Yeah, so it's obviously someone's theory, you get me? But I don't think there's yeah, this, yeah, even this Black Marxism is it's a fail because this is not a known theory or something that's applicable.
We don't even know what it is.
This is just something that someone has. This is just something that someone has written and put forward as his thesis, which there's nothing wrong with that. But right, so clearly there's no such thing as Black Marxists. Obviously there's Marxism. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah, he's got two of them. I think he's got a second one to it as well, Goofy. I think there's an updated one, Bab. And I think it's called The Making of Black Radical Tradition, Goofy. So he's got two books, Bab. So yeah, check it out, Goofy, man. So yeah, that's an epic fail, I believe, trying to call us Black Marxists. And I bet, and the thing is as well, I bet if I was to ask Danny Roscoe what is a Black Marxist, we'll be waiting till this time next year start. You know what I mean? Because they're just little buzzwords, man. Even when you're titling your food, #coconut wet, it's just all, but it's a little bit childish, to be honest. And if that's the sort of politics, if that's the racial politics on the right, then yeah, that's not gonna pick up no steam, man. You're not gonna get no people, any notable people into that, bruv. Come on, man. But anyway, see, Jay, that's what I'm trying to say, Jay, man. There is no black Marxism. It just exists in the minds of racists. And I'm telling you, man, you can see that whole little 2 minute and 35 or whatever it was, and the little commentary at the bottom. It tells the whole story, Mr. Wasco, to be fair. You get me? And you're not gonna get any clever black people to unite with that. I can tell you that. Do you know what I mean? Not at all, bro. You know what I mean? You might get some little football hooligans and one of them ones who, you know, are low on self-identity and low on IQ, but you know what I mean? You're not gonna get no flipping, you know? Yeah, you're not gonna get no real people over there unless they just feel really, really marginalized for whatever reason, you know what I mean? But people that have got one or two things going on in their life, you know, they're not gonna join that, man. You know what I mean? You were trying to call, I heard you trying to call us victims. To be honest, you sound like a victim, bro. You know what I mean? You sound like a victim. But anyway, thank you, like again, thank you for the imagery, thank you for the commentary, because we'll grab that. And yeah, Terry, I'm gonna drop the link again, man. You know what I mean?
Terry's not coming up here.
Come
So
and
behave
talk your
yourself.
talk, man.
Behave
If
yourself.
not,
Terry
come
just
and bring
typed
something
here.
decent, because you're making him look bad. You know what I mean? You are actually making him look bad, bro. But Khan's nothing to do with us, Terry. Are you stupid, man? Oh, Kale. Oh, Kale. But Kale's the same one that, you see, again, you're flopping your show because Kale's the same one that said you can't use that word around here, man. Do you know what I mean? Listen, man, you see, when you're clean, you can't get it down, bro. Like, you're using all sorts of different permutations and it's just not coming through. So what we'll do is we'll stop, we'll stop entertaining you. You've done your bit. Thank you for bringing that evidence, though, because we do definitely appreciate it. And what we'll do is we'll just get back and play the video. So let me just see. Got to go somewhere else now. All right, let's see if I can freaking find it. Now I gotta go find it again to George and Mildred, man. Shut. Can't believe Klopp said he's leaving, man. Shut. And as well, do you know what I mean? And as well, he said how no one ain't gonna take that thing that serious, man. And this is what I'm trying to say, man. You're using racism and racial this and that and then vibes for entertainment. No, stop. Yeah, you're a joke, man.
Well, let me just say this, and I will reiterate it again. I've never proven wrong, ever. Undefeated, point blank, and the period. Now, when I got onto that show on the G Block, and I told you guys this was a setup from day one. And when the desperation came, she had no choice but to call our names to try and get us over there. We already knew what Veli was used for. We already clocked that from the jump, from the whole thing was set up. Me and Nines already discussed that behind the scenes. And we already knew what time it was.
Okay.
Right, hold on, sis. So yeah, we already knew what it was. So and then she went, remember, she took that clip and went over to the live and done a live, and she was like, no, it's all in your head. It's not about you. But then case in point, like, when am I ever proven wrong, guys? I'm undefeated, man. Like, you don't need to behave yourselves. I'm undefeated.
People may argue against that point and say, actually, in reality, black people in the West are not as negatively affected as is being made out. Or would you say that that's not a?
That's not
that
true.
Is
Look at the London crime rates, and this is talk there. Now, again, I will go on to say again. It could be black on black crime. It could be white on black crime. It could be brown on black crime. It could be whatever kind of black lives are being definitely affected. And it's not always, because I think when people hear Black Lives Matter, they always assume it's just the police or no, these are just everyday crimes we're talking about. Not just the police attacking, killing off black people randomly. No, I think that's just a narrative that's spread and it's just got ridiculous.
Okay. Right. Let's. Please, Danny's gonna jump on soon. So.
So you're trying to say that the Black Lives Matter is a victim mentality, but you literally said that because you felt victimized without being able to say White Lives Matter, without being able to say White Lives Matter, without anyone moaning at you wanted to do it because people were going to moan at you. Well, I don't really get
No,
this.
that's
Man.
not victimhood. That's not victimhood. That's not victimhood.
Make a point.
That's not victimhood, though, is it? That's just trying to have an equal status.
You're being a victim, bro.
No, it's not. It's a fact. It's a two-tier
Bro,
fact.
you're being a victim, man. Behave yourself, man.
It's a two-tier fact.
You're saying that you're saying White Lives Matter because people said Black Lives Matter. What? Are you in fucking primary school, man? Behave yourself, man.
Listen,
that's not even a proper answer.
Listen. Do you know what primary school is? Yeah, do you know what primary school is? It's going and saying we want to getting the white liberals to say, oh, let's get rid of Black Boy Lane. Let's get rid of all the Cecil Rhodes in the universities. Let's go and put things down in Bristol because they're all slavers. Let's talk about Rule Britannia. Oh my God, it's all about slavery. Oh, let's not do it. That's all childish. When you say
having the conversation,
when you're saying if Black Lives Matter, it's the same about the V. It's the same about anything else. If people are allowed to say Black Lives Matter, and you're not allowed to say White Lives Matter or All Lives Matter without a huge kickback, okay? Then that's not playing victim. That is literally.
Well, it is because you're complaining about it. But what does a victim do?
Well, that's the premise, isn't it?
What's the definition of a victim? You're saying you're not a victim. Why complaining about stuff that you don't think you're allowed to do? Why you are allowed to do it? You're allowed to say White Lives. You was wearing a White Lives Matter t-shirt yourself.
You're not allowed to say it. White people are not allowed to say
So
White Lives
why
Matter.
was you wearing a White Lives Matter t-shirt if you weren't allowed to say it?
To prove a point. To prove a point. To prove
That
a point.
what to say that you're not allowed to wear it?
But
what happened to you then? Did you get arrested for wearing it?
No one's calling me a white supremacist.
Did you get arrested for wearing it?
Of course not.
Did you get arrested for wearing it?
Of course not.
So what are you talking about then, man?
If you get a white person to wear that, that'll be a hate crime, right?
How would it be a hate crime?
Oh my God! Do you see what goes on in life outside the Black community?
So there will be fake outrage
What goes on
on
outside
social media.
the Black community? I live in England.
Okay, Tommy Robinson, yeah, Tommy Robinson, right? He's a racist to many of these self-hating white liberals, right? To many of these victimhood blacks, right? He's a racist, yet he has never said a racist thing or convicted for racism or anything like that. See, that is the style of outrage. If a white person used a White Lives Matter t-shirt,
Bro, you sound
went
like a
to the
victim
Nation of
right now,
Islam,
man.
Oh, you know what?
People who are being affected the most. Some people may argue against that point and say, actually, in reality, Black people in the West are.
I'm all good now then.
Hey, Daniel, you got to step up your pat one, fam. We need a wagwan and all them things there, is it?
I don't speak black.
Well, it is because you're complaining about it. But what does a victim do?
Well, that's the premise, isn't it?
What's the definition of a victim? You're saying you're not a victim. Why complaining about stuff that you don't think you're allowed to do? Why you are allowed to do it? You're allowed to say White Lives. You was wearing a White Lives Matter t-shirt yourself.
You're not allowed to say it. White people are not allowed to say
So
White Lives
why
Matter.
was you wearing a
without
White
being
Lives
called
Matter
racist.
t-shirt if you weren't allowed to say
To
it?
prove a point. To prove a point. To prove
That
a point
what to say that you're not allowed to wear it? But what happened to you then? Did you get arrested for wearing it?
No one's calling me a white supremacist.
Did you get arrested for wearing it?
Of course not.
Did you get arrested for wearing it?
Of course not.
So what are you talking about then, man?
If you get a white person to wear that, that'll be a hate crime, right? For
How
the
would it be a
simple
hate
fact-
crime?
Oh my God.
So who would call it a hate crime? Do you know what I mean? Because this is what I'm trying to say. Say if that were the truth, yeah? Who would be calling it a hate crime, Mr. Roscoe? Yeah? Although it's not true in the first place. The thing is, yeah, so this Danny Ross is a mixed race guy, and he's obviously gone out there wearing a White Lives Matter t-shirt. You get me? And he's saying that if a white person were to do that, it would be seen as a race crime or hate crime. But if he does it, it's not. This is crazy, man.
And to cause people to make it a talking point and to point it out. So he's basically doing it for the attention. Like, this guy is actually a clown. Him and his low IQ students are clowns.
This one. This is what I'm trying to say, man. Because you don't even mind having a conversation about such a topic here, because, you know what I mean, we can see the relevance or how it, you know what I mean, but at least give us something intelligent to work with. Bro.
Do you see what goes on in life outside the black community?
So there will be fake outrage
What goes on
on
outside
social
life
media.
outside the black community? I live in England.
Okay, Tommy Robinson, right? He's a racist to many of these self-hating white liberals, right? To many of these victimhood blacks, right? He's a racist, yet he has never said a racist thing or convicted for racism or anything like that. See, that is the style of outrage. If a white person used a White Lives Matter T-shirt,
Bro, you sound
went
like a
to the
victim
Nation of
right now,
Islam-
man.
Oh, you know what?
Who said anything about Tom Robinson? Bro, listen, I never said anything about Tom Robinson or how anyone feels about Tom Robinson. I thought this was talking about this Black Lives Matter, White Lives Matter. I actually thought that
Listen,
you...
Are you listening? Are you listening?
I
Or
thought
is it
you was a White Lives Matter
somebody I know?
supporter.
Are you actually listening?
Yeah, can you pause for a sec, bro, please?
Yeah, Danny, how's it going?
Oh yeah, I'm on. Yeah, cool.
Daniel,
Give me 1 second. What's going on? I think I'm on.
What?
Can you hear me?
We can, mate.
man.
All right, I'm all good now then.
Hey, Daniel, you got to
Hello,
step up your
Danny.
pat, fam.
Yeah.
We need a wagwan and all them things there, is it?
I don't speak black. I'm right.
I don't
All right, so let me introduce myself. Hello, Danny.
Yeah, no.
Nice to meet
Wait, hold on
you.
a sec, yeah? Wouldn't that be if I said I don't speak white, you would say, "Oh, you're racist, man. Look, that's racist."
No, if I was like a Cockney, it's like come and speak Cockney and do all the Cockney slang and all that, then you'd be like, oh, I don't speak Cockney. I don't speak Cockney. Yeah, you're telling me to speak
I'm saying
patois.
what, mate. It's true.
I need to step up I need to step up my black game and speak patois. So I just responded in what you said. I don't speak black. Did you not say that?
I don't speak
I didn't say you need to step up your black game, yeah?
Huh?
I said you're Jamaican, innit? Step up your patois. That's what I said.
All right, cool. All right, I don't speak black anyway. I'm all right.
Nine
I don't
balls
even
right
understand it
there.
that much, to be fair, because I wasn't brought up that way. I was brought up
I'm
in
going to
England
try my best
as
to
English.
speak proper English as I can.
No, you
yeah?
can't. I can understand you. It's just
Nine,
if
can you hear
start
me?
using street and that, I might not get it so much.
Can we?
Yeah, I just wanted to pause it there because we want to hit on some of these points, innit? And Valley, if you do ever happen to chat to this guy again or whatever, these are some points I want you to raise. Yeah. Number one, what does it mean to speak black? What is his interpretation of I don't remember? This is the first time he's meeting us. We made it known that we don't know him from nowhere, where. And the first thing he comes out of his mouth, the first racial insult is I don't speak black. Help me out here. What is that supposed to mean? Okay, you can carry on, sis. We're just gonna make some points out here. Yeah, we're just making points and show you how low IQ we've got to go down in order to meet them at where they're at. But anyway, let's go.
Can we just firstly establish, because a few people are saying like you're advocating for like white supremacy and this kind of stuff. Can we just clear that up? Because
I don't advocate for white supremacy. I advocate for England. I advocate for us not to be taken over by hostile nations and hostile states and people who are not in line with English people. And that's some of the people who are black and English as well. They don't have our best interest at heart. So that's what I advocate. So when I say that, people automatically are saying it's white supremacy.
When you say who's our best interest?
The countries. Everyone is in the country. Everyone who wants to be British and English.
But you said someone that's black and English might not have our best interest at heart.
Yeah, no, 100%. They might not have it. Like the people who highly support Black Lives Matter don't have English black people's lives in interest. They've got their own, they've got their own thing going on, their own narrative they want to push through. When they start changing street names, they start putting down, like in Cardiff, and they start making these these names of Islamic people as a street name, changing it from what it was. They're not doing stuff for the nation. They're doing stuff for themselves.
Alright, so how does them changing street names benefit the black community or the cause that they're doing?
It
that they're
doesn't.
trying to fight?
Exactly. 100% it doesn't. But some people do believe that. Some people are like, yes.
Yeah, so why do you keep trying to
changed
mix it up with the black community? This changing names.
Because you just said to me before that why did I say some people? So I was explaining that some black people have that mentality, and I gave you a reason behind it. I told you
There's
because
more
of
white
this,
people
because
with
of
that mentality than black people, though.
Well, not really.
That want to change street names and so on, so this, that,
They
and
don't
the
want to
other.
change. They don't want to change street names. They don't want to take away, Cecil Rhodes statues. They don't want to take. The only statue we want to take down is a paedophile statue outside BBC, Eric Gill. That's the only one that we want to take down. That's white people, black people, should be everyone because he's a paedophile.
Yeah, bro. All right, we're not trying to say to take down any statues in it, yeah.
But some
you
people
keep
are.
using
That's
a
what
lot
I'm
of.
saying. You keep saying.
Yeah,
I
but
said
bro,
to
you
you,
keep
some
using.
blacks.
Yeah,
So
but you keep
yes,
using.
some blacks do.
Your points of talking all come from Black Lives Matter. I don't think anyone here is a representative of Black Lives Matter, but we all
Okay,
think
then.
Black Lives Matter.
Okay, so so that's the reversal. I say because I say Black lives don't matter to Black Lives Matter. So you're saying that Black lives don't matter to Black lives. Yeah, so it's the reverse. So we're on the
Black
same.
lives
We're
do
on the
matter
same
to Black
page.
lives.
So we're on the same page.
Black lives
We're on
matter
we're
to
on the
black
same
people,
page.
yeah. No, we're not. Because I'm saying black people do care about black lives or whatever. You don't think black people do, yeah?
No, I don't think they do.
don't-
I can't say
you-
everyone. I can't say everyone. I say majority of people don't. Majority of
Yeah,
black
but you're not in
people
any of
don't.
the circles where you would be able to see where there would be black people that care about other black people. For example, yeah, let me give you this example, and I should have gave you this yesterday, yeah, was Speaker's Corner, yeah, we had, because it's easier to give an example when you're involved yourself, right?
Yeah.
We had a little group called Gang Guiding the New Generation or
100%.
whatever, yeah.
Supported that
So-
at the start. Supported that. At the start.
Yeah. So wait, hold on a sec. Yeah. So when we started talking about all the different stuff we want to try and stop the black youths with the knife crime and this, that, and the other, it was literally from every single side was a fight about but this is racist. Yeah, you are only concentrating on black people. Why not? Why? What about the white people? What about the Muslims? What about Chinese? What about trans? What about gay?
Yeah.
What about this? What about so and so? A B C D E F G. So when there are people that are trying to tackle issues that are community focused or whatnot, a lot of people that say, where are the people that do tackle them? Are the people that try to fight them down from stopping building these institutions and other bits and pieces?
Yeah, when you first went down the park, guiding a new generation, I was like, bang, that's it. You're going to be a gang of people, who are going to guide these kids and give them focus, make sure that they are not doing the wrongs of the past. Do you know what I mean? I support that 100% when it was down there, and then all of a sudden, it started getting for me as an outsider looking in, it started getting very much as a black supremacist movement. As in, it would have gone into a Panther style movement, as in, we are the ones. And it did actually, because you got Forever Freedom that tried to come out on the street with paramilitary uniforms, trying to do military drills on the street. So that's how it's evolved. Okay, so
Forever Family is not a gang, innit?
If it was just for the children, if it was just for the children to guide them and to make sure they're doing good and making sure that they stay alive for as long as they can, I'm with that. But it didn't go, for me personally, it didn't look like it was going that direction. It went a different direction, and then people on part of that have taken it a different direction.
All right, don't you see where what I'm saying? Right.
Can I
Go,
respond
go,
to that?
go.
Yeah. So I would say this to you, Danny.
Yeah.
So when the whole gang, Guiding the New Generation was formed, it originally started in Speaker's Corner, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the original thought behind it is stop the crime going on in the streets of London where we're at, which we can get to north, east, south, west, right? It was very, very much so made very public awareness. This is not a black thing. It's a everybody thing. Everybody can join, and I myself definitely definitely got involved in it because I'm a mother that lost a child already. Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
So for
Sorry to hear that.
me, so for me, it was very meaningful.
Mm.
And I've done many public speakings, many public, organizations. I'm not a part of BLM, but I spoke on many different organizations and different rallies, different walkouts, different ride outs. And these are groups that are not spoken of. You only hear of BLM, which is why I find it kind of okay. Everyone keeps bringing up BLM, but what about all that? What about what? Not another drop. What about all these other organizations that are out here fighting for not black only children? Because right about now, white children are dying by gun crime. White children in Yorkshire are dropping down like there's no tomorrow. Do you see what I'm saying? This is not just a London thing.
100%. But when you
this is a UK thing, right? So the whole narrative was to get everybody on board and to make sure no other mother has to lose a child, right?
Yeah.
What we came to find out when we came to get this thing going and get it promoted on the YouTube is there was a lot of hate, and I have to be honest, from non-black people about it. Oh, you only care about black kids. You're only doing that black kids. No. Why is the police? And why don't you not go to the police? Because we already know historically, police are not thorough doing their jobs. They are not thorough. They're not really willing to really do nothing. In fact, it's kind of beneficial for black and black crime to continue. It's kind of beneficial.
But lady, if you then looked into the politics of respect, we might get a different.
That's what
I
was
going to get there. I was going to get there.
Your,
so
your co-founders turned that way.
Yeah. So let me get there. So I said all of that to say this. So obviously it's come to Forever Family, right? Because that's the name, Forever Family, yeah? So now obviously the gang thing kind of fell off and whatever. People had other things going on in their lives. They decided to channel their energies in different directions. It fell off. Forever Family came up. Now, I know from the outside looking in, it looks like it's some power, military, black this and black militants or whatever. That is not the case. That might be the illusion or the look of it. But from what I can see from them, remember, I don't even agree, but I don't even talk to this brother. So, and I'm still going to say that it's a good thing to have in place because of incidents that have happened in recent times where there is no groups to go and speak out against these things that are happening all around London. There ain't no one to speak at. So these groups are well needed within our community. Whether I like the people that are running them or not is a different, separate matter because I don't.
Yeah.
But the actual premise behind it, I can support it. Do you see where I'm coming from? Right.
I kind of can, but having paramilitary uniform and doing military style drills on the UK soil since the IRA had been made illegal. So if that was white people again doing the same thing, it would have been called a prescribed group. And we wouldn't have been allowed to do it, but that's beside the point. What happened to Dover? You remember the black girl and the Irish people in Dover, with the Forever Family being this thing you can agree with. What was the outcome that you got when they went and did their ride out down there and divided the community? What was the feeling that you got back from that speaking out?
Do you mean with the travellers, when they're standing outside?
That particular one, right? Okay, so I'm not really too because by that time, we already became enemies, so to say. Again, like there's no reason for me to have to be bigging him up or nothing. Yeah. But I think for him, in his mind at the time, if I'm going to put myself in Respect's mind, he was seeing it as though an injustice is done on a young black sister. And all this racial abuse was traveling throughout TikTok, and he felt the need to go out there and defend this sister and make sure that whoever's behind this, with this mother with these two girls or whatever, is held to task. Like the school's not going to let this go unsolved. And these are many things that happen. For instance, we had a teacher that strip searched a young black girl and made her expose her sanitary towels and stuff in school. These are things that are being done, but no one's got an outcry for it. So we need organizations, i.e. like, again, I can understand why there's a Forever Family. That's why I can sympathize with the group. Whether I get along with the leader or not is a whole different ball game. I can separate them.
All right, cool. So there was no outcome for it because we're going on about Black White Unite, which I don't even use it as a movement. It's just a slogan, okay? But I went down to Dover and I went down to see the people, okay, to see what was going on, okay? And we was gonna make a thing out of it, and I kind of made this one-sided thing, but at the end of the day, it was just a fight that got out of control, right? There was no racism in it. There was no nothing in it. But we know when we're all hyped up and we're fighting, even black people, how many black people have you seen have 2 fights and one of them calling them the N-word, hope you burn, I'm going to do a cross outside your house, all this kind of stuff that you'd be like, whoa, that's super racist, right? You do that because you're in a fight with them. You're in the emotions coming over. And that's what that
man,
situation
it's not like that though, bro.
But that situation
I've never seen
that situation.
Yeah, but I've never seen a fight with like some black dudes.
You never seen a black guy call another guy
Wait, hold on.
in a fight. Come on, man.
Yeah, no, not because they're in a fight.
I live in the suburbs.
Yeah, bro, listen, this is what I'm saying, yeah, because they said that they called each other niggas, and they said they're gonna stand outside each other's house and burn down crosses and shit like that. Like, they don't say stuff like that, man. That's crazy, cuz.
No, I'm saying that's what I've heard black people who are fighting each other say. So obviously racial slurs come out, okay, when they're fighting. So that girl situation, the 2 girls having a fight, was just a normal thing. It wasn't anything racist, okay? But when Respect went down there and he's trying to get people as well to do a mantra, to repeat after me. This is all Marxism anyway, you know, repeating this, doing all that kind of stuff. But there wasn't a solution, okay? So Black White Unite as a speaking is to say, do you know what? Let's not use the divide of saying that has to be racist because it's a black person and a white person. Let's see what the problem was. Let's just look at it from an open point of view and say, right, that's the problem there. Oh shit, it was racist. Or oh, do you know what? It was nothing. That's what we need to start doing more of instead of saying automatically it has to be racist. I know the sanitary towel thing with the police officer, that was wrong. So we can look at that and say, right, them coppers, are them coppers racist? But you don't say the whole of the Metropolitan Police or the whole of the area police force because of them 2 officers are racist. That's a nonsense as well.
Well, it's not us that's saying, well, we are saying the police are racist, yeah, but also it's not just us that are saying the police are racist. It's their own government reports that are saying there's institutional racism still present in the police since the first McPherson report in 1997. And obviously people have been complaining about racism in the police from before 1997. Yeah, so you do, when it is racism, you do have to say, yes, it is, there's racism here. And
okay, Steve, okay, like I said, that the McPherson's report was Stephen Lawrence, okay? A year later, Richard Everett, he got murdered by 4 Bangladeshi people. They all went up to court. One of them, strangely, and even the jurors said it was strangely, was told that he's not guilty. They have to find him not guilty. He's come out and he become years later, he become a councillor in the same area that they murdered or someone murdered Richard Everett. But he didn't get the national newspapers as Stephen Lawrence did when he was exactly the same thing, but it was a reverse situation.
Yeah, well, there was a murder around the corner from Stephen Lawrence. There was a murder around the corner from Stephen Lawrence's murder the year before Stephen Lawrence died. A guy called Roland Adams, he got killed in Thamesmead in a racist attack or whatever.
Black guy, yeah?
Yeah, black guy.
Exactly. So when a white guy dies in a racist attack, no one says nothing. There's no reports, there's no reviews or nothing. And you also
there were no report for the Roland Adams ones. It was only the Stephen Lawrence one that was on the thing. And why was it on there so long? Because of the miscarriage of justice. The Elton police station was working with local gangsters hiding evidence in that case.
So it wasn't.
So obviously that there was showing where that a part of the institutional racism, bias, corruption, and other things that the McPherson report was saying is happening in police stations across the UK. They highlighted Eltham obviously because of that case there. That Eltham police station ain't even open no more. It's not even there no more. There's no police station where that Stephen Lawrence case actually happened no more. It's flats now. So a case of institutional racism, the evidence is there in front of your face. Even the government done their own report to show that there was institutional racism and there was even bias evidence hiding, witness tampering and blah, blah, blah. But you're still refusing to say that there could be any trace of, you know what I mean?
No, I'm not refusing anything. I'm
Yo, Buddage, what on?
Yo, what going on, Nanny? For big up, they be fine.
You alright, bub?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. So I did email you, you know, like I don't know,
You've emailed me.
couple of
Hold on.
times, yeah.
All right, Biggage. I mean, but hold on.
But yeah, I was just listening to what you was playing there. I caught bits and pieces of that thing with Biggs and the Mr. Roscoe guy, but
Yeah.
I didn't catch the whole thing. But there's certain things I agreed with what he was saying, I think. But I'd have to get a context of what he was saying still. I think it was the immigration thing that I caught.
All right. Well, this is because you know initially there was a debate with him on Big Age that was on Big Age's channel and Gummies and whatever. But this is the day after where me and Divine and Big Age went onto Dave 42 channel's show.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't catch that at all.
And then he jumps on a bit. So yeah, make a cup of tea. Well, you don't drink tea, in fact, I'm sure.
No, I drink tea. I think cup of Rosie Lee, mate. Come on.
All right, I thought you were gonna tell me about some peppermint or something. But all right, well, I listen still, and then we'll come back. Because what I'm saying is, I think it's quite, in fact, it's quite an interesting case study settings in many various ways, and
So
hopefully, yeah, go
maybe
on.
summarize it for me because I might have to cut still. What's
Yeah,
the gist of what he was saying that you take issue with, Bob?
No, it's not even about taking issue per se. You know what I mean? It's just for me, it's just interesting hearing such a far right ideology coming from a person of color. You get me? Because obviously,
Okay, so what kind of points was he making that far right to you, or
well, let's let the team play and then.
okay, all right.
Yeah.
Is there any like so far you've played like that you've taken issue with, or is far right you consider?
No, not as yet. No, per
Okay,
se,
cool.
no.
All right.
I mean, I did play a video before where he's basically calling us all black Marxists, but you probably missed that and said some other stuff. So I'll see if I can drop the link in the back, and maybe you.
So is he saying all black people are Marxists, or just
He's
certain
called
individuals?
myself, I believe, maybe Divine, Kel. He's made a video, isn't it? So he's made a video.
Oh, really? Okay. All right.
We played it before, so maybe if you rewind a bit, you'll be able to watch it.
I'll do that when the live stream ends, because then that way I don't miss anything out on the live still.
Okay, I mean it's only a couple of minutes to be fair. It's like a two
Is
and
it?
a half
Okay.
2.5 minute video, but it's it's under 42.
Where's that in the back chat here, on the StreamYard back chat?
No, if you give me a second, if I find my phone,
cool.
I'll try and drop the link. I'll drop the link in my live chat. Yeah, I'm gonna press play, and then I'll drop the link in the live chat. Or in fact, Banana, see if you can drop the link to that Roscoe video in the chat, please, or somebody, one of the mods, please, so that people can watch it at their leisure. But yeah, man, drop the link in the chat, please, somebody, for the Danny Roscoe video that was about 2 minutes and 2.5 minutes. Please and thank you. All right, don't forget to slap the like button, people. You know what I mean? You've done that, go already.
I'm just saying, when there's such a big report done on an inquiry, done on Stephen Lawrence, because there was five white boys who murdered him. When there's that and it's on a black, and then you have a year later, so it's in, if you do it before, you can say, all right, and cool, nobody's really said about Roland or whatever. We won't do it, and we can't have it on everyone. So we've got one against Stephen Lawrence. Maybe we can incorporate that. I don't know. But when it's a white kid and Bangladeshi people, it's not even black people, right? They're Bangladeshi people, but still, it's a white kid that got stabbed in the street and died, but no one cares about it. No one's got an
We
inquiry.
do.
And then
That's the
and
Are you saying?
misconception, though. That's the
But you're not
Are you
speaking.
saying that the
Nobody's
government
speaking about
cares
it.
more about Bangladeshi people than they do about
They care more about
British
black
white
people.
people?
They care more about black people. They care more about immigrants. They care more about anyone that has a any type of minority that will be used against the government than the people, the white British people. Nobody's standing up for them. Nobody's saying, hang on, this is an injustice that's going on across the country. How can they not come and speak out about the immigration situation going on without being called far right? You guys on the panel are saying to me, because I'm speaking about it, oh, maybe it could be a white supremacist. We've had black people before on G Block who have been white supremacists.
Yeah, we have.
It's a notion that you can't be. How can I be a white supremacist? The
How can you? You have to tell us that you're not.
The actual terminology of it is a nonsense, because I can
Bro,
advocate
listen.
for a white superior race, whilst I'm saying that the white people, okay, are being oppressed by everything else, by not being able to speak out. Their freedom of speech has been removed completely.
We had an Indian guy, yeah.
Yeah, Ralph, that's a different situation.
Yeah, we had the Indian guy. He was trying to say that he was far right. Well, he said he was far right, yeah, and ended up finessing his way nearly to fucking Mark Collette's level and all that sort of shit there. Obviously, we've had other black people that's jumped on G Block claiming to be far right and white supremacist or whatever. So unless you say that you're not or whatever, and plus when in Jupiter's chat, when the debate was first getting, or the question, the talk or whatever it was first getting set up, the original question in it, I've never spoke to you before in it like that. So the first question that you put in the chat, it was like, why is it okay to support black power and not white power?
Exactly.
So yeah,
Exactly.
so obviously from that, but wait, listen. So if you take it from I've never spoke to you before, I don't know your views yet. If that's the first question you've asked me, it's not strange for me to think that you might be one of those either extreme right guys or even leaning towards being a white supremacist supporter or whatever.
Well, to me, it just shows a level of critical thinking. See, that question there is a critical thinker's paradise. Yeah. What is it? Is it acceptable? Why is black supremacy more acceptable than white supremacy? So you could be thinking about it.
Have you defined what black supremacy is?
Of course it is. Black supremacy.
It's not though, because show us a display of black supremacy that is displayed in the UK that is acceptable, and then the display of white supremacy that gets shut down.
Whoa. Okay, then cool. Let's do it as in black people. If I can't use Black Lives Matter, the whole protect the statues, I can use that. Because
you just said they were Zionists, right? And they weren't black people that control it.
Yeah, Valley, let him
So
finish, bro. Let him finish, though. Yeah.
So you wanted to know the situation of where black people and white people have totally different experiences, okay? And that's to say the statues.
That was not the question. That was not the question.
Wait, nine. Let him go. Just let him go. Sorry to keep getting.
It's true that because that wasn't the question in it, but
Okay,
you can lay out your point. But that wasn't the
do the
question.
same answer. Do the question.
The question was, could you give us a display of black supremacy, which is carried out in the UK, which is celebrated, and then a display of white supremacy, which is shut down in the UK?
That okay. You're saying that's celebrated. You're making out as in there's a date. I can show where you'd say that white supremacy would be shut down because there is no white supremacy. Do you know what I mean? So that the way you've made that question is kind of like
where is black supremacy displayed then?
Black supremacy is displayed with communities and groups who want to enslave white people, who want to be the dominant force. Who want to be these people? Look at the Nation of Islam. Okay, let's look at the Nation of Islam. Is Nation of Islam black people? Are they black people or not? Is Leah Muhammad a black?
Yeah, they're black people.
Leah Muhammad.
Okay,
Leah Muhammad,
so they want.
But Leah Muhammad don't want white slaves.
Of course he does.
No, he's Arab. No, he's black.
Of course he does. Of course he does. That's the whole point. That's his whole point.
Yeah, sorry, I kind of stopped it there because again, Roscoe, this is low IQ politics. Well, politics, in fact, yeah, because even if you want to mention Nation of Islam and whatever else, I believe you may mention Hebrew Israelites, this, that, and the other, yeah. Like you said, those are fringe groups. You see what I'm saying to you, yeah? And you can't use. Well, obviously you can because they're out there, but those aren't working examples of Black Power, bro. Do you know what I mean? So you're just kind of clutching and at straws, I believe. You get me? Because we could have said, oh, well, bam, then you got Combat 18, you got NF, you know. Well, in fact, I wouldn't even do that, to be fair. You see what I'm saying to you? But I think it's like you're trying to whip up this Black Power thing. You get me? I think you're trying to whip it up because even you, as someone that doesn't even really acknowledge blackness, like, where are you feeling all this Black Power kind of vibrations? Like, where do you go and see or feel all this Black Power vibration? This is, to me, this is just all rhetoric. And yeah, if this is right-wing sort of, like I said, politics and ways out to black and white unite, you're only going to get rotted. Big up yourself, Sexy Lion, man. God damn. Yeah, you're not going to, you know, it's not going to go very far, man, but we're going to keep listening. But yeah, you know, yeah. Very, it's all what would you call it? It's like trolling sort of politics, isn't it? Just like the video that we played before. It's sort of like trolling kind of politics, isn't it? It's not even one to be taken seriously. Well, anyway, let's play before we chat. He wants white slaves.
He wants white slaves. I've never heard him say wants white slaves.
To be subjugated. He wants the white people to be subjugated because he thinks they're devils. Okay, so what would you do with subjugated people? You'd make them work for you. He wants an army.
Nah,
he wants
just
an
made that
army
up,
of
bro.
black. Okay, cool.
You literally just made that up in your info.
My channel.
Because
Dave,
it's
get my
not.
YouTube.
It's not.
Get the
Listen,
thing. Get the thing. Wait. Get the thing on my YouTube of Leo Muhammad.
Yeah,
of his speeches.
Yeah, but he's not saying unless he's saying like, because you didn't say that what he said, yeah, because I asked you where did he say that, right? Unless he's saying that he wants white slaves, yeah, then you can't say that he's saying he wants white slaves, right?
All right,
calling
cool.
white people devils or whatever.
Unless
he's not
I say
saying
I'm a white
slaves.
supremacist, nobody can start talking about far right and white supremacy with me then.
Well, that's why I asked you, innit?
But you've been discussing this
about
that's the whole thing, innit? Yeah, I asked you a question.
Can't
You're
even define
refusing
what it
to
is
give
you're
a,
speaking about.
you're refusing to
What do you
give.
mean I'm not defining what
You're
I'm speaking
refusing to
about?
give an answer. No, because you're refusing to give it your eye. So I did ask you, yeah. First of all,
yeah.
Like, what do you support the right wing, or are you like was it extreme right wing or whatever? Yeah.
Yeah.
And you said yeah, you support right wing, but you don't know what the extreme right wing is, and you don't know what none of that sort of stuff is there. Yeah. Let me tell you this though, yeah, because when Baroness Casey done her report for in 2023 about institutional racism, homophobic practices and whatever else, injustices and this, that and the other in the police force and in the government, straight after that report, the following report was about extremists in the UK. And the only extremists that the only two groups that they marked out as extreme in the UK that they're following up and having prevent people referred to were white extremists and Islamic extremists. So there was no black supremacists or any of that sort of stuff laid out in this thing that they're watching like that. So I don't know where you're able to draw this black supremacist, these black supremacists.
Yeah, but Veli, you can't actually. Yeah, but Veli, you can't. We know that there's people in this country who follow the Nation of Islam. We know there's Hebrew Israelites and these type of people, and they do advocate for.
What about Spat Nation?
Yeah, that's what I mean, Veli. You can't say that there's no black people.
Nation's a church.
Do
they not support supremacy and do they not support black supremacy? Are they not the same as the white supremacists?
I thought Spat Nation was like a scamming church.
Danny, hold on a second.
But it was to
Danny,
the chosen.
You've not given a definition of black supremacy yet, man. So can we start working with some definitions, please, sir?
Yeah. What's your definition?
No, not what's mine, because you're the one.
If you're black,
so what's your definition? Okay, and let me finish, please. What's your definition, and where do we see it being used in England, please?
Okay, so if you're black and you want your race to be supreme over everyone else, yeah? Any other race want to be the dominant force in other races against other races. That would what my definition of a black, white, whatever supremacist.
So now give us an example.
Okay, then when black people say I'm only dating black people so I can keep my children black, and then that will mean that their children will be black and the bloodline will stay black. That is quite a black supremacist thing, because you're saying if you go with a white person, it's going to water down your blackness of the family. So that's not good. That's not good. Hang on, you just told me. You just told me.
Listen. You're adding things, man.
I'm not.
So in reverse, that means that you're white supremacist if you feel the same way as well, though, right?
You said.
So you're white supremacist if you feel the same way, like you only want to have white children and you don't want to dilute your bloodline. That's what you're saying as well, yeah?
People would call them that, wouldn't you? People would say that.
Bro, listen, you keep doing this where you say that's it, and it's quite annoying, Danny, yeah? You say, you give an example where you give it to the air quotes blacks or whatever. So black supremacists, and they're black supremacists because they only want to have black babies. So then I ask you the same question in reverse. So that means that they're white supremacists if they only want to have white babies, right?
But there's white people. Yeah, 100%, yeah.
Right.
100%. But there's not many white people that do that. But 100%, I get what you're saying.
Excuse you? The majority of people in every nation.
I would never date a black.
The majority of people.
I would never date anyone else outside of my ethnic group. Okay.
The majority of people.
Black and white.
The majority of people in each nation, yeah, will usually have babies with their own kind, if you want to say that. Then, or with the black people will more likely have babies with black people. White people will more likely to have babies with white people or whatever, yeah. And then the outliers are the in-betweens that have like mixed race children or other mixes in between other different cultures, like a white and an Indian, or a black and a Chinese, or a Chinese and a white, or a Chinese and a black, or a Chinese and an Indian, an Arab and a Philippine white person, Arab and a black person, blah, 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 and a blah, blah, blah. That's the outliers in every community. That's not the majority. The majority in every community are with their own.
Yeah, but we're talking about mentality. Yeah, but we're talking about mentality. If you look at the Asian community, I would say that the least accepted interracial relationships in any other group in Britain, right? So the Asian community.
Then call them supremacists then?
No, but it's still a mindset, isn't it? If you're just naturally, if you're naturally against someone, if you're naturally against someone just on the complexion of their skin before you know who they are or know anything about them, I would suggest you do have a mentality of.
Why do you not keep remixing the thing? That's not what you said. You said if you prefer to marry your own people, then you're a supremacist.
Over anyone else. Over
No, I wouldn't say preferences. I wouldn't say preferences.
This is what he's saying, Dave. Stop putting.
That's what he's saying, Dave.
We're talking to you, Dave. We're talking to him.
Yeah, that's what you were saying, though, like, Dave. I mean,
a preference is a preference. Yeah, somebody who says I will not do it, point blank. Yeah, that's different. That's not a preference. That's not a preference, is it?
No, but your preference means that. Listen, your preference means that obviously you're gonna look for what you prefer, right? So if you only fancy, if you're a white lady and you only fancy white men, why would you go out with a black man? That doesn't prove that you're not racist. That just shows that. What is that? I don't get that reason.
It's not a difficult thing to understand, really. If you're going out and you're saying it's not a preference, like oh, I like white ladies, but you know what? I might date an Indian, right? Or I might fall head over heels for an Indian. I'm still open to it, but my preference, that's the whole choice of the word. My preference is one bit, but I'm not it's not a hard line thing. When people say I only do this, this is what it'll be to keep a bloodline as black.
The thing is, though,
that's totally different to me.
It's only in places like England, where these conversations are even had. You see what I'm saying to you? Where we're in quote unquote multi whatever country societies. Because if we was all back in our respective places, we wouldn't be having these conversations, because all we would be surrounded by is our own people. Then you see what I'm saying?
Exactly. So you agree multiculturalism doesn't work?
But that's a whole different
Yeah,
point.
but that's not what she said.
agreeing with me. You're agreeing
And
with
that's,
me.
that's not what she said, and that's not what you said.
That's split shit, man.
What you said, yeah. Wait, listen. What you said, yeah, was that if a black person only dates black people, that means they're a black supremacist.
I just want to highlight here this kind of okie doke thing what I go on. Do you know what I mean? Like, and you know what I mean? The thing is, to be fair, we've been here with the Muslims before, really. Like, there's this certain talking points, there's a particular script, you get me, and there's certain key and buzzwords, you get me, and you've got to work around that. And that's what you saw there, whereby when he's getting pulled up on a particular point, he then tries to veer off and make it something else. And this is what I'm trying to say. It's kind of low IQ politics, to be fair. Do you know what I mean? Very, very low. And this is what I'm, it's just all low IQ politics, man. You know, spin. That's what it is. It's spin. And I blame New Labour for this. Because everyone's trying to spin and finesse and remix. You get me? Everyone's trying to spin, finesse, and remix. And I blame New Labour and what was the spin doctor called? What was his name? I can't remember his name right now. Someone might drop it in the chats, man. Tony Blair's key henchman, but he was a spin doctor. That's why New Labour was even able to last so long, man. But yeah, that spin doctor thing, it definitely is spreading, man. Mud.
Yeah, so I relayed the question back to you. Does that mean that if a white person only dates white people and they won't date no other race, are they a white supremacist?
Yes, I've answered that already. Yes, of course.
Even that doesn't even make sense, man.
I've answered your own question. It doesn't make sense.
Danny, can I answer? Can I say this? Yeah, that doesn't make
Listen,
no
you lot want to be back. You lot of the Marcus Garvey era.
I haven't spoken yet. No.
You want to go back to Mother Africa?
Do you lot?
Mama Africa, we're share.
One second, guys. I haven't even spoken.
I gotta jump off
here. There should be no you lots. There should be no you lots.
Right. So let me see if I can catch a pause there. Hold on.
Danny, I will say this.
I'm just trying to. So again, you see, it's like you lot or of the Marcus Garvey. Remember, he doesn't know us from a stick of sand, you know, or a stick of rock, I should say. You see what I'm saying to you? You get me? We all know what Biggage is about. So he's obviously not speaking to Biggage. You understand what I'm saying to you? Presently, he don't know what my and Divine's politics are. He just knows that we're two black people or two black women at the moment. You know what I'm saying to you? But he's, you know what I mean? He's clearly attributing certain things to us. Just like when we looked before in his description, he's called us black Marxists. You see what I'm saying to you? And this is all without even knowing. I don't even think he's even ever asked our politics. You get me? But already we've been given these sort of descriptions. You see what I'm saying to you? And this is what I'm trying to say. This is not clean. This is not clean politics, man. And what I'm saying is that the same thing that I'm going to say that side accuse people of is the same thing that they like identity politics, all these varying things. That's all it's been about. It's crazy, man. But very low IQ. I got to be real, man. I can't see your Black and White Unite band being. Yeah, like not very high, you know what I mean? Not high achievers. Let me just say that, man.
If somebody prefers to date inside their own race, and that's not racist, that's their preference.
Yeah, something Campbell, exactly.
I will start off by saying that. Now, if somebody's imposing that you should only date black, you can't date no other race, this is the way that how black people are supposed to do. Now, then you can say, okay, now we've got some superiority over here, whereas you don't want to. Do you understand? That's
that's what I'm saying.
That's
exactly what I said. Exactly what I said. So what's the question on that?
So no, it wasn't a question. It's more to just sort out the confusion. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. No, that's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah. It's preference is different. Preference is different. If you prefer it, you prefer it. It doesn't matter. If you're saying, stating point blank, my whole bloodline is going to be black because it started black, it's going to end black. Okay. Which I hear these conversations happen.
So here where they're coming from now. So here where I'm going to say this to you now, Danny. So if somebody says, okay, you know what, I want to preserve my culture, my race, my people, and I choose to date, does that make them a supremacist?
Does that? But you're doing different now. You're saying I'm preserving a culture. It's got nothing to do.
I said culture, race.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do. It's you wanting to keep it the race black.
Right.
The culture is different. Culture, you can't bring things into it like that because then you're going to say.
Yeah, I'm just pausing it because I see Reanimator's written something there. Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Nana. Alistair Campbell, that one there, proper head. Yeah, he was a naughty man. Trust me, proper spin doctor. But Reanimator's put in the UK, we were told that any white person who said they would not date outside their race was a racist. That was the rule we were told. Who was told this, and where was you told this, Reanimator? Like what? Where was this memo? Where was this memo, Reanimator? Where was this? Where was this in hope people's homes? Like where was this memo, Reanimator? In the UK, we were told that any white person who said they would not date outside their race was a racist. That was what okay, so who, where, why? Yeah, who, where, and why, Bab? Because I've never heard that. I've never heard that. I've never heard that. In the UK, we were told that any white person who said they would not date outside of their race was a racist. That was what we were told. I don't know, Reanimator. I would love for you to put some meat on that car. I've like, you know what I mean? I did not grow up isolated. Do you understand? So I definitely grew up amongst white people, and I've never heard that. In fact, my true white friends and true other friends actually all admit that the preference is that their parents' preference would for them to remain in their race, like Turkish, all different type of Asians, and white. So I don't know about this one, Reanimator, to be fair, man. You know what I mean? But the situation, but what I would say is that there are those that if you did, then it is what it is, innit? You get me? But nah, don't know who, but it was found. Nah, Reanimator, you gotta do better than that. I expect much better from you, Reanimator. That's crazy, man. You can't. That's a very big, bold, sweeping statement, man. That's crazy. That's crazy, Reanimator, man. You gotta do better than that. I'm disappointed, to be fair, bub. You know what I mean? Well, I've never heard that stuff. You know what I mean? When I was growing up, there was still nationalism and all of these varying things and all of this stupid type of shit, man. There was Union Jacks all over the place. What are you talking about, man, back in the day? Are you mad? What are you talking about, man? Nah, Reanimator, that's nonsense, fam. I'm sorry, but I'm calling that as nonsense. I'm calling that as absolute nonsense, man. I'm calling that as nonsense, fam. And I'm disappointed. I gotta lie, but that's disappointing, man. It was a very long time ago. What do you mean? How long? How long? Big up yourself, Tony. Tony said, I lie to Virgin. Yeah, and Tony's a big man. You get me? Tony come up when NF was, yeah. So I grew up. You grew up knowing that. So who told you that, though? Who told you that? That's fine. But maybe that was more of an individualistic thing where you were told that, bro. But I don't know about that. Yes, thank you for the like, Tony. Thank you for the like. Yeah, I've never heard of that one, man. He's a fool. If a white lady says she's not interested in black folks, that isn't racist. Come on, man. Nana said that my Nan was more bothered that I wasn't married. No, Raheem, I'm not putting down his lived experience. He's saying that. Nah. Yo, Raheem, you're no problem. He said, Raheem, as you want to fucking say that, in the UK, we were told. So that's very much a pluralized statement, Raheem. Yeah, that wasn't I was told, or a couple of us were told. That's in the UK, Raheem, we were told. Yeah? So allow it, man. Sure. Really, his lived experience. Sure. Blood cleat, man. Get me. He didn't say I or my. Man said in the UK, we, bro. What happened to you, man? You see? listen. Raheem, if you got something to say, just say it, man. But stop. Like, people are making arguments via other people. It's just it's so dead, man. Seriously. Reanimated says, I'm not going. No, I'm not saying I'm going to lie to you, but I'm just saying the we and in the UK thing, that's what I'm trying to say, because I've never ever heard no one else say that. That we, yo, Nines, I was taught that if I, no, I've never heard that. That's what I'm saying to you. I'm not saying that you weren't, but that's why I asked you who, where, and why. That's all, bab. Grateful Ant is saying it was written in the Doomsday Book. I don't know what that is, man. But like I said, I'm not saying that you're lying to me. I'm just saying it's the implication of the we. It was the we reanimated, the we, like it was a given. Yeah. And I'm saying at the end of the day, I did not grow up isolated. You understand what I'm saying? We grew up around different types of people. And we had we probably had more, I don't know what the youth them up to today, but I think we probably had more honest conversations then about race and this and that than today. You see what I'm saying to you? Because like I said, them days we celebrated people's differences. You know what I mean? All right, so looked like Kane Black might be coming to say the same thing. And so that was kind of the case in the UK. Because when I was young, I heard the same thing, but not in my house though. My dad told me don't bring that home. Okay, so what is this in the school? Is this in the school system or just because he's saying we in the UK doesn't mean it doesn't happen? I didn't say that, Raheem, yeah? Many people on here have said that it is racist and that they have been told that. Told that by who? This is what I'm trying to find out. By who, man? Who's saying these things? Who's saying these things? Give me a fucking name, man. Yeah, and if you're saying it as well, Raheem, then please give me a source in it. That's all I've asked for. I didn't even. I'm saying I've never heard of it. You get me? So what is this was this in the schools, in the churches, in the youth clubs, in the football, Saturday football? Where was it? Because I'm saying I've never heard it. So just tell me where, innit? Is it an age thing? Is it where you live in England? Yeah, so I didn't dismiss it like that. I said to Vienna. So, all right, when I said I was disappointed, all right. But where though, innit? For real. Because the first time I hear about this. That's the first that I'm hearing about it. You know what I mean? And I'm saying I didn't grow up isolated. I grew up amongst white people. Who started wokeism? I don't know who started wokeism, man. You tell me, bro. Big up yourself, Amelia. Nice to see you, man. Okay, early 2000s. All right, I'm younger than you lot. All right, then, cool. So now we're gonna get to some history of it. I'm younger than you lot. Remember going to the park? Someone tried to move a girl from a different race. She sent her mum and said she can't go date black guys, and people were calling her racist. I was and you're saying early 2000s. Do you know what it is? Yeah, I would want to hear what other, because I'm presuming at the moment this is black and white people speaking. I want to hear what the Asians, if there's any Turkish, blah 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 as well. You know what I mean? Because maybe this could be a black and white thing or whatever. But I know amongst the other people that I know, no sir. You know what I mean? Most people were being told to, like I said, to be bringing back. And you know what it is as well? Maybe, yeah. Do you know what though? To be fair, I can maybe appreciate what you're saying, because obviously times have definitely changed. Reanimators use the word wokeism and all this, and I guess it sort of ties into when I guess maybe talk about sort of forced multiculturalism, etc. As opposed when I was coming up, it was very much more organic and that. So I guess if I was to put all of those or take all them things into consideration, then okay, I take that back. So maybe really and truly there were places out there that was being said. So I take it back. It definitely wasn't my experience or the experience of people around me as far as I'm aware. You understand what I'm saying to you? But obviously, you get me. By the year 2000, I was a big girl already. So I get that. Fair enough. Obviously, others in the chat have heard the same before the early 2000s. I don't know about 70s and 80s, Reanimator. You get me? I don't know about that. But again, I'm not gonna say it never went like that where you were. So, like Raheem said, I'm not rubbishing your experience, but yeah, I'm gonna know about the one. Please accept it more with Jays and Asians because right. Yeah, because this is what I'm trying to say, man. Because the people that I know, they were saying the same thing. You get me? Listen, I told you, I've told you, especially at uni, there was a lot of mix and blending that people were doing underhand, you get me, undercover, whatever you want to call it. You see what I'm saying to you? Enough people were tasting that black chocolate, whatever, yeah, from debt. But, yeah, they all knew that it started and ended there because when they go back home, they got to go and marry or mate up or couple up or whatever the right is word with their respective people, them. And grow your hair back quickly too. That's how, that's so. Do you know what I mean? So I know, like I said, maybe it's a time thing, man. But and like I said, come on, man. And this is where I think that, I think this is where it could be argued that we as black people, get drawn into sort of situations that don't really sort of help us because I think other people can sort of claim or try to maintain their, I don't even use the word racial purity because that just sounds quote unquote Marxist because I just read the definition there now. But, if a Turkish person is with no one don't bat an eyelid kind of thing, you get me? Etc. But it seems if we maintain the same thing now, it becomes something else. So yeah, but yeah, to be fair though, let me actually. So let me also say this then, right? Because in terms of the wider, longer, global, or at least definitely in the West, sort of aim and objective, I guess those seedlings of thoughts, as it were, being sent out there would make sense, because I don't not obviously, but the theory is obviously I can't even take obviously in theory at the same thing, but some of us may believe that the aim is for, because it's do you know what I mean? Just one in it, just everything washed out, just one in it. You get me? You understand what I'm saying, yeah? So just like, it could be argued just like the rise of atheism and anyway. So that would actually match. Oh, sugar. I'm here chatting away. Oh my God. Right, let me play this video because I've got to really do something. God damn. Right, these are really interesting comments actually. I see Gofi said the book called Woke came in 2020 and is written by Andrew Doyle. Oh, it's a piss take out of woke culture. Okay. But yeah, so do we agree with that statement then that what is it, if you, what did it say, if you don't marry, if you don't want to, hold on, I don't want to miss thingy bobbit. And I'm like I said, I'm not even gonna lie to you. I just want to go back to it. Sugar. Where is it? Oh man, I don't suppose. Oh yeah, that's it. That's it. In the UK, we were told that any white person who said they would not date outside their race was racist. That was the rule we were told. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Very interesting. But you know what? Could that have been as some? No, I'm not going to try to make excuses. But could that? You see, that's really interesting. Yeah. Could that have been as a reaction to racism? Do you know what I mean? Because remember, you got to remember that we're coming from the opposite of that is saying that, you know, black people have got fucking tails and, you know, all this other kind of stupid shit that was going on when even I was, you know what I mean, growing up and whatever. You get me, certain type of racism, whatever. So I don't know, man. Maybe it was as a like a counteraction type of thing to the racism that was going on at the time. You know what I mean? I don't know. But the thing is, though, Reanimated, this woke thing as well, I don't believe that affect. I don't know. I don't believe that. Well, certainly them time. I don't believe that we was affected by whatever the fuck this wokeism thing is. You get what I'm saying to you? So yeah, you know what I mean? When I was in my teens and that fucking Socialist Workers Party was still doing bits. But oh yeah, that's it. Let me not forget. Anyway, let me press play and I'll come back, man. If you're woke now, you're a Marxist. Yeah, and you know what? On another day, I think we might even just dedicate some time to like the current sort of political stances or political agendas or whatever. Because to be fair, when I was coming up, it was a little, obviously there was probably like fringe things and that, but it really was just Labour, Conservative, and fucking Lib Dems. Then came the Green, and like I said, a little bit of fringe after that, man. But I don't know, man. I mean, I do remember when NF actually was it? No, it wasn't called NF. It was called BNP. And I remember when they got some seats and he was on Question Time. I do remember that. But anyway, let me quickly press play.
Well, white people want to preserve English culture.
All right,
then,
okay, let me
that makes
rephrase
everyone
it.
a white supremacist.
Okay, cool. So if I say to you that we've heard many times on these panels people saying that, you know, the white race is dying out, Elron, we need to preserve the white race. These are things that are being said on the thing. I don't hear nobody calling it supremacy, white, far right, none of that. In fact, we blacks will be the ones calling it out. But if we then turn around as black women, especially black women, and say, well, we prefer to stay white race, and we prefer to be with black men and produce black children, all of a sudden we're black supremacists, we're black this, we're black that, we're all kind of black negatives. But when a white man says the exact same thing, but in a different way, oh, he's just talking, he's just one of our boys, you know. And I'm like, how is it? There's a blatant contradiction here, but nobody, it only gets highlighted when it comes from a black mouth. And I've noticed this.
Yeah, but that's only you in these panels, like, in the wider society.
I know, it's true. By giving him an example, Dave, I've got to give him an example so he understands where I'm going, you know? Yeah.
Like in a real life example, I see a lot of black women who including myself, who see an interracial relationship with a man and a woman. I've had it at Speaker's Corner with the person who thinks that the blacks made the Scotland castles. I can't remember his name now, and they don't like it. And the women are saying, "Oh, you should be going with a black woman," and things like that. So you know, there is that type of as I don't know, as a natural instinct, maybe, I don't know, of saying you have to keep in your race.
Yeah, but to be
People take
fair,
it further.
Danny, you're mixed race, yeah. So no one can really tell you that because you can go wherever you know what I mean? You get me? You're
When I
blessed.
walk down the street, people look at me as black. When
Yeah,
I
but
get addressed by you guys on panels, you know, like panels like this. So I'm not saying you guys as in like singly.
Yeah, but you're
We
mixed race.
understand. We understand, Danny.
I have to say every time I'm 50% white. Everyone's got to remember I'm 50% white. Half
You're
of my
what?
family, 50% white. Half of my family
And you know what, Danny?
is
I will
white.
co-sign you. I will listen to this, Danny. Let me give you a clear direction. Like, see how you just said that, and you're cool to say that, and no one will bat an eyelid. Now, for instance, now when I say the exact same thing you said, me, Lady D, when I say you people stop calling these people black, they are not black, they are mixed race. You are denying them half of their heritage, which may be white, which may be Indian, which may be whatever it may be, Turkish, whatever you want to throw in there, Arab, whatever. You are when you directly call these mixed race people or biracial or whatever terminology you prefer to use, black, you are denying half of their heritage. Guess what I get called? A black supremacist.
By who?
Anybody, your friend Gummy. Your friend Gummy.
Who's my friend
literally.
Gummy?
Oh, don't worry about it.
Jupiter. Jupiter, but
no, I wouldn't say that. I'd appreciate that. I appreciate, you know, if people can push that even further and say, well, no, it's not, because, you know, that's the main thing I come up against when I'm, especially with black people. They're like, they see the black in me because obviously it's obvious. And I've got to then say, hang on a minute, you know, why have you got all these white policies?
Pause, sis.
Half of
Pause,
my family
pause,
is
pause,
white, so
pause,
I don't really
pause.
want them to
I'm back.
be under the same oppression as I can see everywhere else. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, Jaja. Right. Now, people, I just need to understand this. Jaja, let me just climb one back upstairs. I'm tired. Wait, but I caught it the right time, yeah? So this is the bit here. This is what got her so mad. And this is the bit that forced her to go and get the videos from Betty and plaster it on her thing. This is what got her. So when I called him out, and when I called her out and said, your friend Gummy, she's the one that does this to us, that peed her off, because now it's backfiring. She can hear Danny agreeing with me. She can hear Danny say, that's just stupid, whoever's doing that. This is the bit that hit her to the core of her soul. And this is when she ran and took the video over to Bleedings. So yeah, carry on, sis. I just wanted to highlight that. This is the reason as to why remember, the videos were up on Betty's for how long? She didn't touch it until this backfired on her. Once this conversation that's the real hatred. It all backfired, and this is why she's doing what she's doing. But it's good because, you know, it's all in hand. But play on, sis, play on.
It's my lived experiences or my lived family, whatever. So you should be pushing it out more, to be fair. I don't know who would call you a black supremacist.
Yeah, because they're saying that I'm
it's
not
normally
trying to.
white
Basically,
people,
they will flip it. What it is, Danny, they will flip it. So let me help you understand. They will flip it. They will say, well, you're just not trying to make them black. You're not trying to include the black, make them into the black. It's not that I'm not including you. It's that I'm actually acknowledging that you're not fully black. So therefore, I can't expect you to feel how I feel. I can't expect you to see things how I see things. I have to always remember subconsciously in the back of my mind, you have maybe one white parent or maybe one Asian parent, or so therefore you don't have no ties to anyone. You are literally free to do as you will. So I will never, and I keep making this very clear, whenever I speak on black issues, it's not directed to mixed race people, because I understand they have a whole different lifestyle and way of thinking and a way of doing things. They have to juggle both. They don't have my struggle. They have a whole different struggle. I can't relate to their struggle, whereas they can't relate to my whole being entirely black struggle. Do you understand? So I try to
100%.
make it very clear when talking to brothers and sisters, stop calling these people black. Stop trying to put them in a bracket where they do not fit in. They fit in their own bracket, which is mixed race, and they have their own internal struggles where they have to juggle half being black, half being white, half seeing this side of the family, half getting to this side of the culture. I can't understand that. I will never be able to understand that. The same way they will never be able to understand what it feels like to be a whole black woman going through my lifestyle. And it's just that. But that will be turned around and said, oh, you're just trying to kick out. You don't want to include mixed race people. You always. I'm like, where are you hearing this?
That's stupidness.
Yeah.
I expect more of your views, because that's exactly what it is. You know, it's like what Veli said about. I was saying Suella Braverman was black. I wasn't saying Suella Braverman was black. I was saying because people want to put this kind of label on blacks, and black people don't really say much apart from, you know, that Veli said you and G Block have a totally different view of it. But other people I'm going to be talking this about like to say we are BAME. How many times have we seen it on TV? Black people saying we're BAME. You got Femi Olewale, whatever it is, he's a BAME, but that's black and minority ethnicity. So that means if you're a minority ethnicity, you're part of it.
Because
No,
you
it's not.
interchange between BAME and BLM and whatever. By definition, yeah, you do. By definition and default, we are BAME. In terms of how they describe BAME, this, that, and the other in England, we are BAME. You get me?
So Suella Braverman's BAME as well. So Suella Braverman's BAME as well, yeah?
Is she black, whatever, or ethnic minority, bro?
Well, she's an ethnic minority, isn't she? Because she's
BAME,
an
innit? By
Ugandan
definition,
or an
she's
Indian.
what's the problem? By
See, this is
definition,
the thing. This is because yesterday Veli was saying, "No, I'm saying that BAME is black exclusive. I'm putting
that's
Suella
because you
Braverman
keep
in
interchanging
black
between
exclusive."
BAME and BLM, yeah, just stop doing that, bro, because they're two different things. BAME is something that you as a mixed race person and me as a black person is a part of just by description. Yeah. Now BLM, right, is a whole movement, this, that, and the other, which is not even exclusive to black people. Yeah. Most people in BLM are probably white and other different colors. Yeah. So I don't know why you keep bringing. I don't even know why you keep bringing in BLM like this, man. It's a very
You
bad
just brought up BLM.
benchmark.
You literally I brought it up at the beginning, and you've just brought it
Yeah,
up.
but
So
even
obviously,
yesterday, your whole thing's about BLM, bro. A lot of it was about BLM and their talking points and their this and their that and their
because
this.
that's what people are spreading.
What
where
people?
Did BAME come from? Where did BAME come from? Where did the word BAME come from? Who promoted it? How comes it's so
I think it's
big
the
now?
government.
Person of
The
colour.
government
Person
did
of
that,
colour.
Danny. The
Where did that
government, we
come
had
from?
no say in it.
But
The
why?
government
Why
did
did
that.
the government do that?
Because they tried. I tell you why.
Because of Black
They-
Lives
Those
Matter.
are Americanisms. Yeah. Person of color. These are Americanisms. If you're gonna take it there, bro.
This is
Right,
what
let me-
people in the UK are saying all the time. You lot need to get out of your little echo chamber. Then, if you've not heard other people saying this, if you're shocked that people are saying BAME and PLC and that,
All right,
black
Danny. All right.
people-
How do you describe yourself, Danny?
me, I'm half caste.
You're half caste, right? Do they use that language today, Danny?
No,
No. Are you gonna go anywhere on a forum and see half caste, Danny?
well, on my forums, yeah, but
Right.
naturally,
So
no.
then don't be telling people that you're stuck in no echo chamber, this, that, and the other, where you yourself are using 1960s and 70s language to describe your own goddamn self.
But that's not echo chambery, isn't it? That's outside the chamber.
Is
I'm not
it?
using person of color. I'm
You're-
using
you're-
BAME.
what- so,
I'm
okay,
using
Danny,
what everyone
what-
else is
so let
using.
me ask
I'm
you a
using
question,
my own
Danny.
terminologies.
What
that I
chambers
agree
are
with.
you? Listen. What chambers are you in where the terms half caste are being used?
All the places that I go, where I frequent.
I don't go nowhere.
An eyelid if I say half caste.
Divine,
No
do
one
you
will
go
bat an
anywhere and
eyelid.
hear
Do
the
you know
term
why?
half
Because they don't
caste?
speak about race mainly.
Divine,
If I
do
say
you
I'm
go
half
anywhere
caste,
and hear the term half caste?
do I hear it?
No, I'm asking Divine or Dave. Dave, do you hear that term half caste again, Dave?
Not anymore, but obviously that's how he describes himself. It's
No, that's
outdated.
fine.
But what's
Hold
wrong
on,
with
hold
it? But what's wrong with
Let
it though?
me interject. Hold on, let me interject a second. Because Lady D, you said you believe some of Danny's talking points are racist. Can you tell us some that you believe to be racist, and Danny can go through them with you? Like Danny's
Yeah,
position.
I'll do this with Danny. I'll do that. Yeah. So Danny, so when I hear you saying things like them blacks, those blacks over there, I'm not African. I'm like, well, if you're Caribbean, you have to be African.
I'm not. I'm not what they all classing as African. I have to class African because I'm black. I'm not. When I say the blacks, it means a very specific portion of society, i.e., the people who are not outwardly right-wing conservatives. Because there's a lot of black people who are right-wing conservative or agree with, British nationalism. There's a lot of people, whether or not they display it or not, outwardly, it's a different thing. We're trying to work on that as we speak. It's like in America, you see now all of a sudden.
Calling Kel to the building.
Coming out,
Kel to the building.
After him being called a white supremacist. So we're going through this kind of cycle, I believe. Hopefully, anyway. but they're So when I say the blacks, I don't say those blacks. I don't say them. I always say the. I make it very pointing out that the
Okay,
blacks.
well,
I mean, the
I might have
Marxist
misquoted
blacks,
you. My bad.
the Marxist
Okay.
blacks, the blacks who suffer from victimhood. These are the blacks when I'm talking about it, because it's a very specific.
Okay, so
group of
those
people. So
in
I'm not-
those in that group, then hold on, in that group, then Danny, do you understand and aware of when you're saying that you're including me in that group? Yeah. But
Well, I
while
should be,
you're
because
calling,
I'm
yeah, no, but you
I'm-
are, but without
I'm
without
targeted.
you knowing it. But this is what I'm trying to highlight to you. Without you knowing it, you're including me because I will consider myself a victim. I'm a victim of slavery. I'm a slave descendant. I am a victim in that sense.
How can we just go for that 1 second? Then, how are you
Yeah,
a
yeah.
victim of slavery?
I am a
what-
descendant of descent. I am a
No,
descendant
you
of
said you're a
slaves.
victim of slavery. No, you said you're a victim of slavery. Can you tell me what you have now, or what don't you have now because you was a slave, or your ancestors were slaves?
Okay, I don't have my
Don't
I
you
don't have
feel
my
me?
mother tongue. I don't have my original language. I don't have my original identity. In fact, it's got so bad, Danny, that we can have Africans come on a panel and let us know you're not a real African. You are not this. You are not. That's how bad it has got. So I can give you clear examples. I'm not just saying random things that I've not experienced or other people have not witnessed these things happening. These are facts, yeah? So I'm not
But how
just
does that
going
affect
off
you?
emotion.
I'm sorry, if your mother tongue has got something to do with where you was brought up, where you don't have a mother tongue, so that's going to go down in generations. Yeah.
No,
But
it's
there are
not.
other
No, it's
people
not.
who do speak African in the same circumstance.
No, it's not, Danny. Let me tell you. Let me just give you some clear examples. Then let me go down the list. So we do not have our mother tongue. We cannot speak amongst ourselves in our own native language that was taken from us via slavery. We do not have the whole direct lineage to a tribe that was removed from us via slavery. We don't even have. We can't even say, okay, Jamaica is ours or Trinidad is ours or Grenada is ours because we understand we were brought there as slaves from the motherland. Yeah.
But you
No, but I
understand.
need him to
You understand.
understand.
You
No, I
understand. Though.
need
You
him to
understand when you're talking
understand.
about that.
It's a very pertinent question for the young man to ask. To be fair,
If you can understand that slavery is still going on anyway, and you need to understand that the blacks were enslaving blacks as well. And if it wasn't for the blacks in Africa selling the
No one's
slaves in
talking
the
about
first
that.
place,
No one's not
nobody would be
talking about that.
slavery.
You
No, there
asked
wouldn't
them
be
a very
slavery
specific
anyway.
question, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
She
I
gave
know.
you a very specific answer,
we've
and now you want to
established
go
that.
into some other talking points. That's why I'm saying to
Well,
her,
that's what
it don't
conversation
even
is,
make
isn't
no
it?
sense because
Is
you're
that not
not even
conversation?
asking questions to understand. You're asking questions so that you can go down your whatever little route you're going down.
Is it not a conversation? Have I got to
There's
stick
a
on one
conversation,
bit that's already been
and
answered
then
and
there's
move on?
someone that's being disingenuous, isn't it?
No, it's not. It's a
All right,
discussion.
one talk. All right,
It's
one talk. Man.
a conversation. Is it not a conversation?
Okay, so
Have I
the
said
reason
something
why I
shouldn't
say
have done?
that,
Have I
yeah,
said
is
something I
because
shouldn't have
he's
done?
not
Remember her
following.
answer though, yeah.
Once you now go on your next speech, just remember her answer, yeah, and what the
Nine.
question
Pause. Pause it so you can say what you got to say. Nine. Yeah. Go
Yeah,
on.
because I'm saying, obviously, she gave her. He asked her why she believes that she's a victim. Yeah, she gave more than one answer. Yeah, but obviously that doesn't play into whatever it is that he's about. That's why he tried to trigger again. You get me? By they started to talk about black slavery,
Right.
African slavery, blah 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 blah. Do you know what I mean?
Well, basically, what he
So
really
I
wanted us,
noticed that they
what he
use
wanted us to
very
say, sis, is that we're treated badly in the UK. The police this, the government that. We can't get jobs. Single parenthood. That's what he wanted, but he never got it out of us.
It's
Hence
not
why
even
we're
just that. It's
Wait,
just
hold on. Hence why we're fucking defeated, baby. He just couldn't get the sound bites he needed. It just was not happening for him. Because you're dealing with a higher IQ now. You're not dealing with the low IQs he's used to dealing with, yeah? So we
But
already
also,
know.
what I want to do to the family, yeah, is identify the sort of, not identify, to highlight the sort of identity politics that is being used by the right. Basically, I've got to call it by the right, innit? Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you, because it's all very like it's not trying to say, it's not even too dissimilar for them. It's all based on your emotions and all of that. Do you know what I mean? Boy, I tell you, boy.
All I'm
And
telling
the
you
thing
is, Lady
what we
D and
also have to appreciate, and this is why I even want him and Kayla and that to have a conversation, you get me? Because I think that there's somewhere that they can meet, because at the end of the day, we have to remember that this is a mixed race person, innit? So it could be argued, you get me? So
yeah, we tried it last night still, but yeah, brother Ken. But anyway, what I'm saying this is like people need to understand we are not new to this. So don't ever underestimate us thinking that you can bait us, trick us, or feel like to say we that. The thing is, you lot are just so transparent. It's a joke. And if we've been telling you for the last 3 years, you're transparent. It's a flipping joke. You are like fluid water. We can see every flipping move you're trying to make before you make it. We know every strategy you're going to try before you try it. Why do you keep insisting on going there, knowing you're going to fail? I just don't understand it. But do your thing, man. Do your thing. We see you.
Well, I forgot now because I'm conversating with you about how I'm supposed to be doing something that I'm not.
All right, the young lady answered you as to why she believes slavery has still had an effect on her. You can now go on, bro.
Right, yeah, cool. I don't see how that happens. I can't remember what your answer was that was going down, because it was something to do about the history and your mother. You can't speak to people in your mother tongue and things like this, and that was it. And then I'm essentially just saying, okay, then that's fine. You're blaming Europeans, white Europeans for that, okay? But there was a lot more of black people who are buying slaves.
But you didn't
I know
hear
this is uncomfortable.
Why
I know it's
stop
uncomfortable to hear.
No, because
uncomfortable
no,
to
listen,
hear.
Danny.
Because
Right, listen, Danny.
Let's just talk about
If
truth
you
and
want
facts
to
in here.
speak about slavery and the history of slavery and all the rest of it, then we can do that. Yeah.
You've just
But
said
what you're trying to
feel
do is she's giving you an answer to a question, and now you're going down somewhere else.
I'm
She's telling
literally
you.
going down. It's not white people's fault. Why are you blaming white people for that?
Oh my
When it's
God.
not just
You
white people
asked-
doing it.
What was her
Who
answer?
did they buy it from? Because it's a
What
trade.
was her answer?
The word
to
is
you?
a
What did
trade.
she answer? Okay, babe, I heard you. Yeah, so again, that's quite an interesting statement that he made, yeah, because he's basically saying it's not their fault, innit? It's not the Europeans' fault. You know what I mean? It's your fault for selling. You see what I'm saying to you? So what I'm saying is that we still got to remember that this is somebody's mind. You get me? That has to balance off. You see what I'm saying to you? Yo. But yeah, man, definitely he wants it's like he's absolved one side and then just put all the blame on the other side. It's crazy. Yeah, but this is what I'm trying to say about the psychology. Yeah. Let's see. Stu Blunt said, I think it's a lack of understanding. Danny didn't even know what Black history was. Maybe if he got educated on it, he would change his mind. Either that or he's stuck in the mud. Yeah, but he said he doesn't even want to know about it. You know what I mean? This is what I'm trying to say. This is what I think is a bit of trauma as well. I got to be real, Stu. Because he said he doesn't even want to know about it. Do you know what I mean? You know? Like, he's shutting himself off from it, and as it plays off, you'll hear a little bit more. But, yeah, man. Jay says, those reasons were too good to challenge. I've been watching Africans going to Caribbean on Wadamaya, and the emotion is real about our lost connection to Africa. Bro, this is what I'm trying to say, man. Like, it's and that's what I'm trying to say. When you hear someone speaking about it this so casually and so, it's only right. It's only right wing race.
Can I just say this though? Can I just say this though? Because on that actual show here, I want you guys to realize that I had a lot going on in real time in the background, so I didn't get to throw out the rest of the stuff that I needed to put out there when I was dialoguing with him, right? So I really wanted to hit upon the victim, because remember that's his key thing. To remember that his thing is that how we just like to see ourselves as victim and all that. I wanted to get deep with this guy, but I didn't get a chance. So Nine kind of had to just hold it down herself after a while because, things and real life and all them things there. Cool. But I didn't even remember, guys, I've only hit him with the loss of language, the removal of our tribal, who we are as tribe, our removal of our mother tongue, removal of location. I only hit on that. I hadn't even touched upon the trauma that's passed down through generations. I hadn't even touched upon the psychology that we've had to go through within the slavery and why we could be considered victims. But there's so much on these avenues I could have gone down. But again, real life and all of that took place, and I kind of had to let Nines hold it down for me while I took care of things. So yeah, that he didn't even get a piece of what we were ready to give him. Like, we already had this. I'm telling you, we are undefeated. Don't test us. Don't ever try us like that. Try again though, Gummy. It'll work next time though, hopefully for you.
When
The
you
word's a
ask
trade,
the
yeah?
question, oh, for fuck.
Is it a trade or not?
When she asked you the question, when you asked her the question, yeah, do you remember
Yeah.
the answer she gave you?
It was to do about not being able to speak in her mother tongue, not having an identity that they can trace back all the
So
way
let's
to
address
the
that. Address
tribes
that.
in
Okay,
Africa,
excellent.
to the tribes in
Okay,
Africa,
so address
having
the
their
question.
history
Right,
removed
excellent. So
via
let's go a little bit at a time.
ancestral
So address
ancestral
that.
names.
How do you feel? Do you think it's significant or not that you have a mother tongue? Do you think that's a significant thing or not?
Well, I do have a mother tongue. It's English.
Right. Okay. Excellent.
Where
Why
was anyone born? If people were
why
born in
is
England,
your
your mother tongue
mother-
would be English, no?
Okay. And why is your mother tongue English?
Because I was born here.
Right. And why haven't? Okay. So there's many other persons that were born here where they know English. Yeah. But you might have someone that's Turkish, even Gaelic, and different people, and they have their own mother tongue. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you speak your mum's or whoever the Irish person is? Do you speak that mother tongue?
Yes. It's
Oh,
English.
you do?
Yes, it's English.
Okay. I thought you were half Irish.
Yeah, but what she speaks is English.
Okay, so you don't
She
know
doesn't-
your.
she doesn't speak-
Okay, so
she
you
doesn't
don't
speak
know your.
Gaelic or
You don't know
Celtic.
your Irish mother tongue. Then would that be a correct assumption?
What Celtic? There's not many people that do know Celtic. No, but I don't know. Yeah, 100%. I don't know. It doesn't affect me. I'm not
And again,
victimised or oppressed by it.
by you not knowing your mother tongue, of Gaelic, Danielle, I've got to say this, that's another result of slavery and all of that. That all comes under the same boat I'm trying to make for myself, yeah? So you are also, whether you know it or not, a victim of this. Now, whether you see yourself a victim is another thing, but you definitely are a direct victim of it, whether you acknowledge it or not. That's cool. But I would say to you that when you've got to have such things as DNA tests and all that to prove your lineage, reparations arguments taking place, I can tell you I'm directly a victim, directly, to the point that we are yet to receive an apology, even an acknowledgement of what has happened. And before you go any further, I want you to understand this. Yes, I do have a problem with Europeans not accepting what has happened in past and not having the chance to correct it, or not even wanting to correct it. But best believe I have even more tension towards the Arabs. So let's not get it confused, yeah? Just
All
let
right,
you
cool.
know.
That's good. Someone talking about the Arab slave trade. That's good. Not many people want to speak about that. Like, not many people want to know that. Want to speak about black people were selling black people. So there can't be that much of, you can't say, oh, it's such a sacrilege. It wasn't any pillaging going on mass scale. Okay, it's a trade. That's what it was. Look at Anthony Johnson in America, the first American, and he was black. He took his slaves to court to when they were free to get them back. Now, let's not just say this is a white problem, but I can't see how that's stopped your life from happening now. How is that stopping you from moving forward? What happened 400 years ago needs to have some type of reparations because you feel that you cannot progress as you would have done. Because even if there's no slavery, right? How do you know that your mum would be speaking in this African mother tongue that they don't speak in now? Because it might not have been. You might be in the same situation right now as you are.
What's
the tribe in Africa that you're from?
I can answer that for you, Danny, and I know that to not be true, and I can tell you why. Because
Okay.
if that was the case, we can see case in point today that these mother tongues are still direct and still in formulation today. We can hear it. When our other fellow African brothers and sisters from the continent can come on the panel and speak in their tongue, that right there gives you a clear indication that they're still in practice today. Whereas when we come on the patois, we get mocked for our patois, but everybody uses it. White, black, Chinese, everybody in between wants to use our thing that they mock on a daily basis. Yeah, they don't want to use theirs. They want to use. We have Asians, odds. You understand? These people will come out here, literally mock us in our face, but then directly use our shit to slap us with it at the same time as mocking us. It's a disrespect. We can't even preserve our patois. It's a joke. Even today when you came on the panel, you said, I don't understand black talk. That's a direct insult to my patois language that I was forced to have because of slavery. Do you not understand this?
We look at it from different points of view. You know, I don't see that as a issue.
Again,
So
undefeated.
how
He's
much
got no
reparations do
response.
you guys need,
Undefeated, baby. I'm Well, I don't know about the undefeated. actual total in reparations, but I know right now the talking point is the sugar. They're focusing on the sugar industry, and right now it's an estimate at 18 mil.
Right, that's one thing I do try and press as well. That people don't really go to Tate and Lyle and ask for this kind of stuff. You know, I know when they're protesting and that, you know, they don't speak about Tate and Lyle sugar plantations.
Definitely, but I have
So
got a
18
video
million
if you want
pounds.
to. I have got a video if you want to see. If I can post a link for you in the back,
Yeah,
Dave,
do
to
that.
bring a bit more context. Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
get
do that. I'm always good for extra stuff. So 18 million, 1/8. Is that what is standing at?
Yeah, that's what it's been talking now on the news, and I'll get that clip for you so you can
Okay,
hear it for yourself.
but
Yeah,
how's it going to help black people? How's it going to help the black people that want the reparations? 'Cause there's gonna be a lot more than-
Wait, 18 million for what, sorry?
Oh, sorry, sis, I was getting the video. It's for the sugar. That's just for the sugar industry. Oh, and that's I remember when I say 18 mil, that's just for one island. But I'll get the link so you can hear it for yourself to make sure I'm clear on what I'm saying.
Do you mean billion?
No, I don't mean billion. I know
I'll
what
be
I
surprised
said,
if it
and I
was
said what
18
I
mil.
mean. I hate when people do that when I'm talking. I know
So
what
we're
I
going down the
say,
path of
and I
slavery
say
and
what
stuff,
I
which is a
mean.
very
No, we're
expansive
not.
thing.
This is what I'm trying to say. We don't even need to do this, man. The man asked her a question about why he feels or why she feels, you get me, that there's still residual effects of slavery, and that she's given the answer. You get me? We can move on. We definitely don't need to go down this route at all, man. Well, I don't think anyway.
Yeah.
So
Let's brush it all under the carpet. Let's brush it under the carpet.
It's
We'll do
not
another
about
one. We'll do another one.
Do you know what?
Anyway.
You know what,
If you don't
Danny?
talk-
Let's go down the road.
No.
Try and get
I'm
your
tired.
videos.
I'm tired.
Because
Anyway,
I don't know what
so
you think. If you think people are scared or something, my guy, you keep talking about brushing things under the carpet.
Well,
or
you
whatever.
just did. You said
I'm
we don't need
just
to
trying
talk
to
about it. We just having a conversation, not even involving you. It wasn't even involving you. You were talking about how I've got to be listening to other people and whatnot. Yeah, I've got to be answering. I've got to be answering what Lady D was saying directly. Okay, whilst you're talking, and then you're saying, "No, we don't have to talk about it." But you wasn't. It was a conversation between me and you. It was between me and Lady D.
All right, go on.
Sorry, that's what it was.
No,
That's what
listen,
it was.
talk to Lady Divine, not a problem. I'm just trying to get you to stick to the conversation because last night it was all over the place, isn't it? You get what I'm trying to say to you? So I'm just trying to get us to stick. Sorry?
It wasn't really over the place. I was getting asked questions and I answered them. It wasn't the answers that you wanted to try and take me down a
Okay, Daddy, what was the premise of yesterday's debate? What was the premise?
I don't know. I jumped on the street.
Yeah,
I jumped on. I said hello. Wait. You're gonna let people speak because I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna do this answer. Then I'm gonna go. All right. I'm a night worker, so this is night time anyway. I want to jump on another bit of a conversation and whatnot, but see where this goes. But yesterday, how it happened was I jumped on Dupe's in the chat, and then Veli was like, yeah. Oh, we have to have this discussion and whatnot. And then Jupiter was like, oh, we can have it on Monday. Blah, blah. I was like, yeah, cool. I'm always up for a discussion. Cool, let's do it. That was all I heard. I didn't hear nothing from no one, so I didn't even know what Veli's point of view is. All right. So we have this conversation. It points out halfway through that he doesn't even believe in the points that he's saying. He's just saying them because he wanted to. And then at the end of it, when we're having a conversation, okay, we're agreeing on more and more and more because he's a humanitarian. He's not this hardline person that I was under the impression of. So that even the conversation was a moot one because nobody was standing. I was the only person standing on my principles.
So you didn't know that conversation yesterday was supposed to be based on something to do with black supremacy and all the rest of it?
I said that in the thing. So what we're going to talk about? I said that in the chat. I heard nothing.
For estates, and they were importing
nobody told me nothing. Right?
More slaves from West Africa, so the number had gone up to 45,000.
That's probably why it was a bit of a problem for you, Danny. But sorry,
All right, so give us a second. All right, Danny as well. Can we just play this video? Then we can have a conversation afterwards, yeah. But can we let this video run for a bit to get people to have a better understanding of what I was saying? Yeah.
Right, so the title on what I'm seeing here on screen is why Britain is being asked to pay slavery reparations to Jamaica.
55, didn't it? It was taken from the Spanish she'd already established a small trade in African slaves. And we do have some data from 1611, which shows that there were 558 African slaves and around 1,300 Spaniards at that time. But within 50 years of colonization, so there's colonization, Britain had established sugar estates and they were importing more slaves from West Africa. So the number had gone up to 45,000. And then by the time Britain abolished slavery in 1834, Jamaica had a population of more than 311,000 slaves compared to 16,700 Europeans. So is it possible to work out the extent to which Jamaica economically benefited from the free slave workers?
Well, yes, what we know is that Jamaica is the largest colony and where the largest amount of Africans were trafficked, then it meant that Britain, in particular the British colonial government, benefited the most. And what we know, there's about 42% of the industry was generated due to trafficking of African labour, forced labour on plantations in Jamaica. So today we can sort of work out the equivalent of how much Britain actually benefited.
So you can put a figure on it, can you?
Well, the figures are being developed, but the starting point is not really looking at the figures in terms of monetary amounts. It's really recognising this history and the huge depths of this history and the legacies of this history for Jamaicans today. And the fact that the sugar industry is still one of the largest industries in Jamaica. So in effect, you still have a plantation-based economy.
Well, let's drill into some of those figures a little bit more, because we can look at how much Britain did profit. The wealth created in Jamaica by the labour of black slaves has been estimated at around £18 million, more than half of the estimated total for the entire British West Indies. And we're talking about the sugar trade mostly, aren't we?
Well, yes. And, you know, it's interesting, this language of trade, because trade is how the colonizers saw it. It's not how the enslaved saw it. And for the enslaved, it was forced labor, it was trafficking, it was a genocide. And we know that even to produce sugar, the life expectancy for people working on these plantations was in between 7 and 9 years. This was hard, back-breaking labor, and it was a form of early terrorism, transnational terrorism.
Okay, well, let's take a look at how extensive Britain's role in slave trading was. It's hard to be sure on exact numbers, but estimates are that British ships took around 1 million people to Jamaica and 3.4 million across the Americas, although many believe the number is much greater than that. The only country to carry more people over the duration of the slaving period was Portugal. So how extensive was Britain's slaving compared to other countries?
It began to dominate the enslavement of African people. I mean, a lot of focus is put on.
Right.
Yeah, just a
Annie
short clip,
Robinson.
just to give us something to talk about. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, but let me just respond to Annie Robinson. Well, I'm not here to hide anything, and if people want to hear this, but I do believe that the establishment, which is Sly News, is pushing this because it's just another thing to divide us over, because they're never going to pay anyone anything. That's my position. So they just want me and you to argue over this, but yeah, that's just me making my position clear.
Well, whether they pay or not, the fact of the matter is, Dave, whether you agree with the reparations thing, and I have this conversation with Luke all the time. Whether you agree with this reparation, the fact of the matter is, it's a bill. It's put in. It's going up to the highest courts of the highest. So time will tell. The fact of the matter that they've got a footing in and has been submitted should be the focus. The fact that Britain has to acknowledge what has been done and why I can today call myself a victim, and I can say I have a loss of identity, I have a loss of language, I don't actually own, I have a land, where even though I can call back home my land, and yes, I rep from my back home, and I definitely would always support my back home, that's directly the reason why we're there, is because of enslavement. We're still not going to miss the bigger point of the picture. So when I'm having these conversations, I know exactly what I'm talking to, however it comes across to the listening ear, there is another thing, but I know what I'm focused on. So when I say victim, I don't mean as in, oh, I've been, beaten by the whites every day. And no, I'm a direct victim of enslavement. That's what I mean, and that's what I say, and that's what I'm sticking to. Yeah,
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying, but I do believe black and brown people are being used as a pawn in the game, and the game is to divide us so that they can keep ruling over us. They know what they're doing. These people plan 50 to 100 years ahead. Then this is all it is. If you can get, hey, like my position is clear.
No, but we're not going to disagree with you there, Dave. Unfortunately, it's definitely an occupational hazard of the whole thing, 100%. You get me? So there's no disagreement there, sir. 100%.
Now my position is clear. If black people can get reparations, and it means that myself, doesn't become poorer because of it, then get reparations. That's my position. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if that's
cool. We can work with that. Okay, cool. Yeah, so that's what I mean. When I say victim, I don't know if you mean victim in the same way, Danny. That's my whole case in point. So I want to know what you mean by victim mentality. Because I could argue that you're a victim.
Have you benefited from being in the UK?
I benefited in the fact that yes, I'm in the UK. Yes, I have housing. Yes, I'm living an okay life. Yes, I can get a job. In that sense, of course, I'm never going to deny that. Yeah.
Are you scared of tribalism?
Definitely not.
Okay, right. So by the fact of saying that you're in you would feel you're in a safe place here, you don't fear things like that. Obviously, there are multiple fears. I'm not going to say there's zero fears in the UK, but you're not fearing what you would possibly say somebody who lives in Nigeria right now would be feeling.
Oh no, we don't have the same lifestyle.
Hold on a minute. Are you saying, Danny, that because there might be political and such situations in parts of Africa or even the Caribbean or other places that we may have come from originally, yeah? Are you saying that because it is?
I'm saying that. What I'm saying is the UK is a prosperous nation. Okay, it is a nation of calm or relatively calm, considering other nations around the globe. So it's a benefit to be living and brought up here. There should be more of a pride of being in Britain, living in Britain, being a black British person, rather than saying, well, I feel like my life is hindered some way because of something I can't see, touch, or feel, something I don't even actually know because it's been erased apparently from history books or from my culture because of English people. Now, even on that little snippet by Sly News, even
Right, family. I don't know if you even heard that. I mean, really and truly, in terms of context and syntax, it don't even make no sense. Do you know what I mean? Again, I just hear what I hear there is, and this is very, very right-wing politics. Actually, just forget about it, innit? Forget about your history. Forget what's happened. You know what I mean? Stop bawling. You get me? Just carry on, type of thing. You see what I'm saying to you? So, to be fair, these aren't even new tactics. Do you know what I mean? Because we've definitely heard this type of thing before, 100%. Obviously, it's being repackaged, and it's coming via a person of color. Do you know what I mean? Which obviously makes it seem a little bit more extreme. Do you know what I mean? But we've definitely heard this type of thing before. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? And I think that it works because I think as you go down the generations, history does become less and less significant. Unfortunately, it could be argued it's a part of life. Do you know what I mean? And obviously, there's sort of benefits to forgetting about certain sort of history as well. But this is a washout thing, man. This is a washout, and the reason why that it's so disingenuous is because, like Divine says, and Jay's even put in the chat, as we speak now, there's claims going through about these very same things. So how can we forget about it if it's only now that we're even getting the opportunity to even fight it and get any sort of supposed justice, etc., depending on how that may or may not come. Yeah, we already know that it was only a few years ago. Yeah, that the slave owners themselves, the plantation owners, just got finished being paid. You know what I mean? So why, you get me? So what do you mean forget about it? You know what I mean? They didn't forget about it. You get me? They wanted their reparation, as it were, up until quite recently. So why should we forget about it? And this is what I'm trying to say. This is why these sort of this sort of ideology or whatever the fuck he represents is very dangerous. You know what I mean? But more importantly, I see it's just all about eradicating the any sort of responsibility, accountability, or anything like that on one side. You get me, in terms of the white side, and then on the other side, the black side, just forget about it. Forget about it. You know what I mean? You're removed from it. You are now black and British. And this is what I'm trying to say. It's not too different from he complains about Muslims and that, yeah. But as I'm listening, you're not too dissimilar from Muslims, because you want people to forget about their heritage and just be black and British. You get me? Just be black and British. That's it. That's it. You get me? That's it. Nah, that's foolishness, man. Because he probably doesn't know about it. No. Because even when Divine's saying, but you're suffering from it on both sides, because he don't know Gaelic. You know what I mean? He even used the word Celtic to show that he doesn't even know his natural flipping. You get me? But that's what I'm saying. Divine was trying to highlight that, but them things, they're just going over his head, man, because it's not part of his script. I remember within his script, he cannot even acknowledge the black side. You know what I mean? That he can't acknowledge that side. That is just it's just like a set of clothes. It's just like a set of clothes, but underneath those clothes is a whole. And I'm gonna look. I want to know if there's a condition for it, for real, because it takes a special kind of mind to be able to do these type of things, man. Seriously. And there's black people like Midget. He's another one who thinks like that. Remember, we've heard him say that he looks in the mirror and sees Sylvester Stallone, and we've heard how disparaging he is about other black people, especially Caribbeans. You get me? Nigerians, he might hold a little bit of favor depending on what day you're catching, but there are definitely black people that are anti-black. That's 100%. No, I didn't think I'd live to see it, but there are definitely. And to be fair, I think there are white people that are anti-white as well. Do you know what I mean? So yeah. I tell you, man, case study setting.
Even there, it said there's 1 million people coming to the UK, or the UK was doing 1 million people, and the Americas was doing 2 or 3 times as much. So
yeah, but they're doing that.
How do you know we are the direct link? How do you know that we, England, okay? Because if you're going to say there's an oppressor, there's somebody who is a perpetrator. England's the perpetrator, and you're the victim, and you need to know exactly what the UK did and how it affected you directly. Not this. I can't see it, so I'm not saying that it's not there, because obviously in your.
Have you ever been to Jamaica?
Huh?
Have you ever been to Jamaica?
I've never been to Jamaica. I can go anytime I want. I can go anytime I want.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
I've never been.
That's fine. That's fine. Have you ever been to Ireland?
No. Oh, I've been to Ireland once. Yeah, last year. Last year. Okay. Beautiful place.
Indeed, it is. So, you see, like, your worldly opinion, is it just based upon living in England?
I've been around. Yeah, I've been around Europe. So I've got an opinion of that.
Have you yourself ever been to any sort of majority black countries? Just
no. I wouldn't do it.
You wouldn't do it.
No.
Why is that then? Just out of interest?
Because I wouldn't enjoy myself.
You wouldn't enjoy yourself. Did you enjoy yourself in the majority white countries?
Well, yeah, because I'm acclimatized to it.
Because you're a
majority white country, don't we? I'm
okay, because you live in England, you're acclimatized to living in a majority white country, and as such, you don't believe that if you went to a majority black country, that you would enjoy it.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're willing. So you've obviously explored. Who's white in your family? Is it your mum or your dad?
My mother.
Your mum. So you've explored your mum's side of your duality, yeah. You've gone to the white places and you're all good, but you've
been to places and it just happened to be white because it's mainly in Europe.
No problem. But you've definitely said that you really ain't trying to go to any black places.
Yeah.
That is what you said. Which obviously you must appreciate that for a personal, you get me, a black person or a person of color or however you want to say it. That's quite an interesting thing to hear you say.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? Or would you agree with that? It's like for example, have you told your dad that you don't ever want to go to Jamaica?
Yeah.
And what does your dad say to that?
He tries to say it's a good place. You got to come. You got to experience it. It's different. I can understand it's a different lifestyle than what you're living in and now. But you know, it's good to go and see other things. But what I do see of Jamaica, I wouldn't like it.
Right. Okay.
I don't like. I don't like. I've got Jamaican friends, so it's not like I'm against whatever. And I say to them, you know, I'm not going to go back to a place where I really wouldn't feel comfortable. I probably would go if I was in a hotel, but then I'll be targeted. Do you know what I mean?
Targeted.
I'll be targeted because that's what you know. That's my experience that I know from people and from conversations. That's what happens.
Well, they go to Jamaica and they get targeted, yeah.
Well, you know, white people go to Jamaica, didn't they? And they get targeted from the airport to the hotel. So they go stay in the hotel a lot of the times, or they get told it's more safer to stay in the hotels. Whether or not that's true, I don't know because I've not been there.
That's crazy.
You know what I mean?
That's actually, Danny, I don't know
I've not
who's
been
been feeding you that though, but I'm going to tell you from Lady D, that's just not. Don't get me wrong, you do have pockets in every single civilization and every single part of the world that have, you know, their fraudsters and their skankers. But for you to just be targeted the fact that you're a mixed race, black appearing British person, nah, that's not how it works. If anything, we can argue the exact same, like Danny, for instance, I can argue that exact same point and say white women, European, British women are leaving this country and targeting Gambian men, young men. Do you see what I'm saying? It's just nonsense.
Are they?
Yeah, it's big news. Look it up.
Going over to Gambia.
Yeah, look it up.
Well,
they're going Gambia. They're going all over.
Yeah, that's what happened.
What's the BMI of those?
I'm saying that, but I'm saying
Hold on,
this.
what's the BMI of those women? I'm imagining they've got to be 20 stone
They're
plus.
older.
Right?
They're all, no, they're older white British women. You know what I mean? But like I say, it's just an argument point to say I can easily reverse it. It's happening in all pockets of the world, but the majority is just not. It's not that. That's what I'm saying to you. That's just like pushing and propaganda points. That to me doesn't make sense because it happens everywhere. I can go to, you know,
yeah, but
right now we've got a whole.
In Jamaica, so it doesn't happen. So in Jamaica, it doesn't happen that there are people outside that know the taxis that pay off the taxi people if people are going outside a hotel or to a different place, that they don't target white people because they know that they're going to have the dollars already exchanged because that's our culture.
Well, then what would you? So then why are you worried?
Are they told when they go outside?
You're not even white, so why are you worried, bro?
What do you mean I'm worried?
Why are you? All right, so I just quickly pause it there because you can hear me asking him why is he worried in it, because he's a mixed race person, yeah, right, and he definitely represents. I don't know if he's but he definitely appears. Do you know what I'm saying? Like you can see that the youth, you got colour. It's not like he's light skinned or anything like that. Do you know what I mean? But he just keeps talking, giving white talking points, which I don't know, man. Is that something that's possible? Because even now, remember, he's a Jamaican, or he's the one that's of mixed heritage. He's the one with a Jamaican father or whatever. Yeah. But he's just giving the talking points of other sort of white people. I don't know, it's just weird to me, man. In defense of him not being interested in going. And it's all erroneous information anyway, because if he knows anything, the tourists are more protected than anyone. Do you know what I mean? The tourists are more protected than anyone, and the people are not going to bother the tourists because they know that they've got the money. Yeah, the only reason why the hotel people don't want the tourists to go outside of the hotel is because they don't want them to spend the money outside of the hotel and all that. They don't want to get them to chop it up amongst the local community. You understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah. So you're chatting breeze once again, boo. Like serious breeze as well, man. But this is what I'm trying to say. It's all about stress politics. Everything must be a stress. You know what I mean? Right there. So again, at no point did he mention no calm part of the island that could be experienced. Just straight, you know, from the airport, you're going to be hassled. Again, if anyone's traveled anywhere around internationally, most places where you go, I don't want to use the word hassled, isn't it? But there's definitely going to be people there that might want to ask you to take your luggage. You might already have people there looking to sell you like day trips or whatever, depending on what you're going. So, do you know what I mean? But nah, man, foolishness, man. For real,
Sis,
for
the
real.
argument he made there happens right here in the UK. Do you understand? You can walk down Oxford Circus and be pickpocketed. Like, it's just silly. And this is the one thing Dave said on that stream that I agree with. It just looks like this thing is just set up for everyone to just go back and forth. And that's when you said, yeah, I 100% agree. You get me? Because it's like they're using these stupid, pathetic talking points to formulate an argument that makes no sense. I can go to Singapore, the exact same thing is going to happen there. I can go to the deepest parts of Africa or into the biggest bustling city of Africa, it will happen. I can go to anywhere in Europe, Italy, Spain, it will happen. These things happen around
Maybe
the
not
world.
Singapore still. We might have to take that one off
All
the
right,
list.
take Singapore out. Okay, just take China. Take China instead. But no matter where, my case in point is this: you can go anywhere around the world, and you are likely to find some form of hustling or someone trying to get extra money out of you. That's just how humans operate. Like, I don't understand what the hell is his point, his argument in this thing here. Like, and that's why I said to him, well, I can pick anything and reverse it. To me, it just makes no. It's just a retarded argument he's trying to make to score a point. It's pathetic.
Hold on a minute. Why are you describing white people's experiences?
Why not?
Because you're not.
Because I'm not white. So, because I'm not white, I can't say what I feel would be happening to me because I can see it happening to them.
How though, Bab? How?
Because
How?
I'm
Are you
English
saying?
anyway, aren't I? I'm
Okay.
English.
Let me ask you a question because are you saying that they think that's going to happen to you because you're white, or are you saying that that's going to happen to you because
Well,
you're?
no, 'cause I'd be red, wouldn't I? I'll be classed as red, so they don't really like me that much anyway. Yeah, because they say that I get the best of both worlds. It's like, who is it? Like Sean Paul. He was a banking clerk, and they said because he was a red, because he had the slave skin, he was able to go into these type of establishments where somebody who's a lot darker, with dreadlocks or whatever, wouldn't be able to do it.
It's all right, but it just seems like a lot of your views and opinions are based on other people, this, that, wherever it is. Whereas you've got a whole dad that's either from there or lives there, and the simplest thing would be just to go and see for yourself, rather than all this sort of conjecture that you're doing. Do you know what I mean?
But I'm not. But I can see it on like YouTube. I can get it all up.
No, listen, I understand. You're basically saying that it's not for your temperament. Yeah, and
it's not for me.
That's fine, man. That's fine.
And that's it. I don't need to do it. I can do it anytime I want to. I don't
Sorry,
need,
Dave, can you look at your back chat?
to.
Sorry, Danny. Dave, could you just look at your back chat for me quickly, yeah? And see what I just typed. Yeah. Sorry.
But there are other countries, with much, slower and less thingy bobby temperaments as well. If that's all it is, Danny, you get me. But I think it's just that your preference really is just to be in countries that are more white, and I think that's okay to acknowledge and admit that, man. I just wanted to know.
I wouldn't even say it's a preference, like as in it has to be then, I guess, because I'm dedicating myself not to go to a majority of black countries. So yeah, I guess.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah, 100%.
Interesting.
So here's my argument, Danny, because I really wanted to focus on this whole black and white unite. That's the main reason why we're having, even speaking to you, because before Friday, Saturday, I didn't even know who the hell you was. And I'm not going to lie, I'm going to be very honest and transparent with you. The bit that I did hear about you in this immigration thing, I was just like, boy, you off, bun you, you're a sellout, you're a coon. I'm going to keep it real. I'm going to keep it 100 with you. I don't know who this guy is. And then I heard you last night again, and you kept referring to the black. I'm just like, yo, this guy's a coconut. What am I dealing with here? And then I heard the arguing, points you made with Veli. And I'm just like, well, what is this? Because if you're thinking this is going to be something that black people, especially with black people, let me just say, black people in my mindset, let me use that term to narrow it down, yeah? If you think you're going to get us to join your movement and back this, it's never going to happen. And I'm going to go on to explain to you why. Because as I said earlier, when I was asking Dave to ask you questions, any immigration, whether it's illegal immigration, legal immigration, whatever immigration that affects the UK has a direct effect on us as Windrush. So why would we back any immigration that we know is going to directly affect us in the long run. Can you help us out here? Why would we choose to join your movement or support your movement? Yeah.
Well, the first bit of it was yesterday. Somebody called me a token, and I got vilified on the channel because I said the next thing that come out would be Coon, and then it just happened now. Obviously, G Block don't do that, so I'm a bit, you know, I was right in my conversations yesterday of saying the next thing when
that was
people
my
call you a
first
token,
assumption.
when
Yeah,
people
yeah.
call you a token, the next thing is going to come out Coon. But obviously, I was in the wrong for saying that yesterday. But I'm just addressing that now. So I see Betty just jump back in the chat. So to join the Black and White, you wouldn't join Black, White Unite because you don't have that. You don't have that mentality of wanting to have a colorless society, as in, you know, you're still saying that you feel a victim through slavery, and you feel that England is to blame for you know, for slavery and slavery issues that we've just discussed. So you wouldn't be there because Black White Unite is going back to how it used to be, how I've grown up, how a lot of people who I speak to have grown up, where there's been multiple ethnicities, okay, in your friendship group, and it was never a problem. It's only starting to be a problem recent times, last decade or whatever, where the division is starting to happen. But we need to get rid of that and go back to how we was. But if people already have the mentality of saying, well, you know, white people, this is this, England owes me a favor, it owes me a paycheck.
Yeah, but Danny,
It's
to
not
be
gonna
fair
be-
though,
you're not
yeah,
gonna be part of
even in the
Black White
times that you're speaking about, yeah, bygone errors, these things were still spoken about, Danny. Like, you're going on like it was never a talking point or an issue. Like, we had things on TV that reflected just as much. So I don't understand what you're talking about. What is it that you want?
What do you mean? What I want? I don't want to have a race-based tactics happening. You know, to
By
divide the
who?
nation.
By
So
who? Who uses these race? Okay, who uses these race-based tactics?
from the establishment all the way down to the South-hating white liberals.
Right,
Everyone
so-
starts to use the wrong thing, and do you know what it is, right? And I can't go back to Black Lives Matter because it triggers some people here. But it's a visual representative. I can show my opinion and why I think it matters. Okay, because you've got people of the South-hating white liberals, okay, who are victimizing Black people to make them believe that they need to be part. At the time, they need to be part of this organization because of something that happened over in America that has no significance to here. And that's happening everywhere, in every kind of part of society. You've got schools. There was a Channel 4 program, I think it was Channel 4, where it divided white children and Black children, and they said that, you know, just stupid little things like, you know, celebrate your Blackness, celebrate your whiteness. And the white people were very victimized, as in personally victimized. I don't feel I should be happy to be white because of what we've learned about slavery and things like that. So this is the Marxist people entering Black people's minds, making them a victim.
But you just said you.
So that's
can
where
I-
it's
can I-
happening. That's the visual representation. of it
You
all.
just 1 second, man. You just said that white children felt blah blah blah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you switched it to Black children. I don't
Yeah,
understand.
but wait, I was gonna say, you did say self-hating liberals, yeah? That
Self-hating
these
white
men are
liberals.
self-hating white
Self-hating
liberals, yeah?
liberals. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, but why is that okay for you to call these white dudes self-hating?
It's like, you know, celebrate your Blackness, celebrate your whiteness. And the white people were very victimized, as in personally victimized. I don't feel I should be happy to be white because of what we've learned about slavery and things like that. So this is the Marxist people entering Black people's minds, making them a victim.
But you just said you.
Yeah, but wait,
So that's
wait,
that's
can
where
I-
it's
can I-
happening. That's the visual representation. of
You
it all.
just 1 second, man. You just said that. Yeah, sorry, family. Yeah, that's a lot of word salad, you know, and a lot of finessing and low IQing and just, you know what I mean. And if it goes unchecked, then all you're gonna get is certain keywords. Yeah, so I'm gonna I'm gonna have to go a little bit at a time here because this is actually dangerous, isn't it? You know what I mean? Because one, he's saying that because white people are getting taught Black history, it's turning them into victims. Yeah, and he's also called that Marxism again. Yeah, this Marxism must be a new buzzword that I didn't get the memo on. Yeah, so he's saying the white children are being taught about slavery, which is turning them into victims, but it's the Black children's fault. That's basically what I heard. Yeah, so I'm gonna rewind it again, and this is what I'm saying. It's all I don't know. It's a weird type of it's a weird type of thing to be trying to do, Star. It's crazy. And it might help, it might work on people that don't know about themselves and don't really know that, you know what I mean? It might really, and again, there's so many, like I'm saying, there's so many reasons as to why this is an interesting case study, man.
But then, isn't that why bro ended up unmuting and telling him, but hold on, right now, you're sounding like a victim. That was the whole reason why Vedi said these words to him. You know, so here we go.
Absolutely, but I'm also extending it to say that all of his politics is all about emotion and heightened. This is what I'm trying to say. Him and Kel need to speak again, man. Trust me. God, is it that heightened? It's that heightened shit. It's just all that. It's just all based on your emotions and that, man. There's no truth, no logic. Just you know what I mean? Just trying to trigger you. It's just all triggering bollocks, man. You know what I mean? But yeah, let me just. Yeah, but Danny, to be fair though, yeah, even in the times that you're speaking about, yeah, by God errors, these things were still spoken about, Danny. Like you're going on like it was never a talking point or an issue. Like we had things on TV that reflected just as much. So I don't understand what you're talking about, bro. What is it that you want?
What do you mean? What I want? I don't want to have a race-based tactics happening. You know, to divide the nation.
Who uses these race? Okay, who uses these race-based tactics?
From the establishment all the way down to the South Haitian white liberals. Right. Everyone starts to use the wrong thing. And
now you see, from the establishment all the way down to self-help, what's that? Self-liberal, self-hating liberals. Nothing to do with us. Go and take it up with them.
Know what it is, right? And I can't go back to Black Lives Matter because it triggers some people here. But it's a visual representative. I can show my opinion and why.
Right, a visual representation. Yeah, a visual These are very key.
Hold on, sis, did we hear that? It was his exact words were, that's why he keeps going back to Black Lives Matter, because to him it's a visual representation. Did I hear that correctly?
Yep.
Okay, that's nonsense.
So what I'm sort of gleaming is that one of their problems, or people that think like him, is when they see a show of Black power of any sort. Do you understand me? It's a problem. So that is Forever Family. That is, regardless of why it's going on, you get me, this, that, and the other. That is Black Pound Day. You understand what I'm saying to you? It is learning about your Black history. You get it? Anything like
anything pro-Black, then basically he sees as an enemy. I guess.
It's not even pro-Black though.
Wait, sis, I gotta finish my sentence though before you can respond. So what I'm saying is any imagery of he's seen anything to do with even pro-Black pride, to him that's making white people have guilt or white people feel inferior. I don't know what it is he's trying to correlate, because it doesn't make sense. You should be able to have Black pride and still not affect any other nation or any other people. I'm not understanding where his thought process is going, but go ahead.
Why I think it matters, okay? Because you've got people of the South Haitian white liberals, okay, who are victimizing Black people to make them believe that they need to be part. At the time, they needed to be part of this organization because there's something that happened over in America that has no significance.
Right. So you got an organization that's victimizing black people. Yeah. His words. Let me just read. Yo, this is nonsense, man. Fucking hell, stuff.
Of the South-hating white liberals, okay, who are victimizing black people to make them believe that they need
Right, victimizing black people to make them believe
to be part at the time. They needed to be part of this.
So victimizing black people to make them believe that they had to be a part of BLM
organization because of something that happened over in America.
because George Floyd got killed in America. So why should we care?
It has no significance to here.
It has no significance here. So once again, he's just showing complete separation from his brothers and sisters in America. You get me? There's no association. There's no relationship. You understand what I'm saying to you? He's saying, like, what the fuck? He's basically saying, what the fuck do you give a fuck about them over there for? You know what I mean? It's not on Britain. He weren't British. So what the fuck do you care? Yeah, what? This is what I'm trying to say. This is what it is, man.
That's happening everywhere, in every kind of part of society. You've got schools. There was a Channel 4 program. I think it was Channel 4.
Yeah.
White children.
So he's just poured all sorts of cold water over the whole George Floyd thing. You get me? All kind of cold water over it. Basically, why do you give a fuck? You understand? Yeah. And nah, Roscoe, you're a dangerous youth, man. And you know, and there's a better way in which, even if that's how you feel, you can put, yeah. So loss of life don't really mean nothing to you then, or is it just loss of black life? Because you're now going into something else. So let's hear where he's going. Let's see where he gives credence to. Hold on, boy. So
children, and they said that, you know, just stupid little things like, you know, celebrate your blackness, celebrate your whiteness, and the white people were very victimized, as in personally victimized. I don't feel I should be happy to be white because of what we've learned about slavery and things.
Okay. So some of the white people started feeling the way here, learning about their history. That's what I'm hearing. And basically, so that's what I'm trying to say. Once again, he just wants to eradicate. he doesn't want them thing there to be. But do you know what? Yeah, and you know what? That this has got many different layers. You know, yeah, this has got many different layers to this. You know, remember? Because is it a one whereby every time these sort of things are spoke about, it's like a bit of a stab in his heart type of thing?
Or his automatic response has to be a whataboutism, rather than addressing why people are feeling some type of way or why people have the thought process, rather than dealing with the psychological part of it as to why a group of people may feel some type of way, i.e. the Jews. They might feel some way for whatever they went through because they went through it. Rather than trying to understand it from their thought process, he's just going to shut it down and just come back with a whataboutism. But what about this and what about that, and how do white people feel? And okay, but we understand white people feel some way, but right now we're not talking about how white people feel. We're talking about black people right now. Can we stick to and I find that's amazing that it happens often. Whenever these conversations come up in topic on any panel, there's always got to be a whataboutism rather than address the subject at hand, and it just gets crazy. So I just I just end up like, yeah, whatever, okay, I'm out. You know, like last night, for instance, when we had the conversation on Veli's, well, we never really, we were quiet. But when the conversation was taking place about the whole Gaza and, Israel and Palestine, all I could hear was whataboutism, but this and this, and it just became a mess. That's why I stayed quiet and went to the chats, because I'm like, I'm not involved. That it is what it is, man. I don't know.
Things like that. So this is the Marxist people entering black people's minds, making them a victim.
You just
Okay?
said you
So,
were
wait,
so that's
wait,
that's
can
where
I-
it's happening.
Yeah, sorry to have to stop it again, but yeah, this is some blatant programming going on, man. This is some low IQ blatant programming that, man. I want to know where this works more importantly. Do you know what I mean? I think this, in fact, I'm actually starting to take this as an offense to Rotted. I'm starting to take this logic as
Wait,
an
you're
offense.
only just starting to take it as a. I took it as an offense today. The same time that he got on the panel and said he don't do black talk. That I told him already to his face. I said, right there, that's a disrespect. You heard the words leave my mouth. Everybody heard it loud and clear. To me, that's a disrespect because now you're disrespecting my culture, the way we were forced to talk via slavery. I understand. It's not an option for us to speak patois. It was something that had to happen. He's forgetting he's talking to a sister that comes from an island that has been colonized 14 times. I didn't even get to go there with him because I had so much things going on in real life. But if I was to really get into that conversation with him, he would have left that conversation feeling salty, and my girl probably would have done worse. You get me? Because I didn't even get to even remind him how many times St. Lucia has been colonized. I didn't get to remember. He's never been anywhere. He's never been anywhere where there's majority black and all that. This is the mentality we've got to hear constantly. Now everyone just thinks of colonization. Understand, Lady D's a descendant, a victim, yes, I will use that word, of a country colonized 14 times. Tell me something. Tell me something. Somebody. And that's a struggle between the British and the French. Constant back and forth. How have we made it this far? How are we still even in existence is amazing. Rather than pat us on the back and said, you know what, you people are resistant. You people went through so much. You people went through all. No, stop being a victim. Stop crying about it. Don't ask for reparations. Don't do this. Hello? We should be grateful that we're still here in existence today. But, we're not going to talk about that though, no? Okay, cool.
It is interesting in a way that if these are the sort of talking points that are trying to be said to young people growing up, you get me? Because obviously I wouldn't say that we are his target age or audience, to be fair. Do you know what I mean? But if that's what I want to know, is it black and white unite or mixed race unite? Which one is it? I don't know. I don't know. Because I think this is what I need Kel about later as well. I mean, like I said, if not later, then tomorrow, because there's a strain running through here, man. I'm telling you, man.
What's happening? That's the visual representation.
You just 1 second, man. You just said that white children felt blah blah blah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you switched it to black children. I don't understand.
Yeah, but wait, I was gonna say, you did say self-hating liberals, yeah. That these men are self-hating white liberals,
yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, but why is it okay for you to call these white dudes self-hating and not okay for any of these other people to give you any of these other self-hating labels?
Because it's not a good term that I'm calling them. Self-hating.
Yeah, but people can lay that at you, right? Because they say, listen to what you're saying about black and Jamaica and all that.
I've been called a coon today, so they do. So I'm not worried about it. I'm not. It is what it is.
Well, but do you accept that you're self-hating, or
I don't? But if people see that, I don't. But if people see that in me, that if people say,
let me even just deal with this coon word and this and that, yeah, because all of a sudden now, you get me, it's being weaponized, you understand? And it's not to say half of it's our fault as well, yeah, but at the end of the day, yeah, whether it be that word or a next, and I appreciate the misgivings of those that don't like that word, you get me? If you can come up with a better word that sounds as good, then come to me, yeah, because it does describe a certain type of person in it. And as long as at least let us acknowledge that it does describe a certain type of person, both now and back then on the plantation. And these persons were dangerous to us. You get me? And to be honest, you know, the black people that feel a way about it, that's one thing, innit? But respectfully, you get me? Those of you get me, nothing to do with you. You get it? Yeah, I mean, just like your right wing thing ain't nothing to do with us. You get me? Like when you lot are calling each other traitor, we don't care. I don't even care. Yeah, you got people out here calling Tommy, what's his name? Robinson, a traitor, a fucking drifter, a coke, all these varying things. I don't care. You know why I don't care? Because it's not my business. You get me? So I beg you, when we are dealing with Filtering and we're calling out our quote unquote what we want traitors, or allow it, man. And that's what I'm saying to you. For real. That's what I want to say to that, man. You know, like seriously, I just want to say I see the politics, man. I see the trickery. Yeah, because okay, like I'm saying, now, yes, obviously, as you yourself as what you can't, there's certain words you can't use. Yes, that's how it goes. I'm not saying it's a an even playing field in the word game, but that is how it goes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you. Yeah, like I don't like the N word being used, innit? You get me? Like if two black people use the N word, I don't like it. Yeah, and I'm gonna say as much. But as a white person, you definitely can't use it. Like, what the fuck? You get me? There's levels. Yeah. So even when we was growing up, when that word became dominant, I'll use the word dominant through hip hop culture and that. You understand what I'm saying to you? And obviously it came over to England and everything. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that I haven't experienced using it myself. Don't get me wrong, yeah. As a young person, but I didn't even do that for long. You understand what I'm saying to you? But I'm not saying that I have not been adverse to having used it 1 and 2 times, whatever. Yeah, but that was at 19, long time. Yeah, but the point being, still, do you know what I mean? None of our friends could, like my wife. No, are you stupid? Do you know what I mean? No. So I just really wanted to definitely wanted to say that, man. I saw the thing set. Get me? So Banana say any white person who says white supremacy don't exist, especially in institutions, a line, and I'm not self-hating either. Ha, you're funny. But it's true though, man. I mean, you know, it's and even the denial of institutional racism is just part of the politics, man. It's this. In fact, it's actually the same thing that this guy is doing. Actually, when you really deep it, you get me, because he is forgetting anything to do with the perpetrator. You understand what I'm saying to you? No, like I said, no accountability, no nothing. Yeah, and then on the other side, just forget about it. Yeah, so that way there can be no white supremacy. If there's no white supremacy, then there can be no victims of white supremacy. But what we'll do instead is push this ideology of black supremacy, of which we can't describe. You know what I mean? We can't. So and again, even when he mentioned those fringe groups, NOI, this, that, and the other, they wield no power. Where does their quote unquote black supremacy work? Yeah, Nation of Islam, just by default, they don't even go anywhere amongst other people to be able to be supreme over them, as it were, or to exercise any supremacy. You know what I mean? It's not like they're going amongst people and going, you get me? And no, so this is foolishness, man. This is just propaganda. You know what I mean? All right, Eunice. I don't think he's smart enough to be playing politics. He's just spewing right-wing bullshit, but he looks really stupid. Well, I agree, man, because again, these are new talking points. These are new talking points, and like I said, you know, obviously the new package is to do it via someone, you know. I've never said any of those racial slurs. They aren't even woke up, and that's a fact. There you go, man. You know what I mean? But to, you know, packaged in, you know, someone that, again, this ain't nothing. Listen, though, remember, you know, when we come to political science, as Mr. Cow talks about, this is not nothing new, because they'll always send someone that looks like you to done your dance. You get me? Because they know that you're not looking for someone that looks like you to done your dance.
And that's a historical fact.
You're always looking at your sworn enemy, you know what I mean? So the point I'm making is that you're probably going to be looking for a white person, you get me? Because we're used to hearing these sort of politics from white people, you get me? But now we've got a whole person of color doing it, you know? But to be fair, still, you know, again, like I'm trying to say, this is not a new phenomenon, man, because even way back in the day when let me not even tell no lie. I'm gonna just quickly Google it, because I'm sure we had certain mad people in certain mad organizations back in the day, man. I am so sure. Let me just hit Google still. 1 second, man. I am so sure. So I'm not even I'm gonna type it so you don't even hear the question. In London, yeah. Oh, let's see. Oh, I was just looking to see. Hold on, what was it? NF members. Okay. All right, I was really looking, family, if there was any black people in them naughty organizations, but all right. Anyway, let me just press play.
People say to me, I'm a coon, I'm a self-hating, I'm this, that, and the other. I'll take it. It doesn't matter. It's my views. I'm good with my views. I'm not gonna say, oh, I'm not gonna say I'm victim, I'm this, but it's getting charged and played around as in, oh, you are a victim because you're speaking about it. Like when you said at the start that I was caught.
That's really interesting again, you get me, because it seems that he would rather be seen as a let's call it he would rather be seen as unsynchronized. Yeah, he would rather be seen as unsynchronized than a victim. You get me? And I think these are real things what we're, you know what I mean? You get me? That's why even Kale the other
For me,
night
that's
said,
a problem, sis. For me, that's
Kale
a
said,
very good problem.
Even
Sorry.
Kale the other day said, one second, that that's okay that that you're choosing the winning side. You get me? Now, again, it could be argued that's very clumsy language as in the winning black. Does that mean that the black side? But that's a different story. However, the point still remains. You understand me? That there's definitely there's correlations going on here. Yeah, real correlations, man. And this is what I'm trying to say, that whoever believes that there still aren't lots of hangovers from slavery and colonization, all these varying things, is out of their fucking minds, man. Like seriously, to gosh, just listen to this, man. I'd rather be unsynchronized than be a victim. And what he sees as being a victim is just basically black people telling their story, which is their truth and their history. Now, again, the very interesting thing is, again, like, and I don't know if he's listening or if anyone catches him somewhere else, does he speak about his Irish history? Does he speak about their history and what happened to them? Or does he just dismiss that as, again, and does he see them as well? When they speak about their thing, are they also victims? Because I would love to hear him tell Cam or one of them people here that they're victims because of their history with the British and that. You get me? But yeah, man, this is politics still. These are, and in a way, it's good for us to, to learn. You get me? Like I said, Kel calls it political science.
It's then vilified. You're going to say, "Oh, that is a victim mentality," but
nah, because you know what it was. Yeah, was that I didn't hear can't say token or whatever in it. So I thought you was giving the. That's why I asked, because I only heard you say that. So I was asking that, Rob, was you giving yourself that label? And then when you said so-and-so called you a token, and then obviously I didn't hear my man before in it. So and he said that he called you that after in it. So cool.
But that would be me just explaining the situation. But other people would have said that's you being a victim. People are trying to turn things that are not there to try and prove a point. Do you know what I mean? Because I don't take it as a victim, as in the slavery. Certain people, I've got echo here. Is that me? Then some people are using slavery as victim. So that's all I was saying on that one, really. But
I think when you look at the fact that when you look at the fact that it's socially acceptable to say someone is black and proud, and it's not socially acceptable for someone to say white and proud, there is definitely something going on there, right? Can you acknowledge that? Really, no.
But I don't see why it isn't acceptable for people to say they're not white and proud. And then even like Nines was even gonna say there, the reason for people saying that they was black and proud or whatever was because there's things that have sort of were in place and still are in place that make it a little bit harder for the black community to feel like they are part of the country or even proud to just be their self. Like unless you just, it seems like when I was asking, that's why I was saying I don't see how Danny's version of Black and White Unite is going to really work here, because it's like celebrate being white but fuck being black, unless unite.
It's not that at all.
Yeah,
It's not saying celebrate being white. It's the exact opposite of what you're saying. You built that into your situation, black, white. You know.
No, because everything's good. In your terminology, everything good seems to be white, yeah, and everything bad seems to be black.
It's British.
Yeah, but Veli, let me ask you this question then: is a black person being patriotic a sign of that they're leaving behind their black culture? Do you see a black patriotic person as being less black?
Well, it depends what they're doing in that patriotic thing. Like if they're trying to do basically like what Danny's doing, he's like, they'll fuck being black, just be like a white person with brown skin sort of thing.
All right.
You know what I mean?
Right, one question for the whole panel. Right, I've got a movement of people. Yeah, I've got this to say. I've got a huge movement of people, of all white people, exclusively white people. That I'm the head of this organization, and I'm doing white embetterment. I'm making sure that white children, educationally, physically, mentally, you know, they're keeping a heritage. I'm doing all of this type of stuff. Okay. Would you then class that the same as if I had the same group of people and I was saying now we have to attack black people?
So wait, sorry. Would you explain that again for me, bro? So I can get that clear.
Would you see a difference if I was ahead of an all-white movement? Would you see there's a difference of saying either white, or I'm supporting white empowerment and white embetterment, rather than saying, you know, we've got to attack all the blacks and we've got to make sure that every single person's out of this country and we're going to attack them? There's a difference there, isn't there?
Yeah, but again, when the black people were talking about like black pride or so and so, not well, unless it's only a very extreme end. In general, it's never really about let's kill all the white people and we need to take over England and we need to make England black and da, 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 da. It's about being able to stand on your own 2 feet, have the same rights as the other citizens, be able to have businesses and your functions, not be mistreated by the police, not be mistreated at school, get the same level of education and the same opportunities to go to university if you have the grades and the skills, the same opportunity to start business or start jobs if you have the grades and the skills and the experience. Do you know what I mean?
I say white people are at the bottom of everything you just said there. Okay, they are the ones oppressed in every sector and everything that you've said right there. And all I'm trying to do.
You're saying that the white people are the most unemployed in the UK? Is that what you're saying?
And the most unemployed in the UK.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have to look into that.
Are they the most excluded from government services?
Yes. Positive discrimination.
White people are the most excluded from government services. Yeah.
Positive discrimination. We've got to actively. Sadiq Khan even said it the other day. TFL is actively only going for the terminology nobody likes. BAME people for exclusive roles. That's keeping them out. Okay, the government is only predominantly black. Oh, not predominantly black, predominantly ethnic. Okay, let's call it the
whole
ethnic
point,
minority
though,
group.
Danny. These are government.
The EMC. Let's call it the EMC.
These are nothing to do with black people, whether they be pro-black.
No, but what I'm saying is,
or anything else. You see what I'm saying to you? Because let me say, a lot of the things that I was listening to you were saying yesterday, you get me? I just think the black folks are low-hanging fruit, and most of your argument is with the government.
But more, what I'm saying is most of these sectors, okay, white people are worse off than black people. For there's more white people murdered in
the government and the
police
white
custody.
government, because at the end of the day,
The education system fails. The education system fails white children. Okay, this is all provable.
But this is a majority of white country, innit? So they're going to have the majority.
Job application.
But they're going to have, listen, the white people are going to have the majority numbers in crime and even in being employed as well, because it's like a white country. Bro.
So why is it? So why is black up there in the high numbers then? How come it's a low percentage of people doing a high amount of the crime? If your statistics are, if you're saying
you just said that white people commit the most crime and white people are the most.
Die in police custody.
This per capita.
How do you die in police custody? How do you die in police custody? How do you end up getting killed in police custody? Do you have to be at least suspected of committing a crime first of all?
Yeah, of course. So why is it? So why? There's more white.
The reason why I'm pausing it, is that he says a lot of things, doesn't qualify or quantify them, and then just wants to move on. Do you know what I mean? So again, I'm just saying that he's got these certain talking points that he must get out there. Do you know what I mean? Unchallenged, this, that, and the other. Yeah, get me? Or even if they don't make any sense. Do you know what I mean? I hear you, Banana. It is quite frustrating to listen to, especially when you're, you know what I mean? If you're trying to sort of pin him down to something. Like I said, it just seems like he just got this spill. Do you know what I mean? And he needs to get it out. It is a bit mad still. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, because listen, if that's your politics, that's your politics, yeah. But I would expect a better sort of argumentation, to be fair. Do you know what I mean? It's just all like, it's just. I'm saying to you, because let me say, a lot of the things that I was listening to you were saying yesterday, you get me? I just think the black folks are low-hanging fruit, and most of your argument is with the government.
But more, what I'm saying is most of these sectors, okay, white people are worse off than black people. There's more white people murdered in
government and the white
custody.
government, because at the end of the day,
the education system fails. The education system fails white children. Okay, this is all provable.
But this is a majority of white country, innit? So they're going to have the majority.
Job application.
But they're going to have, listen, the white people are going to have the majority numbers in crime and even in being employed as well, because it's like a white country.
So why is it? So why is black up there in the high numbers then? How come it's a low percentage of people doing a high amount of the crime?
You see, see the switch again. Yeah, he was talking about white people dying in custody, white people not getting jobs, this, that, and the other. Then he switched to black people. Why is it that black people are committing more of the crime? Do you know what I mean? So again, you see, black negative, white positive, and don't blame. You know what I mean? It's crazy, man. It's crazy. If this is the new politics, then fucking bring back Enoch Barrell, man. I prefer that kind of. You get me? At least he's letting you know straight up, and you know what I mean. This is some nonsense.
If your statistics are, if you're saying
you just said that white people commit the most crime and white people are the most.
Die in police custody.
This per capita.
How do you die in police custody? How do you die in police custody? How do you end up getting killed in police custody? Do you have to be at least suspected of committing a crime first of all?
Yeah, of course.
Right.
But they still don't justify the fact that you've died in the custody, right?
I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying that
there's more black people. There's more white people than black doing that. There's more oppression on white people in the education system. There's more oppression.
And there is white people that can pay. Bro, listen, I spoke to a guy, who used to come speak at school. He used to do appeals for people that are serving
what's that called again? Section 8, not Section 18. What's the life thing, man? When you've got 99 year terror.
IPP,
yeah, IPP, police custody and beatings and all that. Yeah. He was campaigning for a lot of the people that was getting injured or hurt or whatever. These things. So people do campaign for well, not just white people, but for all people in those sort of situations. You know what I'm saying?
All I'm doing is trying to better, trying to make people not have to worry about positive discrimination, about their children doing wrong, because doing worse in the education system. Because if we can just get together and say, right, as British people, we're not going to allow any of these divisions. We're not going to allow to see to see what certain white people or white communities to fail. We're not going to have positive discrimination in jobs. We're not going to have all this stuff that we have in. We're going to come together and we're going to rise up as one.
To do what?
What do you mean? To make sure that we are a prosperous country. We are one of the, we go back to how it was. People used to say our paths are paved with gold.
Danny, what are some of the reasons why Britain is what are some of the reasons why Britain is Great Britain that you love and miss? What are some of the reasons that how old are you? What are you in your 30s, 40s, 50s? What's the age bracket?
You got feedback there, man. Your mic.
So you're in your 40s, yeah? All right then, cool. So give me a time or a year that you would sort of give us like a benchmark, as it were, as to what you'd like to go back to, like so we can all visualize with you. So give us a
1990.
1990. Okay, so 1990.
Every 1990, yeah.
Right. So wait. So that's wait. Let's go a little bit at a time. So 1990 was who was in power? That's a conservative government, yeah.
Yeah.
1990, yeah. So that's just after Thatcher. Who's
Major? I think
Major's in by now, yeah. Okay.
What, sorry?
I'm not trying to think. So by this point, it was Major around that sort of time. It's post Thatcher though, yeah. Post Thatcher.
Post Thatcher. Yeah.
All right, Major. Now so that's 1990. So by then, had we been into either Iraq, Kuwait yet?
Just about to go into Iraq.
So we're talking about Iraq number one. Yeah.
One. Yes.
So had Kuwait already happened at this point? I can't remember chronologically now.
I don't know. I think it's all around the same time. I think it all kind of.
That was not 92 or 91.
91, I thought it was.
Okay. And had Yugoslavia and all that.
Yugoslavia. That was Blair's time. That was on it.
I don't know. Yeah, that's about 94. Yugoslavia.
Yugoslavia. Blair. The reason why I'm asking you
sort of about 94, 93, probably something like that.
Okay.
Top head.
So obviously in the 1990, what's the major differences then between then and now that you would like to go back to?
I can remember.
I'm a very nostalgic girl myself, innit? So maybe we can meet somewhere in the middle.
So you remember nostalgically, okay? And it's only a small part of it where we didn't care about color of people's skins. Yeah, it was about who they were. We used to, there used to be the rave culture. There was the open air illegal raves. There was the raves in the barns. There was the raves in the fields. There was a general feel good factor. Your money that you had, you go to work for £150 a week, okay? And your money, you could go and burn half of it, and still you'd be all right.
I agree.
All of this time, the streets were clean. There was not all this garbage everywhere. There wasn't the fact that the BIM were saying.
Well, it depends where you live, though, Danny. Let's not go too.
Okay, then cool. All right, you start asking me about my experience.
Oh yeah, fair enough. My bad.
Yeah, it wasn't yours. It was my experience. Okay, the NHS was okay. We could get hospital appointments. We could get doctor's appointments. We had dentists that were taking NHS people. The train service was working. There was the black cabs and the normal cabs working together. There was none of this call it up in your phone and they come and you pay and all that. There was none of this technology that was keeping people apart, driving people apart, and driving people down this race-based cultures or this religious-based culture or this ideology that is just pushed as propaganda. There was none of that. So 1990s, okay, to the early 2000s, probably 2002 was the best years of my life because of them reasons stated.
Okay, Danny, and I can agree with that, man, because like I said, that's something I often speak about in terms of when I was growing up, regardless. We celebrated people's differences rather than making them keep us apart. That's one thing that I've always said, And when I was growing up, for example, we used to be calling our neighbors, whether they be white or anything between, they were all auntie and uncle, this and that. So there was always that respect regardless. So I'm saying to you, so
it was a true village, was it? It was a true. People talk about it takes a village to raise your children. It was a true village, but it wasn't just of one culture. It was everywhere. If you
I would agree with that, right? And this is what I'm trying to say. I would agree with that, and we've sort of spoken about this before, So bam, because for me the problem became whereby it now became like a policy to have multiculturalism. You know what I mean? It was no longer to be done organically, like you're describing in it. Because for me, things like, because definitely, Danny, for me, things like what you just described there, like the rave scene and that definitely brought people together from all over the place that probably would never come together before. You see what I'm saying to you? Like,
of course, it is.
In the rave thing, in every, and you know how that bit goes, and the whole love dove, and of course, that, right? Again, I mean, completely agreeing with that. But like I said, that was just like an organic thing. It just happened naturally. We weren't like said, over there you're Asian, over there you're black, and that's it wasn't together because we're now dealing with multiculturalism. You get me? So the point I'm trying to make, Danny, is that where we are today is one is by design, but two, it's nothing to do with us, even in terms of people of color. These are people far from further up the echelons. You get me? That is making it go this way. You know what I'm saying? Because we were rubbing along quite nicely. Like I agree with you. We were quite fine just doing what we're doing, like I said, organically. When you bring in sports as well, football done a lot for race relations in England. That's why they're spending so much money in trying to kick it out, because they know from where they're coming from. You get me? In terms of football, it's like never now everyone can be on the terraces and you can see black and Asian and everything in between and everything's nice. You know what I'm saying? But so I do appreciate what you're saying in that regard. I'm just making a point that a lot of the things that you see today, they're not even the requests of black people or people of color or BAME or whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's white liberals, boo. You know what I mean?
Of course, and that there, what you just said there, is why Black-White Unites should do it, because it's not a particular black group saying we're doing this, but black people are benefiting from certain things that are made by design, as in the positive discrimination and things like that. They're benefiting from that, and they're using that, right, as well as the white liberals, but they're using that to try to then say, do you know what? I've got no connection to my guy on the side, the white guy that lives next to me. I've got no connection to him. So if I can get cheaper rents or whatever by using this, I'm going to do it. Do you know what I mean? And it's these little things that creep in, and the divide just gets bigger and bigger. And then you've got one side that's not allowed to speak about it, the white people, and they're saying, well, hang on a minute, that's not fair. Okay, it's not fair that blacks are getting this. It's not fair that blacks are doing that. Okay.
Yeah, but at the same time, Danny, we have to be careful though, because some of these things are as a direct response for it not being the other way. You get me? So there's a reason why we have race relations acts now. There's a reason why we have equality acts now, because these things were not level, and as such, the playing field was not level.
The race relations.
Nobody pointed out that
when there was no blacks, no dogs, no Irish. Listen, the race relations act coming when in 1968. Before that, there was before that there was the signs where there's no blacks, no dogs, no Irish, and all them sort of things there. You know what I'm saying? So, and then what do you mean? What happened there?
What happened there? What happened?
There was
the blacks and the Irish got together, didn't they?
No blacks, no dogs, no Irish. That means a lot of people
had.
No, a lot of people had slum landlords, and was living very poor conditions. Even people were renting places. They would come home from work and find their clothes outside because they've been removed from the house. They've got no housing rights, and you know what I mean. So you could basically be paying someone to stay in their house or whatever, to rent a room or whatnot. Come home from work, and now you've got nowhere to live. So that's why those.
That's the scumbag landlords. That's got nothing. I don't see that as.
So what about the people that was having no dogs, no black, no Irish on their people? But were they scam?
But this is the thing. This is the thing, right? This is the thing. I can speak to people, right, elderly white people, who said that they can remember when they first see a black person. They can remember when they first see a banana and this type of stuff, and it was alien to them, and they wasn't aware of what was happening. They wasn't told of what was happening, what was going on. Okay, it was as it was just said, it was forced on it by design. Okay, so then they've got to accept it. So there was this no dogs, no blacks, no Irish. You know, we're not having it. And then they become an acceptance. Okay, people started to say, well, hang on a minute. As it said as well, we were celebrating our differences, not dividing it. People come over a banana. Have you had one of these? No, I haven't.
Yeah, but
had one of that.
exactly.
Have you
So,
had a
but
scone?
Danny, as much as I am saying that though, Babi, yeah, let us also acknowledge the road it got to. You get me? Because when I'm talking about that's like 70s, 80s, or whatever, you get me? But we know what's happened from the 40s, 50s, 60s, leading up to the 70s and 80s. You get me? That's what I keep trying to say to you. It's a journey, isn't it?
Yeah, but this is the thing. This is the thing. The journey happened, yeah, and we got to this perfect place.
No, it wasn't perfect. No,
We got to this
Danny,
mediocre
we
place.
can't
All right,
say
we
that.
got to this mediocre place, yeah, where people were starting to live together in a non-confrontational way. Can we say that? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then when it got to that stage, they started saying, "Nah, we're not having that. We know where this is going to go. This is going to go to the unification, and there's going to be more of them than there are of us."
Exactly,
right?
and that's
We're
that's
not
one of
gonna
the
be able to do it.
reasons
Let's
why
divide the people.
they stopped the raves, Danny. That's one of the reasons why I believe that they stopped them raves that were happening back in the day, the energies
Of
and all
course.
that. They blamed Leah Betts.
Leah Betts.
And all
Of
that.
course, it's
Obviously,
Leah
they
Betts.
blamed her, but that's obviously a way to get the thing shut down because that thing was joining a lot of people, though.
Yes, I know.
And it changed a lot of attitudes. I can definitely say that.
100%. So they're changing it, okay? But when I say that one people can't speak about what I've just spoken about, what we've just spoken about now, how they enjoyed that life as well, how they remember growing up that way, okay? And then we've all got to go back to now the 1940s. Why can't we just remember what happened in the 40s and make sure it doesn't happen in the 2030s?
Bless up yourself, Big Age.
Yeah, what I got on nines, man.
Yeah.
All this anti-black rhetoric that my man's spitting around there, man. What I got?
It is rather interesting, though.
I spun him from early though, man. You hear me? Like, you see how, and obviously the prediction ended up to be true, right?
We knew it, bro.
So,
We already knew. Yep.
Anyway, but like, yeah. So, like, where I was kept on making that point to him, yeah, about he's because he keeps complaining about racism and black people are racist or rah. But he's telling white people that some of them are self-hating white people, right? Has no issue with that, but makes clips of people when they say that he's a self-hating black people. His double
Bro,
standard is mad.
he literally called himself on that very same conversation that we had there. He called it. Well, we didn't call him this, you know. Let's be clear, for they take sound by Tyrone with it.
No,
Yeah?
he said that he's a king coon, innit?
That's
Can't call him a sellout, but he said, right, yeah, you call me the king coon, or they'll call you're gonna call me the king coon next. Because I'm the king coon and blah blah blah, all this bollocks. I don't even need to say anything like that. You know what I mean? That's where the comment section comes. The brothers on the panel, obviously they have to dissect you properly, innit? Like, so
1 second. I need S&M. If you're still listening, please jump on as well. Where is he? He was in the chat earlier, but if you're still listening, S&M, jump on. Oh, bro, if he doesn't jump on, yeah, just pass him a favor. Pass him a message, tell him to be careful if you can, yeah.
no, he's a good man.
No, we heard some rumble. I got some rumblings that I had to download last night still. So yeah, just tell him to look out and be careful. Yeah. You already know.
Yeah. But even yeah. I know what you're saying still, yeah, but he's good though, so. But yeah, man. So
Do you know what I mean? We know what's happening. You don't have to dwell on it.
Okay, so
Big up, Helen. Big up, big up, big up everybody in the chats, man. Big up.
Sorry, was you going to speak, Biggage? That's why I stopped it again, bub.
Nah. I'll comment as it goes on, innit?
Oh, cool. The 40s was the end of the Second World War, yeah, right? England, obviously. So, Danny, is your main, because the main thing, what's really happened in those years? There's been changes, obviously, in the social fabric of the country. There's definitely more immigration. Yeah, so is that the white elephant in the room? Because I've openly said when I was at primary school, there were blacks, whites, and some Asians. You get me? I know now in primary schools there's 40 different languages that say welcome. You get me?
Yeah.
So is that one of the things that you think is because of the different people that have now come into this great place called Britain? You get me? You think it's changing the
This is one of the biggest differences. This is one of the biggest differences. Okay, the people that are coming in are being treated as the kings, and we're treated as peasants. And when I say we, I say British people, because that includes anyone that's paying the tax. Okay, but when white people, and this is where I'm saying we should be looking at it like this. When the white people speak up about the hotels, when they speak up about the immigration, when they speak up about what I speak about, they get told they're far right. They get told they're supremacists.
By who? Okay, wait. Okay, cool. But by who? Who calls them these things?
Well, it comes from the people on the left who are opposed to it.
Right, and what do these people look like, generally speaking?
White, black, Indian, anyone who supports that stuff. There's not a one particular. I'm not going to say it's this, it's that. It's everyone together. But the thing that connects it all, is accepting. And I know you don't accept it on here, and it's good. But in the wider society where I speak to, the wider panels that I speak to, the white Marxists, the liberals in this have been putting on the BAME, so they're trying to get the people all together. So when I'm saying, black, white, unite, I'm just saying about, let's not even go to the taglines of the BAME.
Okay, so you've got white Marxists, black
I want to call myself half caste, I'm allowed to. I don't have to say I've got dual heritage or I'm of whatever it is.
So you're licking out against PC and them things. So you're basically licking out against liberalism, Danny.
Well, liberalism has got a big reason why we're in this situation. A big reason into it.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Because for me, I'm saying
Hey, pause for a sec, yeah. Because he actually don't know what he's fucking licking out against.
But I'm saying I don't believe that those sort of taglines are necessary, bro.
Yeah, my man don't know what he's licking out against, yeah, because every time you go to clarify a point on what he's actually going to be standing on, he comes with a whole new bit of rhetoric that goes on to a whole new point. So, yeah, I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about, man. Any of these points that he's talking about. So anytime you start questioning or interrogating the point to get understanding or clarification, he makes a new point about something else, and then you gotta move on to that. Then he's talking about this fucking Marxist this and Marxist that. I don't even fucking know what Marxist is, man.
There's definitely, I agree. I think there's definitely like a similar sort of scattergun approach. You know what I mean? It's just like, you know what I mean, without any sort of qualification.
Say loads of shit. Yeah.
Just
say loads of shit. If you react to one of it, then I'll stick on that point. Basically.
Say that it will stick.
Yeah, no, not even that. It's just if you just machine gun everything out, it will hopefully provoke a reaction for us to do what he intends for us to do. But it just never worked. That's all it was. He's just machine gunning. That's all it was. And when
I think he's like 4 or 5 years too late, man.
Yeah, he tried to.
He could have done that. He could have done that about 5 years ago. Yeah, I've got like 20 million shows on him on the lines then and that. You get me? Yeah, it's not that again.
That's quite an interesting point that you made there, actually, Biggage. Yeah. So that means that we've even, because that was when I always do a show like that to say, anyway, forget that bit. But do you think that we've got thicker? Do you think that we've developed guinea skin? Then?
Yeah, you've had to. You had to.
We had no choice, but
Because
he kept drilling it in our heads. Stop barling.
yeah, but you had to
Remember?
though. You had to. Even myself, I had to as well, because obviously there's things that I said that I actually don't like myself. But on the internet thing, yeah, everything's like a tool, right? So if you react to something badly, people that are non-sympathetic to your cause use it as a tool to point score against you with. Like literally, your point could have been solid, yeah. Someone has to do is say, "Oh, but look how your feelings was hurt when someone said blah blah blah." Yeah, but was the point correct though? Yeah, was it factual? Yeah, but you was upset about it. It's like, bro, this is dumb, innit, man. So you gotta remember, sometimes we're arguing with some of the fucking lowest grade, like, dog shits in the world, man.
Right, well, big up yourself for the Guinness skin settings, and I'll also say big up Callum for the critical thinking settings. You get me? Because yeah, man, everything that was around, and it's definitely, and they're both probably good tools as well. Not even probably, you know what I mean? We obviously know that critical thinking is a necessity, but yeah, man, the Guinness skin is a good it's a good tool still, because definitely can't get triggered like we did once before. So yeah, man.
And we definitely did, you know, and I remember because I was playing back some old videos this morning, yeah. And when I look at how us as black people were reacting back then, and I'm talking from Hangout days, that's how far back I've got some bits from, you get me, to how we are handling it now. Yeah, man. We come from in our life. We come from all the Raupesh days and Hangouts and all of that. Yeah. We've come far. And that Sia Gal, yeah, man, we've come far. Trust me. And Mr. Amraz, he used to be a big trigger for
we
us.
see all that, then we see all of that they were a set of threatens, you know, because she was probably the first to dox me, you know, like, and she put me on a donkey or some shit like that. So
Yeah, I've got that still, sis. I still got it to this. I told you, I'm the queen of receipts. I've still got that.
Crazy-ish, boy. Yo, listen, I'll be real. Yeah, you know them ones. That's why we got told, if you ain't got the temperament, stay away, you know. But yeah, man, I was gonna say one more thing, but I've definitely forgotten. But let me just press play again still. Oh yeah, so yeah. Guinness skin, critical thinking. Yeah. It's happening anyway, and
it's not because it's a direct, and this it goes back to where I reintroduced it, okay? Because this has been happening. EDL was doing it, right? EDL was saying about Black, White Unite, right? So when I reintroduced it was a direct.
Danny, though, don't you think it's a bit mad, Danny? Now you of all people, because you could be very objective in a situation like this, yeah. But don't you think it's a bit mad when you're going to hear the English Defence League trying to welcome black people and say Black and White Unite based upon what they were based on? Black. I mean, I know they weren't as hardline as NF and that, you get me? But, you know, they were still pretty over there. But like, why would I want to join the Defence League? Like, for what purpose?
Because they were a legal gentleman defending England. Exactly what it was. And a very good friend of mine, Amit Singh.
Against who?
Amit Singh was a co-founder of the English Defence League.
Who were they defending it against?
Well, at the time, they're defending, white girls against the grooming scandal. That was never happening. It was never happening. The grooming gangs, no, the Muslim grooming gangs, it's never happening. That's what they were saying. The establishment was saying everyone is far right. Everyone is far right. Everyone is wrong. Okay. So
then maybe one second, then, because if you're saying that was their premise, then maybe they should have had a maybe more inclusive sort of you know what I mean, name. Do you know what I mean? If you're trying to, you know,
why? What's more inclusive than English Defence League?
Yeah, but you know what is, yeah? What Nines is basically trying to say is, like, obviously, you know that the reason the English Defence League and a lot of the stuff that you was trying to stand up for is not really against any of the black issues or whatever. It's like, it seems like it's against the government, or it's against Islam or it's against so and so, so and so. Obviously, there's black people that are Muslims and whatever, but in general, the majority of the black population of the UK would say more likely be Christian or whatnot, right? So, yeah, a lot of the issues what you're talking about sort of don't really, yeah, I don't see how it's like.
After the
You say that a lot of my issues don't.
Actually black though, because in Luton at the time, black people were actually experiencing the same problems as white people, right?
Yeah,
And it was at the Muslims.
So we cut out a
That's
little
the
bit.
thing, though. Yeah, that's a perfect thing. Yeah, sorry, Biggage. Yeah, you see, like you don't like the terminology black pound. Yeah, we were trying to explain to you one. It's a similar thing here, bro. If I can try to make that as an analogy, you see what I'm saying to you?
Yeah, but it's the whole. Do you know what it is, right?
But do you
The
see
whole
what I'm saying to you,
situation
though,
is about equality, yeah, and nobody can seem to see it. Okay, I don't want to point it out because when I point it out, then it's obvious for everyone. But it's just about equality, like true equality, right? True equality, not a made up thing. So if you can say, not Black Pound Day, okay, then nobody should be offended if somebody comes out and says, look, let's just have a White Pound Day.
You know what? You
Every
could
day is White Pound
Day.
Day. Every day is White Pound Day in England. I don't.
I think that's a little bit childish for us to say that because you're supposed to know that to try to equate Black Pound Day and White Pound Day, I think it's silly. Just like they were trying to do Black Lives Matter and White Lives Matter. It's just very silly.
Right to pause it and set 9.
Like, oh well, if you can do it, we can do it too. Like, and forgetting the reason as to why this thing is being done.
That's what I'm saying. That's why the reason why there's the race equality. Yeah. So yeah. Sorry. It's weird here that what the thing is what my man's trying to campaign for, yeah, because again, the only reason why there's like a race equalities act is because people that wasn't the dominant race of the country wasn't getting treated equally, right? In the job markets and education or whatever, by the police, hospital care, whichever angle you want to take it down or whatever, yeah. So that's the reason why they had to make those things in it, like. So he's basically saying remove the race. He's like trying to campaign for like first, second, and third, fourth, maybe even fifth class citizens, man. Do you know what I mean? Like, so that's what it seems like to me, anyway. Yeah, this black and white unite is funky, cause I don't see how any black person that is proud of their roots or how disparagingly you speak about black stuff or air quotes the blacks. Shit, I was saying that. This thing's mad still, man. You can keep playing, man.
No, but I do think that there are persons out there that will suit his rhetoric. You get me?
Yeah, of course.
Afterwards, we can then sort of speak about why such persons would. You know what I mean? And what's going
Well,
on.
we don't need to ask that, sis. We've got one in the chat right now. He goes by the name of Terry. That's the people that support him. You're literally talking to one. He's in your chat.
Yeah, but we don't know. We don't know. Yeah, but Terry's just a troll, isn't it? We don't know if he's black, white, or anything in between. So he can talk whatever you need to talk about. I'm talking about, unless you're saying that he's got that exact. The thing is, Terry won't jump on. He's just getting giddy in the chat, man. He's just, you know what I mean? He's just enjoying the meddling, to be fair. You get me? So Terry just a chat, man. But let me press play still. But yeah, man, very interested. 100%, man. Case study set.
Even the Disabilities Employment Act, it's all these things, isn't it? Because the people that have these acts made for them were being marginalized in some sort of way in these areas, right? I was saying we need to make these acts.
No.
Why would they make that if there was no discrimination against black people in certain areas of work or in law?
Race Relations Act to make race relations happy, to enhance race relations. That's why they did that, because
The race relations act, because
there was a big
there was
thing
an issue that needed solving, right?
Black people were taking
No.
Black people.
Yo, Danny, let me ask you something. Have
less
you
money
ever
because they all live in the same house.
Danny, have you
The
and
same
your
things we've got
mum
now.
ever had
sorry.
conversations about how she was treated back in the day dating a black man?
Yeah, 100%.
And how did it go down?
It didn't go down too well.
So okay,
a lot of the
excellent.
time, but then
Excellent.
it got better over time.
Excellent.
Like your mother and your father.
I'm not saying that we've got a perfect history. I'm not saying we've got a perfect history. I'm not saying there's never been no racism in the UK. I've never said that in my life. I'm saying at this point in time, when I'm going forward. My daughter's here, yeah. Okay, she's 4 years old. So when I'm going forward, I don't care about what my mum went through, what my father went through. I've got it in my head. So I'm going to make sure in the future my daughter don't go through the same situation.
But
So
you can't do that though, Danny. You can't do that. That just sounds silly.
If you're saying you don't care about what your mum and dad went through, but you're going to make sure that your daughter doesn't go through the same thing, how does that work?
Well, I'm not taking it as an emotional response. I'm not going to use it as an emotional response. I understand.
We're not dealing with emotions, bro. We're trying to deal with facts and logic, right?
I know there's racism in the day. Yeah, so
right,
I know that already.
So that's the reason why.
Because it's
no, I'm not.
I'm not going to be emotional about it.
No, bro. Listen, I'm saying, I was using your example, right? Because you were saying that your daughter's not going to go through the same thing as your parents or whatever went through in their days, right? But that's really because of the things that they went through, the acts and the laws and the statutes that come out since then, means that your daughter won't have to face anything like that. My daughter won't ever have to face anything like that, right?
No, it was cultural. So nothing to do with the laws. It was cultural. People started accepting
What was cultural?
People started accepting people, and now we're seeing as people are not accepting.
So one minute now, Danny. Let me just really check the temp. Let me see where we are now. Are you saying, Danny, that without certain laws and, like Biggie said, acts and statutes in Britain, that there would be the quote unquote equality that we see today? Is that what you're saying to me?
We don't live in an equal world today.
You know,
it's not equal. Okay, between the races, it's not equal
all right, Danny.
at all.
Oh, God.
Right?
All right,
so
Danny.
it's the acts and statues. It's the acts and statues that have made that happen. It's oppressed white people. Okay, and it's enhancing black. And if you're brown or you got a dark
Danny,
skin,
I'm not sure who
it's
you're used
enhancing
to
them.
speaking to, Bab. But like sometimes I think you speak to us like we're very simple, Bab.
No, I'm not. Well, I'm not meaning
What's
to.
being used to downplay white people and enhance black people? Because like we're saying, we literally just spoke to you about the race equality things, yeah, and even the disabilities at work or whatever. The people was getting marginalized or not being able to get certain jobs in certain places or whatever, or was being mistreated on the street by pub landlords, by landlords of properties, and all this sort of stuff. There is the reason why those acts came in. So
what was the penalty?
Without those acts, then today we would still see no dogs, no blacks, no Irish, no Muslims probably. Do you get what I mean? On the dogs or whatever. So
I don't think. Yeah, maybe the Race Relations Act at that time was done specifically, okay, to stop, to stop what was going to happen, and that was people misunderstanding, and it would have got down, huge race riots, because they understood that there was only supposed to be 20,000, 30,000 people coming in, and then all of a sudden half a million people were coming in, from the Caribbeans or from Empire Islands, lands, Canada, wherever, and it was too much, and they understood that. So the Race Relations Act is quite separate, because that did, I think you're right, that had a specific purpose, but that got revoked, and then you got the Immigration Act, and you had a lot of revising on the Immigration Act, and that that has no record of how people are acting. In fact, it's making relationships worse between people. So, yeah, I guess.
So, are you saying that the more equality that quote unquote people have got Is that the more angry that white people are getting?
No, because they're getting less equality. White people are getting less equality.
They're getting less equality by treating black people better, by not being able to fucking be biased against black people. That means they're being biased against white people. No, that means that they're making it an equal playing field for the citizens of the country, for the people that's here. Like, do you want to be a second-class citizen or a third-class citizen?
We're already, at least second-class citizens.
So do you want to be even like third-class or a fourth-class citizen?
Of course not. That's why we try. That's why I try and say what I say. That's why I try and put out the grievance of people. And like I was trying to say yesterday to yourself, the White Lives Matter T-shirt is not even about White Lives Matter. It's not a movement of people. It's to prove a point, okay, that I get treated differently because of the color of my skin rather than a white person. If they had the same T-shirt, I tell people the immigrants need to leave my country immediately. Now, if a white person said that, what would it be? If Tommy Robinson said that, how would the action be?
But listen to what you're saying, though, bro. You're saying you just want immigrants to leave the country. You just want immigrants to leave the country because you don't like immigrants in the country. That's obviously racism, bro.
No, they're affecting my country.
But you're an immigrant. Yeah, but
Hey, can you pause? Can you pause a second, man?
Your dad's an immigrant. That means you and your dad would have to leave, then, yeah.
No. I'm saying
So, yeah, because you made a good point on. I tried to build on it as well, yeah, about what he's trying to campaign for, yeah. But especially, it's like he's basically saying, or it seems like he was saying, or like what you said there, any equality for not even just black folks, for any other people that's basically not a natural English person, any equality for them means that there's white people being downtrodden. That's the way he's looking at it, basically, isn't it? Like, so that's why I was asking him, bro, do you want to be like a second or third or fourth class citizen? Because
big up, everyone, big up.
Like, yeah, big up. So yeah, and obviously, like, again, some of the we want all the immigrants out and this, that, and the other, without understanding the financial pros and cons from immigration. Just that policy alone might put England into a fucking recession. You get me? Like,
what, the immigration policy, Biggage?
Yeah, banning immigration. Anthony wants to ban all immigration for 6 years.
No, but
That's
this
crazy.
is the
That's
thing.
extreme, though. Like,
And this is why
I'd probably say, a merit-based immigration system will be better.
Yeah, maybe if he said something like that, that might work, Eunice. But he didn't say anything like that. He just said he wants to ban. That's what I did try to ask him. Yo, what? So what do you mean, like the economic migrants, or just all migrants? Or refugees or whatever. He just said blanket. Ooh. Yeah.
This is why my question. One second. This is why my question came up as whatever immigration policies that are put in place now, which was his, would have a direct effect on us, and everyone was arguing me down. I was like, "What the hell?" But I let it slide. Go on, Khan. Sorry.
My question is, right, if somebody is accepting or admitting that giving you your equality, right, you're not asking for more than them, right, you're just asking for equal rights, is taking away from them their group or their children or their future or whatever, what does that make them people? Because I've been trying to think about this for years and I can't work it out. Like, what can we say them people are? What are they? Because that's not normal, isn't it? Like, that's not normal, because if I believe in my country and I'm a patriot and I'm proud to be British, right? And I'm proud of British values, and I'm saying in our country we got equality, right? It don't matter if you're black, white, pink, yellow. Every man is a man, isn't it? Every man's got equal rights. Every man's got his constitutional rights, or whatever we want to call it, right? And you're so proud of that. And But when it comes to actually handing out wealth or handing out whatever you're handing out, you're saying no. We're the biggest group, right? We're the fattest chick in the nest. We get the worm. All these little other people, all these other little groups, they're taking away from the main group. What they need to do is join with us, put their own differences aside, put their own struggle aside, and add their numbers to our numbers, right? So when we, as the littler groups, say to them, all right, we could join you, but what are you offering us? Where's our little bit of the worm? They're like, nah. Now you should be happy that we're even letting you want to join, because deep down we like their psychology, their mentality is that we're dying to be them. We're dying to join their cause or their ranks. We're dying to be part of their thing. And they kept us out for all these years. And as soon as they open a little crack in the door, we're all going to be dying to get in and go, no, I want to be British. I want to be white. I want to be normal like you lot. That's what they really think. I'm saying that this psychology that comes with that, yeah, of stopping other people having equal, not more than rights than them, but equal footing as them, to have their inadequacies or things that's like missed out in their communities addressed, right? They don't even want it to come to the table. They don't even want it to be looked at. They don't even want people to be able to turn up and say, well, we want this and we want that. He's even said it himself. He's saying, nah, they're doing things for their own selves. They're not doing things for the good of the country. That's his mentality.
Hey, Khan,
that
you know what, yeah?
Asking for something for the black community, that's taken away from England. That's how he's looking at it.
But I'm saying, yeah, that obviously, you see, if Danny Roscoe and others that support Danny Roscoe, Class, Femi from F Politics as extreme left, then he's definitely extreme right, far right. Like the original assessment that I made in the first place, a man don't want to accept the label, right? Cause that's what I said. In the first debate discussion, I'm like, so, but you're supposed to be right wing, far right, right? He's like, no, I'm not far right. I'm like, bro, fucking it. What's going on, cuz, man? You're talking about I don't stand on my position, bro. You didn't stand on your position, fam. Your position was to try and hide. You get me? Your position was to try and hide what you really believe in, so you can get me to call you funny names online, so you can make a little remix that you get your little 250 views on.
What they're doing, right? What they're doing ultimately is, rather than offering you something positive and saying, well, if black people want to join up with us as white working class people, we'll give you equal rights to us. In other words, everything we've got, you got. Yeah, access to all jobs, access to.
Bro, they can't offer. What are they gonna offer? They think. What are they gonna offer? Because everyone's already got. Bro, listen, man's already got the legal rights. Though.
Rather than offering you something positive to join with them, they're trying to, you know, like the old story of the whip and the carrot, right? If you can't do it with the carrot, you do it with the whip, right? So they're trying to show you, oh look, we've got a common enemy. We've got a common enemy. Black people and white people unite. Yeah, unite against who? Unite against Muslims is what they're trying to say. They're saying unite against Asians. That's what they're trying to say. They're trying, we got a common enemy. We got a common enemy. Look at the grooming gangs. Look at this. Look at that. Right. So rather than offering you anything, they won't offer you anything because they think that you're dying to be with them anyway. But they're just.
There's nothing that these men can offer you anyway. What can they offer someone that's a citizen of the UK?
Of course there is.
But what? Like what? Men's already got rights and like. You got the same sort of rights and whatever for my man.
That delivered is two different things, isn't it? Like I've got all the rights that a normal citizen's got, right? But we know that when the police pull up, they're treating everyone different. There's two-tier policing, right? So even though you got on paper, you got them rights, culturally, you really ain't like it ain't the same, innit? Like we all know this.
Yeah, but Bomber, even if that's true, yeah. Even if that's true, yeah. The point that I was really making.
You're cutting, Veli. I don't know. You probably can't hear me. Is it me that's cutting or him?
Minority, a black person.
Veli, say that all over again, bro. You cut out. Yeah, you cut out completely.
I'm saying that, like, even if it was Tommy Robinson that was saying this or whatever.
Yeah.
None of them men have even got no power or no political standing positions to be able to be even offering any of these things. What they're trying to say, they're offering to
or they want to offer to the people.
I get what you're saying. No, I do
You know
get
what I mean?
what
Like,
you're
right,
saying.
so these men are just they say they're on the same as the man already anyway. You're just like a working class person in the UK. So you're gonna just chatting no ass, fam.
I hear what you're saying though, Veli, but that's not exactly true, right? Because there is some like some people that, let's say, for example, if you're talking to somebody who's a member of the EDL or is a member of the FLA, but he's the manager of Ford Dagenham, and it's up to him when the CVs come on his table, is he hiring any Muslims or is he hiring any black people? It's up to him, innit? And if he's a staunch FLA or if he's a staunch Tommy Robinson guy, he might say, yeah, what we'll do is we'll just get the bare minimum quota of black people that we need, so no one can accuse us of racism, right? But we'll just take the bare minimum. And even those guys, once we take them, their fast track to higher ranks is on a slippery slope. Like, we're not really going to let them like come into the decision-making managers table where everyone sits down and says, right, what's going on? Like, they always keep.
Yeah, that's a little bit. That's a bit of a different one, though, right? Because even that, yeah, that's like individual. Wait, hold on. Yeah, because I'm saying that's on an individual level, depending on the two scenarios, even being present, right? Like so, there needs to be someone that's a Tommy Robinson supporter, that's at a higher manager ranking level, and then someone that's a stereotypical person that a Tommy Robinson supporter will be campaigning against, applying for their job. You know what I mean? Like, so that's too many variables for you to work out.
Mad coincidence. You're saying there's some mad coincidence that the manager of Ford's is a racist. You're saying that just has to be like unlucky. That's just like a random act.
Yeah, I'm saying it could be or it couldn't be in it, but again, that is not really. I don't know what Tommy Robinson or even Danny Roscoe or whatever could do about any of that there. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, again, that's all personal, a man's personal experience and his personal attitude towards whatever different sets of people that live in his or working around his area.
All right, bro. I'm
Is
just
that
saying,
Black
from
East
my
London?
point of view, I don't know whether to be happy or sad. I don't know whether it's a positive or a negative. But these people are just narcissists. They're just thinking that everyone wants to be like them, and everyone wants to be on the same bandwagon of fucking the newcomers, of whoever's new to the table, we're allowed to rinse them. All these immigrants that are coming, we should already start thinking of them negatively and treating them like shit. So when they get here, all the wheels are in motion to rinse them dry. Basically, that's the mentality that's being pushed.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to immigration stuff like that, for an individual to voice his hostility towards immigrants, and all that's problematic in itself, to be honest. Like,
Their question to
immigrants,
is,
they
want to
do
move up the ladder?
benefit the country, right, in terms of economically and stuff like that.
So
I think it's a bit out of order to blanket every immigrant as
but we're talking about reality,
as people that that need to be taken out from the country. That's just madness.
Why does Eunice?
Carden Eunice, you know what? Yeah.
Always clash. Like, all right.
Hey, Carden Eunice, you know what it is? Yeah.
Hold on.
You see that man there?
Khan, that's what it was. Eunice.
Yeah,
You cut Khan while he was midway through saying. But Eunice, try and listen out for Khan when he's speaking. Yeah. I can see why Khan got frustrated differently. I can see it. Go on, Khan.
He does do it. What I'm saying is, their question to the black community of Britain is, are you ready to move up the ladder? Yeah. But part of being allowed to move up the ladder is you're going to be responsible for rinsing the people that come after you. And then the cut that you get from them, you have to pass up to us. We still get our cut in it because we're the big boys. But we're letting you join the table. And if there's 12 of us at the table, right, we're letting you have one seat at the table, right? But that means that you have to join with us in rinsing all these newcomers that come, like whoever's coming, Syrians, Congolese, whoever's coming, it's your responsibility to help us rinse them. Like, they could be other black people, innit? Are you prepared to side with the white majority against the newcoming people? Like, because you don't know where these immigrants are going to come from, right? They could come from anywhere in the world. They could be Chinese. whereas we've got nothing to worry about. Or
Do
they
you
could
think,
be-
like, for instance, if there's like
they
black
could be
people in decision making,
or whatever
you know,
it is. They
decision
could be like,
making
no, I'm just doing with us,
position
innit?
in the
Doing
organization,
it again.
do you
Yes,
think it's a
does it.
PR stunt?
It does it again. Go on.
Do you think it's a PR stunt to say, for instance, the organization is not racist because we have black people making decision making and all that?
What's he talking about, bro? Do you know
I'm just saying that,
multinational-
you know, if
do you
it's
know
like an
how huge
organization like
multinational
that, how could
companies
you call it
work,
racist
bro?
then, right?
Do you know
Because
huge
it's a
multi-companies like Ford's?
multiracial organization, right?
What you on
In
about?
which you have people of color in decision making in the decision making process, right? In the decision making process in the organization.
What are you saying, that EDL is not racist, or
I'm just saying,
what's
if that
your?
was the case, right, it would be hard to say that as a racist
He's
organization, right?
saying
Given the
that
fact
what I
that
think
it's a
he's massively
multiracial
trying to say
organization. Right?
is that
Yeah,
they're
you know what, bro? It's hard, yeah.
You know,
Hey,
if
Carl
there
and
were black
Eunice,
people in the
yeah.
decision-making process in the
there's housing
organization,
companies like
like
Ford's
that.
that stops them being racist. So even if a racist
You guys,
person is employed,
Carl,
they
listen, yeah.
couldn't carry out
You
their
see,
agenda.
you see, like the people that support like EDL or Tom Robinson or whatever. It's those guys don't think that it's like a racist or whatever. I would say, for example, yeah, Den Tarragon, yeah, when he was listening back to the me versus Danny Roscoe discussion, as far as he's concerned, Danny Roscoe was wiping the floor with me.
Really?
Yeah, so it's like, but
Who's this
that's
person?
someone else that listens, but it might be a supporter of like Tom Robinson and the right wing or whatever.
Yeah.
So that's really what I was trying to ask. That
But is
what
that
I
real,
want to
though?
try and
Is that
speak
really
to.
true, though? Is that true?
No, but that's why I want to try and speak to my man to see what is the points that he's saying that was so great or that was so good that was made or whatever. You get it? Like, 'cause them man are trying to. They don't think like. Obviously, I think like Danny Roscoe's extreme right. You know what I'm saying? Like far right and all them sort of things there. What would Eunice, would you class Danny Roscoe in the far right camp?
I mean, it sounds a bit extreme though when I heard his his views on immigration and stuff like that. But a sensible approach to immigration is just to say, well, I support a merit-based immigration system. Merit-based, a point-based system in which in which
the most wanted, push the
allow
front of
immigrants
the queue.
who have certain skills and all that to benefit the economic well-being of the UK.
All right. So, what class of people would you say would benefit the UK financially? Brain surgeons or bricklayers?
Or we need
No, it's
people like
not that. Yeah,
doctors,
it's
lawyers, nurses.
listen. It's the skills that the country are missing. That's what's
Right,
the
that's
thing
what I'm
that
asking
benefits
you.
the
So what
UK.
do you think the country's missing? Do you think they're missing
No, so
brain
what?
surgeons or
Obviously, I
bricklayers?
don't know. I can't tell you off the top of my head, yeah. But that's the point of the point-based immigration system, right? So obviously, the things that are most wanted for get the highest points. So you would find it easier to be processed on your application versus the person with skills that are least needed or no skills. Obviously, they're going to find it a bit harder on their application. That's what Eunice is saying.
Yeah.
And differently, if Danny was saying the sort of that, yeah, that would be hard to kind of debate against or disagree with, right?
Of course,
Because that's like
because it's logical.
It's a lot more logical than just stop immigration because we don't like immigrants and the white people don't like it.
But what he was doing was worse than that. He was talking about illegal immigrants and then conflating illegal immigrants with actual immigrants.
So that obviously, and even that was another point that I was trying to make to Denny, that I don't think that he's actually understanding the whole point. Yeah, I'm saying that if there's no safe route of passage, if there's no safe route of passage, if there's no safe route of passage, yeah, for the refugees or whatever to come to England, then obviously they're going to be coming in with the people that shipping illegal immigrants in, because the only way you can claim asylum is you have to be on the UK shores. Yeah, and he's saying, yeah, but there's legal routes. And I said to him, explain the legal route that you can take from outside the country to come to the UK to claim asylum.
Yeah.
Like, explain it. Yeah. So obviously he never got back to me.
So it got
Huh?
sticky for him, basically.
It's the nearest safest country, right?
Yeah, the nearest safest country. Nearest safest country, yeah.
Yeah, so unless there's a war in America or Iceland, we're all right.
So when it comes to
So like even another European immigrant can't claim asylum or whatever as well. I think it's one of the what's it called. So that's what I'm trying to say. Like, so what I was trying to say to Den and really to Danny, yeah. But I was trying to break it down to Den was that, girl, if there's no safe route of passage or there's no safe route for immigration, like he keeps saying, no, but you can go to the embassy in the whatever country you're in. No, you can't, because you can't do. That's not. Although it's classed as British territory, you have to be in the actual UK, like it says it on the thing, innit? Like, that's why I put it on the community page.
Yeah.
So obviously, anyone that was questioning or whatever, I would have been able to look at that. Yeah, me, but still, my man ain't even able to come back with an answer for that, innit? Yeah. So.
No, but do you know what, Veli? In debating, I would say your style, the way that you're coming to the table, your style of debating, you sold him up in the bag, right? You sold him up. Like there was no get out for him. But the thing is, you did it in a very gentlemanly and a very cordial manner, right? Now, the problem with doing that is somebody who's not really following the points or going point by point or actually listening to the conversation won't realize that you just basically fucked him up sideways. Now, that's why you're going to get people that come along and are just blatantly biased. His mates are going, yeah, he held his own against you, or he did this and that to you, or whatever. Like, the reason is because your style is very subtle. Do you get me? It's very based on intellect or communicating with people on a brain level. Now, my style is a little bit of both. A little bit of science, a little bit of smackdown. Do you get me? So because I lay the smackdown, no one can refute the fact that I landed my point, because I do my lap of honor every time I land a point to make them know. You get me? Because there are these dumb people that want to pretend like your point didn't land. But that's the difference between me and you. But that's just everyone's got their own style, isn't it? Like you.
But I always say, the more people that thought that, more people that thought that believe the points that Danny Roscoe were making. So they believe that anything
Donny Roscoe, no one can believe anything.
No, but they believe what it is. Calm. What I'm trying to say is that they believe, so they believe that the illegal immigrants are invaders. Yeah, fighting age men. You know, that's been one of the talking points. Well, but why are the fighting age men coming or whatever? And it's like, bro. Logically, it makes more sense why there would be more men coming than women, right? Because even if whether it's from a family where you're like husband, wife, and you have children, or you're the older children in the family and you're breadwinners or whatever, more likely the breadwinners are going to be male, right? Obviously. So it's more likely that the working age, fighting age males will be making their way to and from in any of these refugee places that they are trying to make to, innit?
If you watch old westerns, right, where the white people are pushing out into like Indian territory, right?
That's done. We're holding a tech on, yeah. Man saying that, man literally said that you don't want illegal immigration to stop you, but it's like, bro, are you actually listening to the words that was made, or to the point that was made?
You're relying on people to be coherent and actually listen.
But bro, listen, the point that I'm making is there's no legal route, there's no safe route for illegal immigrants, refugees, 100%. To make an asylum claim when they get to the UK.
Right.
So that doesn't mean that anyone supporting illegal immigrants are having open doors. I'm informing you, and that's what the fucking law is of the land you donut, bro. You got to think about what you're saying, man. When you keep typing, bro, you got to be stupid to keep saying this stupid stuff all the time.
Exactly.
It's what the fucking law of the land is.
Not stupid, ignorant. So you're saying something, and man's ignoring what you're saying. You're giving him the whole run up to the whole story, to the whole point, and landing it, mic dropping it, and he's still making it like it didn't happen because he's ignorant.
It don't even make sense. It's like, yeah.
Of course it don't make sense.
Okay, how can we say, how can we all agree on the point-based immigration system according to what's actually needed for the UK or whatever, and then speak about how there's no way for the illegal immigrants or refugees to make their way to the UK to get processed properly. So that's why they have to come in with these dinghies and these other routes, unsafe routes, that illegal routes that people are taking to get to the UK, because they have to make it to the UK shore to claim asylum. But
Yeah. Now the real question is, like, if we was having a conversation like with a decent human being or intellectual person, the real question is, if we take away the right of asylum, right, legally speaking, like, what laws are we breaking? Like, why are we obliged to offer people asylum? And if we take away that right, what's the knock-on effect of that? Like you said, you're encouraging illegal immigration from the start, from the get-go, by doing that, by not allowing people to be processed, to stop them from actually coming forward and saying, I'm an illegal immigrant and I want to become a normal immigrant. I want to be naturalized, right? If we don't do that, we're going to have a lot of people in this country who are off grid, who are off the system, who are working black market, right? When you have a car crash with someone and they get out the car and start running, and you're thinking, bro, why did my man crash into me and then just run off? You realize, wait a minute, man ain't got a driving license, he ain't got car insurance, and he could have killed about 5 people and just run away, and no one knows who this guy is. You want people like that in your country? Or would you rather have them processed?
Obviously not. There should be some safe route or some safe road. It's not even just like England. It's more of an international thing for all the countries, isn't it? Like to get on
the system, innit? Obviously.
on the same fucking playing field or whatever.
And really, another point. That geezer would be the same geezer who would turn up at your job and look for cash in hand work and be taking money out of the pockets of educated people who went to college or uni or whatever, have got established businesses, and the people that they have to pay, they're like, whoa, I can't hire an extra plumber this week because money's a bit tight. But then this guy turns up going, yeah, I'll do it on the cheap, and ends up like burning down the whole estate of flats because he wasn't Corgi registered or whatever. Like, you don't need that in your country. You're not helping your country by stopping illegal immigrants from becoming processed through that one channel of being asylum seekers, right? Because there will always be asylum seekers and they'll always try to come in. And if you're not giving them a route to become naturalized, then, like you said, they're still going to come. They're still going to be here, innit? It's just that they're just going to have no rights. So when we're looking at
what I was really saying, when we was having that discussion, the point that I made was that obviously if places, including the UK, the poorest in the society, are able to stand on their own 2 feet, educated, and able to feed, clothe, and house themselves or whatever, that actually stops most of the illegal immigration from around the world, innit? And then gets actually humanity onto the next level of everyone can at least have a
everyone can
bed,
build
breakfast,
the next generation.
dinner, read, write, and whatever where they are, we can get to the next level now, isn't it? Like, it's a new discussion.
But when you see these people in the channel, in a little dinghy, right, coming across the sea, how bad must it be where they are for them to actually put themselves in that situation? Like, people ain't really fathoming. Like, you're leaving land that you've owned since Adam and Eve times, right?
Yeah. Even the dons that are in France shipping over there, that Calais thing, have you seen that Calais jungle thing where the people were staying? It's mad still, cuz.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Mad, yeah. It's like a cardboard city. Remember cardboard city?
I can imagine. Yeah.
Yeah. You question or not? Yeah, you remember cardboard city?
I've heard of it. I remember, in the film Scarface.
Central London,
They all immigrate
No, that was in
they put them under that bridge.
That was called Skid Row, that American one, In the UK, it had Cardboard City, where like all the homeless people were congregated, sort of basically in one massive area.
I remember Cardboard City. It is our equivalent of the thing in America.
Skid Row,
Yeah.
It's in LA.
Crazy. But why would we put people through that though? Do you know what I mean? It's like
this Cardboard City's gone now.
So create lower and lower class people for the upper class.
If people registered in France, they'd be hard. I didn't see that on the
exploitation.
Do you know what I heard about? Yeah, Skid Row. Yeah, majority of the people that live in Skid Row are American citizens, right? And you have the state of California literally, being, flooded by illegal aliens.
I'm not too sure about Skid Row on the issues there still, but I was just making the point of like I didn't have the solution. Yeah.
They got mute if that's your phone.
Yeah, sorry, man.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah,
What
Skid.
did you make in?
It weren't that there is an answer that I have to solve the issue. Is that I was pointing at the reason why there is the issue there in the first place, like the safe fucking passage for illegal immigrants. God damn, I don't know who this is,
I mean, one approach could be, for instance, creating stability in, the country of origin pertaining to people that engage in, the activity of being a legal immigrant or something like that. Just basically investing in those countries, developing countries, investing in undeveloped countries when it comes to, development, stuff like that, which decreases the chance of individuals taking that route, right? Hello?
Hey, sorry, I'm on the phone here, but 2 seconds. Yeah, man. There we go. Care for Calais charity as is being investigated. Even the people have been attacked in the camp in Calais. Yeah, man, that Calais thing is serious, Vicky. I swear down. I did watch a documentary on it ages ago. Like, a little while ago, still. Like maybe a few years ago or something like that. And it's mad still.
I mean, when it comes to illegal immigrants and stuff like that, how to decrease it, or how to prevent, how to prevent or decrease immigration. Developing countries could, potentially invest in undeveloped countries who have problems of, pertaining to brain drain, right?
Yeah.
Or financial security or economic insecurity, stuff like that. That increases the chance of individuals leaving their respective countries and instead invest in their own country, right? And support the economic, the national economic, progress.
That's it. Obviously, like we're saying, not every single asylum seeker or refugee should be going to England, innit? It's just those with the sort of I listened to a lecture on it, innit, about the immigration laws and all that sort of stuff there the other day, and they was saying about obviously say your second language is English, or you have like a family member or some sort of ties to England or whatever. More times, that's what's gonna be the reason why you're trying to gain asylum in the UK or whatnot. Is like they're saying sort of some of the other ones, like say a lot of people speak like Spanish, French, or they go to speak Dutch or whatever. They go to Belgium and Amsterdam or whatnot. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
The reason why they go there is because they speak that language. It's going to be easier for them to settle in and blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah.
I mean, immigrants from, former colonies or something like that. For instance, Congo or Tunisia, used to be, former French colonies, right? Going to France, it would probably be easy for them because, you know, the French language is considered to be a second language or the primary language in some cases in certain African countries.
Yeah. So that's what they would go to there, isn't it? Like,
yeah.
Like you're saying, someone from Ivory Coast is more likely going to go try and get to France than they would get to the UK, right? Because they speak French in Ivory Coast.
Right. And plus, it's near as well.
Back Somalia, the same sort of thing, isn't it? People speak English in Somalia as a second language, so that's why they try to come to the UK. Or even some people may even speak Italian, and then why some people might try to go to Italy or whatever. So,
yeah, I mean, there's a genuine preference for English-speaking countries, right? So it could be US, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, UK, Ireland. You know, there's a genuine preference for countries who have, you know, their official language as English. But yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a stretch for somebody like a Somali person, you know, from Somalia, migrating to Holland because English is not a official. It's not official language, right? I think it's one of the official languages. It might be one of the official languages, but it's mostly Dutch, right? So if you're conversing with someone in mainstream Dutch society, they're going to be speaking in the Dutch language.
yeah. Yeah, man.
And it's going to be, and plus it's going to be a lot different. It's going to be a lot difficult because you know, if you don't understand Dutch, then how are you going to compensate? How are you going to survive in the Dutch society? You know,
Vicky's wrong, yeah, on that, yeah, because Danny Roscoe and the others like that do have an issue with even legal immigration. But them man want to stop immigration for 6 years, at least, yeah. So, yeah, them man even have issues with legal asylum seekers. Obviously, like me and you don't,
right.
But that's what them man. That's literally where we was coming to have this discussion and all that sort of stuff there, isn't it? Because
right. I mean, the thing is about Daniel Roscoe. I think he's from London, right?
I'm not too sure, or from M25, London or around the M25 sort of thing.
Right. But, you know, London. You know, there's hardly any. You know, from my experience, there's hardly any. You know, London's not, you know, heavily impacted by legal immigration, right? To some extent.
Yeah, London's diverse, isn't it? Like, obviously, London's a lot more diverse than it probably was 30, 40, maybe even 50 years ago or whatever. So, yeah, there is a lot of people moving into London or whatnot.
Right, it became an international city, right? Like, you know, the houses has, you know, the price of houses has exploded. You know, when you draw a comparison to the 1980s and all that, you know, you could buy a house in Salisbury for £20,000, right, back in the day. But now, you know, you can't. It's probably, you know, it increased by, you know, times.
It's the same sort of thing, though, yeah.
Right.
Landlords with empty buildings don't get prosecuted. Homeless people trying to sleep in empty buildings do get prosecuted. So, like, Casey Leslie Thomas, Professor Leslie Thomas was saying, the laws were made to protect the rich people's property, really. So that's why it seems like the laws are mad the way they are.
Yeah. I mean, in London, what I've noticed is, there's less and less space now because there's so many buildings being produced now, like flats and stuff like that. You know.
I wonder why they don't make like a new city. Like, you know what I mean?
I mean, in London, there is a city in London, right? You got City of Westminster, and you have that City of London. And I think in South London,
No, I meant like a new city, like a new end, innit? So like, wow, this was nothing there before. See, like Thamesmead, when Thamesmead was built I think it was built in the 70s or something, 60s.
Right.
It was marshland.
Thamesmead, that's in Southeast London, right?
Yeah. So they built loads of properties on Thamesmead, or whatever. They built like a whole massive estate, stage 1 to stage 5 or whatever. Thamesmead is massive. So
it's like near Erith.
Thamesmead is next door to Plumstead, down the road from Woolwich. It is near Erith though. Still, Erith is after Thamesmead, so after Abbeywood. Abbeywood, Thamesmead, Abbeywood, Erith, and Belvedere.
Well, I think London has the capability of, solving the housing crisis. If that momentum continues with regards to, building more homes and stuff like that. But the question is, can the average person afford to live in those flats?
I think banks are building properties now that are never going to be for sale, in it, that they could just rent out forever.
Yeah.
Like constant, like they're just available for rent, never to purchase, never right to buy or whatever,
Right.
or never to sell off market or anything sort of like that.
The attractive part of, when it comes to buying houses in London, is that you have the what do you call it? What's that scheme where you 5%?
I remember, man. They scrapped it for a little piece, innit, man, but it's back on now, innit?
Yeah.
Shared ownership.
Yeah, shared ownership. Absolutely. I mean, that's very attractive.
Sorry. I thought you were talking about the stamp duty. But they stopped doing stamp duty for a minute, innit? Or if it was over a certain amount. Or I don't know, if it was over or under. If it was under a certain amount, then you get stamp duty. And I know someone that bought a property on shared ownership as well. So, yeah.
I mean, like I think you only could pay 25% of the, 10% of the 25% value.
Yeah, but you can get a mortgage for the rest of it once you pay off.
Never ever yours, though, isn't it?
Yeah, you can get a mortgage to buy the rest of it once you paid off your percentage, though.
But you can work your way up the ladder when it comes to the percentages of how much you own the property and all that.
Yeah, I mean, I know it was definitely another avenue that they tried to introduce to get people on the ladder, and that a couple of my little people haven't got on it like that still. But yeah, so I was just gonna press play a little bit more. Yeah, is that okay? What do you think?
Yeah, of course.
Because there was a couple more points that I think should come up. So hold on a sec. But yeah, man, very interesting. I can't even lie. And sometimes you forget when you're in the actual thing itself. You know what I mean? So there's not too much longer, man. But definitely interesting, man.
People coming here illegally, okay? I say all the time they have to go. I'd rather have my army on the south coast than in any type of foreign war.
Okay, so again, we're going to something different. So now you're going to. So who do you?
I'm going to ask the question. I'm going to go anywhere in a minute because I need to go to sleep.
Yeah. But Danny, it goes back to the same thing, though, Danny. Because don't you think if they wanted these immigrants to not come in, don't you think they could stop them, bro?
Yeah, they could. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. They're bringing them in. It's an anti-white system. They're bringing them in because they don't want white people to be equal to anything else.
Okay.
They're pushing a pro-black, pro-brown, pro-BAME situation.
Take a breath. Who are these they that you speak about?
What do you mean? They are the establishment. The government, the establishment, the government.
Hey, Nines, you spun in there, man. Pause for a sec, Nines, man.
This is
You
the
gotta take a bow for
machine
that spinning.
gun. Yeah, this is the machine gunning I was
You
talking
gotta
about.
take a bow for that spinning, Nines, man.
Do you see this
Like
machine gunning? I was talking about that, bro.
again,
That's
yeah,
the
yeah.
approach.
That's the
Yeah.
you see. Obviously, because Nines is calm, yeah, and just wanted to ask me a question, yeah. He even looked past and didn't want to answer Nines' question, innit? Like when he's saying, okay, yeah, but you're saying they want to get rid of all the white people or whatever. Who's the they that you're talking about? Which they are the controlling majority or the ones that have the plan or the power to actually bring this into fruition, innit? Yeah. And then can you at least show us this fucking plan? Because where you're standing, that's what you're saying. Where we're standing, I can't see that shit at all. What are you talking about? What plan? To get rid of white people? What, in England? Alright, mate. Seen that, bro. Not seen that plan. But carry on, man. Well done.
Oh, thank you, Big Inch. Coming from the guy crowned as the best debater, I'll definitely take that as a big compliment, man.
I don't talk science.
No, sir.
If you stand up and say, you know what, I'm allowing. If you stand up
the
and say,
majority?
if you don't
Who
agree
makes
with it, if it's government, the situation.
Take a breath. Who are these they that you speak about?
What do you mean? They are the establishment, the government, the establishment, the government, the people in power.
Okay, the people in power. So it's got nothing to do with us lonely black folks down here.
But if you don't agree with it, if you stand up and say, you know what, I'm allowing. If you stand up and say, you know what, I'm not going to call people white supremacists. I'm literally not going to do it because they've got a valid point of what they're saying. If black people started doing that, there wouldn't be a divide. There wouldn't be such a big divide.
And you know what else they do, yeah? And you see now, you know, once you can see it once, you can just see it everywhere. Because like I said, this guy and my girl do very similar things. You get me? Where they just misrepresent, just everything, just a miss. You get me? Nothing I meant, no. Yeah. Hold on, let me rewind that again because this is.
And even then, Nines, we're trying to pressure him to, as he's saying the government or whatever, the people in power. And now I'm even trying to say, all right, boom, who makes up the majority of the numbers for the people in power? And he's still gonna try and lie after this. Do you get me? So he's basically gonna say the minorities make up the majority of the government.
I'm telling you, man, it's just low. It's ridiculous, to be fair, man. Do you know what I mean? It's a bit ridiculous. Oh, let me rewind it a bit. It's like they're trying to. He's trying to bamboozle you with nothing. You get me? But to stick to his central point, and the central point wherever he's gonna say is over Dessa is good, over Yasser is bad, and but it's madness, man. Excellent. Take a breath.
Situation.
Take a breath. Who are these they that you speak about?
What do you mean? They are the establishment, the government, the establishment, the government, the people in power.
Okay, the people in power. So it's got nothing to do with us lonely black folks down here.
But if you don't agree with it, if you stand up and say, you know what, I'm allowing. If you stand up and say, you know what, I'm not going to call people white supremacists. I'm literally not going to do it because they've got a valid point of what they're saying. If black people started doing that, there wouldn't be a divide.
Right. So who are calling these people out here white supremacists? Like, who is doing all of this that he's speaking about?
Yeah, who is? That's what I was about to ask as well. Because maybe when I was trying to ask the question on top, I missed that point that he was trying. That he said there's something about white. What was the point? They said something about. I'm not going to say something about white supremacists. What did he say?
Yeah, because basically what he's trying to say is, he don't want to hear the term white supremacy. He don't believe it exists. You get me? That they've got a right to defend what they're saying. That's what I'm saying to you without. Do you know what I mean? Let me rewind it again. Hold on. But it's just all about the people. It's just all about Tommy, man.
The magic star.
Who are these veins that use Tommy people in power? So it's got nothing to do with us lonely black folks down here.
But if you don't agree with it, if you stand up and say, you know what, I'm allowing. If you stand up and say, you know what, I'm not going to call people white supremacists.
Right, he said, if you stand up and say, I'm not going to call white people supremacists.
I'm literally not going to do it because they've got a valid point of what they're saying.
Because they've got a valid point in what they're saying. So again, it
So,
just goes.
In his own words, there, Nines, yeah, he is just defined himself as a self-hating mixed race person, then, or whatever he wants to call himself, half caste or whatever he wants to call himself. Then, because remember what he was saying, that crap. If these white people that are speaking bad against anything to do with England or English or whatever, they're self-hating, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So
Liberal
if he
exactly.
liberal self-haters, yeah. So if he in turn says he can't call a white person a white supremacist, but he can happily call a million different black people black supremacists, or this black, and other white people's white traitors and shit, basically. And don't that make his argument in reverse to his own self, though?
But this is what I'm trying to say, Biggie. That's what I'm trying to say. Him and Kale have to have a conversation, man. You get me, and meet somewhere in the middle, because it's everything. Everything is one side or the other. You know what I mean? It's very, very, very clear. And because I've seen it done elsewhere as well, do you know what I mean? You just rubbish one side and you glorify the other. You get me? This side here, you can't talk bad about them. You can't highlight their this or that. You get me? Or let them, be in peace. Yeah. At the same time, just try to eradicate the other side. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy, man. It's crazy, man. But very interesting. I'm not gonna lie. Well, there's not too much to the story, but yeah, man.
If black people started doing that, there wouldn't be a divide. There wouldn't be such a big divide. Sorry.
Who makes up? Hold on, nice. Hold on a sec here. Who makes up the majority of the people in power when you're talking about the government?
Ethnics.
So the majority are ethnic minorities, yeah? Hey, pause, yeah? Pause. He's mad, yeah?
In power, yeah?
Ethnic minorities, yeah?
Yeah, in power. That make the
majority. He's saying the majority are ethnic minorities, yeah? So you're basically, the ethnic minorities are the ones that made Brexit possible, yeah? Is that what the ethnic sit in power? He's a mad guy still, man. I think you need to revise your arguments again, man. And even the people that were just caping for you trying to talk about how much of a W you got in your arguments, because I don't know what the fuck they was watching or what they was even listening to. Yeah, because he's been saying the craziest shit in the world.
See, now he's trying to convince us that it's the ethnic minorities that are running the government. Okay, we know that the prime minister is definitely blah blah blah, and there's a couple of in the what's beeping? A couple of them, that must be you. A couple of them, or a few of them are in the cabinet or whatever. But to then start saying things like they're running the thing, like, is he crazy? He needs to go to flipping. He needs to go to Westminster and go and say up this. So you say, yeah, the ethnics are running it. It's foolishness, man. But again, it's just scare tactics. Absolute. I mean,
but even if he wants to talk about, say, like Rishi Sunak or Sadiq Khan, the majority of the people that are working in their office and around him are not like Asian people or Indians. So what? How does that? You get me? What are you talking about, man? It's crazy.
This is what I'm trying to say, man. He can only talk to people with very, very as little knowledge as him, with all due respect. Do you know what I mean? Because anyone worldly is not going to listen. Not even worldly to artists. Anyone bitterly ain't going to be hearing this, man. Crazy.
What?
in the government, the ethnic minorities, including the House of Lords as well, yeah?
Prime Minister kind of.
You can't it's a moot point. This is an absolute moot point. The House of Lords are they ethnics? They don't run it. They don't run the country. Who runs the country? The Conservative government. Who runs the country? The Conservatives. Yeah? Who's the majority of the Conservatives?
That's silly, Danny, man. This is silly now.
What's that?
It's
You're
Rishi
trying to
Sunak
get
right
the
now,
people
yeah?
into
But the majority of Conservatives are white British people.
Sorry?
Do you get that? The majority of Conservatives are white British people.
Do you have the statistics for that, buddy?
Yeah. Conservative members, yeah, the Conservative Party.
Let him bring the statistics for them being ethnic then, because he's been spewing a lot of things and not backing out with no stats. So bring some stats for that, Danny, man.
You can get the stats right now, bro.
No, I'm saying to Danny, because that's a silly thing for him to say that the ethnic.
Let Dave just read it out. Dave's about to read it out, man.
Oh, sorry, man.
Yeah,
He's about to read it out.
I don't know if this makes any sense. But let's have a look. People can see this. So this is number of MPs from minority ethnic groups elected. So in 1987 we had 4, and in 2019 we've got 66.
Hey, pause, man. You got to pause, man. My man lost his head in that one there. That's a decapitation, fam. Hey, Naz, he got decapitated, cuz, man. Yo, so he's saying 66 people control the government, yeah? He's mad, cuz. Yeah, nah, man. He got decapitated, fam, man. Yeah, sorry, go on, carry on, man.
Nah, so I went to the kitchen, but I'm just saying that it's scary still, isn't it? That if he's, out there actually propagating certain things, you see what I'm saying to you, with this sort of erroneous knowledge or information, do you know what I mean? And you know what I mean? Because my thing is, who is listening to this and taking it seriously, especially when you go to this whole black and white unite thing? You get me? Like, what is the caliber? Now, the only other person I've heard screaming black and white unite is Gummy. You get me? So is that like a benchmark of what is? And remember, their talking points are very similar, the way in which they do. So there's obviously some type of movement or theology or something, my God, you get me? Whereby you just, because remember that she was the one that spoke about that all this white slavery thing. You get me? This all's very, you know what I mean? Like, even this thing about black supremacy or whatever, right? Yeah. Even if, although we've already said that that's down to unique for all of them, even if you wanted to go down that route, yeah, especially in America, right? These things were born, and a lot of things that we're speaking about, right, or that they're getting onto, are as a direct result of white supremacy. You get me? And everything else that went with it. Red line, blah, 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 all of them things there. You see what I'm saying to you? So how people in 2024 are trying to use certain things against the very same people is wild to me. But I get it though, because it seems like it's part of like rubbing out the history. Do you know what I mean? Just rubbing out certain things. It's reprogramming.
Yeah, that's facts, fam. Man's trying to pretend like he's trying to act like there was no people running black people down or in people down for them have to stand up for themselves or nothing like that. You get me? Just like everything was all nice and hunky dory, and then people have just made these sort of movements. But it's crazy.
But that's what I'm saying, B. But I think that this is also part of the thing in it, because remember, from way back when, and especially right wing talking points was definitely why you get me, why you know what I mean, why you still bothered about that. It was how much 100 years ago, this is that. Then you've even heard black people on these very same panels say the same thing, you get me? Especially like Nigerians or Africans or whatever, you get me? Because obviously they don't share certain experiences with us. So often they think like the colonizer anyway in that regard. You get me? And we've proven that. You see what I'm saying to you? So I see it, man. I see it very clearly. It's crazy, and this is why you see history, bro. You see history or his story, yeah. Because we've been here before, you know. Because remember, even the information that we're reading in our history books, even today, ain't right. Do you know what I mean? A lot of it ain't right, but it's his story, and it's his story, innit? Even now, there's other little truths coming out that where you sort of fact checked or you fact check, you know what I mean? What you've been told, not a Nagosa. You know what I mean? So, and this is why I keep talking about the power of propaganda, man. And if you can get your version out there and make your version the truth, do you know what I mean? It's a mad thing, because I'm telling you, mind sharp, you know. If we're not careful, in years to come, it ain't gonna be slavery, you know. You get me? It would have. Everyone was indentured servants.
Yeah.
You get me?
No, laborers. You remember laborers.
You get
Trust
me?
me.
You see what I'm saying? If we don't make sure that we know what we're doing with the narrative, because there's definitely a thing out here to, yeah, man. And this here it's a beautiful example, yeah. And what I'm saying is even more powerful is because it's coming from a person that you wouldn't arguably expect, in it, which is obviously on their side. They're gonna say that that's their weapon, innit? You get me? Because you can send him amongst, you know what I mean? If you can send him, it's like a Ralph, innit? It's like a Ralph. Let's keep it a Hannah. It's like a Ralph. And remember, you said that Ralph nearly got to the top of PA or whatever. Yeah, is that right?
Yeah, Ralph got quite high up in this right wing echelon, so a small sort of circle that they've got going on there. You know what I mean? Like, so he started to get towards being link up with Mark Collette. He's like even further right than like the likes of Tommy Robinson and them. You know what I mean? Patriotic Alternative and all these other fringe groups that are close to being like banned and all that sort of stuff there. So
this is what I'm saying, man.
Yeah, us meeting people of color that want to rise up in this white far right, not white supremacy, but even white supremacy / far right movements. It's not new to us now, because we've seen it like more than once now.
I was going to say, regards to Black Lives Matter, point pertaining to Black Lives Matter, is that the majority of a lot of people in BLM are non-black. There's a genuine support amongst non-black people pertaining to Black Lives Matter, whether it's in the US or the UK.
Yeah, because I think maybe not even just the actual, it's the slogan, innit? Because people have seen with their own eyes, like others being mistreated in society, or maybe even if it's locally, so even something stupid like, man's walked into a shop with his mate, his black dude, and the security dude's just followed him about through the whole shop, and even though he just followed my man into the shop for him to buy something or whatever. Do you know what I mean? That's even down to man could just see something basic like that and be like, the man are sort of telling the truth, or I see it from my own eyes, and these sort of things are happening, or maybe even just like a couple, I don't know, just things that, yeah.
And that's the thing, Biggage. He's upset with the because remember his words was the visual representation. To get it, so he was basically upset that the power or the leverage or whatever you want to use of the words you want to use, yeah. That the whole what's his name? You know what I'm talking about, the one in America.
Black Lives Matter. Oh,
the one where he had the foot on the neck thing.
George Floyd.
Yeah. So he's upset because remember he sees that as another way of white people feeling guilt. You get me? Yeah, because remember he said this is like the visual representation, and obviously that's probably when BLM became at its biggest. You get me? Yeah.
Now the thing is, what I would say though, Roscoe, is that that's a bit of a contradiction, because if you're about black and white unite, that should have been the perfect example for you. So yeah, that's very contradictory actually, because that's very contradictory actually.
No, his black and white unite isn't no black and white unite, because it's the black people that agree with his talking points are supposed to unite. That's basically what his black and white unite is. You hear me? Any black people that agree with any of the far right talking points, black and white unite.
Like Hector.
Because as far as like, right, if he was a flipping a white dude or whatever, people might say that he was racist or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? That car, some of the talking points, what he's trying to make.
His USP is though biggage. That's why even he said about the whole White Lives Matter thing, innit? He goes, if a white person wore it, people would think that they're what, a supremacist or racist or something like that, innit?
And most people that wore it were, right? Because you had with Patriotic Alternative, right? They had that, right? I mean, it's a group, a far right group that wore it.
Also, nice, yeah. Most of the people that, like, again, the White Lives Matter came out as being just to be an opposing voice to Black Lives Matter, really. So that's why I was telling him that, right, your White Lives Matter thing is a victim thing, really, because you're just saying that you want to say White Lives Matter because you don't think that white people are allowed to say White Lives Matter when they are. Even the dude that he used as his example, his mate that threw the banner over Burnley, that he said got arrested or rah. I put up the report to say the police said that there's no charges against my man, rah. He's not done nothing wrong. He just threw a banner over the stadium. You know what I mean? It might have been in bad taste, but it was still just flying a banner over the stadium saying White Lives Matter. So bullshit, man. He's a victim. You know what I mean?
I mean, do you know what? Yeah, there are non-black people that are white supremacists. I mean, they're non-white people that are white supremacists. You know?
Yeah.
Well, we've met them already.
Yeah.
Definitely.
No, it's true.
Yeah. Black people that are anti-black. 100%. And that's what
And also mixed race people that are anti-black. There's also mixed race people that are anti-black. And that is an example of one, because if you speak to him about anything black, he disassociates himself with that or anything to do with that. They're the blacks.
Yeah, which is crazy though. Like, I just find a bit
when
crazy.
he's talking about English people, he's talking about us.
For a mixed race person,
like he's one of them as well. So he classes himself in with like say the English white dudes. That's us. You get me? When he's talking about even the English black dudes, that's the blacks.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think it goes to show you that he didn't probably grew up around black people in general. To be honest. I mean,
but even that, I'm starting to get away from that as being an excuse now, because there is people that haven't grown up around air quotes a million black people or in just like white areas or whatever. That ain't like that. There's nothing like that. So if that was the reason or the main factor of how you end up like that, then there should be loads more examples of that.
Right. I mean, as well.
There is examples of that still, but I mean, like a few more than there is in it. Because I did watch an interview with one dude on Really the Most, and the same thing. He was like a Nigerian dude who was adopted when he was young. He lived in like a white area and whatever. I used to try and wash his skin off and all them sort of things there, try straighten his hair and all that. But then he moved back in with his black family and started to reconnect with his but he was actually a Nigerian, innit? Like so his mum and dad were black. He was like a mixed race guy. But still, so him being in, he said he was near you know where Deal is? Near Dover. It's like quite far in Kent, yeah.
It's near it's near the coast,
near Dover and Margate and all that. Yeah, so he was down them ways, near Folkestone and all that shit. You get me? And you see, he faced a lot of racism and all that.
Is he an old guy?
He's in his late 40s now.
But yeah, I think that, you know, with regards to Danny and all that, I think to have a view, you know, pertaining to, you know, black people, like, and his mixed race and all, that's not healthy, to be honest. Like, you know, because as a mixed race person, you should, you know, respect, you know, both sides of your heritage.
Yeah. You don't have to. He can lean towards more of his white side if he wants, yeah. But it should be more honest and say that, right, that's what he wants to lean more towards, isn't it? Instead of trying to say, when we ask him any questions that are leaning towards that, yeah, he tries to deflect them and say, nah, it's British, it's British, it's British. Rich want the best British, I don't care about colour or whatever. And then if we speak about black or whatever, he's like, well, I don't speak black, I'm not black, I don't go to Jamaica, I don't want to go to anywhere black.
It sounds
I
like
want to go to anywhere there's a majority black people or all that sort of stuff there. So yeah, he's all right disparaging the black side, but he has no. He will find ways around of not saying anything negative about the white side unless it goes against any of his talking points, like self-hating white liberals that promote Black Lives Matter.
And what do you call a black person who doesn't agree with, you know, progressive policies and all that? Yeah.
What do you mean? What do you mean progressive?
I mean,
like?
that's you know, that's like saying, you know, it's like calling, you know, it's like for someone calling, you know, a black person who doesn't agree with progressive policies, right? Like, you know, you know, leftist agendas and stuff like that.
Yeah, but that's what it says, isn't it? Like, yeah. You're a black Marxist, or you're a lefty, or whatever. And even my answer to that is that, right? Is that supposed to be an insult that you're a lefty?
Yeah.
What's the fucking insult in that? You see, like, I know a lot of white people want to hide from being left wing in our circle of YouTube nowadays. Yeah, but what's wrong with being a left winger?
I mean, it sounds to me, you know, I haven't obviously met Danny Moore, though. It sounds to me he has like contempt in it, or he has like a certain amount of contempt for, you know, for black people. Like, you know, that's from my understanding. Like, you know, the way he approaches, you know, certain issues and stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting observation still, Eunice, man. You know, and yeah, I think it's very interesting. Even the word you use, contempt, I think that's a very interesting observation, man.
Yeah,
I think it does sort of go in line with you know, because like I said, when you talk like the word the blacks, you get and
yeah. I mean, you could hear the contempt. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. This is not the that is not the vernacular of love or light, boy. But
the blacks.
The blacks.
And it also demonstrates, like, you know, like what type of upbringing, you know, he had, right? It demonstrates also the upbringing as well, isn't it?
You know, hey, Dad, you know that he's definitely heard, you're all right, but them, you know, he's heard that many times. Yeah, nah, you're all right, but you see them, I hate them like that. Mate.
I think you're right, because I think he even used it on us, to be fair, at one time when he was separated. You get me? So yeah, I think you're probably right, to be fair, boy. Mad. All right, let's get back. Hold on.
This is number of MPs from minority ethnic groups elected. So in 1987 we had 4, and in 2019 we've got 66.
Yeah, those are
right.
people.
So that's obviously not a controlling number of the government, right? Do you know what I'm saying? That so even that, man, it's like you're saying that the blacks or the BAME community have power in the government, but they don't.
Yeah, but someone's saying do it by per capita. Is it? But I don't know. I
don't know. Would I look for that to find out per capita?
Right, so we've got if we look into this, right, we've got Bim Amafalami, we've got Diane Abbott, we've got Tahir Ali, we've got Rashanda Ali, okay, we've got
what's that? The shadow cabinet and the cabinet.
Oh, we're doing the main cabinet. If we're doing the main cabinet, do you want the Conservative main cabinet? Because I was just doing both parties. Because you said I wasn't sure if you meant government, as in both parties.
Yeah, go on. You can do both parties, or you can do.
Let's do the Conservative front bench. The ones who are actually making the power. Yeah, they're making the decisions.
Yeah, but Danny, again though,
yeah,
that's
I see how many blacks and how many whites.
Danny, wait, Danny. Before you go any further, do you believe that it's them people that are making the decisions, Danny? The people that we see. Do you believe it's them that are making the decisions, bro?
Well, they're the ones that we're perceived to be making decisions.
Yeah,
we can go down.
But I'm now asking you, big and serious. Do you believe that those that we see on our TV screens are the ones that are making the real decisions? That's what I'm asking you.
I'm going to say no, but it's a nuanced answer.
Thank you, Danny.
Can you pause? Can you pause?
Listen, yeah. If the government, if the MPs come to a decision in government or whatever, has to go through the House.
Hey, Nance, can you pause?
As well to get signed.
Yeah, you spun him with that same one there, yeah, because again, his point of black people run the governments or whatever, yeah, and then you asked him, do you think that the people that you see on the screen are the ones that are making the decisions? And him to say no, even though it's going to give a nuanced answer to whatever he's going to be saying, means that even in his own thing where he's trying to say that there's a majority black faces in the government, he's still saying that they don't control or make the decisions or hold the power of the in his own words or his own belief of what he thinks in it. Like, so
that's it. And the thing
he
is,
makes a point and then kills his own point.
Are definitely even playing identity politics, the same thing that the you and others like him complain about anyway. Do you know what I mean? So it's just yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just disappointing, man. Because you know what I mean, like yourself, we like, decent points to rebut, as it were. But man,
yeah, cool, man. Especially, if he's making strong points here that we can't refute or whatever, I would like that still. Do you know what I mean? Then there actually be a reason to sort of maybe even subscribe to his channel and listen to some of his talking points or whatever. Do you know what I mean? But he's refuting his own self with his own talking points within the question after the first question that's made. So,
and then
I don't know what anyone else is watching.
The interesting thing is Biggage, yeah. This is why I mentioned Alistair Campbell before, yeah. It's the spin that he's used and taken to his channel. You get me? Because remember, he had to have listened to this, and he's then taken away from this conversation and gone written
the coconut piece
and done the investigation that he's done.
Yeah. Because that's the only thing he's looking for.
Yeah.
The points that we refuted him on don't matter. Doesn't matter to him. He's not going to show that to his audience. Only people that are watching Dave's channel or that may have watched this channel, may even watch my channel or whatever, they're going to see those points there that he refuted his own self on, even in this breakdown or whatever. If they didn't see it the first time, they got to definitely see it by now. You get me? So, but again, like I was saying in the original the first review, on my channel that we done, one of the first points I made was, obviously, he's not sincere in his argument because he's just trying to get sound bites of people calling him coons and niggers. Coons and sellouts and all them sort of words there. You're a coon, you're a coconut, you're a sellout, you're a coon, you're a coconut, and then what happened? I didn't even know he made them sort of videos. Yeah. Then after, even though he wasn't directly called a coon, a coconut, or a sellout, like on the panel, just as Lady D was explaining to him, he's made a video about the explanation of why someone would have called him that in the comment section. You get me? Before I even knew that he even made them sort of videos. So, trust me, man. Just don't fuck about with my chest vision, innit? Yeah, because I'm saying right now, I'm seeing like 10 moves in front, because the same sort of thing when I was trying to explain to everyone how racist Dookie Gold was. Yeah, like
Oh my
obviously
gosh! Listen, him. Yeah, it's
people wouldn't have
dripping.
seen. People wouldn't have seen it, yeah. In the first instance, nines people probably would have seen it, yeah, at the same time when I was pointing it out there, yeah. But I'm saying that to others that don't look out for that sort of shit there, they wouldn't have even seen that sort of thing there. Yeah, it's like it wasn't until he exposed his own self with his own extra racism of trying to double down on whatever or what route he was trying to take that showed, obviously, you know what time it is, cuz man. Oh, that's why my name is Valley Vision, you know. Yeah.
See? Come on. To be
Yeah,
fair,
man.
though, maybe since
Yeah,
then,
V.
he's just like, fuck it, and he just ramped it up, to be honest. You know what I
Hello?
mean? Like,
Come on.
exposed, you've
The
just
first
ramped it
day, the first day I called him a racist, yeah. The next day, yeah, he kept on at me on all these different slavery videos. Man's at me on a million slavery videos the first day I called him a racist, cuz like, bro, you're racist, cuz. Like, I noticed what you tried to do there. You get me? Anyway, that's the side point.
There's a
Still,
lot
just
of, let's say, Garvey Burrell vibes coming back to the place again, man. You know what I mean? That type of energy, like, yeah, one of them is, yeah.
that's them man there. That's that gang there.
Yeah, the exposure is
Yeah, man,
real,
that's
man.
them man there.
I tell you
Yeah.
what, somewhere amongst them is
Trust me.
tucked up that SR Garvey Burrell, and that was a despicable show, man. Despicable. I don't want to go back to them days, you know what I mean? Because there was some despicable. That's when I get to understand that people was actually despicable, you know.
Yeah, that's what I say. That
in a real life,
that-
you know.
them man there, real racist fam. Try to fuck about with man's worrying about people worrying about these other little white dudes shouting their little bits and pieces, and not even seeing these other dudes that fucking might be look a little bit darker or whatever, coming off with some extra racist shit. Cause I don't care what no one tells me. A Dookie Gold is either Pakistani, Kashmiri, or Indian from the Muslim side of the gang. Yeah, like there's no way. The only way man can prove me different here is putting his face on camera while he's speaking. Yeah, with his white face, like actual European. That's the only way he's gonna debunk me, because like literally I asked him to put his hand on camera. Bro, just show your hand on camera if you're fucking white or whatever. Man definitely won't show his hand on camera. Yeah, he sounds like Ghost, yeah, but with a Canadian accent. So oh my man's trying to hide still, man.
He definitely
yeah,
sounds like Kermit though, for real. It's not even a joke, man. If the real Kermit ever lost his job, he could definitely take over with the voice, man. Go on, give us a quick one, Biggage.
A Dookie's voice.
Yeah.
Ready. Is that racist? Ready. Is that racist? Yo, sit out. Yeah. So yeah, there's all it.
Yeah. Now, Pat, not gonna lie, man. That's some funny shit, man.
Got him.
Oh, dear. All right, so we just got a few more minutes of this, and then bam. So yeah, man.
And off, and then say.
Are you going live in a bit, Biggage?
I might do. Still. I just spend a little hour with our side of that there.
That's it, because that's what I'm saying.
I just got back still, man. You know, I was in the hotel last night still, man. So
yeah. We see you.
yeah, me daddy cried on. Who wants to live in Croydon? Hey.
What's up,
Come on.
But yeah. All right, then. So good, because I'm gonna. Yeah, that will be good actually. So, and then my next show though, it is still gonna. It's like I said, this was like a little segue and whatever, and hopefully we can get Brother Kale back in the building, because I want to speak about this whole mixed race thing, and especially with regards to Pan-Africanism and more so even Marcus Garvey. You get me?
But don't you think Cal's already given his explanation though? Like he's saying that obviously anyone that's with it is with the team, innit? Anyone that's not with it is not with the team, innit? Like, right, you might look like man, or you might look a little bit like man, or whatever. But if you're not with it, you're not with the team. If you're with it, you're with the team.
Yeah, but you see the thing. I'm talking about the whole mixed race thing. Yeah, you get me? And even trying to call them black and all of this and the whole political science behind that. And then he often says about what Garvey deals with in that regard. You get me? And I want to have a little chat about that because do you know about the little thing between Garvey and Du Bois and all that?
Yeah.
Yeah. And one of the things that Du Bois even said is that, not Du Bois, sorry, Garvey, is that as a duality, you get me? You will always basically favor the master type of settings, you get me? So he's like saying you can never be 100% certain for the team, basically, you get me?
Yeah.
So like I'm saying, I just want to have a little conversation about it because, like I said, they often underpin it by Garveyism and see it.
Hey man, do you know what? Yeah, Vicky's giving me an idea still, man. I might start making some new rules, cause like differently for people to jump on the panel, cause like you don't have to put your camera on panel, but you have to put your camera on backstage so I can see what you look like. You get me? Yeah, before you jump on and all them sort of things there, car. You know?
It's extra security.
Yeah. Because I understand. Again, sorry, I was trying to take the business to the next level now, innit? Like, you know, like bits and pieces can be done with the channel and the conversations and the different styles of discussions and all them things that's had on G, but you know what I'm saying? Like,
no, for sure, man. Well, you know what I mean? Lay the flames. Trailblazers. So, yeah, man. Victoria. I tell you, Victoria. The other night nines, I was shocked to hear it stated about the template. And if you do not reach the template, you can still be part of it, but will not reach higher levels within the movement. Yeah. There's definitely conditions to the thing, Victoria. Yeah. Well, I'm just trying to think, and what else? And I don't know. I'll see if I can get him to even come and read the you know, he said about the guide and that, not the guide, but I think it's 18 principles or something. So hopefully you can even come and tell us what they are still to the Black Betterment thing. I don't know. Yeah, I've got a feeling I may have even been involved to us. But anyway, let me finish this. No, in fact, let me take that back.
Yeah, even that, yeah, as well, yeah. Differently, like we're saying, like people with just a faceless account in the comment section, it's like their opinions need to be held to a lower standard, right? Especially if they're not deemed to be someone of quality opinion. Like for instance, one of my biggest critiques are like cognitive dissonance and Mr. P, yeah. But because the way that they do their criticism there, we know that they're obviously, whether I agree with them or disagree with them, innit? Like they're trying to come with honest criticism, right? So as far as they're concerned, innit, they see it as they're giving honest criticism, right? So their opinions can be held higher than others. Like say, like for instance, like a Nico T or Terry or whatever, man, just like no matter, even if the point's proven, yeah, it has to be proven double beyond reasonable doubt for a man to even acknowledge that there might even be a point. So yeah, and a lot of times
I think Terry, I don't know, I might be being a bit thingy-bobby here, but Terry's obviously either he's new or he's just someone with a new name in it.
Nah, Terry's just someone with a new name in it because
exactly.
Just what people do, yeah. They've been about for years, 5, 6, 7 years, 8 years from the start, and so but then they'll come with a new account, and but how they give themselves away is they start talking about stuff that's old, isn't it? Like, man will tell you about something you did on a COE video. You're like, raw. Obviously, that video is like 6 years old, cuz. So.
But that's what I'm trying to say as well. Yeah, they just belong to a group with no integrity. You get me? Just no integrity. Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you, because that's what I believe it is. Because even if you got a new account, if you're big and bold and you know what I mean, you're about that life, then you can simply say, yeah, this is my new account. Previously, I was A, B, or C. You know what I mean? As opposed to, do you know what I mean, just there being anonymous. It's foolishness, man. This is what I'm trying to say. This type of thing, you're not gonna get no pedigree people, man. You get me? You're just gonna get just pissy people with pissy. You get me? It's disappointing, isn't it? It's all around disappointing. But like I said, I've perfectly joined the dots. All this black and white unite. You get me? Even you know what I mean? Like I
his version of black and white unite is not no black and white unite, man. Like what do you think of that, of his black and white unite? What's positive about his black and white unite? Like,
man, the people that will follow him are just people with lower self-esteem, probably a little bit lost. You get me? Feel under thingamably by the system. Do you know what I mean? Like done over, whatever. You know what I mean? The same. You get me? Only them type of people that will follow. You get me? Seriously, and black people with lower esteem and black people with self-identity, like a Hector. You get me? Like a Hector, man. You get me? The couple of people that will willingly just you know what I mean? Just black anti-black people. Them type of thing. Or white anti-white people. You know what I mean? Just them, just weird people.
You mean white anti-black?
Do you know what I mean? Just weird. You know what I mean? Racist couples where you got one black and one white, one's racist and one's anti-black. You know what I'm saying to you? You wouldn't think those things exist, but we've seen it in Technicolor. Them type of things. Mad stuff. You know what I mean? Mad.
You know, wait. Obviously, I got Ali Dawa, and I'm free from this.
No, well, this is it.
I couldn't believe it when Ali Dawa said that in Speaker's Corner. What, mate? I can't remember what the beef was, but it was some big beef. Rah. And he just come and just said, "I'm free from this," and then turned around, walked off, and like that was the end of it. Like, rah, everyone was, all of us was like, rah, so, what's going on? I still can't believe that, because that's mad. Free from this, That's all man had to say. Things mad. I didn't say, man.
Nana said absolutely nothing positive, and I'm saying that in caps. Do you know what I mean? But I mean, again, I think it's interesting that this is where we are in 2024 still, man. And I can definitely.
No, but why can't you still be like you see that yourself, or even myself or whatever you like? Man's proud of your roots and your ancestry or whatever, but you still want good for the country, innit? Like, you don't want the country to fall to bits or to crumble to nothing. Like you've got business interests in the country. You've got property in the country. You've got a family in the country, and so and so. But it don't mean that fucking man has to forget about any of my Jamaican heritage, African roots, or do you get me? Why do I have to do that to want good for England?
Well, and this is where the layout, and this is where the thing of actual anti-black comes in. You get me? I'm telling you, man, it's a serious thing, man. Hold on a sec, because got my little ears in the building.
It was just mad still to me. I didn't get it. It didn't make sense to me. And even my little discussion with Dukes the other day about my apparent dishonesty, that, bro, I didn't see it like that still. again. Yeah, because when the precedent was set of the question and the discussion or whatever, we want to ask the main question of the discussion so we could start getting into it or whatever. The man didn't want to take that as his talking points or whatnot. Like, I didn't claim to be a black supremacist in the first place. Yeah, but I could still have a discussion with you about black supremacy or white supremacy, right? So we're going to start discussing the breakdown of what are you claiming.
But then why would she say that? What even? I mean, Roscoe is one thing, but then for her to say that you get me, like she thinks that you was. I'm like, nah, man. You don't.
Because obviously, as far as Dukes is concerned, then I must be a sly black supremacist, innit? Like I'm a black supremacist that doesn't want to say it with my chest, sort of thing. Basically, that's the point that I sort of got from what she was trying to say. I'm basically a black supremacist that doesn't want to say it with my chest.
This is what I'm saying, man. This is what I'm saying. It's just no integrity politics, man. You get what I'm trying to say to you? It's just foolishness, man. You know what I mean? It's just foolishness, and that's what I'm trying to say. It's yeah. I can see why they shout that out, because you know what I mean. They're all retarded and there's no integrity. You know what I mean, amongst them. So yeah, it's been a very good exercise in that regard. To be fair, you get me? Because when I heard her say that, I'm like, nah, this is how you all go to sort of win an argument or make a point rather than concede set. You get me? It was a bag of shit. You know what I mean? But rather than concede, I'm trying to say a fucking nuclear bomb and the cockroaches, you hear me?
Yeah.
And that's somebody there.
The same thing for what Gaines is saying is the same thing for me as, say, like a air quotes Jamaican person or a black British person who eats Jamaican food. When I go to Jamaica, man, call man British fam.
There you go.
You know what I mean?
There you go. But it's definitely, I think when he said about the visualization of black power and all that, I think that's a lot of the crux there's jealousy, yeah, and it seems like they don't want the black to overshine the white. Do you know what I mean? Especially in terms of the visualization, that bit was very key. The visualization aspect. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And yeah, there's a few jewels that were dropped, and even getting white people to like feel sorry for or have empathy for whatever. They don't want that. It's a mad, it's a mad.
To feel bad about anything that's happened previously or so and so. But that's what's that? How is that any black person's issue or fault in that thing? That's what you lot are saying how you should feel. Well, why would you feel bad if you know it wasn't anything wrong or anything disgusting or whatever? Like, so it's none anyway, man.
It is, bro. It is, man. All right. But yeah, in terms of case study settings, definitely, man. And like I said, definitely next show, hopefully Brother Kel will be about and we can chop it up again because
my phone's ringing. Hold on.
Yeah, man. Go through. I'm gonna just play the rest of the vid anyway. But like I said, yeah, the next show, yeah, man. I'm gonna tie it all in. We're gonna tie it all in because most importantly is that I'm saying to Brother Kale and such, like you can't tell such a person that they are black in it, like not especially a person like this, yeah, because he's actually telling you in as many like he's actually white in it. I present as black, my skin color might be black, you get me, but I'm actually a white man. We've heard Hector say he looks in the mirror and he sees Sylvester Stallone. Yeah, and we heard it again on the recording today where someone else even on the first recording confirmed that. So I'm not even saying that to be funny or whatever. Do you know what I mean? I'm saying it because it must be a real issue. Like there's, Why I just hope that it's nothing that any of my Pitney them suffer from, Star, because that must be a horrible feeling to be in one body but want to be something else. You know what I mean? Especially in this time, you know what I mean? Maybe back in the day where certain things were more aggressively racist, you know what I mean? Because you definitely hear stories of children trying to bleach themselves to wash the black off of them and all this other type of stuff. Yeah. So again, we don't need to be naive to such things. However, when we're in grown man status and grown man settings, do you know what I mean? And we're still looking in the mirror and seeing Sylvester Stallone as opposed to a midget, it's a serious thing, man. You know, it's a serious thing still. So, but yeah, I think these conditions really exist, and where you can, and I think like you can have an internal hatred. I think these things exist. You know what I mean? I think we've definitely seen examples of anti-black, like black anti-black persons and white anti-white persons. You get me? But yeah, let's
do you know what? Yeah, sorry, I was gonna say Hector. You know, I didn't know he was. You know, he was a short man. I thought he was 5'9". That's what I was told.
How was you so specific with his measurements in terms of 5'9"? How so specific?
I'm just saying, like, you know, in terms of height wise, I couldn't believe he was 5'9". I thought he was 5'5", something like that, 5'6".
Oh,
I didn't know he was actually.
Have you met him in real life, Bab?
No, but I know Jupiter's taller than him.
Well, I mean, Jupiter is taller than most people, Bab. You know what I mean? How tall are you? Are you tall?
I'm 5'10".
All right, so you got a bit of height on you, but I think Gummy's a bit taller than you still. But I know, no. But yeah, man. Slightly lost my train of thought there, but yeah, man. Oh yeah. But that's it. I was talking about people that can basically look in the mirror and see something completely different, and probably want to be something completely different in real life as well. To be fair, you know what I mean. And we have to really probably take that into consideration, because you know, at the end of the day, and this is now me being courteous, as it were. If we have a thing where seemingly people can feel like they're in a whole different body, you know, because one, they feel like they're a boy and all these varying things, then yeah, I'm sure that could happen in terms of this situation here. But anyway, let me not digress too much. Let's just finish this off.
New statue or law, whatever, that has to get signed off by King Charles as well, isn't it?
Yeah, and then the king, yeah. So there's many players in it, but essentially, so I'm enjoying the conversation, but I'm absolutely shattered. So I do need to get some sleep. But what I'm saying, yeah, we can go down that tangent. We can go down that tangent another time, because that's an important one as well. Is who do we perceive to be running the government and things like that? Because that is another important bit. But to sign off this portion of myself, and thank you, Dave, for having me as well, mate. To sign it off really is if black people didn't take the let's just say the carrot and the stick treatment, the carrots that are being offered, not all, but you know, minority of people that are taking that and saying, do you know what, we want equal, we want people to be able to say what they want. We've had a very open conversation. We want white people to be able to have that as well. We want, if white people think they've got a grievance about black people or about, you know, a certain thing that's happened, we should be able to have the conversation instead of segregating ourselves.
People that
We can't do that.
Most black people aren't even
before
white.
Exactly. Before they can't do that for the white people, before they've even established being able to do that for themselves. You can't put in a plane crash. You're supposed to put on your mask and then even your child's mask after. So that means that before any black people were able to have any sort of you lot should be doing this, that, and the other, we need to be able to be in a position where we can stand and say that them sort of stuff for ourselves first.
You do it anyway. You do anyway. You have that voice. You have a massive voice. As a small minority of people, black people in the UK have a huge voice. I don't know if you see it as the voice.
If there was no issues for the black community, if there was no issues for the black community, there would be no or any. There'd be no
because what,
campaigns
sorry?
or any.
No,
Yeah,
we've
if the
got huge issues as well. I'm not saying we
black
haven't got issues. We've got huge
community
issues.
was as powerful as you were saying. No, I'm saying like if the black community was as powerful as men are saying they are and whatnot, yeah, then you know we'd be able to solve all the issues in the black community without needing any of these statutes or so and so or regulations or help from any of the government agencies that have put in things into place to try to help the black community.
Okay, okay, yeah.
No, we're saying we wouldn't need.
All right, cool. I'm not gonna answer reply to that 'cause that brings up another conversation, and it's again it goes down another thing.
Go bed, Gab. Go bed. Go bed.
Yeah,
One more. You see your thing about what we should be doing as people. Does the same apply to Asians as well? Because arguably there's far more of them in terms of numbers and maybe even resources. So
100%.
Have you got the same message for them too? For example,
what do you mean? Sorry.
Like black, white, and Asians unite. Black, white, Chinese, and Asians.
No, because they're a supremacy. Asians as in Muslims, yeah.
Asians as in Indian, Pakistani, Asians.
Okay, no, the Indians are integrated. They're the most integrated people that we've got. You know, we've got a lot of Indians that subscribe to what I do, and they wouldn't have a pushback at all. But if we go into the Muslim side of the Asians that we're talking about, then no, because they're a supremic nation of their own. You know, they want their own ideals. They want their own business, and it's got nothing to do. They don't want to do it with white people. They don't really want to do it with black people. You know, it's on their terms. So I wouldn't say it's a Muslim unification, but with their communities, there's a lot of stuff that British people need to do, as what Asians doing to preserve their culture, to preserve their history and their traditions. And they're not even from Medina or the Middle East. You know, most of them are born here.
So what do you see as being British culture then? In fact, you're quite a good person. So what do you think is English culture then?
Everything that we did, you know, you can go down from, you know, the fish and chip shop to the greengrocers, you know, the greengrocers, the butchers and all that type of stuff. That's an English culture. You can say about fireworks night, St. George's Day, you know, that kind of tradition. It's all these, they don't know. Not in the same way as they used to. They don't. They really don't.
I mean, the bonfire nights, I think, has changed because of the restrictions and that, and health and safety and this and that. Because when I was growing up, there was bonfire nights and this everywhere, but now it's all localized and you got to pay. So, but again, I don't see that I see that's down to the system, nothing else. Like, what else? Give me something else.
But that culture, that's what I'm saying. That culture's been removed through acts of whoever. Okay, and an anti-white agenda that's been pushed in, so it can be removed in favor of a great big Muslim festival or a great big other
I
festivals.
disagree with that, Danny.
Okay, cool. How big was the Christmas tree and Oxford Street and all that Sadiq Khan had? It wasn't very big, but he pushed Diwali and he pushed Eid as well, on a much bigger scale.
Okay, so that's a fair
example. Down at Trafalgar Square, yeah. Do you know what I mean?
All right, then cool. So all right, then. So 1 second. All right, then cool. So let's take that because that's quite interesting. Yeah. So Sadiq Khan is obviously the what is he? The mayor of England, London, whatever. Yeah. So do you think? Does that mean that there's not people around him then, indigenous people around him, that if they wanted to make it, you know what I mean? Oh, what would you say? Not oversee. What's the word? You know when you, what's the word? When you say no.
Usher. They could usher in or refuse.
To take.
Like overriding is it word? You know what I mean?
Override, yeah, that's it. Override.
You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, I don't know, like the people on his inner circle, and I don't know. Maybe this may bear argument to what you're saying, Danny, in maybe a way. You know what I mean? But I'm thinking that there should be a lot.
Yo, Nads,
Mm-hmm.
Yo, Nines. Man said the Muslim festival, cuz.
I'm telling you, man, it's just. And don't forget
Hey,
the
man said the big Muslim festival, yeah. But wait, hold on. You know, he said after the Muslim festival. He said Diwali.
Yep.
Diwali and the Muslim festival. And Diwali like a Sikh or Hindu thing.
Yeah. It's
it's baffled, man. I was just making stuff up, man. Like my reception was cutting out, innit? Like I was trying to say, like, bro, what the hell are you talking about? My reception was gone then still, but yeah, you was having a
He's trying
madness,
to say in it that the resources is being taken away from the indigenous. You get me? And given
for
to
these other festivals.
These ethnic minorities group. Didn't you hear him say how big was the Christmas tree in Oxford Street? You know?
Yeah.
But the thing is, even if you want to mention these Diwali and Eid stuff, they've just not to. I mean, I don't think they've been, you know, I think they're quite a new thing, this, that, and the other, just like even us doing our little Independence Day, this, that, and the other, man. So we're not gonna bond that out, you know what I mean? Can't stop the people them celebrating their own individual thing. Because he'll next thing be saying that we can't do our little.
Yeah, he's saying that he's complaining about St. George's Day and all that as well. And but man is saying that but why don't the British people make more of an effort for St. George's Day, like the people that actually care about it? Why aren't they making more of an effort for St. George's Day? Like that's not down. That's down to the people that care about it to make more of an effort for it. Like, it's not down to the flipping people that's coming in, that campaigning for St. George's Day and all that. Like what? Now we got a campaign for St. George's Day, yeah?
Because I think that there's more vibe for St. Patrick's Day than St. George's Day, to be honest. And maybe that's because huh?
Yeah, exactly. You see the Irish people going mad on the St. Patrick's Day.
Exactly. So I'm just saying, maybe that's because of the, you know, the Irish or the patriotic Irish or whatever, or, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Trying to uplift it more, or in, you know what I mean? Whatever the right word is, still.
Yeah.
Because I've got a Guinness big hat for my St. Paddy Day.
Go on, Nine, son. Go on, Nine Eater. I said, go on, Nine Eater. That was my Irish accent. Go on, Nine Eater. That was my Irish accent still.
But again, no biggie. I told you, like, when I was coming, we went to pubs, bro. You get me? I went to pubs. So, and I told you,
I think Guinness Punch Cup. I can't lie to you. I'm not. I can't drink beer, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah, man.
many different drinks to drink in a pub.
Yeah, I just have. I do. I just have spirit
Like you
still.
just don't like beer, which is fair enough.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
You got to get used to the taste, innit? It's got a funny taste, innit? You sort of got to get used to the taste. And then, so I never got used to it. Yeah. Never got used to it, man. It's like,
it's probably a good thing to be fair, man. Get me?
Yeah.
Got enough man your age got a big gut, Guinness gut. All type of gut.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, cheese stories, man. I'm trying to dash mine out, fam. Yeah.
There you go, man. But St. George's Days. But what I was, and you know, I always talk about bringing back the pubs and that, man. But even if I was to just not side with Roscoe, but you know what I mean, just give him a little bit of a nod, like.
I've got a counter to the pubs though, the way the pubs closed though, because I've got a counter to bringing back the pubs though, yeah, because the pubs, although they was good for the English people to socialize in, they wasn't good for strangers to. It wasn't inviting for new people to come into. Do you get me? Like, bro, a pub could be a dangerous place for someone that's new to the, that's just moved in, or that's so and so. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could get your head bust real quick in the pub.
No, that's true. Still, I think there were different type of pubs. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, like they were maybe, you know, affiliated.
Or the working man's club, on all them spots there. You know what I'm saying? Like, right, especially if there's like
Listen to this quote: "If there's a crowd of fighting age males, yeah,
Mm.
you like that, Danny? Yeah, fighting age males that are congregated in large numbers in these premises. You, as a new person, that might be these. I think that's how they ended up closing down, isn't it? Because they're less welcoming than sort of, they say, a nightclub, a bar, a restaurant, or so and so. New people can go in there and settle in, have a drink, sit down. Even Weatherspoons or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, depending on the ends that the Weatherspoons is in. Yeah. 9 times out of 10, you could go into a Weatherspoons as a new person, sit down, order a drink. Do you get me?
So you think there was actually a concerted effort to get rid of the pubs then? Because
No, I'm saying that it wasn't a concerted effort. It was because they're so unfriendly. Yeah, unwelcoming that it died out, innit? The new patrons just die off.
Okay. I mean, I think I think probably they were on the wane anyway, just because of the sort of general change in British culture. Do you know what I mean? In terms of drinking not being the mainstay. I think maybe the increase in people smoking as well. Do you know what I mean? Like, and using other, you know what I mean? Other classes, as it were. You get me? Like, yeah, because even the amount of, when I was a youth coming up to now, the amount of people that smoke is probably double, triple, I don't even know, quadrupled or whatever. And that's another thing for another day, you know what I mean? Because I don't think that this increase in people smoking weed and that is good at all. Do you know what I mean? And I think it's having quite a bad effect, really. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And especially as the green is so different as well, and it's making the youth them just lazy and lethargic and rare at the just a very wrong stage in their life. You know what I mean? So yeah, but that's.
I think less people are going to pubs, right? Nowadays, no. I remember one time there was a pub in West London, in near Northfield Station. It's now Sainsbury's now, but it used to be a pub.
It used to be a pub at Sainsbury's.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the patrons die off, right?
Yeah.
And then it's not
10 to
sort of-
15 pound bunga. Where? This is what I'm trying to say, man. This is what, yeah, and that's another thing as well, isn't it? Because I can remember where half a lager was all 75p. I'm not even gonna lie, man. You could get a box of 10 fags for less than £1, man. I'm telling you. Do you know how much fags
even
are?
yeah, of course I know how much they are. You know how much? You know what as well, Nance, though? The pros of them places like the Working Man's Club and rah. Their drinks are cheap, fam. God damn.
Yeah, because they were taxed. They had a different tax thing, I think.
Yeah, that shit was cheap, man. God damn, so. Yo, you know what I mean?
Conservative Working Man's Club.
If you went into the Working Man's Club with enough of you, so just in case it went left, you hear me? You can get a couple of drinks and shit. Them shits was like fucking cheap, cause much still.
A pint cost about like £1.20 or something like that.
That's the inflation of the amount you was earning as well. Like most people was earning under 30 grand a year.
I was listening to LBC one time quite recently, and man, them a ball, man. You know what I mean? This is what I'm trying to say about this. This is what I'm trying to say, even to Roscoe again, yeah. A lot of the things that you're complaining about is your older people, them, but just the upper echelons that's making it happen. Because the thing is, as well, Roscoe, yeah, what you have to remember is that they don't care about the people in the lower echelons. Yeah. They do not care about the people in the lower echelons. This is the next thing. And that's regardless of what color you are. Do you know what I mean? So I'm saying everyone just seems to be fighting the low-hanging fruit. You know what I mean? And including ourselves. You get me? When we fight amongst ourselves, it's a match thing. But yeah, man, big up yourself, Scientific Method. I was in Stockholm. £20 though. This is why people are gonna drink at home though. This is why that's another thing though. Like because
Because if you say you like, I don't even know it. I like a rum and coke in it. Now I don't even know how much a rum and coke is right about now, but you know what I mean. That means one round, and you probably can buy 3 bottles to us or something like that. So unless you really want to be out just to be sociable, quote unquote, I don't know.
Well, that's more what it is now, isn't it, man? Because since even just before the lockdown, a lot of people was having little social things with them and their friends at their house, and then going to wherever they was going to, right? Because the prices of drinks and raves and so on. Yeah, and then after once lockdown come in, it was like private parties, and you got to have a private party now. Hopefully the man don't snitch on you and shit. You know what I mean? Like, there's bare fucking illegal raves during lockdown. What?
Yeah, I think pubs are now going to be for people that are well off, right? It's going to be more exclusive, right? Clientele and all that.
Yeah, not a lot of pubs are surviving, cause man.
Yeah. That's why they are diversifying, right? They're becoming like what do you call it? Restaurants, as well as pub, a bar, something like that. They try and diversify in order to survive.
The hospital I was born in ain't even there no more.
Where was you born, guys?
No, Greenwich. Greenwich Hospital. Not even there no more, cause God. It's like a what's it called? A leisure centre now.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Don't even hospital in Greenwich now. The only ones in Woolwich and Lewisham. There ain't even a police station in Greenwich no more either. There used to be a police station there used to be 2.
They closed down loads of police stations.
There's no police station in Greenwich now.
Or Baronet, something like that.
Yeah, the police station's in Plumstead, and the next one's in Lewisham. The closest one to me is in Lewisham.
Police stations have closed down. Fire stations have closed down. Do you know what I mean? So again, Fosco, who are you blaming for all of them things there, bro?
I got headhunted for a company to do fire station maintenance, to do their maintenance contract as well. And I used that to get a big fat pay rise, man.
What did you put in your bid, yeah? Did you put in your bid?
No, I got headhunted. That means the people wanted me to contact me directly because they said that they was going to give me the job. No, I didn't. Yeah, they wanted me to take the job.
You to basically join the process of like competing.
No, they was giving me the job.
Wow.
Yeah.
And how many things was there? How many locations?
No, it was to work in their team, innit? That maintains the fire stations.
Never go.
Yeah. So that's why I was like, right, send me over the contract and so and so. I just sent that to my fucking peeps. And said, I'm saying.
Yeah. Come on.
I'm saying.
What, the fine print and all that?
Yeah. Send them over the shit, cause you make better than that, or nah, you get me.
Hey, what's happening, everyone? Big up. Nice.
Come on, man, that sun's in the building, Mama Club.
What, you lot still crying about the debate Veli lost last week, yeah?
Oh, shit. Sit around there on these black channels.
Even worse than that.
Oh, shit, you're hating on me as well, yeah? God damn.
Nah, I'm not having it, bro.
Reputation, bro. His reputation.
No. That was terrible.
Now. Bro, man's dishonest, Veli now.
Who Veli's dishonest?
Yeah.
No, I was.
Dukes were saying.
Yeah, I was listening to the show earlier on still when you lot was on, and I heard you make the point. It made me laugh that Roscoe is saying that the country, the Britain, yeah, is made up of like 85% white people, yeah, but they've designed a system that's designed to work against them and minimize them, and like give them less rights than anyone else, or let them play out their rights less effectively. Like, it was just madness the way you said it, Veli. It was just madness. Like, how could he be seriously? Like, when you look at the bigger picture, he talks all this talk, but when you look at the bigger picture, you can just say to him, bro, is this what you're saying? and he's never looked at it from that bigger picture. And he's got to admit that just sounds stupid, and it is stupid.
Yeah,
Like it just don't
he
make no
does, but
sense.
do you know what he does? When you make a point like that, yeah, he'll talk about, oh, but Marxism.
Bruv,
And
oh
like,
yeah, I heard him say Marxism a few times as well, and I promise you, he has no idea what the word Marxism means. I
Yeah,
promise you that. I'll put money
yeah,
on it. Yeah, because every time he hit something bad, every time he was trying to make something sound bad, he'd call it, and that's just Marxism, and that's like Marxism. And it's like, hang on a minute, Marxism for one is not bad per se, meaning that communist countries and what they've done is bad. But Marxism as a concept is not bad. You know, communism as a concept is not bad. There's a lot of there's a lot of strong points that it would hold. You know what I mean? Against the discussion against various other political systems. So on a level, there's nothing inherently bad about Marxism or communism. If
Or
human beings
Islam,
were good
or
enough, they
Sharia.
would work better. All it is idealistic, meaning that human beings just genuinely aren't good enough to uphold a system like communism. But the fact is, the way he was doing it was like he's decided that Marxism is bad, and it's a buzzword. Like you're saying, it's a buzzword. Yeah, because why keep bringing it in every time and not define it, not explain it, not give any description about it? Just when you want to vilify something, you say, oh, well, that's just like Marxism in it, and that's them doing Marxist tactics. And you're thinking like, the way you keep referring to it, it doesn't make sense. Like you have no idea what you're talking about.
come on, man. This guy's a madman still. He's advocating for mad policies that want to make himself a 4th, 5th, 8th, 9th, 10th class citizen and shit. Get me? His team's gonna be mad still.
Yeah, again, the same thing that we went through with Ralph is like, so Ralph, in your ideal world, the British sort their shit out and the white people get together and they kick you and your family out. And he's like, yeah, I'll happily leave. And you're like, what? You're mad, man.
Hey, but that's how you know, yeah, Ralph was a real G on this one, yeah, because at least he was willing to take this to, even though he wouldn't ever do it, yeah, he was willing to say them points as a talking point and take them as losing points from the onset, right? So we had to fight him on even more shit. But my man's not even willing to even look at them points, yeah. So he's mad still. This debate's gonna be crazy. So.
Yeah, no, at the end of the day, the difference between them is that Ralph is a genuinely well-educated person, meaning that he's an intelligent person. You can't fault that. He's well-educated, he's intelligent. Yeah, but he still believes the same. He said, like, yeah, his position is the same as Danny Rasco's in a lot of ways. Well, there's at least a decent overlap anyway. But the difference is on those points where they both agree on that we've talked to them both about and been through the same scenario. Ralph is just better at handling himself. He speaks well. He can follow a conversation. He deals with the point. As much more than what, say, someone like Rasco did. Ralph is a sneaky little git as well because he knows all the tactics and he knows all the kind of psychological, and there's a lot of verbal stuff as well, like to do with the way language is itself. And then there's basically someone like Ralph knows that he just take a conversation to one level of complexity more than that other person is able to entertain, and he wins because he now starts talking about things on a level the other person can't really follow anymore. Do you know? And so that's what, genuinely smart people, they can quite often do that with people. And that's one of Ralph's big tactics. But someone like Rasco, he hasn't got none of that. He's got none of that. He's not well educated. He's not a man of the world who's experienced a lot. He's not smart. His brain don't work that sharp at all.
Bro,
I'll be
I
honest with
wouldn't
you.
hire him to deliver newspapers, bro. Like, he wouldn't even get a paperboy job if he come with his little BMX. I'll be like, nah, sorry, bro.
You can tell he weren't sharp.
At least Ralph was with all that like fake charts that he made himself and shit that were trying to prove his point. And that's what, bro. These man don't know. That's what these man don't know who we spoke to previously. Trust me, Ralph. That's what I used to say, bro. I love debating with Ralph. He's like the training ground because he's coming with false graphs, lies, and all that in a finessing posh voice. Yeah, everything sounds believable as well. Yeah, because if you like Elron believed everything he said. You get me?
Yeah.
So
You can't go from Ralph to Roscoe. It's like, nah. It just don't work.
Hey, please, man. I'm just walking shot with my son, yeah, so I'm just going to be on mute. Alright, come.
So, Yunus.
Yeah.
You was accused of being a bit of a right winger, weren't you? When you was up at the park and
I wasn't right
mingling
wing
with
at all.
certain, you was mingling with certain people, and
I wasn't far right at all, to be honest. I was moderate conservative, right?
well, conservative is right wing, isn't it?
Yeah, I am, but I'm not like extreme. Like, you know, I was moderate conservative.
This is what I'm saying. Somebody who's like never had a job, never had a girlfriend, never had kids to support. How are you conservative? I don't understand it. Based on what?
I actually worked before anyway.
Oh, you've worked before?
Yeah, I've worked before, like.
And you pay taxes and that? Hello?
Yeah.
I'm saying, like, what is the foundation of your conservatism?
I'm just saying, like, you know, like, I believe that, you know, people should get tax cuts. You know, I think that, you know, basically, I just genuinely feel like, as it, what do you call it, that, you know, religion should play a bigger part in people's lives. You know, that's what I believe, basically. That's my version of conservative,
you promote religion as a good thing.
Yeah, I genuinely believe that, you know, religion should be an imperative part of any human being life, right? Without it, I don't think.
But why though? Why?
You know, they'll probably, you know, they wouldn't function or something like that. That's my opinion, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
based on what? Substantiate your opinion.
Yeah, the thing is, you're saying that you feel strongly in your heart that
Yeah.
if people practice their religions more, the world would be a better place. I mean, like, you know, why do you think that? I don't know.
That's not the question, how you feel about it. Question is, give a little bit of substance to why you believe that.
Well, the reason why I believe that is that, you know, from my personal experience is, you know, when I pray, I feel a lot better. You know?
Okay, so again, that's a very internal, subjective, personal view of it. But if I was to balance that and say to you, all right, fair enough, you think that, but if I showed you direct statistics, which this is not the case, but let's just say this was the case. Imagine I showed you direct statistics which proved 100% and mathematically that the more religious a country is and the more religious people that are there, the worse off the society is and the worse off all the human beings are there. If that was to be shown to you statistically with a table and a graph, and you know, it just, you know, the least religious countries were the best according to social criteria and health criteria, and the most religious countries were by far exactly the opposite, and the more extreme religious they are, the more worse the reality of the country is. If that was shown to you, would you then maybe think maybe you're wrong and your internal feeling about it is just inaccurate? It's just wrong.
I mean, it depends how society portrays religion, right? If let's just
Did you
say
hear the question
Iran,
put to you?
you know, I think
No,
it's a bit insane though.
The question put to you was, if there could be evidence shown for an opposing view, would you be critically aware enough to shift your position from a point of view that's based on your own experience over to a point of view that's backed with a lot of data and
exactly.
I'm willing to see it, like, you know, in terms of how it was conducted, and you know whether or not, you know, it has any merits or basis or whatsoever. To be honest, like.
But let's take that.
And if it does satisfy your questions on the methodology and validity of the research, yeah, if it does satisfy all of you, say you're a brilliant social scientist, so you know about all the different methods that they go about data collecting about such issues, so you understand all that and you're happy with the process, and you're like, you know what, they bloody well done it. They've done it properly and thoroughly, and it's true. Now what you're going to do when you have to when your personal feelings and, you know, hopes and ideas conflict with actual reality, demonstrable reality, undeniable reality, what do you do then?
I mean, it depends where it's been, you know, conducted, right? It depends which geographical location it's conducted.
I just told you that just say that it satisfies all of your criteria for being valid.
Well, you know, I'll probably investigate as to why they, you know, why is that the case, right? You know, it's the
Yeah, of
certain
course. But the next step would be
pertaining
now
to how,
to look into
you know,
why that is the case.
you know,
What is it about
populations feel
religiosity?
like that.
Yeah,
Like,
what is it about religiosity? What is it about the connection between religiosity and a worse society? What makes that happen? What is the reason for that? We would look into that and we would do more research into that. But at the moment, you're at that position where it's been proved to you undeniably that that is the case. So you have to
just
think
ask a
about yourself
question?
internally. Do I change my mind or not?
My
I
question
mean,
is this: somebody
oh,
who views the world through their personal experiences and can't relate
yeah,
to
and
other
yeah,
people and their experiences, what would we call a person like that?
that's
What would we?
antidotal evidence, right?
No, I'm not talking
That's
about
anecdotal.
anecdotal evidence. I'm saying if you can only relate to the world through your one-point perspective of your own personal experiences, and you cannot empathize with the majority of humanity, what does that make you?
So you say majority of humanity potentially might be people that don't share my view.
I'm saying to you that your lack of understanding in this and your leaning on your own perspective is due to the fact that you lack empathy or the ability to relate to humanity as a whole.
I could relate to humanity as a whole,
No,
like,
you,
you know, in the
no,
context of,
no.
you know, genuine.
Your ability, in my experience of talking to you, your ability to empathize with other people is minimal. Like even your food choices, the things that you choose are not dictated by social norms. You say, "Oh, I like barbecue sauce on sardines." And things
He's
like that.
a
I
food
didn't
rebel,
say
yeah.
that.
He's a
No, I
food
didn't
He's
say
rebel.
that.
he's not only that,
Sardine sandwiches.
he's actually a
I had,
narcissist.
you know,
He's
what
a
do you call it,
narcissist.
scrambled egg sandwiches with jerk chicken sauce, though.
Right. Yeah, so you know, there's like I'm working on this theory, right, that someone put in front of me, and it's sort of like saying that the more right wing you go, the more narcissist you're gonna come into, and the more left wing you go, the more borderline personality people you're gonna run into. And apparently, these two personality traits really dictate people's political stances because it's either somebody sacrificing their own needs for the majority of people, like left wingers seem to do, or the opposite, which is somebody's putting their own personal needs above their ability to empathize with the majority, which is a narcissistic right wing perspective. And like the more I kind of like ruminate on this theory, the more it's sort of making sense to me, especially with people like Danny Roscoe, Jupiter. Even if we put our little Yunus in with them, you can see that.
That's a bit of a stretch. That's a bit of a stretch.
All right, Khan, I hear what you're saying. No, yeah,
it.
bro, I hear what you're saying, yeah, and you may well have some reasons to think it and validate it, but listen to my theory, my opposing theory to yours, yeah. I would say that the way, in the context of what you said, yeah, what I would say is that people that are closer to the middle of the political spectrum are more likely to be, you know, good, decent people because they understand the value and benefits of both sides of it and the problems with both sides of it as well. And that's being a bit hopeful, but generally speaking, I would consider that overall, from my experience, people who are closer to the middle of the political spectrum are more likely to be good, decent, well-educated, normal people and less likely to be psychopaths. But whichever direction you go, left or right, the further away you get from that middle balance, yeah, this is where the you know, the mental issues seem to play up a lot more. So on either end of the spectrum, left or right, when you've got people that are really extreme, I see that they're the types of people on either side who display characteristics of mental illness and narcissism and just being uneducated, low life idiots in this world. That's what I think. Yeah.
I mean, like, and it's very healthy to be somebody, you know, who's, you know, to be centre left or centre right. So that means
what you're saying, scientific, is how it should be, right? That people should be able to choose between the policies put before them by any particular party, right?
No. I'm not talking about how it should be. I'm saying that you talked about when you look around the world, this is what you see, and you're building a theory which seems to align these people according to the right wing people being narcissistic, left wing people being more like mental illness. But I'm saying that when I look at Yeah, but what I'm saying is that when I look at the world around me, I position people in the sense of not that the left wings are mental illness and the right wings are narcissistic and the middle people are decent people. I'm saying that the middle people are decent people, and on either side of that, left or right, is probably still okay. It's still okay
But I'm
because
agreeing with,
it's
but I'm agreeing
it's
with you.
okay
But
to
what I'm
be a
saying
little
to
bit
you,
left or a little bit right. But the
yeah, yeah, yeah.
extremists on both ends, that's where the
Right.
mental illnesses, the narcissisms on
Yeah.
both sides come out. That's what I think. It's like
No,
from
I'm
the
saying
middle
if that's the
outwards.
case, and we're describing the people in the middle, we have to say that people in the middle are basically not left and not right, but choose that, like obviously in our two-party political system, have to choose to vote Labour or Conservative based on the policies put in front of them and how they prioritise them. So they might agree with Conservatives on certain things, and they might agree with Labour on certain things, and it's incumbent on the people that's presenting you with the policy to come up with a manifesto that is basically encapsulating the mood of the nation at that moment, right? So they have to say, all right, our criteria, this is more important than this. And the other party is saying, oh no, we think this is important. Like right now, we need to focus on immigration, for example, right?
Right.
Now, the person in the middle, if he's a centrist, he won't really identify with left or right, except for on individual issues that are put in front of him by any particular party. So he would choose whether he's going to vote Labour or Conservative based on whether those parties have proven to be like in tune with the mood of the nation and put the main priority, which is either race relations or jobs or whatever they want to put at the forefront of their manifesto, is going to determine whether the centre gravitates towards that party. That's how it should be, right? That means that the parties need to present a case that's going to make us vote for them, right? But what's actually been happening is that we haven't really had the opportunity to vote. The leaders that's been presented to us have been given to us, and these people
Yeah,
are
they're
basically
appointed,
showing
not
us that they can do whatever they want and stay in power for like 15 years. And that's the situation currently.
Or 14 years, like nearly 14 years they've been in power.
Have you guys ever wondered, that over the last 30, 40 years that we've been alive, sorry, Eunice, you might not be that old, but over the last 30, 40 years we've been alive in this country for most of us. Have you ever wondered that, the Conservatives have come into power a number of times, there've been a coalition government, the Labour have been in power, actually Labour haven't been in power since Tony Blair, I think, innit? But the point being that in all the decades from the 80s, the 90s, the noughties and the whatever the last one is called, in all those decades, nothing that much has really changed. Like obviously things have changed according to technology and progress.
That's why when people
And
say it's like a deep
obviously
state,
things have changed, but
you start
you see,
saying that that's a conspiracy theory, though.
no, but what I'm saying to you, Khan, have you noticed any major change? Like, if you look back at your life and you think, all right, when Labour was in power, all these stuff started happening, and these other stuff stopped happening, and when Conservative was in power, they changed it back to all this sort of stuff, and that's never really been that noticeable.
Do you know what I think? I think that when we came out of World War II, there was a lot of people that went through that whole process of like being in the military and fighting and seeing this devastation. But when they came back to this country, they wanted to make this country better, right? And they were people of integrity, right? But as time's gone by and that effect has worn off, we're now basically being led by bankers and people with less moral fiber who actually don't really care that much about anything other than making money. And that's why I think the globalist agenda is sort of like more taken off now.
Yeah, but the country's got better and better since throughout the whole time this has been happening.
But here's the disgusting thing about what you just said. Our country's got better and better. Our living standards have got better and better because what we've done,
you're going into something else. Man.
What we've done is we've actually franchised out slavery. We've actually said, all right, slavery's bad, but we're going to get Indonesian children to make Nike Air Max for like £3 a day.
Yeah. Nah, listen, you're talking about something else now.
I mean,
what I was trying
this is £1.90, right? In some countries, about £1.90 a day, in clothing shops.
Yeah. Well, what I was saying, is that I think the reason, I think the reason why the politics of this country, whether left or right, or whether conservative or Labour in power, the reason why there's not been any major change or major upheaval of any way of life or part of our lives, yeah, is because something happened in British politics and even in European politics over the last few hundred years, and that is that in the original, like, well, say in the 1700s and the 1800s, yeah, the political parties were quite extreme. They did represent their particular mindset and group, and therefore, you know, all this got sifted out, and you got left with the two main sides, which is the left and the right, conservatives and thingies. But what happened is that there was a kind of, not a unification, but they honed in on a middle ground between the two, and eventually this idea of classical liberalism kind of took over most of the politics of Europe and especially England as well. Yeah. So what happened was, by the 1800s or the late 1800s, classical liberalism was the biggest kind of depictor of the mindset of most, you know, educated and informed people. So what's happened there is the right wing mentality.
For those that may not know, what would you call classical liberalism?
Yeah, the classical liberal being like a balance between, say, like on the right, it would be emphasis on the state having, say, a lot of power in a lot of ways, but economically they leave the market open. So companies have the right to actually own stuff that then the government needs them to provide for us as a country. So it gives them actual power, so people can own stuff. Now, the more you go to the left, the less there is of, say, individual owners, and more of a kind of working together from the outset with the government, rather than it being a head-to-head. But classical liberalism is about protecting individual rights up to a point, in balance with the government and economic rights that the government would kind of force you to adhere to. So it just for me,
is it a theory, or is it as it worked in practice somewhere?
Well, this is what I'm saying is that since the 1700s and the 1800s, when all the philosophers came up with a lot of the liberal ideas, that's when things started to change. So the Enlightenment and the European philosophical Enlightenment, that was all part of it as well. So yeah, so because of that, then this kind of new idea, which fitted in between the extreme of the left and the extreme of the right wing type thinkers, so communism versus capitalism, say, for example, because in those days, that is what it was. Extremists, people who were left wing, weren't just left wing like your today's left wings. They were actual Marxists. They were actual Marxists because they had been won over by Marxist philosophy, you know. And so yes, and people on the right wing weren't your typical right wingers now, mate. They were imperialists, you know. They were, you know, that's what I'm saying. So eventually, the classical liberalism brought together the two extremists into a middle ground where it basically took the best of both. Yeah, so that's why it dominated, because it was a much better mindset politically. So it took over the politics, and that's why in this country and a lot of European countries, it doesn't matter if the conservatives have it, because they've all been bought into the middle more. Do you know what I mean? Because that is rational.
What happened to the Liberal Party? Because they used to dominate, right?
Yeah, what happened to the Liberal Party is that, yeah, because what happened to them is the idea of what they believed in became a mixture of the three types of ideas, if you know what I mean. So they just happened to not have enough people.
I think New Labour messed up politics in England.
Yeah, because they got rid of the trade unions, didn't it? To get New Labour.
No. New Labour.
Nine Roscoe, calm down, Nine Roscoe, man. Calm down, Nine Roscoe, man.
Easy about Nine Roscoe, you nutter. Because remember, right, before, and even just maybe going on from a scientific point, you had Labour and Conservative, very, very left and very, very right. You get me? And obviously, like someone just spoke about Liberal Democrats, or formerly there was like is it SLP or one of them things? Then they merged and became
the SDP.
There you go.
Yeah, but Nine, what I was talking about is not talking about the last 30, 40 years. The stuff about classical liberalism is from like the last 150 years, you know?
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. No, then you finish and I'll come in. Go on, babe. No, I do get that. I was just trying to finish.
Liberal Party.
Oh, right, you're bringing it back to the contemporary. Yeah, so that's why. So yeah, like you say, Nines, that's why more recently the politics of countries like the UK haven't been extreme. Like, even if we get somebody like Thatcher in. She's probably the most extreme one we've had in a long time. All of the others, they play ball according to the same principles that the other side, who happens to be just on the other side of the centre mark, pretty much do most of the same things.
Is this by design or by coincidence now, scientific?
I think it's just natural for it to play out like that. We don't have enough extremists on any one side in our country for, say, an extreme right to take over, where somebody would start making some massive changes and deporting people. We don't have enough lefties in the country, like extreme lefties, who would then suddenly start legalizing cannabis and legalizing all drugs and prostitution. Do you know what I mean? We just don't have enough of the extremists for our country to go in that way. So what's happened over politics is a natural progression towards the middle of the market, which is you take the best of all ideas and you give people freedoms and rights, and you give the government power and control, but you balance this out as much as you can. And that's where we are now.
And what's the difference between the parties? Who funds them?
No, the difference is just that tiny, like that smaller difference from the center to either being a bit more right wing or a bit more left wing. And even in those parties, they've got a few members who are extremists for their side. But the majority of them, they play ball. They agree on so much stuff to do with economics, international relations. Human rights is now established by Europe anyway. So there's so many things that they've got common ground on that it doesn't matter that much anymore, if you know what I mean.
Very scientific. I never realized you were so much of an idealist. You are an idealist by nature.
Well, yeah, but I'm also a nihilist as well. I mean, if you ask me for my hopes and dreams of what I wish, I'll tell you the idealism, because that's what I hope and wish the world would be like, and the world has been, is like. But if you ask me brute reality and what is the evidence for, I'll tell you nothing matters. One day we're all going to be dead, the planet's going to die, the solar system's going to die, the galaxy's going to die, and no one will ever care or notice, or it will be completely irrelevant that we ever existed. It's only going to matter pretty much to us. So that's a fact as well.
Interesting. Interesting.
I mean, I only happen to know about a bit.
I
I only happen to know about this politics stuff because it was in my degree. I bloody hate politics. I find it so boring. I hate it. But it's just something I happen to have learned a few basic stuff about because I'd done a degree where politics and philosophy was the title.
Yeah, I love all that though. I love it.
The only thing I would disagree with you is that it's by a natural progression to the state which we are at. I think that there's definitely, and this is where you're going to talk about, you're going to say things like you're an idiot and all this other stupid shit that you like to say, or that's mumbo
No,
jumbo.
not on your channel. Not on your panel with you.
Well, okay, well, that's, give thanks for that. But I'm definitely of the belief that there are invisible hands, let's just call it, at work. Because the thing is, yeah, about method, if you check it, well, at least in the West, at least, but I think in a lot of different countries, and I might be overreaching here, but that this is this what we're explaining here, where like a lot of things are coming to the center, as it were, it's happening in many different places. You get me? And that's now you could also say again that that's natural progression in them countries, there, isn't it? But I'm like, nah. This is all part of. This is all part of what you're going to call mumbo jumbo, man, because you don't believe in the one world order, do you, Bab?
Not in the way that you talk about it. I do believe in globalization, and I do believe that there are people trying to make it happen. I'm one of them, for example, because I believe in it as just natural progress for us to unify at the scale of a globe. But I don't believe that the whole of politics has been manipulated.
Wait. Well, hold on 1 second. So you're okay. So you just said that you're a globalist. So this is another label. Obviously, I've heard the term globalist, but why do you call yourself a globalist? Because you want every why
I believe it's because I believe in the ideal that, look, the simple fact is that we as a species of animal on this planet, human beings, we've got a number of problems that we've caused and created and face amongst each other at different levels. But the just the overall bigger picture is that we actually face a number of bigger problems that affect all of us, like climate change, pandemics, an asteroid hitting the Earth, the oceans rising. There's a number of situations where we all are going to be affected by it and suffer from. So we need to deal with those problems, together. So the more separated we are, the harder it is to actually carry out, some response to solve our global scale problems. So the quicker we unify as a globe, the quicker we'll be able to solve our global scale problems. So it's just a natural progression. Like if you think of humanity in the next 1,000 years, if different countries are still at war with each other and we go to places like the moon and Mars, what's going to happen? What, China's going to colonize the moon, Russia's going to colonize Mars, and what? It's going to be madness. So we have to unify before we go any further.
So hold on 1 second, and then I'll leave it, Carl. 1 second, because I'm quickly going to go and do something as well. So you don't hold it down, I beg. But Method, even say people went, theoretically, of course, went to live on the moon or Mars or whatever. Do you not think the same thing would happen that happens on Earth, bro?
Yeah, but it's less likely to, meaning that, look, when human beings were in groups of small tribes, they warred with each other, and someone took over and incorporated the other tribe and became a bigger tribe, and then kept doing that until they established a community, then say a society, and then even a nation. Yeah, they all had to work like that for that to happen. So there was no progress. The more they got together, the more progress anyone made. So it just has to work like that. And Khan was talking about this yesterday, I think. But yeah, so the logical consequence is that now we're in this position where we've still got 200 countries on the planet, and we've still got like 4 or 5 major economic blocks. But the minute we unify that into one country and one economic block, one language, one currency, one police force, one military, and obviously it'll be regulated at different scales and levels and geographically, the same way any country is. You got London, you got Manchester, you got districts, you got all sorts.
Oh my gosh! So you're actually for? Oh shit!
Yeah.
One government.
Yeah, like it'll take a long time to do that, but there is no other way. That is the direction we're going in.
Big up, sister. Thank you for hosting the channel and allowing me to come on today. Don't worry, we're going to be able to hold it down while you go off and do whatever you've got to do.
All right, Randy. Thank you.
Man like Macho Man, Randy Vino Savage.
I'll give you that.
Big
Yes,
up.
okay. That's
up,
very
You got yourself, Macho Man.
interesting still. And now I remember actually, because I did see Hetero
it's up.
type, and now I sort of remember. Yeah, now it's all coming back to me. So that's really interesting, actually. Scientific method. So you call it global? Okay. So what is really the one word order? The sexy word is globalism, then, Bab. When everything's just under one.
Yeah, but like with any like government, the more that you can get the group of people that are in the higher positions of being in charge or whatever, making decisions, the more you can get them to reflect and represent the people across the world, the better. So every major group of people will have some representative in the unified government, but it wouldn't be any more different than, say, the way you run a country. You'd have constituents representing each geographical area in your country, and he would be something that the locals have voted upon and chosen.
IC3-ish, this does.
Does it? Does he say that?
Ones to make a brighter day, so let's start giving.
With all the different
You
departments.
know what? Yeah, it kind of does sound a little bit like IC3's thing, though. It's like, can't lie, still.
Well, I'm changing my mind then. I'm actually changing my mind from now. I'll go back on it.
Science, John,
There you go,
we are the world.
The One World Bank.
He's a hippie. This guy's actually a hippie.
Brother, listen, I do believe in it for hippie ideal reasons as well, yeah, because it is a wonderful thing to imagine if you look at the positive side of it. But I'm just talking about the reality, and I can provide you the evidence.
I'm learning how you are.
Yeah, I'm just saying that even if you don't believe it's a good thing, there's no other way that we are going to make progress in this universe. Yeah, we are not going to split into smaller and smaller fractions and then somehow conquer the universe. That's not going to happen. That's never happened. It's always been by joining together, whether by force, by killing a whole bunch of people and then taking over their stuff, shit, either that way or just basically working together, deciding to work together. That's the only way
No, but
anybody
here's
gets
the
together and makes
the
progress.
you just nailed it, right? But the point is, there's a fine line between by force and everyone working together for the benefit of everyone. Because as we know, naturally speaking, the fat chick gets the worm. So we need checks and balances to make sure that, you know, without meaning to, the bigger countries don't take advantage of everyone else, right? So when we're talking about global change, or global, what's the word? Fucking climate
Unification.
change.
Oh,
No,
climate
climate
change.
change, right? You can see that the bigger countries who've industrialized have taken advantage of the fact that they're ahead of everyone, used the carbon emissions, right? Or emitted carbon emissions to a point where they're fucked up the whole world. And now that they're ahead of everyone, they're like, oh, no, we need to stop this. And everyone else is saying, but wait a minute, we need to catch up to you. And they're like, no, don't
Oh,
worry about that. Don't worry about that.
by making the planet uninhabitable for all human life in
So
the
this is the
future.
problem, though. When you're the big,
Yeah, when that's
when
at
you're the
stake.
leader,
Listen. When that's what's at stake, it's okay for the Western nations to turn around and say to the developing nations,
yes,
"We're
I
sorry,
agree
but
with you.
allowing you to do what we
But
did would mean that
yeah,
nobody gets to live on this planet ever again."
right. But this is the thing about being the leader, right? You have to not do the bad thing in the first place. You
Yeah, but
can't
they
just do the
didn't know.
bad
They
thing.
didn't know the consequences of what they're doing. There was some
Come
evidence
on.
and data in, yeah, but it wasn't enough like there is now. This consensus has been built over decades about climate change.
All right, but I'm just saying it's incumbent upon the power structure to maintain the fairness, right? It's not like down to all the little countries to
No,
get
there's not.
together
What do you
to
mean?
fight the leaders.
No, we're not a unified global government, so it's not incumbent on anybody
Well,
to make anything fair, because every country will do their best to do what they can in the world for the benefit of their citizens. Every household will do the best that every man will go out in the world and do his best for his family. Every group of people will go out and do the best for their group.
we
Yeah.
can't
So
deny the fact that America is by far the strongest and most powerful country militarily, financially, in every single
yeah,
way,
but to
right?
achieve, where do you think America's power came from? A lot of it is intellectual, obviously,
From
yeah, because
farming, originally came
yeah,
from
but
farming.
yeah, exactly. So they had to unify millions of acres of land of different types of people that just happen to be connected because the floor they walk on is connected to the floor they walk
Right,
on.
but
Yeah.
they did that
Now,
by force,
America
though.
could have been another Africa. America could have been another Asia. America could have been another Europe. Yeah, where you had 50 different countries. A lot of those states are bigger than most of our countries in Europe by far. Yeah, so they could have easily have done that, but for some reason, the way that they played it out there, they managed to unify it all at a very early stage in the 1700s. Because they'd done that, that made them immensely powerful, because they now had like not advanced, but like relatively advanced mass of land where they were doing farming, because that is the only thing that was going on. What do you think of all these cowboy movies from the 50s and the 60s? Why do you think so many cowboy movies? Because that was important, that people were living like that and doing that. So America made its mark because it
Little House on the
unified
Prairie and
all of those states, 50 states that are massive, yeah, and it managed to unify them, their economics working together, and that is how they succeeded. If they had broken themselves up into 50 countries instead, there would be no America in our world, in our mentality.
You know, the irony is that the way it worked out in America was exactly the opposite how it worked out in Europe, because in America you had the whites on one side and let's call them Mongols or Red Indians on the other side. But in Europe it was the other way around, where the Mongols invaded the Europeans and basically ruined their economies, right? But the other with America it went the other way, where they actually attacked the indigenous people, or I'll call them the Mongols, right, of America, and basically pushed them out. So that victory unified them. It gave them a unity. Do you get me? Like, it brought them together. So when you're talking about them having like a more focused leadership, it would come from the fact that they had to fight off the Native Americans. Whereas in England, it was the other way around. In England, their elite power structure fractured because basically when they wanted to dominate Africa, they were basically fighting over resources and they fell out with each other. Do you get me? So if Africa, because in America,
I mean, I don't know.
the difference. So if you think about it, you've got white, Asian, and African, right? But if you transfer that over to America, the Africa is missing. Africa's not there. It's only the Mongols and the the Europeans that are fighting it out. You get me? So in Europe, the fact
Oh, you
that
mean
there's-
in the early days?
yeah. So if you look at what's it called? If you look at the European model, they were under pressure from the Asians. The Asians would have fucked them up and they would have totally lost unless they basically drew resources from places like Africa and America, which brought them money, which like obviously Christopher Columbus brought them money, brought them like power, brought them gold, and enabled them to fight back to the point where we are today. So like it's weird. It's weird. It's like two different planets. It's like one's on one side of the world, one's on the other side of the world. And like the races are all there, and how they balance out with each other just was a slight different equation, like a different balance. You know what
Yeah, I
Because,
mean,
like,
even the
resources
even
makes a
tiny little
difference.
differences makes differences. You know,
Yeah.
the layout of the land. You know, the weather. You know, where it is on the planet. There's so many factors, and how much history of people who coming and going there, how much movement, whatever it is. You know, like even in America, so many different countries. There's so many strongholds that European people have got in, especially South America, where most of the languages are European languages. So yeah, but even in North America, there's what a big Irish community in New York and the eastern states.
Boston. Irish are mostly in Boston.
Yeah, Irish
They own
and
it. They own it.
Italian communities and
Italians, Chicago. That's Chicago.
yeah. But yeah, I mean, it played out differently in America. But
did.
the main thing is what I'm trying to say that is inescapably true
But
is
who
that
came out on top though? Who came out on top? It's the same people that come out on top all the time. If you look
no,
at
the
all
people
the
who come out on top are
elites,
the
they're
people
all related to each other.
no, the people who come out on top here in both places. In the American thing was obviously clearly by design. They went over there and they just basically kept killing and getting rid of
Yeah,
the
but they didn't
natives
have.
until they
didn't
took
have
over the
to,
land,
though.
all of the
But they
land.
didn't have to. They didn't have to. Like if the natives.
I'm not saying they had to. They
It could have
didn't have to
It
go
could have
there.
gone differently. No, but it could have gone differently. It could have gone
Yeah,
differently,
but
right?
there was just such a big difference between the natives were powerless against the Europeans, mate. They were so far away. Like, they were so far in terms of
The thing with
technology.
the natives, they didn't have farming technology. Right? So you look
Yeah,
at what happened on this side of the world. There were Mesopotamians moved right up into China.
yeah, but
And
the thing is,
introduced farming to the people like the Mongols.
yeah, but the thing
Long
with
before
the thing with that here is
anything.
that human civilizations have been doing farming for at least 12 to 15,000 years recordedly. So obviously not everyone was doing it all from the beginning or whatever, and there's many stages of it. But
No, there's
the
only
point
one
being
group
that
of people that had the farming technology, and they basically spread it all around the world.
nah, that's not true.
Yeah.
That's just not true, bruv.
There's an
People
argument saying,
that had been
okay,
isolated, people that had been isolated from each other for thousands of years also done it.
There is that argument that there is people saying, okay, the Indus Valley civilization invented their own version of farming that they didn't import from Mesopotamia.
The Chinese did as well.
I don't think the Chinese are claiming to invent farming. I don't think that's one
I'm
of
not
their
saying invent, but they
Their
must have.
civilization was much later. Indus Valley was like far
Alright.
ahead of China.
No, they're quite close. They were quite close. The Yellow River civilization you're talking about, Khan, yeah?
Yeah, I think Indus Valley was well before them.
Yeah, slightly before. The Yellow River civilization, I think it's only about few hundred years
Yangtze.
difference.
Yeah.
Big up all anyway.
Yes, game. This is your
Let's not
expertise,
jump
yeah?
on. No. What science says, I'm not surprised about science believing in one world
Why?
rule.
He's right what he said. I agree with him.
No, I think science. Let me ask you: are you a fan of Gene Roddenberry?
Gene Roddenberry. What, Star Trek?
Yeah.
I've heard, Gene Roddenberry. Yeah, I've heard that somewhere.
He wrote Star Trek. He's the writer of Star Trek.
Yeah. He was a writer before. I mean, yeah, he's a creator of Star Trek. But he was a book. He was more of political science, stroke, geopolitics.
Can I say something weird about Gene
No, I
Roddenberry?
know.
You know that Gene Roddenberry was a Yahudi, right? It was a Jew, right? And if you look at Star Trek, they wear a little gold star on their shirts the same way Hitler made them wear one. And that weird.
No, they don't wear gold star. It is.
You know the little
defines
thing they
it.
press on their chest to talk to each other.
Hello?
Okay, go on.
Yeah, can you hear me? All right,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah,
so
go
the
on.
phone call. But let me get to the point here. Gene Roddenberry idea is a federation. The federation is basically one
The
world
Galactic
government
Empire.
where
Yeah.
no, that's outside of Earth. That's slightly different. But in the world, I don't know if you got Amazon. You got Amazon, right? If you got Amazon, then watch what do you call it Picard. Yeah, Picard. That takes place. A lot of the stuff takes place in the Federation on the Earth, and there is like a head of one council that rules the world, right? It's slightly. He's influenced by communism, you can say as well, socialist, where there is no currency. They all work for according to their ranks and their place in society.
Like a
Yeah.
caste system, you mean?
Not a caste system. See, it's more of a communist socialist system where you don't work for capital, you work for betterment for your country, for the people you serve, and you're ranked according to your abilities and your interests. So if you want to become a mechanic, you go and do mechanic. Someone else wants to be a cook, you go and do cook. There's no social pressure.
Oh, like
Yeah?
a
Wherever
meritocracy.
yeah, similar. But anyway, and he was saying that he would like. I can see that's happening because at the moment, America is the most dominant country in the world. And the reason for that is because they're in charge of the currency. The dollar is the world currency,
The
right?
petrodollar.
And a lot of countries. No, forget petrodollar. Itself, the dollar itself. For trading, everybody uses a dollar. International trading.
Not
And
everybody. Not everybody.
But I
no,
mean,
there's
surely
countries
the
now.
value of the dollar is just measured against the exchange rate mechanism. So
No, the
there's
value of
always
the dollar is no, the value. No, the
No, but
value
it's
of the dollar
linked
is
to the
measured against
petrol.
the
Linked to the value of petrol.
Japanese yen, the euro, and so on, right? There's, I think it's about 5 or 6 currencies they
yeah,
measure
but
against. Yeah.
yeah, but that can't be. I don't know what you mean because
Well,
there is
let me get to the
there's
point.
no international currency because you trade
No,
with
no,
whoever
let me
you're
get to,
trading with, and what currency
no,
they
no, no, no,
use
no,
has to be measured against your
No, but
currency that you got.
petrol has to be
no, no,
bought
that's
and
not,
sold in dollars.
yeah, that's not, yeah. So Kyle is partially right. Yeah, the petrol was and still is majority of the time bought in dollars. The reason for that is you got over 200 countries, they all have their own currency. Just to make it simplistic, because the dollar is the most, America is the strongest country in the world, and they're the largest producer of oil in the world as well. So everyone chooses to, or did choose to deal with dollars, right? At the moment now, Russia is changing and China is slowly changing as well. Saudi has also changed to deal with whatever local currency because they don't want to be under the banner of the dollar. Dollar is very, very strong and it damages other countries and they want to move away from that, right? Now, America is doing everything it can to preserve that dollar. Before the dollar, it was the British pound. Right? So if you watch, there's a documentary called from Ray Dalio. Have you heard of Ray Dalio?
No.
He's an economist.
No.
Well, check it out. It's on YouTube. It's got over 20 million, 30 million views on it. He does a brief 30-minute show on it, how the economic system works and a brief history behind it. He was a stockbroker in the past. He's a professor of economics now. And it's called New World Order and how it works. It tells you in summarized forms. It's not that deep. It's a very, very great documentary if you can watch it. It's called
What's his name?
Ray Dalio, New World Order. Right? And it tells you the cycle. And he predicts the American control of the currency is another 20 years left before it moves on to another currency. Now, I think, in my opinion, the next currency is not going to be an individual country currency. I think what scientific method is saying, they'll choose one currency. Reason for that is because we're in a digital age now, and everything is done by the internet. Everything's electronic money. CBDC is going to kick in. They don't want many different currencies and has a different value. This currency is stronger than others.
Sorry.
So I think they will decide to have one currency at some point. And when that happens, then if scientific is correct, you will be now under one world leader.
Yeah, but scientific hasn't managed to say how the fat chick doesn't always have to get the worm. Because he's saying, yeah, there should be one world order and one world government and someone's always going to be the leader. But how do we stop the leader from abusing the little brothers? There has to be checks and balances. Right?
Yeah, because there won't be a single leader, or if there has to be, then that's just the way it is, isn't it? I mean, most countries have a single leader. Are people crying because one person makes a decision? What if he turns out to make a bad decision? That's an inescapable fact, isn't it? Even if it was a conglomerate of people that made decisions, does that mean that they can't make mistakes, or everyone has to agree with them? No, it doesn't. These are inescapable problems. So these are problems that every situation can't escape either. So they're not, at the end of the day, you might get a bad leader in our country, and he suddenly makes decisions we're all unhappy about. That could happen at a global scale. That could happen at a council scale. That could happen at the national scale.
What Gaines suggesting is some sort of confederation where there's like some revolving president, right?
Well,
I
mean,
it's not the responsibility
we're
of the
already-
global leaders to care about smaller countries
But
if they sort of have a.
we're already there, son. Technically speaking, we're already there.
No,
Yeah,
the reason.
Listen,
Listen.
the WEF is there. At the moment, they just had a meeting in Davos. And if you watch the meeting in Davos, have you heard of Davos, by the way? Before I go
Yeah,
on.
we know Davos. Yeah, we know Davos.
Yeah, so there's world leaders there, as well as economists are there. Then you got IMF there, you got World Bank there, all of them. And BIS, probably the most strongest bank in the world is BIS. Check that one out. So they're already there. So all the world governments are still working under WEF. Yeah? At the moment, we don't see it because you only concentrate whatever happening in UK, whatever happening in America, and at the moment maybe in Russia, right? But WEF are controlling the world as it is, as we speak. So technically, we're already there under the world order.
Yeah. So that's what is that a good thing?
Is it a good thing? There's pros and cons to everything, as
It's
you know.
about accountability, isn't it? Being a leader is
There's
one
pros
thing,
and
right?
cons to everything.
It's about accountability.
Yeah, I mean, either way, of course, on a smaller scale, the fact is, it might not be the best decision for us to suddenly unify as a planet right now if we're not ready for that. And imposing that and enforcing that might turn out to have even worse consequences than just letting it carry on the way it is and develop naturally and slowly. But the point I'm saying is that in the big picture, the long run, if we look at human beings' existence in this universe, we are much more likely for us to make it over the course of millions of years of survival. That's probably not likely, but the only way that would be possible is if we unify. There's much less chance of us surviving another million years or 5 million years as human beings, or still the descendants of our same, people. If we don't do that, the simple fact is that one, not working together means we cause extra problems for ourselves. Wait, but not working together causes extra problems than we already face against nature. But to save ourselves, we have to work together. Any example of human beings achieving something in this world, or surviving or doing better or whatever, has been by getting together, working together, and helping each other to achieve bigger goals. A single person can only achieve a limited number of things. Two people working together, like fully together on the same task, can achieve more than 10 times as much. 100 people working fully together, fully on the same task, can achieve millions of times as much. And that is an inescapable fact, as much as the fact that you'll always get bad people, you'll always whatever. So I'm just saying that if you look at those positive things, globalism is inevitable. One world, everything is inevitable. The only problem is, are we going to survive long enough to realize that, achieve that?
Okay.
I think we're already there, though. Like Gain said, I have to agree with Gain that we're already there, but some people just don't recognize it because you think that, like, when Russia and America goes to war over Ukraine, it means that they don't work together on other things, but they do. There's things that they work
But
together
wouldn't it be better if they work together on pretty much everything, the same as everyone, the same as they do internally in their own country?
It wouldn't be better because then it would become domination. It would become a monopoly.
No.
We do
So
need balance.
listen, Khan, think about what you're saying, yeah? So if all the 50 states of America were 50 different countries, know for a fact that there'd be at least 10 wars going on between some of them that just couldn't get on with each other, or chose the same way it is across the rest of the world, yeah? Most countries have a massive war against their neighbors, yeah? And
Even
that would
border
also have,
disputes alone.
and that would also have been the case in America. In America, you got the Civil War over slavery and stuff like that, yeah? So at best that happened, yeah? But if it was 50 different countries, there would be 50 times as much wars going on between them and amongst them. Yeah, there'd be borders between some states and other states where you're just not allowed to cross. There'd be Israel, Palestine, fucking 3 times over somewhere. Do you know what I mean? So either way, the point is that that country would end up being much less successful, much less have an impact or influence on the world, and somebody else would be the leader in the world around us. So what I'm saying to you is that that principle is so true and undeniable that it's silliness to avoid it. We would do better as a globe. If the globe was like a country, we would do better. The same way any country does better than any like non-country.
Yeah, but then if that's your position, then how are you arguing over Pan-Africanism and whether or not it's of benefit?
Because they're limiting it to a silly criteria, like an irrelevant criteria, not fully irrelevant, but a mostly irrelevant criteria, which is skin color. I don't see how you can say, what's the point of it? Listen, rather than aligning yourself according to race, religion, or tribe, or whatever, or geography, or culture, or mindset, or educate, whatever you want to choose to align yourself by, rather than doing that, if you then say, I want to align myself according to the color of my skin, that's still one step in the bigger direction, but it's still it's just stupid, because the real truth is, why can't you just say, I want to align myself according to being a human being? The fact that all human beings of every color are in the same boat. We're all going to live or die, or we're either going to make it or not make it as a species. That's what the big picture is. We need to start getting to that and looking at it like that.
In this situation, the ends justifies the means, right? Because if 10 Turkish countries can come together over some imaginary joint history that they've got, that we all descend from the same forefathers, which is bullshit, right? But if that belief brings them together, then why rock the boat? Why not just let them unify?
All right, but then
brings them
all
together.
right, well then listen. So if I've got no problem with it, I'm just saying that that's not reality.
No,
that's
but
not what.
seems to be presenting a case for the
All right. So so if say Asia, unified according to say just being Asian, or just having the same skin tone roughly, then China, Japan, Korea, India, Pakistan, and a bunch of other countries, they would take over the world. You wouldn't be able to stop them. If they were all to unify and become basically one country, Russia couldn't say nothing. America couldn't say nothing. They would have to join together to even open their mouth in front of us. This is what I'm saying to you. So they would take over the world, and the world would become an Asian-run one world order. That would be the case anyway. But the point is, it's so unrealistic to think that people are going to align themselves like that. I think that even past that stage of it, the main thing is whether we like it. You could align yourselves. Let's all do it. All people who have got black skin align themselves, become one group, an economic bloc that works together and functions together. All people of white skin do that. All Asian people do that. Now we're going to eventually have now we're going to eventually have a big war where one of them has to kill the other two or nearly wipe them out.
You just quoted basically 1984, the book. It's the same thing. You had the white Eurasia colony, you had the African colony, you had the Asian colony. That's 1984 as well, the big war, right?
All right. Okay.
Well, science. Look, if you become one world order, if you live under one rule, one leader, there's a chance that you as a individual, or you as a Khan is a Turk, I'm Bengali, you're a Pakistani, you may lose the identity. They might force one language. They may force one religion or no religion.
That happened when they created any country. Any country had to incorporate a number of different tribes, ethnicities, and identities.
How about majority of people that wants to keep their identity? They want to keep their identity.
So what? They can. Listen, when I'm saying that the world could be like one country, that doesn't mean you have to bleach your skin to what the average of the planet's skin tone is. That doesn't mean you have to all become the same religion or all become the same mindset. What that means is for the positive. Let me finish. I'm not saying. Listen, globalism doesn't mean that we impose one culture, lifestyle, and way of existing amongst or way of thinking amongst people. It just means the things that we. Wait. Let me finish. Let me finish. Gain. Let me finish. Gain. Let me. No, I haven't finished my point. You're not listening to my point.
Are promoting. Hang on, they are promoting. Yeah, but they're promoting liberalism. They're promoting. Certain things.
Okay. So. All right. So when it comes to rights being extended, when it comes to rights being extended upon people, if you people have a culture where you deny rights to certain people because of the way they are born, or because of the shape they are born, or because of what they want to do to their own body, yeah, then of course the global culture is not going to accept that, because we've advanced hundreds of years of morality since those stupid ideas. Yeah, like in the West, we don't really care if somebody's gay or lesbian or transgender or disabled or a bit stupid or whatever. We don't. They are extended the exact same rights as any one of the rest of us. And if you've got a problem with that, then that's just more my point why it's such a good idea for us to unify amongst decent, proper goals.
That's an example. That's an example that you put up, which is valid, fair enough, right? How about the other example? Right now in America, a month ago, 2 months ago, a black leader from Liberation. There's a party where they want to identify gender. Now, I don't know if you watched on YouTube where she's the leader of that, and the senator asked, "There's only two genders, male and female," and she turned around and says, "No, there's 5 or 6 genders," right? And they're promoting that to say that, look, a person can identify whatever gender they want to identify themselves. Right? And
Right. Okay. Well, then you're bringing up a very specific.
No, but this is being pushed right now. A teacher got sacked, as you know, or a student got kicked out of school, but just saying she's a female, and she's not allowed to even say that she's a
Yeah.
female.
Well, this is why you should have let me finish my point instead of cutting me and drawing me into this. Yeah. But I'll talk about this once I make my point, which would have made it unnecessary to have even brought this up. But if you really want me to talk about this, I'll talk about this as well. But please listen to my point that I was trying to make, which you cut me and took me into this path. Yeah. So what I was trying to say to you is that even if there are 100 different cultures and 100 different religions and 100 different ideas that people have about what you should or shouldn't be allowed to do, being in a globalist culture, or sorry, being in a global planet where we all work together doesn't mean you're not allowed to have your separate religions or your separate lifestyles, your separate cultures. All it really means, yeah, is that the things that we choose to kill each other and fight about, we can come to some arrangement about not doing that anymore. All these things that we could do to benefit and help each other rather than bully and kill each other, we can make sure that we've got things to so that everything is open for us to do that. All of these things where people are given less rights and more rights and treated better or treated worse, we can try and iron that out a bit more by having a central place. People are looking out for this. The health of the planet will become less extreme, like meaning that people in a given country have a standard of health, yeah, and people in a different country have a different standard of health as a basis. Poverty lines are different in different countries, yeah. So all of these horrible things that human beings end up in, horrible situations, we will now start being able to address them a lot quicker, a lot better, and a lot more effectively, yeah, for the whole planet. So globalism means focusing on that. So even if he's but listen, Khan, my point is, if he wants me to talk about the specific example he said, we can be a global culture, and in that sense, yeah, that's still open enough to allow some countries to have different rules about certain human rights, or whether there is 2 genders or 5 genders. But that shouldn't affect us from working together to avoid having wars with each other, to work on stuff like climate change and global health and poverty and infant mortality across the world, clean drinking water. There's so many issues that we would most positively achieve if we start working together. And all these things that you want to complain about and say, oh, we might lose this, we might lose that. No, you can still have every single one of them if you really want. I think some of them we need to get rid of anyway, but to be honest, they wouldn't affect the structure of working together either.
But here's my point again. When does unity become domination? Understand what I'm trying to
You can
say?
say that about any system, government, or regime.
Right. So there's checks and balances in place, right? So when you're talking about things like infant child mortality, etc., all the things that affect the poorest countries, right? You can see a direct correlation between that and global warming. And what makes global warming? The richer countries exploiting carbon deposits. So
if all of the countries were working together, but Khan, you're missing the point completely. If all of the countries are in on it together, then it will be easier to stop the Western nations from doing the polluting of the government and letting the poorer ones from diving out. Why do you think that? A country like America or England, there are less people that starve to death or die from poor drinking water or die from poor hygiene and health standards. Yeah, there are much less people. There are much less people that die from basic diseases, basic illnesses, but get a cut and you just died because you got polio. You got, you have to accept that there are standards of life that are much, much higher in some countries compared to others. Yeah. Now,
let's say
What?
we agree on that point, right? You don't need to like gild the lily. Let's say we all agree, right? You're right. You're right. But what I'm saying is, when unity becomes domination, is when the leaders, right, can basically decide as and when they feel like it, whether or not to hold up the lower end of the bracket, right? And as you
Bruv,
can see,
you're asking me things that are so generic and inescapable that I'm just going to say to
Oh, do you
you.
want me to
But
be
you
specific then? Do you want me to
yeah,
be
but
specific?
no, because look, the fact of the matter is the thing that you're saying is, oh well, who knows when leadership becomes domination? All right, well, who knows when leadership becomes domination at a national scale? Who knows when leadership becomes
Yeah.
domination at a regional scale?
What do you
Who
mean?
knows
Who
when
knows?
leadership becomes
What do you
domination
mean? Who
at a
knows?
business company factory
When
scale?
people are being when people are being
Who knows
oppressed.
when leadership becomes domination at at the father of a family scale? We
No, but
don't.
listen
What
to what
you
I'm saying. Give me
asking,
one
bro?
second.
That's an
One
inescapable
second.
problem.
You're saying who knows? Let me tell you who knows, right? If you're saying that everyone needs to be on board with this, like, let's say, not fighting the main
No, I'm
leader
saying if
mentality and
everybody
let the
was
leader
looking around
lead,
them and being honest, that's what's going on, and that's what should be going on more.
So
right?
science.
But
Let me just
that's if
jump
the
back in now.
older
I've got 5
brother
minutes
or
left.
the bigger power doesn't abuse the smallest, right? So when the smallest people on this earth are being neglected, allowed to die, not educated, not given any kind of like benefits that the rest of us are kind of like conforming to, are saying, yeah, let's conform to this leader because he's offering everyone a better standard of living. But the poorest of the poor don't get that that help.
All right. Well,
So
I'll tell you what
so
then. Yeah, can't because you're going to ask such silly questions. I'll just tell you this. Yeah. So what will happen is this: is countries that have got people in them that are smart enough to see what I'm talking about is what's going on about reality, are going to join in together. Yeah, eventually. So let's say
it's not that
70% of
though. It's about the
70% of them do.
it's
Yeah,
about the
people like
resources of
you,
your
people like you
country.
who are going to say, oh,
It's not
we don't want
that.
to. We don't want to join any bigger group
No,
because we're
it's not
worried
that. It's
about
not
who
that.
might have
It's not
power and
that.
dominance over us.
It's not
You
that.
guys
It's
can
like, let's say,
wait,
one
let me
minute.
finish. You guys can separate and keep to yourselves and run your tiny little
It's
economies
not
and
that. It's not
maybe
that.
survive against global warming or not.
It's
We
not
don't
that.
know. But the rest of us will get together and have the much stronger chance of making it as a species. I'm fine with that.
There's a difference between
Maybe that's what needs to happen to
science.
cull the herd.
There's a difference between a relationship and an abusive relationship, right? And it's
Bruv, I
like
know this. This is just general generic
one
stuff.
minute. Let's say, for example, Iceland, right? They've got no natural resources. They can't even grow chestnuts, let's say, right? But they're fully on board with the globalist agenda. But then you've got another country, let's say, for example, Cyprus, it's got oil fields offshore. It's got copper deposits on the land. It's got natural gas. Like you name it, they've got it, from potatoes to tobacco and whatever, right? Now they're saying, wait a minute, why should we come to the table
All right, well,
and
don't
sit
then.
down with Iceland
Don't then, innit?
and
Don't.
be put on an equal footing with them
All right,
when
don't
we're
then,
bringing
innit? Then
more
that country
to
won't
the
have to
table?
either. Then
No,
that
but one
country
minute,
won't
one
have to
minute, one
either.
minute, 1 minute. Let me land my point. So the leader then says, okay, I'm going to create a hierarchy where certain people are more valued than other people, right? And the hierarchy is basically to do with the criteria that the ruler sets, the
So
powerful
what,
person
bruv? None of
sets,
this
right?
has got anything to do with anything. So
It
what?
is, because I'm bringing it
So now
back
you've got
to
Finland behaving like this.
Pan-Africanism,
So
right? So
yeah, but now you got
the
Finland behaving
leader
like this. Let them get
chooses
on with it. Now what?
who? Finland,
You
Iceland.
you all right? Iceland is doing this
Yeah.
now, yeah. Okay, cool. You guys don't want to join the global
I'm
elite
not saying they
or the
don't want
global
to
group?
join. I'm saying that they've
They're
been given
asking why should
a
they
lower.
join? Yeah.
They've been
No,
given
they're asking why
but they've
should
been
they
given
join?
a lower position.
All right, then don't
They're
join.
not really bringing
Then
much to
hang
the
on,
table.
wait. Then don't join. That's it, and that's it. We carry on.
But
You
then they're
guys
in a worse
carry on.
position.
Huh? We're tough,
Then
innit? They were allowed
then
to
they're out on
choose
their
and they
own.
made their choice. Wait, they were allowed to choose and they made their choice. What more do you want?
But should they be punished for not joining?
They need to have the option to
What?
go to
They're not
to
being
another
punished for
side.
not joining. If that's the consequences
So
of
are
them
they
not
allowed?
joining,
Yeah, but are
that's
they
their
allowed
own
to trade?
fault.
Would they be allowed? But would they be allowed to trade
If
and
we
still?
listen, if the rest of us need them for anything that we can't do for ourselves or can't get for ourselves, then we will be willing to trade with them. If they've
All
got
right,
nothing
so
to
you're
offer us,
saying
then they can
if
do
England
their
don't
own
want to
thing like they
be
wanted to.
one minute.
So you're also
Science.
creating another
You're saying if
separate
England choose Brexit and they
region
don't want to be
force
No,
part
we're
of
not
society again.
creating that. People who are choosing to opt out are making
1
this consequence for
minute.
Yeah, but they
themselves.
got the right. Yeah, but they got the right to choose to opt out if they feel that this
Yeah,
is
but
not
then
going to
stop
benefit them.
complaining about
They're
it.
seeing
You
this.
can't say we choose to
They're not
opt out, but we
complaining.
still want this, this, and this.
I don't think. No, science. Listen, calm down. I don't think Khan is asking that. Khan is saying that if you choose not to join, is there repercussion?
Of course
Right.
there is. If you
So,
choose to
so
eat
one
something,
minute.
there's a
Science,
repercussion.
please.
If you choose not to, there's a repercussion. That's
So
your choice.
so they're not autonomous.
What
So
I'm
they're
saying
not
to you,
autonomous
scientific method.
to
When
Are,
we
decide
are
had
you guys are you guys
Brexit,
genuinely dumb?
listen,
Like, can you not see what you're
listen.
saying is
When
so
we had
stupid?
Trump and
No.
address the
You're
point that's
feeling.
being
You're
put
feeling
to
it
you.
anyway.
Listen, when we had
All right.
Brexit
No, I'm
and
gonna say it
Britain
one more
chose,
time. Yeah, I'm gonna say it
1
one more
minute,
time. No,
bro.
Khan, I'm gonna say it one more time, bro. So 70% of the world's countries, yeah, this is all hypothetical, remember, yeah, but I'm just telling you it's inevitable for something like this to happen
I
eventually, yeah.
can't
So
believe you're cutting
70%,
me just to say this.
70%, yeah, because he's saying the same thing and you're saying the same thing. So
No, he's not.
70%,
We're not saying that. Relax.
70%, no, you're both missing the point. 70% of the
No,
world's
you get
countries
the point. And I was
decide, no, I'm
no,
going to repeat it because they decide they want to work together. Yeah, so they choose to. They have their own economic deals and whatever internally, and they function together as an economic bloc. Yeah. Now, 30% of countries say no. We don't want to be part of that. We don't want to be part of your global government. We want to protect our languages, cultures, and currencies. We say, all right, fine. You go and do your own thing. We then end up not needing you for anything whatsoever. Yeah. You
Right.
cannot complain about that.
Yes,
You
but
chose
then
to do
they're
your own
forced to
thing.
join the collective, right?
just like UK
Are they
Brexit,
then?
yeah?
That's
Hang on,
Just like
not
science.
UK
Let me land
force,
the
Brexit.
point.
bro.
Let me land the point.
That's
Are they
you
then
guys
at
are
that
stupid.
point?
Like, I don't even get it.
Listen,
No.
listen.
Let me get
You're
in. I've
not
got 5
listening,
minutes left,
bro.
man. I just want to make a
Being
point.
silly. Listen, when we had
Huh.
Brexit, 1 minute. When we had Brexit and Britain chose to leave the EU, right? Did the EU not try to inflict financial damage on the British economy by saying we're not going to trade with you at the same rate? We're going to charge you higher rate
So
of
what? That's
trading.
not a global government, though, is it?
I'm saying it's an abusive
That's a block.
relationship.
Well, then don't join it, and then stop complaining. Like, what do you want? You can't.
It ain't
You
about
can't say to
complaining.
No
They're
listen.
one complaining.
forcing you
Listen.
to join.
All right, listen. If you start a club, yeah, and you say to someone you can join it and you'll get all these benefits, but you have to turn up every week and pay £10 a week as well, yeah, and they say nah, I'll play football on that day, yeah. And then they find out later that you guys drink champagne as well. Oh, you never told me about the champagne. It's like, mate, you made your choice. You live with it. That's it.
Good point, Science. Well done. Now let's what you just said. It's already happening. League of Nations was created for that, then moved on to UN, right? Now, unfortunately, UN has
Yeah,
5 Security
steps
Council.
towards it are
Yeah,
happening.
5,
Have been happening for a long time.
yeah. Since 1930s League of Nations, 1940s UN, right? So unfortunately, just like what Khan and I'm trying to say, is that the most strongest country, the most military-wise as well as economic-wise, make decision for the rest of the world. The 5 Security Council makes decision what goes through, what doesn't. One can veto the other, right? Just like America vetoed recently with Israel and Russia vetoes against Syria and so on, right? So in your ideal system, would you have the same thing, or you would not have the same thing? And we have a democratic vote. Every country gets to vote on policies. There's no one higher
I
than the
don't,
other.
but I don't know. I don't know how they might have to invent a new type of system to incorporate so many people. Like, I don't know. Like, what do you mean? Like,
I don't know.
what do you think? There's a perfect way of doing that? Should there be a veto allowed in a group of countries, or shouldn't there? Because when there is a veto allowed, anyone can. Hang on, wait. If you have the world's 200 countries at a table together to make a decision, and 199 of them, meaning 99% of the population of the planet, all agree on something, and then one person decides against it, there are situations where that is warranted, yeah, but there's sometimes you'd have to override them. So the same way that in politics at international scales already, meaning the League of Nations, NATO, the UN, all this stuff, they've already had to deal with this. That's why they have to have roundtable talks. But they also have to account for the fact that sometimes the majority has to be enough for us to make a decision about something, and we can't extend it to a unanimous vote because we can't, we need a decision to be made. We can't be left up in the air not being able to make a decision because of one person. So this thing is so crucial or so time sensitive that we need a decision, and so even a majority vote will be good enough. So there's a lot of different factors that come into play for the different types of decision making at higher scale levels of politics. Now, I can't tell you, what you're going to have. A one man, one vote, or you're gonna have unanimous voting, or you're gonna have bruv, it's a very complicated situation. All I'm saying is that the world is going in that direction, like you guys have agreed, like all this is already happening. I'm just saying that sooner or later this is inevitable, and for the most part, it's a good thing as well.
All right, can I just say
Kind,
something?
you're not getting the point what I'm trying to say.
Just be.
Sorry,
Just bear with me. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying that the deal that America offered everyone to join up with their side of things, right, was a good deal at the time. But now they've got everyone to join and everyone's dependent on them. They can now, shift the goalposts. You understand?
So can the countries leave the UN if they want to?
No, they can't leave.
Bruv,
They can't leave the petrodollar.
shut up.
Listen, they can't leave.
Do they have
listen?
So what you, bruv? You're
bro,
such a fucking
they
idiot,
can't
man.
leave. Listen. They can't leave the relationship with the dollar.
All right, so
they're tied into the dollar. So what Russia done? Listen. So what Russia's done, right? Is said, imagine like America's the daddy and Russia's the mummy, right?
Bruv, this is what I'm saying to you. Is if there was a better option out there for those 100 countries, then they would take it. They are getting something out of this, which is economics.
To get one over on daddy, she needs all the children to agree with her. And even then, if daddy wants, he can tell you all to go fuck yourselves if he wants to, right?
All right. Well, then why don't you just break away from that relationship? Wouldn't you break away from an abusive relationship then?
No,
what would you turn up to an abusive relationship because you're getting some money? Because you're getting some money out of it. Wait a minute. Would you turn up, bro? If you turn up to an abusive relationship because you're getting some money out of it via the petrodollar, and then complaining about it, you have the choice to not do that, you fucking idiot. If you could sustain yourself as a country, if you could produce enough or take care of your own business, then do that. Otherwise, shut your mouth.
I don't think you understand the geopolitics. You're making it simple as black and white. It's not like that. It's not as black and white as that, science. Yeah, America, Russia,
trust
China.
me, you lot are the ones trying to simplify all this shit.
Wait. Science. I understand your ideology. I
already told you how complicated it is for why the decision-making processes have to be. So why is there such a varied decision-making processes? Because it is complicated. You lot keep bringing up these baby examples, like say you're like I can't handle the complexity. Shut up,
No. They're real life science. Relax. Yeah, they're real life example, right? UN doesn't give out money to countries. It's not economic system. The World Trade is economic system. That's slightly different from UN, right? UN is there to make sure there is no war going around the world. Try to bring peace. Try to make other countries get along. But unfortunately, those 5 countries.
But Khan said that they have to sign up for the petrodollar. Khan said that. I didn't say that.
That's slightly different. That's slightly different. Yeah, I don't agree with everything what Khan is saying. That's his opinion. That's no problem, right?
Yeah, so I was talking to Khan about him saying that, then, isn't it?
Yeah, cool. But we're talking about global system, and global system is UN at the moment. Reason UN is not working is because of those 5 Security Council. They have their own agendas. They have their own self-interest. A global system cannot work if you still have your own self-interest. There should be no country higher than the other country in terms of economic as well as in terms of military. You've got to make a playing field level. Otherwise, it's not going to work. And
really?
This is why UN
is that what you think? Is that what you think? So if I decide, hang on,
is that your ideology that everyone is treated equal and everyone has the same playing field, and this is why we get along? If you're mistreating me, how am I going to get along with you if you're not giving me the same opportunity and the same playing field?
Just what I'm saying is that do you guys think that you'd be willing to enter a global government if you, or I don't know, your group, whoever you're worried about, is suddenly given the same rights and powers as America or same influence over the world as America? Do you not understand that even if we all have the same rights to exist and the same rights to be who we are, we don't all have the same rights out in the real world? Yeah, some of us are stronger, some of us have got more family, some of us have got money, some of us have got health or resources or people or whatever. So it always plays out differently. So even if we were to unify all countries together, do you think some tiny shitty little country that's got that basically doesn't bring anything to for the rest of people to benefit from, but is in fact a drain on the whole scenario? Yeah. Do you think they should have as much power and influence?
Relax. You just shown yourself by calling a tiny little country shitty country and this and that. This is your superiority kicking in. Yeah,
but
hang on, listen.
So they don't bring anything to the world, but they should make world decisions.
Wait. Why couldn't a tiny little country have the same privilege and opportunity as some countries that
No,
is large.
brother, you
Why
listen to
Canada?
what I'm saying. What I'm saying to you is that if there were 200 countries on the planet and even these tiny shitty countries got to vote on the same scale as all of the other countries, that would be established in law. So I'm not saying that.
They do.
What
They
you're
do.
trying to say is,
That's what UN
yeah, exactly.
They do.
So
They have
listen,
the
shut your
same.
mouth a
They have the
second.
same.
So
Okay,
shut your mouth and listen.
listen.
So shut your mouth and
When you
listen.
get
What you said
triggered,
about me
you
was
get
wrong.
triggered because
What
I'm
you
making a
said
point.
about me
No,
was
you
wrong.
get triggered.
So in the
Sorry, you
UN,
get triggered.
hang on, in the
You get
UN,
triggered
every
because
country
no,
has the right to vote on something.
you talk a
Each
lot.
of the country's
You
votes
talk
is
too much.
equally
Let other
valid.
people talk.
Again,
Science.
shut up, bruv. You're chatting shit.
No,
In the
science.
UN, every
Science.
country
Don't,
has
don't,
the
don't,
same
don't let me throw
vote.
you up.
The
Don't
value
let
that.
me me.
Oh,
Shut
bruv,
up.
you're a
Yeah,
dickhead,
relax.
bruv. You're the point talking to you. Listen, so in
Relax.
the UN,
Relax.
every country,
Relax. You
in
get
the
triggered.
UN,
Calm
in the
down.
UN,
Calm down.
in the UN, in
You
the
don't have
UN,
to
there's
work
two.
UN. You never work with
Bruv, why are
UN.
you just
You never
waffling
work with
along now?
UNHCR. You never work with UNICEF like I have. Yeah, relax. I know how it works.
All right. So
All right.
in the UN, there's 200 countries,
Relax.
and they all, and
Relax.
they each one of
Relax.
their votes is equal to each other votes. So if there's a
Yeah,
vote on
but they
something,
get vetoed. They get vetoed by one country or two countries because they don't like it. That's what I'm trying
and
to
that's
say. The
that, and
system
that's
is
exactly,
corrupt.
and that's
The system
proving
is
that they've got
corrupt.
the right to do that.
The system,
Any one country has the
no,
right to do
that
that. Then they
system,
all have the right to do
no,
that,
not
isn't it?
anyone. No, not anyone. Not any country has the right to do that. It's only
If
5
it's a
countries that can do that.
if it's a
Out of
system
200 countries.
where if there's a system where it can be vetoed by the lack of consistency, the lack of unanimity, yeah, meaning that if it's a system where they,
Why does America or China veto? Why do they
bruv,
veto?
if you would just shut up, if you just shut up, you might learn something, yeah. If the system is by unanimous vote, if the system is by unanimous vote, bruv, are you some kind of dog just barking in the background? Like, I can't even hear what you're hardly saying, bruv. Like, all right, so if the system requires a unanimous vote, then any one country can veto that. That is there for everybody to use. Yeah. Now, if it happens to be that 199 countries choose to vote for it and one doesn't, and it's a unanimous vote, then they can't go through with that motion, can they? It's as simple as that. But what I was trying to say to you was that even though all countries have that same political power, they have that same kind of strength of vote, no matter how small or useless they are. Yeah, which is the case. Yeah. It doesn't mean that they can economically start demanding that they do as much trade as America because they are both in the UN and the UN gives you the same rights. It doesn't mean that it can balance your economies out for you, you fucking idiots. Yeah, that's still going to be the factor in the real world of how much power and influence and money you make is how much you produce and how much you have to offer the rest of the world. I can't believe I'm talking about these sort of things with like such retards.
Okay, science. You stupid idiot. I never said UN deals with economy. I never said that. I never made that claim. UN's job is to bring peace.
So the global system would be the same, though, isn't it? The global system would be the same, where they give every country the same political weight of vote. So their vote is just as important as any other countries. Yeah, but the economic side of it will always be the reality that their power and influence in the world will be determined by how much they produce and offer the world.
Is my mic low, science? Can you hear me? Or?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Well, I never made a claim that UN job is to deal with economy. That's a different organization that deals with that, right? I get that, but
so
yeah,
you already agree that on the political level, every country has an equal vote.
On the UN level, yeah, every country has equal vote to make.
Yeah,
votes,
and if the globalization government was the same, there's no problem there either.
Right, but would you have veto power?
Bruv, I already told you that some concepts and some situations warrant a unanimous decision. So therefore, you'd have to like going to war. If your country if some of your countries in your organization went to war or got attacked, you might have to. Wait, let me finish. You might have to make a decision that very night. So might have to say we can't leave a veto on it because one country might leave us inactive and we'll get attacked more and more. So by tonight, we have to have a decision. So the majority is going to take it. So even 80% of the majority is going to take it.
I don't know why you're arguing against checks and balances, right? Being part
Nobody's
of
arguing against checks and balances, mate.
structure.
Nobody is arguing against checks and balances, bro. You cannot understand what I'm trying to say. I've never argued against checks and balances. There should always be checks and balances. Do you think that any country doesn't have checks and balances? All countries have checks and balances, and that's a good thing.
You're trying to argue.
Con, you're making a point against me. That's just not true to begin with. I've never said that we shouldn't have checks and balances.
Listen,
We should have checks and balances.
You're trying to
But don't say that. I said
people
that.
should
I'm an idiot
know-
for being against that. I'm not against that. We should have checks and balances. All countries have checks and balances, you idiot.
But
All
listen,
political
listen,
systems
listen.
do.
You're being
Yeah,
an
and
idiot.
I never
Because
once said
you're
that we
trying-
shouldn't have that.
But that's the point I put to
So
you.
don't
right?
lie then. Don't lie then, innit? Don't be a liar.
No, I'm not lying. Listen, you're trying to say
So
that
I
everyone
agree
should
that
know what's
all
good.
countries should have checks and balances.
Ah.
I agree that globalism should have checks and
Power
balances.
structure.
Right,
Yeah,
so shut up
globalism,
now.
yes. Right,
So
but
shut
you're
up now.
trying to
Why do you say that?
everyone should know. Everyone
Idiot.
should know what's good for them already. Everyone
I'm
should
not-
automatically know what's
I'm
good
just
for them.
saying that
And
if
they don't-
people-
and if they don't, one minute, and if they don't and they fuck up, then that's shame on them. That's basically your method.
What? Bruv, you cannot help
You're
people
saying
who choose not to be helped. If they made a decision not to join in with the surviving ship
That's
and
not
they've decided
true.
to stay on a
That's not
sinking
true.
ship, whose fault is that?
That's not true. That's not
That
true.
is true.
The lead-
If you had the option of
listen,
going on a
the
surviving
leadership-
ship or a sinking
the
ship and you chose the sinking
leadership
ship,
has a
who are you going to blame?
responsibility, brother.
No,
They have a
but we have the responsibility to
bring
give you
everyone
your
on
rights.
board.
Bruv, you're a fucking retard. We have the responsibility is to give people their rights, yeah, and their rights is to choose. Otherwise,
can't
we'd be
give
a
them
fascist
their rights.
dictatorship.
You can't just give them
Otherwise,
their
it would be a
rights, bro.
fascist dictatorship, you retard. Yeah? In a
That's
fascist
what I'm saying
dictatorship,
to
you don't have the
you.
right to choose. I tell you how to live your life, and I force you to live it that way. Yeah? You're a fucking retard,
Yeah,
bruv. That's a
but you're
fascist
saying- but listen,
dictatorship.
listen,
But if we
guys.
give you the choice to either be part of our society or not,
faggot.
and you choose not to, then we can't be held
Listen,
responsible for the
listen.
consequences of you
That
not
is
making it on
being
your
a
own.
fascist. That is being a fascist. If you're saying it's either my way or the highway, right? And the highway.
We're not
is
saying
basically
that.
a life
We're
of
saying either you
disaster.
join us or you do it by yourself. That's it.
That's being a fascist, though.
That's not being a fascist, bruv. What can we do for people that are not willing to take part in our
All right,
system
look,
and
look.
actually want
Let's
to be
bring
part of
back.
it?
Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back, right? Let's say,
Bruv,
for
you're just an idiot,
example-
bro. I don't know why you keep arguing about stupid shit all the time.
Listen, just listen for a sec. You're the one with the
Because,
listening
bro, your
problem.
points don't make no sense. It's silliness.
Listen, let's say, for example, Donny Brasco, or whatever his name is, this half white kid, yeah? He's saying, oh, if you can't be part of England with the way how England is now and accept
Yeah.
your position on the lowest rung of the ladder, and you don't like
Yeah.
it because you're only 3% of the population, pack your bags and leave.
Yeah, but if you also
Is
got the
that
right
not-
to
is
say
that
as
not
well,
being is he not a fascist?
bro. But does he also say that you can anybody make anybody leave? What he's saying is a stupid extreme view, which is not what I'm saying. Yeah, it is that you are not already part of the global government, you
Brother,
fucking
you're
idiot.
the global version of him.
Bruv, you're a dickhead. Your point might have made sense if we were already part of a global government and then we were saying,
We
right, you guys have
are.
to.
We are.
But it's not. It's not. What is the one central government, global government? There's not one. There's a number of countries who have signed up to the UN for various things to do with peace. Yeah. Well, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about many levels ahead of this when there is a fucking single unified government, bruv. Yeah, fuck you lot are dumb, man.
No, you're dumb. You're dumb.
Nah,
because
you're
what
dumb,
saying is
bruv.
We've already reached saturation point where there's fascism.
I'm not saying that.
going on
I'm
and
saying that there's a long way to go, you fucking
that.
retard.
I'm
saying
that.
there's a long way to go for globalism, you fucking idiot.
You know, you're saying there's a long way to go for your level of incorporation, what you think.
So why are
is
you trying to
required.
attack me about something that's not my perception of it? You just
Huh?
admitted to straw manning me, you idiot.
No.
So you should only be attacking me for my perception of it.
Such an
You,
idiot,
I've told
can't
you.
understand what I'm saying.
So I'm saying that globalism has got a long way to go before we actually achieve it. You're saying that we've already achieved it.
Listen. What
And
I'm saying
therefore-
to you is, what I'm saying to you
So,
is,
so you're talking about what's
the
what's
closer
not
we get-
my
the closer
idea
we
of
get
globalism,
to-
is it? So why are you criticizing
listen.
your own idea of globalism?
Can I just say,
You
can I
fucking
say
idiot.
something? The closer we get to a one world leader, the closer we get to a fascist dictator. Now we've already reached saturation.
Bruv,
point where-
bruv, you're just a fucking idiot. I'm not going to repeat. Bro,
Alright.
I'm not going to repeat the same things I lectured you about 3 times, 4 times, 5 times already. Yeah, you're a fucking idiot, bruv. You just genuinely don't understand these words and concepts. You don't.
I'm just showing you that you're an idealistic authoritarian, right? So your version of global unity is different from mine, right? I'm saying we've already reached the saturation point where poorest countries are being basically put on the World Health Organization is saying that these people's lives are being put
Is
at risk.
it possible for the globe to unify further?
not at the current
Well,
rate
you're a
of,
retard. We could
not
have
at the
one
current rate
currency,
of
one
oppression.
language. Wait. It's possible for us to have one currency, one language, no geographical borders, one set of identity in terms of qualify as a human being, and that's it. Yeah, we could have a global government like that. There are hundreds of other steps we could take. You're
Oh,
a
you're such a
retard.
pompous
Yeah,
twat.
for you to
You're
say
a
that there's no
pompous,
one further that is possible to
arrogant,
go, you're just a moron, bro.
self-opinionated
You're just an idiot.
twat.
So what? It's not possible for us to have a single currency or a single language or a single police force or a single military.
How is language a barrier for us moving
No,
forward?
is it possible? Is it possible for us to eventually have a single language that we use for international
It's
for all of us?
It's relevant.
So it is possible, isn't it? Therefore, you know you're talking
No, I'm
shit
saying it's
and you're a
irrelevant
retard.
point. No,
Yeah, you're an idiot, bruv. We could
You're a
so there's no more that anybody can do to globalize further.
I'm saying
You
that
think?
the thing that would stop
Yeah.
globalization, which
Bruv,
it
you
has,
haven't even got.
is
You
the-
always
is
do
the-
this, Card.
is
Like
the-
you've done this
is
the
the
last 3-4 times
implication-
that I spoke to you. You just jumped on something,
Bro,
acted
listen.
like you want to ask questions,
You're
but
not
you just
letting
don't.
anyone finish.
You just chat shit.
Bro, the global implication, right, of our current trajectory is being impacted on the most weak and vulnerable people. So the leadership currently, who's America and whatever, is showing that
We're not
they
in a
don't
global
care.
government, bruv. We're not in a
But
global
they're the leaders,
globalized
but there's a
government.
leader.
So what
There's
you're
a
talking
global
about
leader.
is international
There's a global
politics still.
leader. There's a global leader, right? And they're showing you that we don't care about the most weak and vulnerable
When did the globe
people.
unify? When did the globe unify? You see, this is what I was saying to you. Yeah, is
Look,
that
there
you're
are
an idiot.
umbrella organizations
No,
like
I'm not
the
even going to
United
talk to you no more.
Nations.
I'll just talk to the audience. So the reason why Khan's an idiot is because I explained this thoroughly a number of times. If we look at globalization, like I said as an example, think of how a country works. A country doesn't go to war. Like certain parts of a country don't go to war with other parts of the country, do they? Yeah, and that does happen. That rarely happens. Yeah, it does happen, but it very rarely happens.
Wait.
Yeah,
Can
so
I
if
say
you were
something?
to
You're
go,
talking to the audience,
yeah, but
let me say
yeah,
something. Put a one
no,
in
but
the
why? I'm
chat.
already talking.
Wait. Put a one in the chat. If scientific method is actually even making sense. Put a one in the
Well,
chat.
I think maybe there'll only be like a couple of people like Hetero
All right,
who
all right.
might be actually smart enough to follow me, but I don't think there'll be that many
Stop begging
people.
it, bro. Let people
No,
make their
but
decision.
bro, that's anyways. People say what they want in it, but I'm talking to you,
No,
Khan.
but Hetero's been
So
manipulated.
people know who
So
you are,
now,
and people
now
know
Hetero's
who I
been
am.
manipulated. He's been manipulated.
Of course, he
By
is with education, probably.
America's Victoria
Probably by an
West. America
education.
is
That's
by
the worst
far
thing
the global
you can do to
leader.
someone, isn't it?
America's the global leader.
Bruv, we don't live in a globalized government. There's millions of steps to go, and the more of those steps we take, the better it will be overall for our long-term survival
Yeah, I can't
prospects.
see any
That
ones,
is the
bro.
main thing.
I can't see any ones. No one's agreeing.
It doesn't
with you.
surprise me much, mate. Doesn't surprise me that you can't see it, mate. You don't really know
not
that much
working
about
out.
politics. You know about,
Randy's
but you know,
backstage.
you
Who's
know about.
listening? Randy's backstage, I think.
Nine, you there? Backstage, Randy. Yeah, Khan, you know about
I know
Turkish.
Nanifa
You
agrees
know
with
about
me.
Turkish. You know about
I know
Turkish men's
Nanifa.
baths.
What?
That's what you know about.
I've
You
never
know about
been
the
to a
Turkish
Turkish
baths.
man's
Yeah,
bath.
shut up, bruv.
Randy has
You
been.
know you live
Randy's
there.
been there a couple of times.
You don't even take a towel, bruv. You don't need it.
What? Anyway, I know Nanifa agrees with me, so that's all that matters.
All right, cool, innit? I
You can
I
have
don't
your
really
extra.
I don't really need to. The thing
You
is,
can have
this
your
year
little
is
extra.
I got the people that I who I think know a lot
Respect,
about
he
this
was
sort
gonna
of
say.
stuff.
He's gonna say respect.
Well, respect in particular topics, innit? So depends who you are, innit? So if it's something to do with nutrition, you do seem to know quite a fair bit about that sort of stuff. So say amongst us four here on the panel now, I'll be more likely to listen to you about nutrition because you've shown me already that you do
And
know
I'll
quite a
be
few
more likely to
basic
listen
stuff.
to Gain about global world affairs than you.
Bruv, Game is he's about as dumb as you, bruv. Like, that's for me. Doesn't surprise me. I'd say he's nearly as dumb as he's dumber than you actually.
Allow it.
You speak better English. He is dumb, but like you're really dumb as well, bro. But at least there's one thing that you probably studied to a reasonable extent. Yeah, I think Gain is somebody. Let's be honest. Probably nothing. He's gone that
MVP
far in.
level. He's on the MVP thing.
Nah, maybe like something to do with finance or something like that. Do you know what I mean? Nothing to do with science or whatever.
People dying to come on. Where's Nanifa?
Is it? I
Yeah,
ain't got
man's begging to come
no.
on.
I haven't got
I
any
know
other way
Randy's
of
gonna give us a whole
contacting it.
lecture now based on global politics, geopolitics. Randy's itching. And it's not because he's got chlamydia.
It's because he's had a few fucking beers at the pub in the afternoon, innit?
Badmarsh, where's Badmarsh? Jump on Badmarsh. We need to be updated on the whole thingy, Khalistan movement. What's happened to Khalistan?
Fucking hell, you're already looking for your next victim to troll, yeah?
No, but I'm saying if we're talking about global fairness.
Bruv, why do you think these people know anything about this type of shit, bruv?
But he's
Khan,
deceased, though.
listen,
That's the whole
you've
thing,
been to
innit?
university. Khan, let me tell you this, yeah. What surprises me about you is
Everyone
you've been
refused
to.
to raise the interest rates. Why do you
Listen,
care,
Khan,
bro? Go on.
Khan, let me ask you this general kind of question, yeah, not about any specific topic, but yeah. You are somebody who's been to university. You've done a degree in a reasonably
Oh, I loved
technical
it. It was
subject.
the best time of my life.
Yeah,
Loved it.
so you should have learned two very important things. One, the
Yeah,
validity of the scientific process, and
of
two, the
course.
validity of the academic process. Yeah.
Right,
Now,
right.
in that world, you would have realized that people don't just become experts in things by cheating or paying off the right person or following the Jews. They actually become
Right.
experts in things by doing the hard work. And the
Yes.
university culture
Yeah.
definitely is all about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're somebody who knows all that. So when it
I
comes to
know.
these things about history or politics or religion or race, you know that there are subjects that deal exclusively with this stuff as an academic topic. There are
Of
actual
course.
PhD scientists and anthropologists and psychologists who write explicitly about the very things that we talk about on a day-to-day basis. So what I would say to you is, rather than have all these conspiracy-minded dumb shit views
But
about
one
that
minute,
sort
can I
of stuff.
just
Wait, let
before
me
you
just
go on,
finish. Let me
before
just
we move
finish
on, let me
because
just
Khan, you
clarify
don't
something
do
to
that
you.
when it comes to nutrition. When it comes to nutrition,
Wait.
you understand the validity of the
There
experts
are
and the consensus.
look. There is subjects like you said, right? For example, nutritionists know about nutrition, and like physiologists know about physiology, whatever, right? But there
So who
are
do you think knows
certain
about globalism the
wait.
most?
There are certain
No,
subjects
but
that
who
are
would you
cross.
go to for globalism?
There's certain subjects that are crossover subjects, right? Where
Yeah, but
it's not
Khan, the
dominated by
process.
one particular science.
Yeah, but Khan, we just said that the validity of the scientific process is one thing, but there's also the validity of the academic process. Yeah, in
Right.
terms of being experts in things that are not just science. Yeah. So you agreed with that. You know that's true. Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that you're willing to understand and demonstrate that you understand all that by going. If I showed you something that proved to you that the consensus of experts in nutrition said something which you disagreed with, you'd
But
immediately
not
change your mind. You
but
would
some
because you
subjects
know
are
that it
cross.
was more likely true.
Look,
But when it comes
some
to politics or history or race or religion or something like that, I tell you, bruv, go to the experts, go to universities, see what the consensus of experts is about bloody whether the Holocaust ever happened or didn't happen. See what the experts are saying about 9/11, whether it happened or didn't really happen. See what the consensus of experts are saying about all of these topics as well, and wonder to yourself, why do you be so conspiratorial about all these other topics that you didn't go to
Who?
university for? But
I don't
nutrition,
know what you're talking
you're
about.
very intelligent and honest about how you deal with a conversation to do with nutrition.
How am I
Yeah.
conspiratorial?
Hello. Randy's on the panel. Big up,
Big
Nanifa.
up,
Thank you.
Randy.
Thank you again for allowing me on to your beautiful panel.
Big up all
Big
the
up,
gingers.
Khan.
We love the gingers.
Big up Scientific Method. I'm not sure who's in the middle at the top because we can't see the name. But yes, welcome. Thank you, people.
Peace, Randy. Nice to see you, mate.
So, I have a few questions for Scientific Method specifically. I've already put them in the chat. So I'm going to scroll back and read them out. Where are we now?
I do have a job, yes.
No, that's not the first question. The first question was at 7:09 p.m. What qualifications do you hold, Scientific Method?
I've got a degree in politics and philosophy.
Okay, so you've not got any science degree.
Nope.
All right. The second question. Okay, so the second question is, at what level of work do you work at? So I'm talking now, are you an office
pay
worker?
bands?
Yeah. No, not pay bands. No, I'm talking about, because council and private are different. What I'm talking about here is, are you a manager? Are you an office worker? Are you a manager of managers?
How
Are
is this
you a
relevant,
business owner?
Randy?
No, you'll see.
It's all a bit personal.
No. Yeah, I'll get to the point.
Bruv, I've got a decent job, yeah. I'll tell you that much. There's no need for anything else.
So you didn't answer the question.
So I've got a pretty decent job, I'd say that.
Do you manage people?
No, I don't manage people.
Okay, so you're technical or otherwise?
Do you know how many different types of industries that are available in our country?
Yes, because I
Yeah.
worked for London Stock Exchange. I worked for London Stock Exchange, so I sliced and diced the industries in the UK.
Yeah. All right. Well, I don't see what that has to do with anything anyway. So
No, because I'm just
I thought-
working out. I'm just working out who you are. All right. So you've
All
got a
right.
degree in economics and philosophy. Did you say?
Is it really worth me answering your questions? You don't seem to be remembering my answers. Politics and philosophy.
Oh, politics and philosophy. Right. Okay. Sorry. I've had a John Smiths or two. So, what was the point of all this? Oh yeah. So scientific methods, having a go at Khan and saying is uneducated and doesn't know what he's talking about. Yes, that was the point.
Yeah, like usual. Well, how long is this going to take, bruv? This is becoming like a job interview.
I'm done. I'm just coming to do a little.
Was
bit
that
of
it? Your 3 questions?
Yeah, I've just come in to do a
Did you
little
not?
bit of
Did you not hear the mic
mediation.
drop? You didn't hear the
I've
mic drop?
just come in to do a little bit of mediation and back my brother Khan up because
Big up.
scientific methods you're going hard, and Khan is an educated fellow. He has given me a lot
Exactly.
of advice over the last year about
Mhm.
diet and kids
About nutrition,
and,
yeah.
yeah. No, he's a
Yeah,
good man.
like I s-
But
yeah,
you're
like I said.
you're attacking him. So look at me as Khan's backup.
Yeah, well, I mean, Khan, we
Big
all
up.
deserve to be attacked about things. If we start talking shit about stuff we know very little about, then if you're someone who knows a bit better or knows a bit more, should come along and correct you and contradict you. And then for a long time, you might not be willing to accept it. And then maybe one day you will make some progress and understand, a better way of looking at things. Now that happens to me more than anyone. Yeah, this is why,
Let me ask you a
because
question, scientific. Let me ask you a question.
What?
Let's stay on point on your field of expertise. Why do leaders require a mandate from
bruv,
the
politics is not my
population?
field of expertise. I said
You
earlier
just
or
said that
something.
your degree's in politics, bro.
Yeah, I know, but I've also explained
What?
thoroughly.
No.
Politics
I-
is his degree. What's he talking about?
What?
Either
No,
it
bro.
I've
is
also
or it
I've
isn't.
also all right, I've also explained, yeah, that I do know a fair bit about the basics of politics because I did do my degree in
No,
politics
you're
and
a
philosophy.
charlatan,
you
mate.
know
But
more
I
than
also
us.
said
You know more
I
than
also
us.
said that throughout my degree I became very disillusioned about the world of politics and found it to be quite a farce and
And I
quite
agree
boring.
with you.
And I preferred
Politicians.
and I preferred the philosophy side of my degree, which was much more in tune with who I am as a human being and what I
And
wanted to
I
achieve.
and
Yeah.
I
So
concur.
since I'd done my
Philosophy.
degree, which was over 20 years ago, I have not really looked into politics much at all in my life, hardly at all. But I just happen to know the basics of how it goes. Now that's why I don't consider myself to be an expert in politics, even though people say to me, "Oh, you got a degree in politics. Why are you not expert in it?" It's because I'm honest. Because I don't need to try and flash around that you should listen to me and my authority because I got a degree in this subject. That degree could be useless. I could have spent the last 20 years, actually being so dumb or so unstimulated. It's worthless.
Yeah. Okay. So you're in your 40s.
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Bruv, what are you trying to build a fucking? Are you trying to build a dossier about me? Who's
No,
paid you to do this?
listen, my degree
Who's
is.
paid you? Has
No,
the
nobody's
Ghost
paying
and Halima
me.
gang, the Ghost and Halima gang got you on their card?
Nobody's paying me. I am just independently wealthy. I've got a degree in psychology, and I've been studying
Ooh, in your face,
non-verbal
scientific.
communication for
Did you
20
hear
years.
the
I also
ology?
am a qualified
The
management
ology?
accountant, and I also have certifications
Ology?
in Microsoft.
Is it? Why do you
Systems
sound like a
engineering.
homeless drunk then?
Because he's
Because
too
I'm
rich
just
to
relaxing on
care.
a Saturday
He's
evening.
too rich to care,
I've
mate.
just put a few peas.
I'm joking with you, mate. I'm
Yeah, I know
joking.
you are. I've just put a few peas in Nine Aoife's pocket so she can do whatever. So yeah,
Big up
Yeah,
let's go.
Nanifa.
nice one,
Big up
mate. Nice one.
Nanifa.
Big up. That's nice. Appreciate that. Always good to share a bit of love and money
Now
or
Randy's
whatever,
good
innit?
like that, Randy's alright guy, man.
Yeah, maybe I should open a channel myself.
Well,
Nah,
depends what kind of views you're gonna hold.
there's not enough Randys in the world, mate.
No. I'm a one-off. I'm an outlier. I'm literally like you know when when the motorcycle gang rides into town and they're the 1% club. That's me.
No, what's that?
No, I don't know about that.
Well, it's like the Holly Davidson and the what are they called? What's them?
Superbikes.
The motorcycle gangs in
Choppers, the
America.
choppers.
No. The I can't remember the name now.
Indian.
No. I'm talking about the
Khan won't know. He's dumb.
No. The people. Let me just Google it for fuck's sake.
No one
minute.
cares, Randy. No one actually
I
cares.
do because I forgot it.
Anyway,
I know-
ology.
yeah.
There's two scientists here now.
No, he ain't a scientist, bruv. And
He's
neither
a
am I to begin with.
psychologist. He said
Yeah, but I'm not.
ology.
I mean, to begin with, I'm not a scientist. So, if anything, he's more of a scientist than me in terms of qualifications. Because he's done a master's in social science, innit?
Psychology, BSc.
Yeah,
Where
Bachelor
did
of
you
Science.
study though? Where did you study?
Portsmouth University.
Shit.
Oh, that explains it then, innit? There you go. There you go.
Shit-o.
I've been Portsmouth. One of my aunties used to live in Portsmouth, so when she used to go away,
Portsmouth is okay. Don't knock it.
yeah,
man.
it's all right, man. It's a nice little- You know what I found was funny is that some of the houses are painted bright in different colors, just like out of the blue. And well, this was in like the 90s when we used to go down there. So it used to be mad. Like you got all these little houses, and an odd yellow one and an odd blue one, and it just be like it didn't even seem like a real town. You know, it seemed like a model village. Like a model of a town.
I was there in the
Calamari.
80s. I was there in the 80s. You know.
Was you?
So the motorcycle clubs I'm talking about are people like the Mongols in America, the Vagos. Who else have we got here? Yeah, I can't find it. There's a more famous one. I can't remember their name. Oh, what was that?
I just hiccuped. Sorry.
Yeah, that sounds like a drunken hiccup.
That was the gayest hiccup I've heard in my life.
Is it? No, do you know what I'm doing? Something I don't even know. I didn't even know that I was talking.
Yeah,
And I'm
what
sure
do you
you've
think
heard way
about,
gayer. Khan, don't lie. You've heard way gayer hiccups than that since last night, mate.
Why are you
Shut up.
attacking Khan? Why are you attacking Khan?
No, I'm not leaving him alone. He
What
winds me
happened
up by
last
chatting
night?
shit. I said
Oh,
since
never
last
chatting
night.
shit. Or never chatting shit.
Always
Why,
chatting shit.
no,
Bro. Always.
Khan was just doing his normal banter. He's not trying to hurt anybody. He's just doing his normal banter. You need to get to know Khan. Hell's Angels. That's what I was
I know,
about.
Khan. Oh,
Hell's
Hell's Angels.
Angels.
Flipping no, it took you that long to find Hell's Angels.
So I'm like a
Randy,
Hell's
what are you
Angel.
talking about, man?
I'm
What's
like
Randy
a
just
Hell's
talking about?
I'm like a Hell's Angel riding into the YouTube channel. I am a 1%er.
Big up, Randy.
You're
You're
Randy,
basically
you're
a
Hell's Angel
racist.
and a 1%er, yeah? So you're two different gangs at the same time.
He just wants to be racist, mate. That's what he wants.
No, I'm just
So
like the
science. Wait, Randy, chill for a brother. Science. You just said I was uneducated and dumb. What
I said you
quantifies you to make that jump? I sound it. All right. So how does one sound like uneducated and dumb?
who am I talking?
Because I disagreed with it.
Who am I
Well, I
talking
would disagree
to? I
then.
can't
innit?
see
I don't
his
care.
name.
Is
Who am I
that how you
talking
quantify
to?
someone as dumb because they have
Because they
a
sound
different
dumb.
opinion or
Who am I,
they
who am I
sound dumb?
talking to?
Yeah.
I
Right,
need to know who I'm talking
All
to.
right. So if I say that you don't
Who is
have much
this?
knowledge on
Who
UN
is
and this and
this?
that, am I be right to say that you're dumb as well?
You're allowed to say
Who
whatever
is?
you want, mate. No one's stopping you.
Can I listen?
All right,
Listen.
cool.
I just had a conversation with you for
All
about
right,
half an hour, and you displayed being dumb.
no. Wrong.
Because I had to explain the same thing about
You had
4 or 5
conversation
times.
before. Wrong. See again.
Gain.
Wrong. Let me explain. Let me explain.
Okay,
Let me
it's
explain the
gain.
situation. All right, Randy. All right, cool. You can read. Science. I only spoke to you for 5 minutes in that 30 minutes, right? You and Khan were going back and forth, right? Most of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the
I
things
only
you did
asked
say were
certain
pretty
few
dumb.
questions. That's what I did. Yeah. Few
Yeah.
questions. No. Such as what? Such as like, why should you have veto power? What does UN do? What's the function of a UN? Those are dumb, yeah? When we're talking about UN.
Well, I was trying to talk about globalism. You lot started bringing the UN into it.
Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. And I said to you, and I agree. Listen. Yeah. That's why
And
I
then
said
you
to
lot
you
said that
earlier on.
you said that globalism is
UN.
happening, and the UN is the example of it
I said
already.
you. Yeah.
Basically,
Let me
having
explain.
happened.
Yeah. Then have. Yeah. And let's have this debate
And then
right now. Right. Let's have it right now.
There's a lot more steps to go. It's not even like
I agree with
it's not
you.
even like the it's
I
just
agree
steps
with you.
towards globalism. I
Science,
made it
science,
clear that
science,
it's just
science.
steps towards globalism.
Sometimes. All right. Cool. Science. I heard you, man. I heard you. You gotta let me speak. Yeah. I might not speak as fast as you. All right. I'm a bit more
Yeah, but
relaxed.
there's something
than you,
about your
that's
mic
probably
which
it.
is a bit unclear, bros. I find it really hard
Oh,
to
is it?
like hear you properly.
Look, I'm out. Listen, I left my good Chinese mic in the house. I'm using a shitty Samsung mic outside. Yeah, that's why you
All
may
right,
not hear
cool.
me too well. Yeah. All right, cool.
All right.
Can you hear me though? Still? Can you
We
make
can
out
hear
what
you.
I'm saying?
It's just but it's just when you talk
It's
too
a
loud,
bit
it's
crap.
harder.
Yeah. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, man. Sorry. There's nothing I can do. I'm using my phone and a Samsung mic on a Sony mobile. Probably doesn't connect so well. All right. Now, I never disagreed with you about half of the things you said. Yeah, I think you may have mixed up with me what Khan's opinion. I didn't say I accept what everything Khan is saying. Khan's got a right to say whatever he wants. Just because I'm in the panel and I might agree with some of the things that he's saying doesn't make it that I agree with everything he says. Right? I explained the job of a UN, and I said the reason I said that we are semi globalist is because the UN was created to be a globalist system. And all the countries that are member of the UN are part of a global system. Maybe not your ideological global system, but we are technically in a globalist system, which includes the World Bank, which includes IBS, which includes WEF, all those members, right? So we are semi-globalist system. Only thing that we're not fully globalist system is that all those countries have self-determination and autonomous, right? However, some countries have more power over other countries, and as Khan said, and I also agree with, that shouldn't be the case. The whole purpose of UN is to have equality. But unfortunately, 5 countries, because they have military power and economic power, treat the smaller and lesser countries, which you call shitty little countries, unfairly. Yeah? And this is my point. I said the system is broken. Now, I agree with you that global system needs to be done properly where we are all equal. No one should be higher than the other. That's the only way it's going to work. Do you disagree with what I just said?
No, not really.
All right. So what was you calling me dumb and uneducated?
But the only thing I disagree with is that I already explained this to Khan after you left, which is that on the terms of politically, in the UN, you've already got voting. So anybody can, if it comes to proportional voting, then your vote count. Any one country's vote counts as much as any other country's. If it comes to veto voting, then any one country can veto the whole proceed on their own. Yeah. So that's the same power extended to each country, regardless of how big or small they are. Now, so on that level, it is equal. It is equal. Yeah.
Equal.
So if wait, let me finish. Of course they have. What do you mean?
Don't.
Why not?
Because they just don't.
Are you sure about that?
Can I expand on that?
Are you sure about that? Because Khan, if you're going to make me go check this, then we're going to stop the conversation.
No. There's only 5 Security Councils that have veto power. Khan is correct. There's only 5 countries Security Council members, and they have the right to veto.
What do they have to do to qualify for that?
Military strength and economic power. So you got America, Russia, Britain, France, and China, 5 Security Council. India wants to be part of it, but they haven't allowed India yet. Right? And those 5 countries can supersede this equal playing field because they don't agree with it. So all those 198 countries that voted for something, America or Russia or China can say, no, I don't disagree, and the whole thing collapses. Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Yeah. So yeah, the system is not. A system is fixed. It's only ruled by those 5 countries.
So how dare you call this like the globalization that I was talking about? Because when it suits you guys,
okay, cool. I'll answer that.
I let you speak hang on, bro. I let you speak as much as you wanted. Did I not? So when it went quiet,
and I heard your question. I said I'll answer.
haven't finished. That was just the start of my point. The point, it came out as a question, but I've got an actual point to make. Yeah, because it makes me wonder. Like, when it suits you guys, you tell me that globalization has occurred. Then when I ask you, is there not hundreds of steps further that we need to go in and can go in? And you guys don't really know what to say to that. So, all right, the UN is an attempt at globalization, but the first 5 countries that got joined together have given themselves special rights. Yeah, so they've given themselves the right to veto. Now they must have agreed on that on the first day when they said, right, we're going to do this together. Everybody's allowed to join. Nobody else wanted to join. It's just the 5 of us. Guess what? We're going to make sure that us 5 are going to maintain the central kind of balance of this whole enterprise. Yeah. Now they done that. I'm not saying whether in the long run that should remain the case, and I'm not saying where even on the first day they should have done that, and I'm not even saying that this is actual globalization. What you lot are crying about is international politics, and what I was talking about is something on a scale of possibly decades, hundreds of years. We don't know when we will eventually globalize. Yeah, but the point is that you guys just pick and choose. Oh, it's globalization already happening. But guess what? They've got particular votes for particular countries, and guess what? Those countries bully other countries. Well, then this is not really the kind of global. I told you to think of it like a country. Think of it like a country.
So can I answer that?
Yeah, when
Can I answer
the
it?
globe
Can I answer
becomes
it?
a country. No, but you guys keep coming back to the politics of
No, let
what's
me answer
happening
it. Let
around
me
us
answer it.
in the day.
Let me answer
And
it.
I'm talking about an idea
Let me answer it
in the
then.
future.
Science. Your question doesn't have to be 2 minutes long. I get the gist of your question, right? I get the gist. So can I answer it now? Yeah. Only reason Khan and I said that we are semi-globalized already. The UN is designed to be globalist, right? It's not a perfect system, but it is a step to globalism, right? Then you got other institutions such as I said, WEF and other organizations are also, in terms of economic-wise, they're globalist system as well. So we are semi-globalist. It's not a perfect system. I agree with you that we should have, in order to maintain peace, we should have one global system where everybody is equal. Now that was my question. The current system is not fair.
So,
I think
let's just snap our fingers, yeah, and suddenly
so we're not wrong. We're not wrong by saying we are globalist system already. We
so
are.
How would you go from the place we are today to the goal that you're talking about, whereby every single country has the same amount of economic power, the same amount of social standards, and the same amount of veto in the global government?
We've demonstrated to you the unfairness that currently exists, right?
No. So tell me how you would fix the problem. So let's just say you are fully in charge of everything.
Okay, all right, I'll answer it. Okay, I'll answer it.
It's the unfairness.
Khan, shut up, bruv. I'm talking to Gain now. I chatted to you already, bruv. I said everything to you already.
All right. The current system that we can fix right now is make the playground equal. No more veto power. If majority says they need to do this and do that, yeah, then if the majority voted,
if
cool,
the 5
we should
countries,
accept it because it's a democratic system. It's a democratic system, and democracy only works if the majority voted for something. Otherwise, democracy doesn't work. Yeah.
Right, so we get rid of the veto power.
Should be taken away.
Yeah, we get rid of the veto power from those 5 original countries. Yeah. And now
because
basically.
Yeah, that's a start. And also have the normal economic sanctions on countries that may disagree with you. Yeah, because that's also another bullying tactics. They use economic sanctions on countries that they may not disagree, they may not agree with you, or they don't support you.
Countries that are in the UN.
Any countries? Iran.
Yeah.
Iran.
Yeah. So get rid of economic sanctions. I think that's an unfair tool. That's an unfair tool that doesn't hurt the government of the country. It hurts the public of that country.
Right. So you're basically saying that.
So get rid of that because.
So you'd have to dictate then what trade every country can and can't do with each other.
No. Yeah, we're already doing that anyway. The World Trade Organization does that anyway. They dictate and they come to an agreement. They already do that. They have that system already in there. Yeah. So we can implement that on a fair policy. At the moment, you heard of like fair trade where the African countries and South American countries get a fair price for the product they sell. So they already have that in the system. It's just that it's not implemented at the moment correctly because of self greed and self superiority. So certain countries does not follow the rule that they signed up for.
Yeah. All right. So then we do that as well. Now what? So now the world is a perfect place.
That's a start. then we'll have less. I think we'll have
Okay,
less
I've never
world,
said
world turmoil.
I've never said that there can't be improvements to be made. I've said I'm the one that's Khan said that this is globalization already in place, and I was saying that these are steps towards it, but there's so many more steps to take, and there's so many more changes to make. So what? I don't get what
Right,
you're
and
trying
if
to
you
say.
I never had
listen. But then again, when me and Khan were talking about it, yeah, I was telling. But when me and Khan was talking about it, I told him what the eventual result is. Yeah, that sooner or later, if we're going to survive on the long term as a species, we have to all unify and work together as a species. Yeah, that is a long term thing. I wasn't talking about the current politics of today. I wasn't talking about the UN. I was making a very general point, because when me and Khan have been arguing for the last 2 hours, he kept bringing it back to general points. So I just told him, then this is what I'm saying as well on the general point. So then you,
cool.
yeah.
That's
So
a conversation. Well, hang on. That's a
yeah. So you kept chipping
that's a
in when
conversation
Khan
you
was
and
being
you and
awkward
no,
about that.
No, that's a conversation that you and Khan had. I agree, and I chipped in on certain points of that conversation.
Yeah.
Just because I
So
happen
those
to chip
things that
in
you chipped in with,
certain.
you agreeing with him about was stupid.
No, Khan and I agree
Because
about
he
the
wasn't
veto
getting
thing.
my
Khan and I
point.
agree.
Yeah, because look,
That's
this
between you
sort
and
of
Khan.
stuff. This stuff about UN.
Science.
I never claimed that UN was the ideal of globalization. I've always made it clear that the UN is the tiny steps towards it, and the actual ideal is hundreds of steps in the distance. I've always said that. But then you lot are criticizing the UN and saying to me, "Oh well, look, the UN," and I'm saying like, okay,
Oh,
then
now you
we need
say
to modify
that.
those things.
Now you say that.
Wait.
When did I say?
Oh man, I think let's rewind. Let's rewind. Let's get back to that.
You guys criticized the UN as if it was my ideal of globalization, when I blatantly said a number of times it is the first steps towards it, hundreds of steps more to be made, and loads of modifications to be made. Yeah. Now, for some reason, you guys want to keep attacking the UN and want to keep telling me that that's my position, that we are at globalization. No, you guys are claiming that we're at globalization, and therefore you attack the UN. I'm saying that my idea of globalization is miles in the future.
Forget that. Currently speaking.
Oh yeah, we forget that now. Yeah, let's forget that now. Yeah, all right. Well, after I explained what your mistake was, we should forget that.
Called, the name is on the tin. United Nations. Come up with something better as an example.
Yeah, but I explained thoroughly what my example of globalization was, and I never once mentioned the UN, did I? Yeah,
That's right, Science. You never mentioned it. I mentioned it. Science.
So I told you that what I'm talking about is something totally different. Yeah, so
okay,
that's why you guys were being
Let's
idiots.
rewind.
No, but that's why I called you two idiots. Look, if you're finally gonna understand it now, then let me have it. Yeah, but if you're gonna finally admit it now, then let me have it. You guys were both trying to talk about the UN as if that was my example of globalization. Yeah, so you were both wrong, and that's why I was calling you idiots. If you finally understand it now, then there's no problem, is there?
Stop being arrogant. Stop being arrogant. Yeah,
but if you agree now that you guys were mistaken about that, and that's why I called you idiots.
We're not mistaken. We're not mistaken. No, we're not mistaken.
You were mistaken.
In the conversation that we had about you.
You were mistaken because the UN was not my idea.
You got better mind. Science.
Yeah, but then that's tough, mate, because the UN was never my idea of globalism. Yeah, so it was wrong of you, as a fallacy for you to bring up the UN and attack me for that, as if that was my example of globalism. So you were both wrong.
We brought that up. Science.
But you were both wrong, though. You just admitted that you were both wrong.
We're not wrong. We're not wrong in the conversation. We are not wrong. Science, we're not wrong.
You were
Science,
wrong.
we're not wrong.
I told you about my ideal for globalism
keep on saying,
in the future.
Look, Science,
yeah?
you saying
that
wrong,
it would eventually be the
doesn't make it
global
wrong.
country.
Yeah?
You guys
Science,
brought up the UN
science,
and said to me, that's
science,
globalism,
science,
that's happening now, and that's got these problems.
Relax.
Therefore, I'm wrong.
Science,
Man, that's
you know
not
when
being silly.
someone speaks a lot, and Science, when someone speaks loudly, it means that they're not they're feeling.
It doesn't mean nothing, mate. It doesn't mean nothing, mate. I'm not. Listen, you admitted that you were wrong about it.
Let me rewind. Science. Let me rewind.
You can shut up, bro, because I've just told you. I'm going to keep repeating it. I said globalizing. I said globalism as an ideal in the future. I described it and explained it thoroughly. You guys brought up the UN in the contemporary world, and you told me that's globalization and it's got these problems. That's got nothing to do with me. I'm free of that, because when I defined for you globalism, I did not mention the UN once. I did not refer to that as my example. I did not say to you the UN is globalism, right? So you two were both wrong, and that's why I called you both idiots.
Relax, Science. Science,
No, but I called you both idiots for good reason. But I did call you idiots for good reason.
You're being stupid.
Nah, see, you didn't listen.
You
I'm
can't
gonna
call
repeat it
somebody
again. Nah, I'm gonna repeat it again.
Are you finished?
I talked to you.
Science, what's the
No,
point
I'm
of-
not.
Science, do you not-
I'm gonna
Science,
say it
no,
again.
I'm not
I
speaking-
talked about
Science, you're being
globalism
stupid
as an
and you're being
ideal in the
bonkers.
future.
No,
Yeah,
Science,
I never
relax.
said that at
No,
any given
I
date.
don't.
I never said
Science,
the UN. I
Science,
never mentioned them.
Science,
I
listen,
never mentioned them at all. Yeah, you guys brought them up as a straw man to try and attack something that wasn't my position. You brought it up as a straw man. I'm not gonna let you speak because you're chatting shit. Yeah, I defined globalism as how I see it in the far future. Yeah, I defined it thoroughly.
Well done,
I
well done.
explained
Very
it.
good.
Yeah.
Very
Then
good.
you
Very
guys,
well. Well done.
I never once mentioned. I never once mentioned the UN.
Well done.
I never
Yeah,
mentioned.
yeah,
I never
well done.
mentioned the
Okay,
UN.
cool.
I never referred to the UN. So then you guys brought up the
cool.
UN. You attacked the UN and tried to tell me that's my position, which is a straw man. So I called you idiot straight away. And now you're admitting that that's what you did. And now you're admitting that's what you did. Yeah. So you are idiots. Yeah. The UN was never my. The UN was never my claim of globalism.
You take an L.
The UN was never my claim of globalism. You guys made that up, attacked that, and told me that that's my position.
No problem.
All
When I
right?
jump on,
And that's why I called you idiots. So I called you idiots for good reason. Yeah.
You being a retard. You being a retard.
Nah,
When
I called you
on-
both idiots
when I
for good
jumped on-
reason. You just admitted it, man.
And I'm calling you retard. I'm calling you retard, and you're
but
not
I
listening
said it
to
for good
everything
reasons that
saying,
you
yeah?
admitted. But I said
And
it for good
I'm saying
reasons
for
that
good
you
reasons,
admitted
you're not
to.
listening,
I
and you're a
explained the
retard.
reasons and you
You're a
admitted
retard.
to them.
I'm-
Well, I don't
Yeah,
admit. I don't
alright,
admit
cool.
to that, and you haven't explained it. But I explained why you're an idiot, and you also agreed to
but
it.
because you won't let
You
me
also
explain.
agreed
You
that
won't
you
let me
done the thing
explain.
I
That's the
said.
thing. You're not.
Well,
this is a
well,
trick you're using.
well,
You don't let me
did you bring up the UN? Did you bring up the UN as a straw man and attack that, and then tell me that's my position when you blatantly wasn't? Because I'd already defined my position very thoroughly.
No,
You didn't do that, but now you're a liar. Now you're a liar as well. First you done it, then you admitted it, now you're lying about it. Yeah? No, but then you're a liar because you admitted to it a few minutes ago.
Let me expand. Well,
Well, you did admit to it a few minutes ago. You did admit to it a few minutes
Let me
ago.
expand on this. No, your
What's the
question
point?
was,
You just
did I
lied,
bring
bro. You
you
just lied. You just
Science.
lied.
You lost.
Yeah,
You
me
won't let
and-
me speak. When you don't
I
let people
told
speak,
Khan
you-
my
you-
idea of globalism. I never mentioned the UN. I talked about things years in the future, decades in the future, hundreds of years in the
Science.
future.
Well
Yeah?
done. Yes,
and then,
yes, well done,
and then
well done,
you
well
two
done.
decided to bring up the UN
When you
as
calm
if that's
down,
what I
I'll
was
speak.
claiming
When
was
you- when you-
globalism.
When you calm down, I'll speak. When you calm down, I'll speak.
Yeah, but bro, the point is that what's the point of talking to people like you guys? You just blatantly did this on this side. Well, keep waiting then. Well, keep waiting. Keep waiting then. Now keep waiting then, because I'll jump off when I'm ready, or until 9 kicks me off. No, well, I'll keep talking until I'm ready, innit? I'll keep talking until I'm ready, innit? Yeah, so I'll explain it one
Yeah,
more
and I'll
time
come
because
down,
sooner or later it might sick into your thick heads, yeah. But the simple fact of the matter is, I explained my vision of globalism. I defined it. I explained
yes,
it. I did it
well
quite
done,
thoroughly.
yes, well done, well
yeah,
done.
so I done that, and it was
Alright,
all
cool.
based on stuff that's going to happen in the future. Yeah, maybe decades in the future, hundreds of years in the future. So that was my position. That was my explanation of what globalism is. So then, because they knew that what I talked about was something they just basically can't understand, they then decided to. Their brains came up to the closest thing they could connect to it, and guess what that was? That was the UN. So then Khan told me that the globalism is already fully in place. He said it's fully saturated. Remember this. The retard Khan said that globalism is fully saturated, meaning it's happened as much as it can happen. This is the type of retard shit I'm dealing with. So this fat retard says globalism is saturated, meaning it can't, there's no more further to go. And I tell him that that's stupid. Of course there's loads of further to go. And then this idiot jumps on Gain and starts helping Khan as if he made a point, but he's helping him for a stupid point. So then I told them, I know, but then he wants to criticize the UN, which has got nothing to do with me because that's not my position. That's not my example of globalism. Yeah. So these two idiots erect a straw man about the UN being my vision of globalism. They attack that, which I agree with, which I agree has got things that needs to change about it, and then they think that they've somehow done something. But that's just dishonest bullshit, bro. The only reason this happened is because your brain can't. The only reason this happened is because your brain couldn't understand what I was saying. And the closest it could connect to what I was saying was the UN. And therefore you jump to the conclusion that that's what I must be talking about. That's your mistake, bro. That is obvious.
You didn't even get to the point of being wrong because you never gave an example.
I didn't. I wasn't wrong.
You started attacking.
What was I wrong about, bruv? What was I wrong about? You were wrong. You were the one that made that. Was yeah, exactly. I wasn't, because I talked about a subjective thing that is my opinion about the future, you dickhead. And then you put in the UN, you low life.
You said that I said that you was wrong, but I never said you was wrong. You
I don't care about that, bruv. The point is, you made up a fucking example with the UN being my claim, which had nothing to do with my claim. I never once mentioned it, and what I described was nothing like the UN.
Seeing as you're so clever, please outline the difference between my argument and Gaines' argument, because you seem to think that Gaines
Bruv,
don't say help me.
I don't give a shit, mate. I could easily do that, but I can't be bothered. The fact of the matter is, you're an idiot. You already no, because you longed this out, bruv. You could have listen. You could have just admitted. You could have just admitted that when I described my vision of globalism and you didn't understand it, you just jumped to the conclusion that I'm talking about the UN and that the UN is globalism. That is what you did, because you and him both started criticizing that.
No,
you and him both started
as
to.
an example, right? And you attacked it. You said I attacked it. Why would I attack my own example? And you said that I said
Why are you talking shit for? The fact of the matter is, that idiot Gain, the Gain is an idiot because he is an idiot. Because he said to me that there's all these criticisms with thingy. But at the end of the day, what has that got to do with me? What UN? What's that got to do with my claim about globalism? My claim about globalism had nothing to do with the UN. I just said it was tiny baby steps towards it. Yeah? I said it was tiny baby steps towards it. So you can't really do that.
You're right.
So you were doing that. So you admitted you were wrong then, yeah? You admitted then.
No, I'm not.
You admitted that you shouldn't have brought up the UN to me because it's nothing to do with me. No, but then if you're not going to, then I'm telling you, you shouldn't have done that.
No, there's a reason. There's a reason why I brought the UN.
You shouldn't have done that though, because I was talking about something else.
No, that's not the question. That's not the reason why I brought it up.
But I was talking about something else.
That's not the reason why. No, that's not the reason why I bought UN.
Yeah, but I was talking about something else. I was talking about globalism in my mind.
Globalism. Yeah,
globalism in my mind. And then Khan, you brought up the UN.
When I jumped on. No, I brought the UN up, I think.
I think one of you two did, but the point is,
I bought it. Fine.
Yeah, so you came on because you wanted to talk about the UN when what I was talking about wasn't the UN.
No. I jumped on to back you up
did want to
saying that I agree. No, hang on.
You jumped on to say what?
I jumped on. I asked you about Gene Roddenberry first, right? Gene Roddenberry.
No one cares about that either.
Wait. So I didn't jump on to talk about UN. I jumped on to say that, look, science, are you a fan of Gene Roddenberry because the Globalist Federation and One World government, those things, right? That's why. Yeah, do you remember that? Yeah. All right. And then after that, I said, like, we have semi-globalist system as it is with the creation of World Economic Forum and UN and this and that, right? Yeah, we have semi-globalist system already.
Yeah, and I said that it's tiny baby steps towards what I was talking about.
Yeah,
and I said that was tiny baby steps towards what I was talking about.
Cool.
So then you criticizing the UN is millions of miles away from what my ideal was.
No. That conversation went a bit further than I expected. Then you guys talked about
but you brought it up though. So you had the chance to stop going through that conversation.
No, I brought it up.
How are you going to bring up something, take me down the alleyway, and then say, we shouldn't have gone down the alleyway?
Science.
But you done that. You brought up the UN. I started talking about the UN because you brought it up, and then you're saying that you shouldn't have gone down that conversation.
No, science.
Well, that was your own fault then, isn't it?
Science, listen.
Why didn't you talk about something that I'd actually said then? So why didn't you talk about something I'd actually said or I'd actually been talking about?
If you let me answer, I'll answer.
You just said you came on and you brought up the UN and took us down that road, and then you turned around and just said that we shouldn't have gone down that road.
No. Let me explain. I brought up UN and World Economic Forum and Davos and things like that as an example of current globalism system that we have at the moment. I never said it was perfect. And I never said you agreed with it neither. I just brought it as an example. And then UN Khan talked about UN.
And I said straight away that is tiny baby steps towards what I was talking about.
You said more than that. You said more than that.
I said more than that. I said it's just tiny steps towards what I need to go through. So then why would you talking about?
Let me finish.
So why would you talking about the UN and criticizing it have anything to do with what my depiction was? Don't you see the problem there?
Science, the topic expanded on UN between you and Khan. I was listening. I
because
when Khan
that's because it's
Khan
a you lot's dishonest tactic to fucking bring it up when it's not what I'm talking about.
Not you lot. No, Khan is an individual,
Yes, it is.
and I'm an individual.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's not a
So
you lot. It's
bruv,
not a
you
you
just
lot.
said that
It's
he
not you
fucking
lot.
brought it up. In the last 5 minutes, you've been telling me you brought it up.
For fuck's sake. Listen,
Bruv, you
you're
are
listening.
dumb,
I
like,
think
I don't know.
you're angry.
I don't know why you lot do this shit. You
I
just
think you got a hearing. I think you got either you got a hearing problem or my mic is too
Which
low.
one of you brought it
I
up? Tell
said
me that.
I
Who brought it up? Did you bring it? Did you bring up the UN or did Khan do it?
Listen, science.
Did you bring it up or did he? Because fucking a minute ago you just said he did, when for the last 10 minutes you've been saying you did.
No, I never said that. I never said that. Rewind back. I never said that. I said I brought up the World Economic Forum as well as UN. I brought it up. I brought it up.
Yeah,
Yes?
either way,
and then you
either way,
guys,
the point
and then
is,
you and
you
Khan,
lot
you guys stop it. Yeah. It's
but you
not
lot
straw
made
man.
up a
I
straw
brought it as
man
an
to attack.
example.
Like,
It's not
alright,
a straw man.
let's forget
It's
all
not a
that.
straw man.
Alright, so
It's an
let's forget all
example.
that. Let's stop being a baby. Let's stop being two fat babies and let's
No,
just forget
you're
all
the
that,
one
yeah?
who's being
So
baby.
in
You're the
this
one who's calling
position
people
now,
idiot and stupid, and you don't let people speak. So
because
you
you
know
are
what I mean.
stupid. Right, so let's forget about all that.
You got looking
Why
for.
don't-
You got
see?
look at a man
You're
in
a
the mirror.
crybaby.
Look at the
You're a
man in the
crybaby.
mirror.
So
Look, I'm
listen,
not crying.
listen.
I'm speaking calmly.
Why don't we then take it from
You need
here?
to look at the man in the mirror.
Why don't we take the
Man in the
conversation
mirror.
from here then? So why don't we take the
Look at the man
conversation
in
from
the
here
mirror.
then? See? Because you can't handle it. That's why. We can't take the conversation from here because these two retards will lose. Yeah? When I've made it clear now that my position was something totally different, and whatever they said about the UN is pretty much irrelevant to me. So now where we at? So the way we at now then?
Okay,
That you've admitted that the UN didn't have nothing to do with my position. Yeah, and it was the tiniest of baby steps towards what I was talking about.
I never made that claim.
So
I never
and
made
you
that
also
claim in the first
admitted
place.
you also
I never
admitted
ma-
that you shouldn't
I
have brought it
never- I
up.
never made that
You
claim.
also admitted that you shouldn't have brought it
No,
up.
I never said
So
that.
what do you
No,
want to say about my
no,
position
that's
about
correct.
globalism?
Let me
Forget that,
finish.
because you admitted being wrong like 3 or 4 times now. So what do you want to say
how
about
can I
my
admit-
position
Wait,
on globalism?
How can I? I'm
You
not
just
wrong.
said it
I'm
with
not
your
wrong.
own
I
mouth.
brought it as an example.
You just said it with your own mouth. And then you said that you shouldn't have brought it up.
And more listening.
And then you said you shouldn't have brought it up. And then you said you shouldn't have brought it up because me and Khan were talking about something different.
I never said that.
Yes, you did say that. Yes, you did say
Rewind
that.
back.
You
I
said
never
that we
said
went
that.
we went down
Rewind
this
back.
we
I
went
never
down this
said that. I never
conversation
said
for way longer than we should have or
Science.
something. You said something like that.
Science.
Yeah, because it's got nothing to do with the
Let me
point.
explain.
Khan, listen, retard. You're either admitting to bring up a straw man by using the UN, or you're admitting that you didn't understand what I was talking about. Because the fact is, as soon as you mentioned UN, I told you that's the tiniest of baby steps. That's not my picture of what I'm talking about at all. I made that so abundantly clear. The fact that you two retards had to keep connecting the UN because it's the only thing you know anything about, and you don't know anything about my globalism because you don't know anything about my position.
You got problem. You're stop being stupid. You're being dumb. Yeah. You're not listening to people what people are saying. Yeah.
Well,
you're angry
you didn't
with
know
Khan.
anything
You're angry
about.
with Khan. And no, look, science. I know more than you do. Yeah. I know more. Oh, he jumped off. Yeah, Khan. I brought up UN as an example. I brought up
Did he
WEF
actually
as an
jump
example.
off? What an idiot.
He cut off. I reckon he cut off, right? I brought it as an example, and then
I
he
never
went and
thought
talked
he'd
about you.
jump off. My God, what a faggot.
He
What a
didn't.
bitch
He
ass
didn't jump
faggot.
off. I think he got cut off. He got cut off probably. Yeah.
Oh
I never
my
brought it as.
He's such an egotist. What an egotist.
He's very. Yeah. He's being stupid and egotistic. Yeah. He needs to rewind back
Make
and
your
listen to the
point
conversation.
anyway. Just in case he jumps back on. Make your point now that
No,
you've
he's
got a
allowed
chance to speak.
He's talking about globalist system, and you and I said we semi-have globalist system already. UN is part of it, WEF is part of it, Davos is part of it. Then you got World Trade Organization is part of it, right? And then you and science talked about the UN. I just happened to agree with what you said, Khan. That's all it is. I said the UN is not doing this, and it shouldn't be. And it was designed to do this, but it's not doing it. That's all it is.
But
And
here's
then
the
you guys
point,
went on a tangent.
Here's the point. We've demonstrated to him that within a globalist structure, there is basically a hegemony, right? And it leads towards a fascism that basically puts the poorest of the people. My point was going to be the poorest of the people during, according to the World Health Organization, is at risk due to the actions and implications of the things carried out by the elites, right? So even in a structure that we can outline as United Nations, right, we can see that there is, the people at the top, the bigger countries, that cut themselves a bigger piece of the pie, and they take advantage of the smaller countries, and there isn't equality. So what he's saying is that system is bringing benefits to everyone, right? Everyone's better off, but the net gain from every country isn't the same. That's all we're trying to show him, but he just put up such a big fight about it, as if he's sort of implying that the leaders, the top countries are going to be the most egalitarian and fairest countries that are going to look after all the little countries. And I don't know where he's getting this idea from, but it's based on his own idealism that the fairer countries, the more better run countries, are going to actually rise to the top and become the leaders. But what we're saying is no, the leaders are the militarily advanced, right? And the financially advanced. But he just doesn't seem to accept that.
Oh,
And
cool.
that's
I
his
don't
own
think
problem.
UN was his. Yeah. I don't think UN was his example. It was my example.
No, it
and the only
wasn't.
reason I brought up.
But he
only reason I
attacked it,
brought up
though.
UN.
He attacked it.
All right, cool. But only reason I brought up UN is to demonstrate that we have a semi-world government as it is under the UN, right? And it's not working. Only reason it's not working, it's not on the same playing field. Yeah, only the super rich and super strong countries have the saying, and the lesser, poorer countries have no saying. So what's the point of that system? And I think science agrees with that. The system is not right, but he's talking about in the future where there could be a better system. We're not talking about the future. I was talking about the current system. And Khan, you also talking about the current system. Of course, in the future, if they can make everybody equal playing a field, then yeah, it might work. But then there's a cost to that, isn't it, Khan? What will happen to people's individuality? What happens to people's
This is
culture?
what we're talking
What happens
about.
to
This is
people's
what we're
language?
talking about.
Yeah. What happens to people's identity? Do we all have to be same as everybody, or can we retain our individuality under the new world order? So that's the point I want to get at.
He didn't like it when I said to him, he's the equivalent of Danny Rusko, but on a global level. He didn't like that. But I do think that that is true, because he's saying people have to basically forego their individual rights just so the leaders can lead, just so the top can stay at the top. Saying that it's a small price to pay, which I think is a bit insensitive. I'm not going to lie. You know, scientific methods known for being a bit an insensitive person.
Yeah, his use of words stupid, dumb, when he can't argue back. Oh, he's uneducated. I bet you I got more qualification than he is. But anyway, regardless of that, Han, we know that the world is going to come under new world order.
It's not even about qualifications. It's about he didn't manage to put forward a coherent argument. He said, I said he was wrong. He never even got to the stage of being wrong because he didn't put forward the argument. He didn't put forward any thought out plan. He just told us about his idealistic version of a world organization, like a globalist arena that he's kind of purporting from his own scientific fiction. Science fiction, I'm going to call him now. Anyway, Game, what you saying?
Yeah, but Khan, do you accept that the world is heading that way, that we will have one government, world government?
On certain things, I think people come together, right, under umbrella organizations. But it seems to me that the powerful choose to opt out when it suits them, and that's what's rocking the boat. Because they're not really committing to everything, like, properly as they should. They opt out, like, when it suits them to just, like, turn a blind eye. Like, if you look at what the World Health Organization is saying, the implications of what the elites are doing on the most poorest and vulnerable people is ridiculous right now. Just crazy. You can't say that there's some egalitarian, fair-minded society. Oh, America's so great. You know that they're founded on these principles. That's why they managed to raise themselves to the top and being a superpower. Yeah, but that's not the truth. The truth is, yeah, their economy is based on farming and all the natural resources that they had. Right now, their whole plan is to stop other people from extracting their own resources. Right, so they go around putting bases all around the world.
All right, cool. So at the moment, it won't work because at the moment, it won't work the way you see it. It's because each country have their own self-interest. And this is the reason why stopping from having one unified global system is because of own interest. Is that what you say?
Exactly.
So every country is fighting for their own greed or own whatever they want to fight for. And this is the reason why we're not getting to a peaceful global system.
Exactly. It's like his argument is that everyone's going to benefit.
Science on the back chat, I think. 9, if you can hear us. regardless, Khan, it's going to happen anyway. You know that, and I know that. The world is working towards one government, whether it's the creation of, they're going to be one currency. And I think there may be a group of councils that runs the world. Whether the elite does it or it's done in a democratic system, that's something we'll know in future. But at the moment, the way it's going, as you and I agree, that it's going to be the most powerful countries that's going to be running the new world order.
Exactly. That's the problem. You know, I would have really been happy if he would have just applied himself. Just said, you know what? Let me just like put forward an argument. He didn't even manage that. He didn't even manage to put forward a coherent argument. Oh, here he is. Here we go.
Well, I've got 5 minutes, man. I need to shoot out again. Yeah, Science. What are you saying? You heard?
I'm just letting you not carry on, mate, because you're chatting.
No, again,
so
I seriously think he owes you an apology. No, because we were trying to put effort into having a coherent conversation, and you just start calling everyone every type of idiot.
All right, so you want me to repeat again why you're an idiot?
I think you should apologize to Dane.
All right, I'll repeat it. So I was talking about globalism and the fact that if the human species is going to have a decent chance of surviving over the long term, i.e. millions of years in the future, I said that it's going to be pretty much impossible to achieve that unless we work together as a species. Now, that's just an obvious thing for most people, yeah? And so I explained to Khan how, it went from, like, nobody was born, like human beings weren't born as part of a massive civilization originally. We started off as small groups of 10 to 15 apes who managed to work together and survive. And then those groups joined together with other groups over the thousands of years and made bigger communities and were able to survive more things from nature. Now they had a bigger community. They could fence off some land. They could grow shit. Yeah, they could do loads of stuff more and protect themselves. So they kept surviving. Then those smaller groups got into bigger groups. You got religions, you got tribes, you got identity according to geography. Eventually you got what you would call nations or countries. Yeah, all of this step of the way, when these steps of progress were happening, it was due to unification. The fact that you can achieve more if there's more of you trying to do the same thing. Yeah, simple as that. So now we're in this modern world where we've still got like 200 countries on the planet, 3-4 economic blocks and alliances amongst all sorts of countries across everywhere. Yeah, and I'm saying that the natural progression of this picture that we've seen from the very beginning up to the present day, you logically follow that conclusion, and the consequence is that if we survive, it's going to be sooner or later we're going to have to unify it as a global whole. Now that's what I was saying. Now for some reason, I don't know why you guys can't think of anything to criticize there or to talk about in that level of talking about it. You guys decide to bring up the UN, tell me that globalism has actually already happened, tell me that it's not you said that it's saturated. That is Khan, you're a liar. You said globalism not only has happened, but it's saturated. And then you went on to explain that means there's no further steps towards globalism that could possibly occur. And I gave you examples of where that was such bullshit. Then you started talking and criticizing, and he jumped in. The fact of the matter is, let me finish. You guys had your chance to talk while I was off. So let me finish again. That is the exact picture that I was talking about in the future. You brought up the UN to criticize the UN. I've agreed that I said, whenever you mentioned the UN, do you not remember me immediately saying, that's baby steps. That's baby steps towards the ideal and picture I was talking about. So I already disqualified having to defend the UN. But for some reason, you two idiots couldn't handle that. And you kept going back to the UN. You kept attacking.
You're the clever one.
You guys had 10-15 minutes. Did you guys have 10 minutes to talk about this without me?
No, we didn't get 10 minutes. We got 5 minutes.
Is that I was 100% right. I was 100% right. What I was talking about was something that you guys couldn't comment. Bro, you're cutting me now, though, innit? You're cutting me. I was talking about something. Hang on, bro. You're cutting me, though, innit? You're cutting me. Yeah, but why are you cutting me then? If you agree with me, then why don't you let me finish saying it? If you agree with me, why don't you let me finish saying it? If you agree with what I'm saying, if you're going to cut in with me to tell me I agree, why don't you just let me finish saying what I'm saying?
I didn't say I agree. I said you said it.
So let me finish what I'm saying. Is that you guys kept bringing back to the UN. You guys kept going back to the UN when I'd done every time you've done that. I said to you, and that's baby steps towards the big picture of what I'm talking about. Yeah, but yet you still
you said that 3 times. You said that 4 times. I get it. You said it.
Yeah. So exactly. Yeah. Even though I said it to you so many times, you still brought up the UN and said said, right, now we're going to criticize this because we don't understand what he's actually talking about. So we'll just say that it's the UN
No,
and we'll criticize the
no,
UN, and
we-
therefore we win the argument. Do you think I'm some kind of idiot
No,
that's fucking
no,
dumb as
no,
you do?
no.
Do you
It's not
genuinely
about-
think
it's-
that
it's not-
that
you're-
was going to
you-
work with
you-
me?
you get- you
You
getting
thought
in your
that
feelings
changing
again,
the
you're getting in your
goalposts,
feelings,
you
you're
think
getting in
changing the
your feelings.
goalposts like
Yeah,
that
you're
or doing a straw man like
you're
that was going
concerned
to work
about
with
winning
me?
and losing a debate.
Come on, bro.
You're concerned
Come
about
on.
winning
Stop
and
that.
winning and
You're such a
losing. You're
baby.
concerned. You're too
Stop
concerned.
that.
You're too
What a
concerned about
baby.
winning and losing a debate. That's not about debate. It's a conversation, right? It's just a 1-to-1
Yeah.
or 5-to-1 conversation. That's all it is. It's not about
Yeah.
winning or losing. Yeah,
All right, cool.
I said
So now
that
I've
you never
exposed your
mentioned. You
straw
never.
man.
You never.
Now we can
you-
stop
you
talking about
never-
the
you-
UN. What would you like to say
Nobody's
about my
talking about
position on
UN. No,
globalism?
no one's.
So
no,
why don't we
I
talk about
tell
my
you,
position
you
on
said-
globalism?
Yeah, I tell you why.
Because I explained that thoroughly. Yeah. So let's leave the
Science.
UN to
Let
one
me
side
say it
now.
then. Let me.
Yeah.
alright,
So let's
we
leave the
forget
UN to one
forget UN.
side because
Okay,
that made you
cool.
lot look
Fine,
stupid,
fine.
and I had to
No,
humiliate
no, it
you for
didn't.
that.
No, you
So let's
didn't.
leave
You're
the
stupid
UN.
enough to not
Now
know.
tell me about my
We forget-
position on globalism. Go on. I dare you.
All right, I tell you. You say basically saying 8 alone is weak, 8 together is strong. All right, cool. That's all it is. Yeah. If you work together in a more peaceful ways, peaceful means, we as a society will progress much better and have a better life. That's what you're saying. Yeah, we're not disagreeing with that. There's no one disagreeing with that. Working together is better than working alone. Right? But all the reason we brought up the current system is just saying that it doesn't work currently because
Oh, so we are
at the
going back to
moment,
that,
because of
yeah.
national.
So my
No,
position.
I didn't
Now
mention
you're
the UN.
admitting.
I thought I'm talking
Now
about
you're
current system.
Now you're finally admitting again that my overall position about globalism or
I
whatever.
never
You just
disagreed.
found a way.
I-
Yeah. So you agree with that.
I
So
never,
why?
I
so,
never disagreed.
So then.
I never disagreed in
yeah,
the first
so-
place. I never
Right,
disagreed. I
okay.
never disagreed in the first place. All I said is the current system that we have. I
yeah.
said to you, we have a globalist system at the moment.
Yeah, but given
It's
the
not
fact that
working.
Khan was
That's all
saying
I
that
said.
that was the epitome, given the fact that Khan had just said,
That's Khan's
and just
opinion.
explained.
That's Khan's
Wait a minute,
opinion.
wait a minute.
That's Khan's
Khan had
opinion.
just said that was
Yeah,
the
why are you
epitome
attacking
of
Gain?
globalism.
Why would you
Well,
attacking Gain for that?
Listen. The two of you were both talking at the same time as well.
No.
And if you were both saying the same kinds of things. And as far as I could tell, he was when you made the attack about when he made the attack about when he basically started talking about the UN, I then still established that it's got nothing to do with what I'm saying. It's tiny steps compared to what I'm talking about.
Such a
Yeah.
liar.
So there was no need to, but you guys both kept coming back to it. Why was that?
No.
Why was that? So
The
like, I've
point
talked about
is-
globalism. I
point
said
is-
apes together strong. Yeah, I said
Scientific,
apes together strong.
scientific.
I said apes together strong. Therefore, that's our best bet to
You're
maximize our
arguing
future.
scientific.
So once I've
apes
said
together
that,
strong. I said that.
yeah, all right, but
You
that was
can't
your
even remember.
that
It's
was
just
but that was no.
fitting.
Bruv, I was shortcutting you, fucking idiot, for the sake of having to explain my whole theory again.
No, I was
Yeah.
mocking about
He gave a
the
label to
apes
it.
together strong.
He gave a
Yeah, I
shortcut
was
version
mocking.
of it.
I was mocking.
Bro,
I was mocking your Planet of the Apes. Yeah, I was mocking it.
Yeah, but you agreed with the principle. You said you agreed with the principle that together people are stronger.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
exactly.
I agree.
So
That's
it
not
is
anything.
a, so
Yeah, I
it is a
agree.
shortcut way. It is a shortcut way of saying what I was talking about in the future. And therefore, you do agree with my point about the globalism in the future, that working together makes us stronger.
For
Yeah,
me-
so
me
exactly.
personally-
So
yeah,
when
me
I was
personally-
talking about that to Khan, but when I say that to Khan, but when I was saying that to Khan, you should have jumped on. You should have jumped on. You should have jumped on and said that you know what I'm talking about instead of bringing up the UN.
I jumped on. No. I jumped on because you guys were talking about the UN in more expanded manner than I did, right?
So
And
you,
because Khan
so
said
we were
something-
already talking about the UN
Wait,
before you mentioned
wait.
it. Now you're saying that,
For
bruv, for the
fucking-
last 20 minutes,
listen,
you've been saying
no,
that you
listen,
brought up the
listen,
UN,
you-
Khan
you
didn't.
went- you-
Now you're saying that me and Khan were already talking about the UN. Bruv, you're a mess.
No, let me explain.
Game,
No,
what's wrong with you? You're all over the place.
No, you're
One sec.
incoherent. No, you're not listening. You're not listening.
You
I
insisted
said
for the
I-
last
I
20
brought-
minutes that you brought up the UN and Khan didn't. Khan, how many times
And
did
you
he
guys
insist on
expanded
that?
on it.
Yeah?
And you guys
How many
expanded on it.
times
You
did he
guys expanded on
categorically
it.
insist?
You-
Now
You
he's
didn't
saying
give us
that
the chance to
me
agree with you. You didn't even give us the chance to agree with you. As soon as Game jumped on, you start spazzing and bitch fitting, bro. Because you thought, oh, he's jumping on to back up Khan, and you just went off on a mad one.
No, it's because I'd already
Anyway,
clarified my position.
listen,
When he mentioned the
listen,
UN
Khan,
and
I
you
need to
mentioned the
jump off.
UN,
I
I
need to
said
jump off.
straight away that is very different from what I'm talking about. I said that every single time. But the fact is, you
All
guys
right,
were
science,
obsessed with talking about the
you're
UN
right, you're right.
because you didn't
Science,
have anything to
science,
say
cool.
about my wider picture.
Right.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Science, listen.
We didn't even get
Science,
the
you and I
chance
can
to talk about your wider picture.
So why didn't you just stay talking to
Science.
that? Why did you bring up the UN and then I say to you guys, that's got nothing to do with my position. It's tiny baby steps. Then you go back to all right, cool, and then it's like, okay, but the UN this and I said, and I say again, he admitted, I said it 4 times, guys. That's not my position. The UN is small baby steps towards the bigger goal, and then you like, all right, cool, and then we start talking. Then 2 minutes later, you say, oh, but in the UN, and I'm thinking to myself, why are these guys forcing the idea that I'm representing the UN for some reason?
No one said that. Let Gaines speak now.
All right, but you couldn't understand that process where 3 times in a row I've told you that's got nothing to do with my position. It's tiny baby steps, yet you still bring it up to attack it. Why?
We got it. Let's move on. We got it. All right, cool. So what is your ideal position on the better system other than the UN and WEF? What is your proper ideal system?
I don't know. As far as I could tell, that a lot of change is going to continuously happen. The picture I gave was so general that it's just the fact of people unifying together and working together. Now, how they go about doing that, there's millions of different options. I don't know which one's going to work. I haven't got the answer to
No problem. Okay, so in your opinion, if we were to be one global system, can we retain our culture, our heritage, our language, or do we need to just have everything in one?
Can you do that? Can you do that in more than one country? Can you have your culture in one country, move to another country, and carry on practicing your culture?
Currently, yes, but in future, can we continue doing that?
Why would that? So what kind of question is that? Of course you can. You can carry on doing that. No problem. Now what?
Okay. And how would you determine that this is enforced, that we are all individual and we can retain our identity culture? I mean,
Bro,
what I'm trying to say is that
the same way, do you have the same rights as everybody else in this country?
Currently, yes.
All right, well then that will be the same there as well.
But
Next question.
Under one, I am asking this question. So under one federation, one group of people basically running and monitoring the world, can you certify that we will still have our own language?
Nobody can certify anything.
All right. So if that cannot be determined, then how can you see there will be one global system then?
Oh. Nothing is guaranteed. I'm going to have to explain my lecture again, but the fact of the matter is that for human beings to progress and survive, we've always had to unite together to do that. Yeah. So every step of the way, that's been the case. And every step of the way in the future, it's likely that that's going to be the case. There's no guarantees. It could be that one group of human beings separate from the global culture and something horrible happens to the planet and the global people die and the one little group survives and then they take over and repopulate the planet. Nobody can guarantee anything. Yeah, there's so many factors that are out of our control and predictions. Yeah, so all we can say, what I've said, has not been, oh, well, we need to have a system where we elect a leader like this, and he votes like this, and he gets unanimous voting like this, and then he makes decisions for everybody. Or how do we preserve people's cultures? How do we preserve people's language? I never said nothing about none of that stuff. A lot of that sort of stuff is going to have to get ironed out, and there will be these issues and problems. But I'm not the experts to deal with this sort of stuff, these sort of things. All I'm saying is what I can see about the bigger picture.
Ah, cool. That's it, isn't it? There's no. I mean, you made it clear. I get it.
Don't know. You don't know, right? And if you don't know, then why are you attacking the example that we're putting in front of you, where we're showing you that the smaller countries?
Hard man, come on.
No, but seriously, the smaller countries.
So you're saying that I don't know something that you do know. So you do know what the perfect. So wait, do you know what the perfect government is? Bro, so you give me the perfect government.
I'm showing you the current agenda of where the faults lie. Right, there's faults, right? That need to be ironed out.
There are faults,
and we're asking you to analyze them based on.
Those faults are not the fault of the project of going to globalization.
It is so.
That
inevitable. Shall I tell you why?
Project.
Shall I tell you why?
No.
Why? Shall I tell you? Because it's the problem is with the bigger countries, not with the smaller countries. Because if you said to me, smaller countries are reluctant to join up with the bigger countries and they're against this whole globalist ideology that would benefit mankind.
Bro, we talked about this 2 hours ago.
Or they're too ignorant.
Bro,
or they're too
the thing is this, we said this 2 hours ago. You said this to me 2 hours ago and I explained it to you then. I don't know what's wrong with your brain, bruv.
All right, man, I need to go. Yeah, listen, we'll continue. We'll continue next time if you need me. All right, take it easy, guys.
All right, man, jump on whenever you feel like it, yeah? But just be careful. Scientific fictions around.
Bruv, do you know what I realised about you? You're dumb as shit, mate. You just fucking take whichever
Brother, we're
stance
having a
you think is
normal
most popular.
conversation. Listen, we're having a normal conversation. You have to let the conversation flow. You try to
Yeah,
control the
but
conversation, you
yeah, but the
stagnate
fact of the
it,
matter
and
is you're dumb. You are really dumb,
bro,
mate.
me
That
and
is a
you's
fact.
having such a good conversation that people are willing to jump on to add their bit in. As soon as the man jumps on, you're taking him as a threat. Like, oh, he's coming, joining up with Khan. And you start spazzing. That's not the case.
Bro,
He's got his own.
do you
He's
understand
got
what
his
it
own
is,
point of
what
view
tactic
that he's
you lot
putting
pulled?
forward.
The thing
What
is,
tactic?
so
What
you didn't
tactic?
realize that the 4 times when I told you that my view is on a abstract kind of level, like meaning that this image is an ideal of what I think is most
Yes.
likely to happen. Yeah.
Yes.
So I
Yes.
said that 4 times. I thoroughly explained
Right.
it many times. Straight away,
Yes.
you lot
Yeah.
bring up UN, and I say to
As
you,
an
that's not.
example
Yeah, and then I
of a
say to you,
current globalist organization.
right. So then
And I'm
immediately when you
showing
do that,
you
so
the
when you do that,
hierarchical structure at
yeah,
play.
and I'm telling you that there's all sorts of hierarchical structures at play. I'm not talking about that. That's a tiny step towards the thing that I'm talking about, and there's going to be hundreds of modifications and things getting changed between now and then, and therefore I'm not responsible for the UN
All right,
today.
1 minute, 1
Yeah.
minute.
So then
Let's
you
talk.
guys bring it
One
up
sec,
and
one
start.
sec,
No,
one
wait, but
sec,
then you start
please.
asking me questions about it as if I have to defend the UN. Khan,
Let's talk
bro, don't
about.
do that.
Listen,
Khan, you're
listen,
being
bro.
dishonest
Leave
because
that
I'm
to one
making.
side.
Khan,
Leave
this
that
is
to
why
one
you're not
side.
understanding, you fucking idiot. This is why for 3 hours you haven't
I'm just saying
understood
it's
it. It's because
irrelevant.
listen, no, this is not irrelevant. Yeah, because I've told you my view is about the long-term future and is very like vague picture. Yeah, I didn't say anything specific. Yeah, then you bring up the UN and attack that, and I tell you that's not what I'm talking about. Yeah, but you still bring it up and you ask me questions about it, and I'm thinking, why am I here having to try and defend the UN because these
No
guys
one's
have
asking
made that?
you.
Yeah,
No one's
because
asking you to
you
defend
had
the
made that my
UN.
position.
What you could
No,
have done, what you could
and
have
which I
done,
did do is admit
brought
that there is
up.
mistakes and faults
No,
there,
1 minute, 1
and
minute,
this
1 minute.
got nothing to do with my overall picture.
We didn't ask you to criticize or defend the UN, right? We put that as an example of the hierarchical structure that exists within global organizations and that checks and balances are needed. But currently, because the leaders are sort of bypassing the checks and balances, it's making the smaller countries reluctant to join in because it will further feed money towards the richer countries who just keep getting richer. So what they're doing is they're coming up with they're coming up with a fragmented, broken world where they've decided to rebel and go off on their own tangent, right, and oppose
Bro,
the
you're
current
just
power
talking shit
structure.
now. So what's that got
Why?
to do with 100
Why?
years or 200? So 200 years in the future, the globe operates like a country. Yeah. What's what you said? What you've just said? What's that got to do with me saying
the
that?
most powerful people, right, have the ability to get everyone on board by just being fair to them, right? But their agenda isn't to
Is
have
there
a
any
one-world
country?
order.
Is there any country that performs the ideal you're talking about at the scale of a country?
What do you mean?
Oh, for fuck's sake, bro. The ideal what you're talking about, meaning that you're criticizing the fact that international groups of countries have interplay between them where there's a hierarchy and some of them dominate
It's
others.
it's not my
Oh,
criticism. It's the criticism of the member states of the United Nations who are saying that the Security Council members who have veto are obscuring and diverting the true nature
Yeah,
of
you see, but the problem is here,
unity.
Khan, and this is why you should listen, is because you are making the connection that what NATO or the UN are doing is somehow like the same or along the line, or I don't know, somehow, the same as what this globalism ideal is. Yeah, but I've already said to you that the mistakes that are in the current situation of contemporary politics, these do all have to be ironed out. Yeah, so there's no point keeping on bringing this up. All right, the first
but we're
attempts
just
at globalism
we're
have
just talking.
been
Listen,
wrought with
listen.
problems.
We're just talking about it. No one's saying that it's your fault for being a globalist. That when we offer you an example of a globalist organization where the faults lie, we're not trying to
You're so
parallel
dishonest.
that
So
with you.
when I said my ideal of the globalism thing happening inevitably, yeah, you started talking about, oh, but what about certain groups breaking away and trying to make it for themselves? And what if Pan-Africanism decide to do it for themselves? What if Asians decide to do it for themselves? Do you remember saying all that?
Obviously, I remember.
Yeah, right. Okay. So then that's why when you said all that sort of stuff, yeah, then I have to tell you that What? It's just got nothing to do with the situation 100 years from now when fucking people have ironed out all these different attempts and methods at unifying at the scale of country or at the scale of religion. Let's just say the Islamic world unifies, yeah, together as an economic bloc. Don't you think that that is possible? Yeah, rather than it just being based on countries.
My point.
Yeah, there's
my
so many.
point to
What I'm
you-
saying to you is that there's so many different things that can happen and going to happen in the future that I have no control of. I can't even tell you which are going to happen and not happen. I can just tell you the bigger picture of globalism.
I said to you that people should be free to choose what they unify on. So if African Pan-Africanists want to
They are free to
unify on the fact that they're black, me and you can come along and say, huh? You're unifying on skin color? That's a lot of bullshit. We unify on bigger ideals. We got better things
they're allowed
unify
to.
on. Right?
They're
Yeah,
allowed
exactly. So they should be allowed to unify
They are
on
allowed to.
what
And bro,
unifies them.
Bro, this is what I'm saying. We've
Because
talked
I
about all this
asked
already.
you-
We've
I
talked about this
asked
already.
you, Bro, I asked you, what do you object to about Pan-Africanism? And you said it's not the fact that they want
Nothing.
to unify, it's
What I
what they
object is-
unify on.
No, what I
Their
object
skin
to.
color. You said
what
it's
I-
absurd that they should unify on their skin color.
Yeah, because that's no better
Right, but
than.
I'm saying no, whatever works. If we want to unify on religion or on race or skin color, that's up to us, right?
Yeah.
Well,
So
that's it. So you fucked up.
so this is the thing, yeah, is human beings, yeah, have aligned themselves according to countries quite well, yeah, meaning that they, they allege themselves to their countries for the most part, yeah. Now that just happens to be which family took over hundreds of years ago, which empire came by and took over and then left and whatever. This is all random. How these countries
How is it
were formed.
random? How is it random?
All right, I mean, the individual in this country didn't have anything to do with it. Yeah, it's something that happened way before he was even born. So you happen to be born in a given country and you align yourself according to this idea of this country. Yeah. And it just, you don't, the history of it is something that you had nothing to do with. And to you, it's just an accident where you were born. Yeah. So you align yourself according to this country. You may choose to align yourself, you know what? I might align myself according to religion. So you become, like that. You might then say, I might align myself according to race. So you become like one of those types of people. But what is the end goal here? Sooner or later, we're all going to realize that actually the main thing is that we're all human. So why don't we just align
Right.
ourselves according to that? Yeah. And that is inevitable.
Because we
that
all
people-
arrive at the end conclusion by our own means, right? So if America as a continent unified financially and Europe as a continent unified based on race and Muslims unified based on religion and Africans unified on skin color, you then have 5 big groups of people that only have 5 groups.
Yeah, but
to bring together.
each individual there is going to be part of more than one group. You can't just be a part of a
What?
religion and not be part of a country. What if you're part of a religion and you're
Yeah,
part of
there
a
are-
country?
there are
and
countries
you're part of
that are part-
Yeah, right. So,
No, but one
let's say
sec,
let's
like-
say you're a white
is
let's say you're a
Somalia-
white
one
Muslim.
minute, is
Let's say you're a
Somalia
white
African?
Muslim living in South Africa. Wait, let's say you're a
Forget
white
that. Forget. Let's keep the real life examples,
Yeah.
right? Somalia is part of the Arab League and it's part of the African.
Yeah, but each
Union of
individual has the choice to whether call himself a Muslim first, a Somalian first, or an African first. That's each individual's choice to identify himself as whichever one of them would see himself as whichever one of them he wants. Nobody can take that away from him. What are you talking about? Every human being can decide.
Don't
I'm a
understand what
Muslim.
I'm saying
Bruv,
to you.
Well, this is what I'm saying to you.
It's
is
about
that-
polarity, right?
Well,
It's
I'm
about
saying to you
polarity.
this. I'm saying to you this, that in the world as you are now, you can call yourself. Someone says to you, "Who are you? What are you?" Define yourself, and you say, "I'm an Englishman." You have every right to say, "Well, I'm British." Yeah, you can say you're British because you do qualify as British. If you say, "I'm a Turk," you can say you're Turk because you qualify as a Turk. You can say, "I'm a Muslim." You can qualify as a
The
Muslim because
argument-
you're Muslim.
Listen,
Yeah, it's up to you to decide how you answer
it's the
that question.
argument. The argument that you brought actually defeats your own point because you're talking about groups of people within groups that cross over the barriers that we've set. So, for example, Somalis are Arab and they're African, right? So, in the future, when Africa and the Muslim nations want
Somalis
to
are
build
not
a,
Arab, bro. What are
build
you
a
talking about?
bridge, 1 minute,
How are
1 minute.
Somalis Arab?
They are part of the Arab League of Nations, right?
Yeah,
So
but
when
they're not
you-
ethnically
listen,
Arab.
Listen. These people that you're naming are pivotal parts of the globalist future, right? So, for example, Hungary is European and it's a Turkish country, right? So when the Turkish nations or the Muslim nations
Bro,
want
I
to
thought we were
interface
talking about
with
people,
Europe,
individuals. So
Papa,
does a
I said
Hungarian
to you
person?
that moving forward, once everybody unifies on what they want to unify on,
Yeah, and they're
you'll
allowed
have
to,
five-
and they're allowed
you'll
to
have-
today.
You'll have
But they're allowed to do
five-
that today.
You'll have
There's
five
nothing in
groups-
the system.
Listen,
there's
listen,
nothing in the
Why are
international
you cutting
system.
me? Why are you cutting me?
Because
There's
you're just
gonna be
saying the
five
same
big
stupid
groups
shit I've
of-
already explained.
No, it's not, because there'll be five big groups of people, and the people that cross over those big lines in between each other are the bridges that will join everyone and bring
You're
everyone
just a
into
fucking
being
idiot, bro.
one
You know what?
people.
I'm actually going
You
to stop
fucked
talking
up.
to you, Khan.
You fucked
You're
up.
boring
You fucked
and
up.
stupid.
You fucked up. You
Bro,
fucked
you
up.
have no idea what you're talking
You
about. I
fucked
don't know
up.
why you
There's
play this
always
game.
going to be
pretending.
countries that fit into two camps. Always.
Well, that's got nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Yes,
so
it
I don't
is,
know why
because you're saying how are we going to go from having five big groups into having one big group?
Bruv, I'm not talking about none of that, you fucking
You said
retard.
that. You
Bruv,
said that.
what-
You
Bruv,
said
you
that if
said-
people are allowed to join upon
Yeah.
what they believe in, inevitably they'll all have to join into one big group called humanity.
I said eventually people are going to
Yeah.
realize that that is the most fundamental thing that we should be aligning ourselves
Right.
according to. Because what
Right.
we face, listen, nature and the universe doesn't give a shit if you're black, white, or Asian. It doesn't give a shit if you're Muslim, Christian, or atheist. Yeah, nature and the universe doesn't give a shit about none of that, whether you're lefty or righty or conservative or liberal. Yeah, what will happen according to physics. Yeah, and our survival depends on our ability to understand what's happening and to defend ourselves against it as a species. Yeah. So sooner or later, people are going to be smart enough to realize that what some smart people have already realized. All right. So then we will know that we have to unify as a globe. And even if whatever criticisms you come up with out of your ad hoc mentality, there's already those problems now here today at the scale of a nation. I've already told you that. So people worried about their identity, worried about their religion, worried about their culture, worried about living life how they want to live life. It doesn't affect none of that. We're just saying
no
that
one's,
the problems,
no one's disagreeing with you. We're just asking you to show your working out, your methodology, but you can't do that. You're just
I
going
have,
to these big,
I told
these
you,
big
I told
speeches.
you.
No. I'm showing you that people should be allowed to join up together and form bigger nations based on their own belief
I'll give it about
systems,
5 minutes.
right?
Yeah,
We can't
before I
tell
jump off.
Muslims. We can't tell Muslims. You can do what you want. We can't tell Muslims not to unify
Because you know what?
based on
Unless
based
someone
on
else is someone else to talk to,
Yeah, but
I'm
you're
bored
just
of this, bro.
you've been a faggot.
I've
You've
literally
been a
explained
faggot.
I've
You've been a
explained the
faggot.
same 4 or
It's
5
so
points
gay, so gay,
10
so
times
gay.
over.
No,
Yeah,
you don't
and
need to
if you're
explain
saying to
nothing,
me,
because we're asking you to explain something you
can't
can't
forget all that,
explain.
bruv. Do you think I'm not carrying on with that, bruv? The fact of the matter is, yeah, you genuinely think that I
You're
can't follow this
embarrassing.
conversation.
You're
Do you believe that I
embarrassing,
can't follow this
bro.
conversation?
You're
And that
embarrassing.
I'm just
You
talking
haven't.
randomly.
I've given you the opportunity to demonstrate that, and you haven't managed it,
Do you think there's even a chance that maybe you're misunderstanding what's being said here?
brother. You're just making big speeches, but when people want to dissect what you
But
say,
did you?
you got no working out. You got no
Alright,
working outs to show.
So these big speeches that I made, what was my point?
Your point is that the end result, is a globalized world who don't care about religion and the differences that actually unite people.
Nope, I never said nothing about that. People are allowed to practice their religions or be African or be Asian or be left or right in a global world as well. That's the thing, is that 1 minute you're saying that globalism's already happened and we do live in multicultural societies where people are allowed to practice what they want. And then next minute you say, but then you wouldn't be allowed to do that in a global culture.
You contradicted
and I'm like,
yourself consistently.
What are you talking about?
You were saying yesterday that there's no point in Pan-Africanism, right?
But
And
you change the subject now.
Today you turned around and said you don't mind Pan-Africanism. When I said to you, what's your problem with Pan-Africanism? You was like uniting on skin colours, a
Well, I talked
ridiculous
to somebody
thing.
about that
And
another
now,
time, so
and
when I
now, 2 hours
I don't
later, you're
think you
saying
understood what
people
I
should
said.
be able to unite on whatever they feel that unites them.
Wait, Khan, on the one hand, you
Bruv,
keep
you
saying
fucked up,
that
bro.
global.
You
No, on the
fucked
one
up.
hand, you keep saying that globalism has occurred already, and you're allowed to practice your culture, you're allowed to be your religion, you're allowed to identify as a Turk or a British person or whatever. Yeah.
No, you're getting
then you
mixed up with Gain.
then on
Gain
the
said
other
that.
then on the other
You
hand,
spoke with Gain on that.
yeah, but then on the other hand, you keep saying shit like, but in a global culture, what about this and what about that? You won't be allowed to.
I never
you won't
said
have
none
this.
of that. I never said
Yeah,
none
you
of that.
did.
No, I
Yeah,
didn't.
you did, mate. You
You're a
did.
liar.
I think you're just talking for the sake of talking. So I'm gonna mute up. I'll wait a few minutes and then I'm.
All right, cool. Let me break it down
I'm
for everyone that's listening. This guy
I'm bored of
fucked up.
repeating this shit to
This
you.
guy's fucked up so badly because he's been arguing with Kale for ages about Pan-Africanism being a load of shit. And today he's now said he's got no problem with Pan-Africanism. So he's contradicted himself there. When pushed further and asked what he's got the
Well,
problem
on the
with
level of everybody's got the right. Everybody's got the right to align themselves according to what they want.
Hello?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Everybody has got the right
Huh?
to align themselves according to what they want. But if I still think that aligning
What's
yourself
going on?
according to race is stupid. Same way that
Right.
aligning yourself
So
according to
yeah,
nation
so you just agreed
is
with what I just
stupid
said.
overall.
You just agreed with me that you think that people uniting on being black is stupid and there's better things for them to unite on. I'm saying no. I think people should be able to unite on whatever the fuck unites them.
Yeah, and they can, and they can, and they can. They're welcome to do that.
But they can,
They're
but you
allowed to
still
do
think
that.
it's stupid.
All right. So what I think doesn't matter, does it? So they're allowed to do it. Why isn't it happening?
I haven't heard this argument before. Someone
Right.
putting forward the argument that what they think is stupid.
Bruv, I'm not one to decide what black people should think. I'm not a black person. It doesn't affect my life that much.
So why are you
I don't really
arguing
care.
with
Because I do think it's stupid, meaning that I would not align myself according to my race.
Pan-Africanism
So
then?
when I see, well,
But
because
you're not
I would
black.
not. Yeah, but listen. My point is this: is that there are better things to align yourself by, and especially if the people you're trying to align yourself with don't want to align with you on that thing. Yeah, that's stupid. You can't force being part of someone's family because you like them and they don't want to be part of
No,
your
no, no,
family.
no, no, no,
You
no,
know,
no, no.
you can't be part of a
No.
group if you
No,
don't
you're not
agree with
getting it.
their
You're not
ideas.
getting it. You're
Bro,
not getting it. You're not
bro,
getting it.
listen.
We
You-
are under white supremacy, who's telling us that race is the thing that we should unite on.
Bro, see,
And
look,
it's
you're
trying
just talking shit for no reason. Now you just changing the subject
The
to all this
concept
stuff.
of race. Listen, you're supposed to be a Muslim and understand Muslim history. There was
Why
no
should I
concept
understand
of
Muslim
race.
history, bro?
Because there was no concept of race.
So why would
The
it ever be
Europeans
mentioned?
brought-
Was the
the
word black or
Europeans
white
brought
person ever
that.
mentioned?
Listen,
Was it ever
because
mentioned
the-
if people were black or
Yeah,
white?
there
And
were people that were black.
was there
Yeah, there
any
were.
difference?
Yeah, there
about,
were.
was there any reason
Yeah,
to
there were
compliment, to
people that were
refer
black,
to it
yeah.
as if it was a good thing or a
You
bad
can't
thing?
ignore the fact that there's black people
Right.
or there's people that aren't black. But what I'm saying to you, as a concept of race, in other words, that people should be kept separated on their genealogy, yeah, is a European ideology.
From how long ago?
From when the Portuguese started going into Africa to get slaves.
Have that changed since then? Have people realized that was wrong?
No, the whole world, as we look at it
Bruv, you're
now,
a
we're
fucking
looking at it
idiot.
through.
You're just
We're
dumb.
looking at. Oh, fuck off!
Bruv, you are dumb. Like you're so dumb.
What are
like
you
this is
on
funny.
about? What are
Like,
you on
are,
about?
bruv, you are genuinely thick. Like you talk a lot, but I don't think you've ever done any thinking. Like you just been hanging around these panels a lot, so you just talk, and you just like, oh yeah, ask the question. That means I'm thinking I'm part of it. I know what's going on.
Nah,
Bruv,
bro.
what you're saying
You're-
is just dumb.
Bro, you're just a letdown, bro. You're a
From one
letdown.
dumb thing to another.
You're a
mate.
letdown
That's what it
because
is.
the fact is, you're not even aware of the fact that you don't even understand what's going on. You just want to criticize people and shut
I don't
down
know
our
what's going on.
conversations. You can't.
Well, the thing is this is that
can't
you're a
participate in
retard and you say a lot
conversation.
of stupid shit. So I've given you a lot of chances, Khan. I've given you a lot of chances. But the fact of the matter is,
Really?
there's only one or two things that you can talk vaguely intelligently about, and there's a lot of things you talk a lot of shit about.
Yeah.
That's the fact.
I just
of it,
think
mate.
you're just a glorified version of Banksy.
I don't really care
You're
what
just
you
like
think,
dying.
mate.
It's
If your
like he's the
opinion was
full
valid
fat-
to me,
he's the
that might
fat, full
matter. Like, do you honestly think that you're going to tell me what your opinion about something is going to be important? Unless it's
I think he's
nutrition
the full fat
specifically.
version and you're the diet version of Banksy.
Unless it's nutrition specifically, I'm not going to take your opinion that seriously because you don't really know that much about anything.
Seeing as how Randy exposed the fact that you're not even a scientist, I think you should actually change your name.
Did I ever claim to be a scientist? Have you
Well,
ever once in
claim
your
to-
life heard
you claim
anyone
to
say
be
that they've heard
employing
me
the
say?
scientific method, and obviously you do
Oh,
that in
that's
your
different
part.
now, is it?
You haven't
That's
done that
different now, is it?
academically. You haven't done that academically.
Have I
You've only
claimed
done
to
it-
employ the scientific method, or
Yeah,
have I just
yeah.
named myself scientific method?
What?
Have I said that I employ the scientific method all the
Yeah,
time?
a minute ago you was talking to me about the scientific method,
Yeah,
about how it
it's
should be
useful.
upheld as a standard.
Yeah, it's useful. Exactly.
Oh, you idiot! Shut up.
What?
I've
So
just
what? If I
named
name myself
it.
something, I
I've
can't.
just named
I
my-
have to do
Shut
that all the time.
up. Damn
What are you talking
it.
about, bro? Like, I named myself
Oh,
scientific
you
method for what reason?
wally. You absolute wally.
What's your point? I don't understand what you think is the point there.
Because now a minute ago it was like, oh, but why should anyone care what I say? It doesn't matter what I say. Oh,
Yeah, about something about something to do with race, something to do with the plight of a race that I'm not part of. Hang on, me having an opinion about a color of people that I am not. Of course, they don't have to listen to me or shouldn't. It doesn't matter if they listen to me or not. That's entirely up to them. Yeah, like what's wrong with saying that? What's that got to do with science? You fucking idiot.
You're an idiot, bro.
I can't call myself scientific method because I have an opinion about something to do with race.
I said to you that you
That what?
purport to hold the scientific method as a standard, and you said, when did I say that? I just named myself it.
Huh?
You're an idiot, bro. You're an
have
idiot.
you heard me talking about what science is and what the scientific
Listen,
method is
you
and why it's important?
you ain't a scientist,
Yeah,
bro.
you must have heard.
You're an
You must,
idealist.
yeah.
You're
So
an
again, yeah, there you
idealist,
go. You said
right?
I'm not a scientist. Yeah. When did I ever
You're not a
claim myself?
scientist.
Bro, do you know what it is? You haven't got the brains to have a conversation at a level that I'm talking to you at, because you just don't understand the point of what I'm saying. You pick up on a particular word or something and you run with that. You never stop to think what I actually meant. You think that me
One
called the
minute,
scientific...
one minute.
Wait,
One
you
minute, one
genuinely
minute.
thought...
So,
You tried to
no, I
make
want to
the point
address
right
someone
now.
in the chat. I
No,
want to
no, no,
address
no,
someone.
no. I don't
want to
care,
address
bro.
someone.
You tried to make the point
Forget you. You're
that
done. You're
I
done.
called
There's no point in
myself...
even talking to you.
You tried to make the point, yeah. Listen to
Bro,
this about how much
there's no
everybody
point in even
knows
talking
what I
to you. You're
say
done
about
now. You're
science.
finished. You're
Yeah,
finished.
about everything I say about science.
You're
Call
finished.
myself scientific method.
Listen, you literally had a breakdown.
He thought
You
it was a
literally had a
point to say to
breakdown.
me that I'm a hypocrite calling myself the scientific
You've
method,
literally
and then
broken
admitting to not
down.
using the scientific method.
You
What?
basically undermined your own name, the thing that
Yeah.
you stand on, and your own point of view as being irrelevant. You just
So when
undermined yourself.
I say that my name
Anyway,
is
can I
scientific
just
method,
talk to
and
Victoria, who said,
if I've
Khan, you
got
said
an
you aren't
opinion
working
about
class.
another person's race, they don't have to listen to me. What's that got to do with science? You're an idiot, Khan. And this is the type of pathetic connections your brain makes, and this is why I can't respect you, bro. Not intellectually. You're funny and you're cool to hang out with sometimes, but you are dumb, bro. Like you are
Bro,
really
you're
dumb.
done. You're done. And the worst thing
Wait,
is
you're dumb.
you've done yourself. You've literally done yourself in.
Not with you, mate.
Like, how are you
Not
letting
with you in
gain?
game.
How are you
Bruv,
letting gain make you
I've
your
made
his
mistakes
bitch?
before, and I've lost debates, and I've lost arguments, and all that shit. Yeah, of course I have. It happens to
How
everybody.
are you letting
but
game
that's not
run
happened
you
with
like a little
you.
bitch?
That's not happened
Game
with me.
fucked you up.
Nah, it does not happen between me, you, and
Nerdy.
Gain.
Look, I've never seen Gain in real life, but I'm guessing he looks like Penfold from Danger Mouse. And he just basically run you like a bitch.
So what he looks like got to do with anything?
I'm just saying
he
based
could
on
beat
his
me in a
voice.
debate. Even
I'm
if he
saying
looks like
based on his
Penfold,
voice,
he could
yeah?
beat me in a debate. The reason why he couldn't beat me in that debate was because he's not smart. He's just dumb.
He never even tried to beat you. He just came on to make a point.
Yeah, well, he shouldn't have, innit? He should have known better. You were winding me up with your dumb shit, and he jumped in at the wrong moment to back you for some other dumb shit. Brother, I exposed how pathetic your tactic was from the beginning. I had to keep
You know what
repeating
you've
it because
exposed? You know what
lot
you've
are so dumb.
exposed? What you've really exposed is that you actually have self-destructive tendencies. Because you went from a winning position to being a mug, and you did it all on your own. You've done it to yourself. No one's even
I bet I
arguing
did.
with you. No
I
one's
bet
even
I did.
arguing with you. No one once said that you was wrong about anything, and you brought yourself into the position of being a wretch right now.
Yeah.
You fucked up.
I explained what you
We were trying to have a lovely conversation to demonstrate that.
Oh, a lovely conversation, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, then the
do you
thing
mean?
is, you shouldn't chat
You
so much shit,
ruined
bro.
it, bro. You ruined it.
I don't. What do you
Yeah.
think? I really
You
bother
got
about
emotional. You got emotional.
Yeah.
You got all up in your ideals, and you
Yeah.
wasn't scientific at all.
that. Yeah.
There was no methodology to anything. It was just like you just bitch fitting.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, the fact of the matter is that you were wrong and you were trying to pull a straw man fallacy. I caught it out immediately and I exposed it. You guys were too dumb to even realize that I'd caught you out and were pointing it out. Maybe you're probably too dumb to even realize you'd done it. I'm actually thinking that maybe it's that bad. Yeah. That you're actually
This
that
is
dumb that you
crazy.
genuinely didn't realize what fallacy you'd pulled. Yeah. But that is actually most likely because it's been that long. So that's all that happened. So obviously I'm going to get a bit annoyed if people are just going to keep saying the same
Bro.
thing to me when I've explained what's going
Bro.
on. Like, bro,
I'm just pointing. I'm just
you got to
pointing
look
out
at
that
your
you,
level.
You
Khan.
might not be
You genuinely
well.
got to
You
look
might
at
not
your
be
level,
well.
and you got to look at my level, and just think twice to yourself: is it really possible that I made a fool out of scientific method over something?
Bro,
just genuinely consider that
You know-
possibility. Yeah,
No, the
just
mad
genuinely
thing is,
consider that. That's
I'm
all
not
I'm
even
saying.
taking credit for it. I'm not even taking credit. I'm not even saying it was anything that I did. You just did it to yourself, bro. Mad. This guy.
Well, when you got some time, just think about what I said to you. Yeah, because
You're
you know
just
how it
an
goes, bro.
idiot.
You
You're
know
such an idiot.
your status out here, bro. You know my
You're
status.
such an
And
idiot.
just consider the idea that maybe you're wrong. Like, there is a possibility that you're wrong about this. Yeah, there's a small chance, mate. You know.
You're such a knob. How can you do this to yourself, bro? How can you make yourself Gaines bitch boy? Oh
What?
my
How's
God.
that, bro?
He
He was
fucked
crying
you
like a
up.
baby. I didn't let him speak for about 20 minutes. Yeah, he started
Yeah,
crying
sir.
like a bitch. He started crying.
No, he never.
He
No,
jumped
never.
off.
He
He
was
jumped off.
condescending to you
Yeah,
like you was
he
his
jumped.
child.
he jumped off and he had to have a little cry. Then he jumped back on, and I still wouldn't let him speak
No, you
properly.
jumped off. You jumped
Nah,
off, and he
I
was
got cut off.
caping.
You did.
He was
My
actually
connection
sticking
cut
up
off.
for you. He was sticking up for you guys. No,
My
it's his
connection got cut off. I didn't jump
It's his
off, bro.
connection. Yeah.
It was my connection, I think, because it just went
Okay,
like out of the blue.
okay. All right,
Unless
let be
Nine
that
kicked
then.
me.
Let be that. Say nothing, innit? Say nothing. We'll accept that.
Bruv, you haven't
Yeah.
eaten for 3 hours. Like, you sure your blood sugar level's all right in that?
I don't know,
What you did?
I don't know what makes you think I haven't eaten. I had spaghetti bolognese throughout the whole conversation.
Fucking hell. All right, well done. Keep your health up,
Yeah,
mate.
yeah, you're not well.
You
though.
needed.
You're
You
really not
needed it.
well. You're
I
not
am
well,
well.
bro.
I'm more than well,
You're
bruv.
not. You're not.
I am. You could
You
probably
fuck.
never even understand how well I am.
Look. You went from purporting one of your ideals of globalism,
Yeah.
which we was all so
Yeah. Which
infatuated
was
with and like encompassed in like, let's really get to the point of why does scientific method believe in globalism, holds it as an ideal, and he's talking about I
yeah.
believe
One
that
I said.
you're another
Well, I told you already
future.
because I told you already.
Globalism is the
Yeah,
way
but
forward. And when we
Khan,
start
if
asking you about it, you
yeah,
fucking flop the whole mission instead of educating us on
yeah, but
what you
Khan,
really believe and
yeah,
giving
but I
yourself an
did. But I
opportunity.
did.
But you
When do I
didn't. You
not?
didn't.
When do
You
I not
didn't.
take the time to
You
explain
didn't.
myself thoroughly?
You
I always
didn't.
do. I always do.
No.
So when you say why do I believe in that, I told you already. I can sum it up in 2 words. One is
Oh,
inevitable, yeah,
shit.
meaning that it's happening anyway, yeah. And
Nah, Chilla's here now, Chilla.
two
Chilla, he's
is
not a
wait,
psycho, Chilla. I'm trying to stick up for you. I'm trying to stick up for
Khan,
you.
I'm explaining, yeah. So it's simple. The reason why I have the ideal of globalism is because one is inevitable, meaning it's happening anyway, whether you like it or not. And 2 is that we face global scale problems which don't just affect small groups of people; they affect us as a species and the survival of us as a whole. And because that is the big picture, we have to unite together to combat those problems. So that's the 2 reasons I gave you from the
And I
very
said to you,
beginning.
what makes you think we're not doing that? Just because countries go to war and have beefs and whatever, what makes you think that when something like COVID happens, everyone doesn't just say, right, fuck this, we need to get on with each other?
Well, that's the thing, innit? Is that did you see the
Hmm.
discrepancy between the hundreds of different countries and how they carried out their COVID response? Did you see the discrepancy in what people are
See,
doing
these are
about
the things you
about
could have
climate
actually
change?
talked. These are the things we could have actually got onto with Game here as well. But you just chose to have a fucking 3-hour
Bruv,
bitch fit.
what are you talking about? When you ask me a question, I always answer it. But when then you don't understand, and you keep
No,
asking me
you
the same
repeat the
question,
same thing
I start
100
calling you an
times.
idiot because you didn't understand it.
Did I once object to you
when I've
calling me
summed
an
it,
idiot?
listen, I've summed it up
Did
for
I
you
once
now
say, oh, don't
because
call me an idiot?
because I summed it up for you now and I've explained it to you 20 times. It's actually eventually gone into your thick fucking head, bruv. And this is what's not happened the 2 hours or so before. Yeah, I just summed it up for you. I just summed it up for you
Look
in
at the
about
chat. Look at the chat.
I summed it up for you in one
People are
sentence.
people
I
are
don't
saying
care.
that you've got autism. People
So
are saying
what?
that this is weed psychosis. People
Oh,
are saying
they've
that
got
you're
autism.
you're
I
up
tell
in
you
your
what.
feelings.
I tell you what.
People are saying
Call
he's a
him.
psycho.
They've got autism. Yeah, they've got autism. But the fact is, Khan, how come when I just explained it to you again, but I did it the short way round, because I've actually laboured it into your brain now, you actually just simply agreed with it. Whereas that wasn't happening before. I told you, 1, it's inevitable. 2, global scale problems we have to tackle globally, and I went into
Do you
detail
know what
about
it
that.
is? I don't even care anymore. You just ruined it.
Yeah, because
I
you're
don't
an
even
idiot,
care
mate.
anymore. I don't even
If you'd have been
care.
willing to learn, if you'd have paid attention the first time round, do you reckon we
Alright.
would have saved 3 hours of arguing?
Alright,
Probably,
bro.
yeah.
Alright.
So you should have
Don't
just
forget
listened the first time round.
we're on 9etha's panel, yeah? And
So,
everyone in the chat is basically roasting you.
and that means what exactly? What?
It's
See,
just that
so you know when I said to you that you basically take a position based on what you think will be the most popular on a given channel, and I've seen you do that. Yeah. So what, you're trying to validate my claim now? Yeah. Is that what you're doing, bruv? Because I'm levels above you, mate. Levels above. You could
Alright.
never chat to me, bruv. You should know that by now. And the fact that you don't know that means I had to sort you out again, innit, bruv? Like, you know, when the little one gets rude again, even like you ain't slapped him for a while, you'll be like, bruv, don't make me throw for the backhand one more time, even though you're a teenager, bruv. What?
Alright, cuz. Alright.
No, I'm joking. I never raise my hands to people much.
He can't. He's Triller trying to stick the boot in. He can't have a convo without
You
making
think,
a personal
bruv, you think
insult.
drawing for Triller as a fucking reference?
No, I'm just
is
saying.
somehow
I'm
gonna
showing you
make
what
it
he's
look good?
saying. He can't have a convo without making a personal insult. Apparently.
So what? Can Triller have a conversation without saying that he's licked someone's mom's
Could
pussy?
you have a conversation? Full stop.
Bruv, can he have a conversation without a bag of balloons in his pocket? How about that? This guy don't turn up to a discussion unless he's got 3 bottles of whiskey, 2 packets of balloons, and I don't know, probably cigars up his ass as well. I don't know. Yeah, anyway, look, stop taking the
Can I ask you a question?
don't-
Can I ask you a
stop
question?
deflecting onto
Do you
Triller,
know-
bruv.
Do you know who Reanimator is in real life?
What, the Reanimator? What about him?
Yeah, do you know who that is?
He's just Reanimator,
He's
isn't
a
it? That's,
scientific meth head.
yeah, that's a good one. That's one of my favorite ones. So he come up with that scientific method. Yeah, I like that one. So, but he's not allowed to use it too many times. He's used it twice now. So, boy, he's gonna have to save up for a bit of
Apparently,
time.
I don't know who Tannoy Woolley is, but he said Khan's treating SM as an ex-Muslim. He's holding feelings because SM left Islam. Bro, this guy's more Muslim than me, bro. He's more Muslim than me.
I thought you
What
said
are
they
you
all
talking
roasted
about?
me, bruv. I just seen about 3-4 people roasting you dickhead. I thought you said they all roasted me.
No, but anyone that counts, though, people that actually count. I'm not talking about hetero and fucking EIE. Allow it, bro.
Bruv, hetero would bury
Allow
you
it.
in any
Bury
type
me
of
how?
interaction.
How?
Have you
How?
ever spoke to hetero
How?
before?
Of course I have.
Bruv.
On Reels. On Reels.
Bruv, he will smash you. He's a smart, intelligent, go-getting person. He's
No,
out there
but he's
doing
smart,
shit.
but he's letting his
He's out in the
trolling
real
get ahead
world.
of his.
He's
Nah, he's
doing
letting
real
his
shit in the real
trolling get
world.
ahead of his intelligence because he's just strictly on trolling time now.
No, but you gotta give credit where credit is due, bruv. He's a decently educated person. It seems like.
But I know that, but not because of what anything he's saying here.
Huh?
I know that he's intelligent, but not nothing to do with what he's demonstrating
He
here.
hasn't. All he's done here is poke a bit of like jokes and poke a bit of fun here and there. He ain't really said anything too.
Who's really siding with here? I don't think you've ever won a point, let alone a debate. Is that to me?
Nah, he's saying that to me, bruv, because I was number 2 and he came first in the bloody championship, innit? And I came second. So now he hates me, bruv.
Oh no, saying you're
Like-
still upset about it.
Nah, this is why I'm putting this work in, bruv. Like, I hope Freddy's paying attention. I took out Gain. Like, I probably lost points for debating Gain, actually. No, I definitely lost points for beating you again because that's just
Yeah.
embarrassing.
All right.
Yeah, now I had to raise my standards.
Oh, he's
bruv.
talking to Triller. He's saying to Triller.
Triller, yeah. Now I have to admit, Khan, you're a better debater than Triller. You're more knowledgeable about basic shit than Triller.
No, but am I
You-
better than
you at
Gain?
least have
Though?
one-
But am I better
you-
than Gain? Am I better than Gain?
I think Gain's got a pretty decent technique actually, but he's just not that well educated
What,
or
the
understand
penfold
much about the
technique?
world. No, in the fact that he went back through this discussion and he chronologically like pointed out a few things that were in order. So that kind of stuff is useful. Yeah.
So you're taking the L from Gain, yeah?
No, I didn't say that. I just said that compared
You said
to
he went back through things in chronological order.
Yeah,
and
because you asked me.
pointed
because you
out
asked
your
me-
mistake.
Because you asked me, you fat shit, am I better than Gain? Sorry about that.
No,
Because you
Gain
asked me, am I
fucked you
better than
up.
Gain? So I'm
But
pointing
Gain
out
fucked
what he
you-
was better than you
bro.
at. He was bro. He was better than you at that. A lot of
Gain
that
fucked
shit.
you up, bro. Gain fucked you up.
Nah, you know what? You should have let Gain deal with
But
it. Yeah.
no, do you
because
know what I
would've-
believe?
I would
No,
have
do you know what I believe? I did let him deal with you, but I'm saying I believe that everybody has their kryptonite, and for some reason, Gain's your kryptonite.
Nah, Gain's not my kryptonite, bro. No way.
But why then? Why then? What's the reason then?
There's no reason for that, bro. I'm just chilling, killing
Oh, so
time.
he's just better than you.
At what?
Debating.
No, I said he's better than you, and I pointed out what he was good at that you were
Oh,
not good
I
at.
thought you said okay. So you're saying he's
You
better
asked
than me.
me. Yeah, you asked me if Gain was better than you.
Yeah, and you're saying no.
And I'm saying that actually he's a better debater than you, but
Oh,
there's-
yeah. Okay,
yeah,
so you're
but-
saying yeah, he's better than me.
yeah, he's a better debater than you.
Wow.
But to be fair, like if we talk about nutrition, you'll obviously beat him because you just know too many
No,
facts that he
Gain
doesn't.
does know about Gain does know about nutrition.
Oh, is it? All right, maybe he knows about.
Apart from me, I would say Gain's like one of the only people that actually does know anything about nutrition.
All right, okay. Well, then in that case, he's better than you at nutrition.
No,
and
but
he's better
really
than
and
you at-
truly,
he's
Gain
better
is
than you at your
actually-
best subject, bro.
No, but
so
Gain,
he's better than
I'm
you,
not saying
innit?
he's better than me. I'm saying that he's actually an intelligent person. He's academically gifted person. And that basically,
Well-
he was being really nice to you, not tearing you apart, for calling him an idiot and all sorts of disrespect that you threw at him. And he was just like gentlemanly with
What?
it and allowed
Bruv,
you to
I've
have
heard-
your
I've
little
heard
bitch
Gain.
fit.
I've seen Gain type in the chat before. He's not that super smart, bro. He's still got some mad opinions about shit.
Okay.
Like, what's his religious perspective, for example?
He's actually quite knowledgeable in Islam. I think he's actually
All right,
almost
but so you
like,
think that? So you think he'll beat me in a debate about whether Islam is true or not?
Can you debate that? I don't know. I've never heard anyone debate that.
So you've never heard anyone debate whether Islam is
No,
true? Or not?
I've heard people say it, like, but I've never seen it actually being debated. Because how can you prove
Really?
that something's? Yeah, like how could you prove that something's like not true?
So you've not seen probably 20 billion debates on YouTube where
Look,
something on the
let me
title
be
is
honest.
roughly
Let me be
is this
honest with
true
you.
or not?
A system of governance that's ruled over humanity for a long period of time in different scenarios.
Bro, why are you talking about this?
say it.
I asked you if me and Gain were to debate about that, who would win? Why are you
No,
changing
you
the whole
said, have
thing?
you
Bro, this
ever
is what I'm saying
heard?
about you. This is why I get wound up with you, Khan, because I get angry. Is because the whole point
No,
of what
you
I
get angry
said.
because you're emotionally a wreck, basically.
So, Khan, why did
You know what?
you start
That's why
talking
you
about
get
that
angry.
when I asked
Why would you get angry?
Well, then listen to this. Well, I asked you something, yeah, and you started talking about something totally different. What? Like,
You said to
well,
me,
what?
have you ever heard Islam being true, being debated? And I'm saying
Bruv,
to you,
no, you fucking idiot. I asked you originally who would win in a. If you said Gain is really smart, he's well knowledgeable, he knows about a lot of shit. And I said to you, do you think he would beat me in a debate about Islam? Then you said he actually knows a lot about Islam. And then you went off to talk about, oh, I don't know, I've never heard debates about Islam. And blah, blah, blah. Why are you talking about that? I'm asking you, do you think he would beat me in a debate about Islam? Or not?
I do, yes, I do.
All right,
I just
cool.
didn't want to say it because I
Fine.
don't, like, you're upset as it is. I don't want to say anything worse.
Bruv, I know you're a retard. Do you think that you
Okay.
telling me something which is realistic or unrealistic is going to bother me? Do you honestly think that? You think that if I thought that it was important whether you believe I can beat him in a debate, I might try to convince you. But if I think, well, actually, Khan doesn't know nothing about Islam himself, and he actually doesn't know nothing about philosophy, and he actually doesn't know much about debating. So his opinion on me beating Gain or not is pretty invalid. So, like, why would you think that would be upsetting to me? I'm getting upset that you even tried that shit, bruv. This is what I'm saying, bruv. You're just on many levels beneath me. I don't know why I do this to myself, but I hope Nines is cool about it.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. Just hoping that, you know, if you ever need to apply for benefits, like this would
use you as a bruv.
this would help
Bruv, if
you.
I listen to
Would
this,
help
if I said you're my nutritionist, they would immediately give me disability benefits. You chose that guy as your nutritionist, yeah? Fucking hell, mate. That's immediate qualification.
I've actually helped people. I have helped people.
Why can't you help yourself, mate? No, I'm joking. I'm joking, bro. I'm not getting personal.
That's a
No, I'm
different
joking, bro.
scenario.
Don't entertain that, bro. I'm not trying to do that.
No.
Yeah,
Well,
but no, it would, you know, it would be a big deal.
No, but like what
if
we're
you put
learning
into
here today,
practice
what
what
we're
you
learning
know.
here today, yeah, what we're learning here today is that you have a very low opinion
Bruv,
of
why
Gain. Like,
Huh?
why do you have such a low
Bruv,
opinion of
Gain is
Gain? Like, even when it comes to
listen,
Islam, nutrition, and politics, he's smashing it, bro.
so
Like,
you think
there
you beat
he's
me about
like,
all of those things?
yeah.
Oh shit, bro. You sucking on Gain deeply, bro. What is this love you
No,
got for
I'm not
Gain?
like Gain knows I don't rate him. Like Gain knows this, innit? Like me and Gain have had bare rows. Like I've jumped on panels just to diss him when he's mid,
I think
like he's in mid flow, smashing it, and I jump on and say, Gain, you fucking know it all, little prick. Like I do that all the time. Like he
But then
knows
now
I
you're
don't rate
saying that
him.
he's very knowledgeable, but then you argue with him
But
about knowing
he is
stuff.
though. He is
So what are you
though.
disagreeing with him about? Why would you disagree with him about so much
Because
stuff?
I'm a prick like that sometimes.
No, it's because it's
just like comedy.
according to who the bloody audience is and who you want to try to
No,
curry up
it's
favor with.
according to my own
Beg, mate.
sense of humor. If I think it's funny to roast Yunus, I'm gonna roast him, innit? Like,
You can't roast Yunus, bruv. He was killing you the other day.
Was he?
Yeah.
He?
You kept trying to snap at him, yeah, but he was keeping it cool and actually just saying things
Well,
about.
he had Lady D defending him.
What did he say about?
Can't leave him alone. Like she's his.
You know what's funny? Yeah, he said
like
something
she's
to
his
you
carer.
about. You know what? He said something to you about what you eating and like. Was he saying you ate popcorn for lunch? And then you said to him he had some. Was it ancho? Or what was it? Them sandwiches.
Sardines.
Sardine
Sardines
sandwiches,
with
bro. I
brown
found
sauce.
that.
And he goes,
I
no,
found
it was
that
actually
so funny.
scrambled eggs.
But the idea that you're cussing each other about what you guys eat, yeah, that just made me laugh. Then I thought to myself, like, nah, you can't do that, bro. Like, especially with a fat person. Like, come on, where's this going? But I was surprised that you had. I was surprised that you had something that bad on him that he eats sardine sandwiches because sardines are nasty, bro. I swear I've seen someone open sardines and I've looked at it and thought, you must be
Yeah,
crazy.
wretched.
If you
I
think
know.
I'm gonna eat that shit, no way.
Mad. That's when you're poor, isn't it? You know what BIG said, though, we're so poor we used to eat sardines for dinner.
Oh, is it?
That's some foul shit, yeah.
Probably should have ate
That's
them then because might have been disrespectful not eat their food. But I've never been offered sardines in my
no,
life,
bro.
bro. No one ever showed me
But
sardines
for
before.
dinner,
So
though, imagine you get home and your mum's, what's for dinner? And she's handing you a tin, going, there, I'll knock
bro,
yourself
you think you
out.
can question? You think you can question your mum? You eat what you're given, mate. You know, one thing I
Oh,
never
God.
understood, yeah, as a child, yeah, is that my mum used to. I was like a healthy kid, like a little bit chubby and that, so I was cool. I never had problems like that, you know. But I was alright. But my mum used to beat me if I didn't finish my dinner, and that used to make me go like in my mind, yeah, I just couldn't understand it. I used to think,
Yeah.
like, why would you
We
beat
used to get
someone
that as well.
if
We used to
they
get that as well.
they just happen to be full? They've eaten too much today.
Yeah,
They've had
yeah,
enough.
yeah.
If they were
I
hungry, you got to
know.
make sure. I understood as a parent, you got to make sure
Hey,
they eat.
do you know one of my
But
greatest pleasures in life, yeah, is when my children are actually scraping off their plate into the bin, and my mum's sitting there looking at me like, "Are you gonna let them do that?" And I'm like,
what
"Yeah,
you meant to do? What you meant to do
yeah,
about it? What do you mean? What you meant to do? Oh, you mean waste the food?
yeah."
Waste the food? Oh, you dirty guy! Nah, I don't, bruv. I don't allow that, you idiot.
Are you gonna? But
No,
she says
I
it.
never.
She's no, but my mum's clever. She says it in Turkish, so they don't take offense at what she's saying about
Bruv, she
them.
should tell them not to waste their bloody hard cooked food, mate. That's disrespect. Is the
Are
food
you gonna
nice?
let them do that? I'm like, but mum, man's full in it. He's full up.
No,
What do you
no,
want
no,
him to
no. That's
do?
not happening,
He's
bro.
full.
That's not happening. I guess she probably learned from her mistakes with you, and so she's thinking, all right, let it fly then, innit? Maybe that's what I did
No,
wrong.
no, no, no. She doesn't. She doesn't. I'm saying to her,
No,
like, you realize you make
I
me
mean, they're not her
fat. You
kids,
realize
innit?
that? No, but she would do that. She would force feed them if she could get away with it.
Yeah. No, I know, bruv. I know what grandparents are like. My
No, but you
mum
know
does the
what's
same.
worse than when they scrape off half the food into the bin and then
No,
2 minutes
bruv, do you
later.
think we don't
Do you
allow
know what's
that,
worse
man?
than that? Do you know
That's
what's worse than that?
disrespectful.
Do you know
What?
what's worse than that? 2 minutes later, when they're eating a packet of crisps, and she's like, "Why is he eating crisps? 2 minutes ago, we were
Oh,
scraping
no.
his food off into the bin."
What you mean after doing that?
Yeah, yeah,
After
yeah,
doing
yeah.
nah, bruv. That's
Yeah.
bruv. Your kids are. I thought you was a good parent, bruv. That was one of the
What do you
things that I
mean?
respected
I
about you.
told him, listen, if you're hungry, eat. If you're not hungry, don't eat.
Yeah, but don't go and eat other things and waste food that's been cooked specially for you. Yeah, I
If you're
dislike
not
the
hungry,
idea
you're
of that.
not, bro. Like when that signal comes from your stomach to your brain telling you stop eating, you stop eating. Why are you forcing yourself to eat if you're not hungry?
No, no, no. That's not true because with a lot of people, kids up to a certain age, yeah, you know, if they're hungry, they'll eat up to when they stop being to the point they stop being hungry, which is not the same as eating a healthy meal that's going to see you through for the next 4 or 5 hours. Do you know what I mean? So with a lot of kids at a certain age, you do have to make sure they finish their meal because you know they're not going to have food or they're not going to be allowed to snack and they're
There's
not supposed to snack.
certain kids, right? Skinny kids, for example, they've got an aversion to actually eating, and they don't want to sit there and spend time eating. They want to basically be playing or doing other stuff.
Yeah, I
Yes,
find that as well.
you
Yeah,
might need to
the
force
game
them.
thing.
You might need to
Yeah.
force them to eat. Yeah.
Bruv, that winds me up. Like you rushing back to play your game or watch your program so quickly, you won't even spend the time to eat properly. Like
It's
that's just
true.
crazy. Like you know what I mean? That winds
It's
me up. I
true.
think that's just stupid.
It's true.
Like, now you
But like,
you're
there's two
thinking
methods.
you got
There's two
issues.
methods. There's two
when
ways
people
of feeding a
bro,
child. There's two ways.
but what is yeah is that psychologically you got to think to yourself, what is such a priority that I'm prepared to hold my Wii for hours and hours and then be desperate to
Bro,
go, you know.
do you know my ex-girlfriend, yeah, her son was so intelligent, was amazingly intelligent. But what he used to do, he used to hold his Wii while he was playing computer games to the point where he would actually Wii himself, right, sitting at his desk. And even then, once he'd weed himself, he wouldn't even get up and go, "Oh shit, I've just weed myself." He would just actually sit there in his weed for hours just playing until someone walked past and went, "Huh? If you just wet yourself, like why is your trousers all looking like wet and shit?" And he'll be like trying to ignore it and be like, "Listen, get in the bathroom right now and fucking get changed." And his mum would have to spaz out at him to get him to get off the computer. But the kid was super.
So-
Otherwise, apart from that, he was super intelligent. That's the rate.
That's madness, though. That
Bro,
is
listen
madness.
to this kid, yeah. He done his SATs, yeah, his stats or whatever. He was sitting there for half an hour looking at the ceiling, daydreaming. And his teacher come up to him and said to him, "Listen, yeah, you better get started. Yeah, I'm telling you now, get started." And in half the time that everyone else took, yeah, the geezer smacked all 3 papers, bro. Like, I think he lost 2 points on one paper and 1 point on the other paper and 1 point on the other paper. Unheard of. Unheard of. literally a genius. I don't know what is it with this kid. Like, he's literally, Sheldon
Sounds
Cooper.
like a bit.
He's literally Sheldon Cooper. That's
Yeah,
who he is.
well, that's
Yeah.
definite autism type stuff, isn't it?
Nah, like he's got sensory issues. Like he has got some issues.
Well,
He's
if you
not-
use Sheldon Cooper as a flipping example, bruv, he's the epitome of autism, mate.
What type of autism would you say he has?
Like OCD, extreme forms
Okay.
of OCD. He's
Does that
got a
come under autism, OCD?
Yes, one of the symptoms, definitely, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, but I don't know, maybe not actually. It's not a direct symptom, but it's
I don't think it is.
No?
No.
All right. Well, social kind of discomfort, awkwardness, speaking and taking things literally, being mathematically gifted, have a great memory and absorb information really well. Those are all kind of associated with autism. Numbers, especially understanding
See, this
numbers.
is the
and
thing that
logic.
I don't think these kind of labels actually are like have great utility in this field, because they're now calling people like what they call them, neurodivergent people. Because
Yeah,
they're so varied. Like you
that's just
can't
political.
always
That's
use
just political
the.
correctness, isn't it?
No, but in all honesty, like they're saying like there's 6-7 types of autism, or they're saying like there's
Well,
5
it's probably
different
way
types of
more.
ADHD, and like I think
Yeah, but that
they
that
just
is going
must
to be the
admit
case,
that
isn't it?
not everyone's just fitting into these categories anymore.
No, what it is it's such a difficult thing to study and to really work out what's going on properly, that early on in the process of investigating this phenomena, you ended up categorizing all of the different sorts into one, because you didn't have the details, you didn't have the tools, you hadn't done enough experiments, you didn't have the research, you didn't have the data to make any more qualified claims about it. So all of autism would have been thrown into the same bag, because at the level of inquiry that you're doing, which is preliminary, you haven't got enough to make any further claims. So as you get further and deeper into it, and you incorporate other fields of science like neurophysiology, psychology, human cognitive development, social sciences as well, and lots of other stuff, chemistry. When you now build a better and better picture of it, you start to work out, actually, although all these examples fall into the category, the wider branch of autism, we have got justification, i.e. we've got the data, we've got the experiments, we've got the proof now to be able to distinguish amongst them as well, meaning that there are 5 different types of autism, and we can qualify that they are separate from each other, and this is how that's represented and proved. And then in future, we'll have more and more data, more and more types of experiments, better instruments, and a better understanding of what's going on, and we might be able to say there's 15 types of autism, or 100, or whatever.
Yeah, it's true. One of my favorite lectures that I had at uni was on this subject, and we had a professor come in, Professor Michael Crawford, and he wrote a book in 1973, like literally the year I was born, like 50 years ago, called The Calcification of the Ocean. He's talking about in industry, they remove a lot of seashells and stuff from the ocean, and it affects the pH level of the sea. And basically, because of that, there's not enough algae and plant life growing that fish naturally would be nibbling on and getting omega-3 fatty acids from. So when we eat the fish, we're not getting enough omega-3 fatty acids. And he's proven that through our diet that we're dependent on grass-fed beef and things like that. He showed that there is a correlation with mental health issues that are basically down to omega-3 fatty acid deficiency. And he's saying that women need to be fed on omega-3 fatty acids, like brought up to scratch, like a year before they even like conceive. And he goes, what if you conceive a baby within the first immediate, like I think was it 20 days? He said the damage that's done from omega-3 deficiency can never be replaced or caught up with. And it's quite scary, because there's like a lot of people out there having kids and not realizing that they're actually deficient.
Yeah,
in
that's quite important.
Building blocks of a brain, even.
Yeah,
He's
that's
saying that
quite important. Yeah,
there's no way of repairing it even after. Like once
Yeah,
them stages, yeah.
because it's such a
But he's an
crucial
amazing guy, man. Top professor.
Oh, you know
Really
what?
loved
I'm gonna have to either jump off or at least go on mute for about half an hour. Yeah, but
Oh, is it
yeah,
time
I'll
to
stay.
pray? Is it time to
Nah,
pray?
No, I gotta go and have. I gotta go and have. Not prayer, bruv. Dinner, innit? You fucking talking about food all the time, made me hungry. But yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
man.
gonna go and
What you
grab
what you
some
having?
food.
Innit? Do you know what you're having? What you having? Mexican.
No, I'm not telling you what I'm having, bruv. It's something special.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, should I
You
tell
have
you one of my
to.
favorite jokes of all time? In
I thought you. Go on.
listen, in Seinfeld, yeah, the series Seinfeld, the guy Kramer, he goes to Cuba, and
Which one? Who's Cuba?
Cuba, the country Cuba, right? So he says to
Oh.
Jerry, while I'm out in Cuba, do you want anything? And he goes, yeah, he goes, get me some Cubans, innit? Meaning cigars, right?
Yeah.
So he comes back and he goes to him, by the way, your Cubans are downstairs in the car. He goes down and there's like 4 guys sitting in the car. He's like, what the fuck are these? He goes, they're your Cubans. He goes, no, man, Cubans, cigars, man.
Well, he bought him
Cubans.
some. He bought
He's
him
like,
some slaves.
oh. Yeah, he bought him some like real Cubans. Bro,
Bruv.
I've never laughed so hard in my life. I had tears streaming down my face for hours. That was,
Wait, what was
like,
that?
I don't know. In
Oh,
Seinfeld. In
Seinfeld. Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kramer's
So
the
you-
maddest guy ever.
Yeah, he's the guy with the funny hair and that, the tall guy.
Yeah, that was my funniest.
Yeah.
Like,
I never used to watch it.
there's
Actually, so I
jokes
don't
like
know.
that. There's things like that have caught me in my life that I actually can remember that bust me up so bad that I couldn't breathe. Like, you know that famous one in Only Fools and Horses when Del Boy goes to lean on the thing,
The bar.
the sideboard, and it's not. Yeah, that one. That one really fucked me up.
Yeah.
I'll
Nah,
tell you
Only
one more. I'll
Fools
tell you
and
one more
Horses got
before you go.
loads.
Listen to one more. There's an
Right.
episode of The Simpsons when they're going to Kong Island, King Kong Island, yeah?
Yeah.
And basically, Marge Simpson, Smithers, and Mr. Burns are walking down to board the ship. And Smithers is looking at the boat, yeah? And Marge Simpson goes to him, what are you looking at?